Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 65. The scene in the live broadcast room completely stunned the audience. They stared at the screen, unable to utter a word for a long time. What the hell are these beasts? It's unbelievable that he could do such a thing. However, after a long period of shock, everyone realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Even if Saiyans are no longer a thing, it is impossible for him to do such a thing to Athena. According to their understanding of King Vegeta, he is a guy with extremely perverted possessiveness towards women. With his personality, facing a noble beauty like Athena, he would definitely take her most precious trophy as his own. More importantly, the red light on Athena's belly was too strange, especially the human face that kept flashing with the movements of the ugly warrior. Even through the screen, it gives people a tingling feeling on their scalp. Zhangguo, there's definitely something seriously wrong with the Dragon Ball universe. Something has definitely changed. The extent of this change is even more terrifying than Demon Slayer. Empress Hancock, I was just looking at that red light, and my breathing quickened. It must be prevented from being born. Raid eyes at Empress Hancock. Hee. Athena's today is your future. Wait, time is running out. The two universes run through each other. I will savor you. Unless the Supreme King Vegeta takes a fancy to you. You can now send your photo to the king. Empress Hancock, you're dreaming. Even if I were to commit suicide, I wouldn't let you succeed. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Raid eyes at Empress Hancock. In our Dragon Ball universe, there's no such thing as suicide. Go ahead and die. If you manage to, we lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I don't think I'll be able to wait until the two universes are completely connected. Your Dragon Ball world will be doomed. Pain, I feel the same way. In the wild galaxy of the Super God universe, this King Vegeta really knows how to have fun. Hwaye stroked Ruanning's heaving little head as she knelt in front of him, and said slowly, "You're even more playful than when I was the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. If he's not an enemy, we might be able to discuss it. But what a pity for the beautiful Athena. If it falls into my hands, it makes me happy just thinking about it." Hearing Hwaye's words, Ruanning said vaguely while serving Hwaye, "Don't dream. King Vegeta is not something we can contend with. Even with the SCP Foundation here, we can't even leave the savage galaxy. You better think of a way to return to mellow heaven." Hearing Ruanning's words, Hwaye couldn't help but sigh. Ever since being driven out of the Angel Galaxy by Holy Keisha, he had dreamed of returning to the mellow celestial palace. Then, he would press Holy Keisha under his body and vent his anger. Originally, Dowdy invaded the Chaiwu Galaxy. He saw hope, but the emergence of the SCP Foundation dispelled all his thoughts. All he wants now is to hide quietly in the wild galaxy and be his own local boss. Do not attract the attention of the SCP Foundation. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. This King Vegeta is really going too far. Angel coldly stared at the unbearable scene on the screen and said in a daze, "Such an evil force should be wiped out. If we are defeated, I would rather die than fall into their hands. Queen, if anything happens, please allow us to commit suicide." Hearing Angel Leng's words, the other angels also looked at Holy Keisha sitting on the throne. Her delicate eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, under the rules of the Just Order, a soldier's suicide is an extremely shameful thing. They are not afraid of death either. But compared to death, they are more afraid of becoming like Athena, on a weird altar, and being toyed with at will by countless ugly races. Holy Keisha, sitting on the throne, nodded and said slowly, "I allow you to commit suicide. But don't you have too little faith in the SCP Foundation? Since they sent out SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, they naturally concluded that it would definitely solve the Dragon Ball universe." Having said that, Holy Keisha paused, and then said, "It's not us who are worried now. But it's those arrogant people in the Dragon Ball universe. Take a good look. I have a feeling that the Dragon Ball universe is about to face a catastrophe." After the incident with Angel Yan, Holy Keisha has absolute confidence in the SCP Foundation. Although, she admits that the Dragon Ball universe, which has already swept across 3 universes, is very strong. But this kind of strength is still within the scope of my understanding. But the strength of the SCP Foundation has exceeded her imagination. Therefore, she has absolute confidence in the SCP Foundation. I believe that the SCP Foundation can perfectly solve the Dragon Ball universe. In Yanhuang College. Dean, are you really not anxious at all? Du Qiangwei looked at the dean leisurely drinking tea and couldn't help but say, there are still 11 hours left, and the 2 universes will be connected. I think we should start Project Spark. Otherwise. Before Du Qiangwei could finish her words, she was interrupted by the dean, who then said confidently, "No need. The Dragon Ball universe threatens us. You just need to do your own thing and prevent unrest in China." After saying that, the dean blew a sip of tea and planned to continue watching the live broadcast. Seeing this, Du Qiangwei couldn't help but ask, "Why, Dean?" Based on the barrage analysis, the Dragon Ball universe is very strong. The Saiyans are an extremely brutal race. If the 2 universes merge, then our Earth. It's better to make plans early. After hearing what Du Qiangwei said, the dean sighed and explained, "Qiangwei, you are still too impulsive. Let me ask you, since releasing SCP-682** the Immortal Lizard into the Dragon Ball universe, has anyone else from the SCP Foundation spoken out?" Du Qiangwei thought for a moment after hearing this, then gestured and said, "No. It's some people from the Dragon Ball universe who are constantly provoking the SCP Foundation during the live broadcast. But they really didn't respond." "What happened?" Dean Yanhuang blew on his tea, then looked up at Du Qiangwei and said, "What else? Haven't you figured it out yet? Ignoring is the greatest contempt. The SCP Foundation is simply ignoring these guys. It's like a dragon soaring in the sky, not stopping just because of the provocation of ants. Understand?" After hearing what Dean Yanhuang said, Du Qiangwei finally reacted. "I thought, the dean is the dean. This ability to see the essence through the surface is indeed something I cannot compare to. Request flowers." Thinking of this, Du Qiangwei respectfully saluted Dean Yanhuang, then turned around and left the office. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by Athena's experience and the strange red light, SCP-682**, the immortal evil lizard, began to move in the live broadcast. After seeing the strange red light in Athena's stomach, a look of desire flashed in its blood-red eyes. Then SCP-682** the immortal lizard did not hesitate at all. Go straight to Athena. The moment SCP-682 the immortal lizard stepped into the altar, countless chains of order appeared out of thin air and headed straight for SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room thought that SCP-682** the immortal lizard would be bound by the chains of order like Athena, a strange scene appeared. These dazzling chains of order began to crack inch by inch the moment they came into contact with SCP-682**'s immortal evil lizard. Then the stars disappeared between heaven and earth. This bizarre scene not only stunned the audience in the live broadcast room, but also the 12 saints in their holy armors around the altar. 0. No one knows better than them how terrifying these chains of order are. It was the appearance of these chains of order that caused them to fail in their battle with the Dragon Ball universe. Even Kronos had all his marks conceptually erased under this divine chain of order. Otherwise, with Kronos around, even 100 Dragon Ball universes wouldn't be a match for the Saint Seiya universe. Even if their warriors could use senzu beans to heal their wounds, can be resurrected with the help of Dragon Balls, it is definitely no match for the Saint Seiya universe. They were even more bound by these chains of order, trapped on the altar, watching Athena being ravaged by countless races day and night. And under the influence of the red light, wants to join the team that ravages Athena. They knew that if they couldn't suppress their inner desire and joined the team, something extremely terrible would happen. But it is such a strange and powerful chain of order. It actually cracked inch by inch in front of the lizard monster and then disappeared into the void. I must have seen it wrong. Still hallucinations occurred. Just as the 12 saints were stunned, SCP-682** the immortal lizard had already arrived in front of Athena. Without the slightest hesitation, in front of everyone's stunned gaze. He opened his mouth and bit Athena's big belly, which was flashing a strange red light. Start biting madly. Then, streams of extremely rich red light emerged from the strange human face and flowed into the body of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard. As it continued to wreak havoc, the face within the strange red light let out a terrifying roar, as if it had suffered great harm. And he struggled violently, as if he wanted to break out of the body. But no matter how it roared and struggled, it could not escape from Athena's stomach. It could only watch as SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard continued to devour its own red light. As SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard devoured it, strange waves, centered around SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, continued to spread in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, whether it was humans, ghosts, Saiyan, or even robots, they were stunned at first, and then the desire in their eyes began to increase sharply. Then he roared, rushed towards the nearest guy, and began to desperately perform the most primitive exercise. This change. It left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 66. Just as SCP-682*, the immortal lizard devoured the red light in Athena's stomach, a split screen appeared in the live broadcast room, clearly showing the changes in the Dragon Ball world. As the strange ripple spread, the earth was completely plunged into chaos. Wherever the ripples spread, whether it was humans, robots, or animals, their eyes were red, and they were madly engaged in the most primitive movement. When they shiver, their bodies will turn into ashes in an instant and disappear between heaven and earth. At the same time, streams of faint red threads emerged from the ashes and headed straight for SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard. As the red light poured in, the combat power of SCP-682*, immortal lizard is rising rapidly at an incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, it broke through the 10 million mark. And it is still rising at an unstoppable speed. 20 million. 30 million. 40 million. 80 million. 100 million. SCP-682*'s combat power seemed to have no end in sight. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd in the live stream, it increased madly. In addition, this ripple spreads very quickly. The initial speed of 370 was still normal, but as time went on, its spread speed exceeded the speed of light, millions of times the speed of light, tens of millions of times the speed of light, hundreds of millions of times the speed of light. In the end, it only took a dozen minutes to spread to the entire Dragon Ball universe. Just like that, the entire Dragon Ball universe fell into madness, and all living beings were doing the most primitive activities with red eyes. Even King Vegeta, King Kai, the god of destruction, the angels, are not immune. And with a shudder, no matter who it is, they will turn into ashes. Then, dense red light poured into the body of SCP-682*, immortal lizard from all over the universe, continuously increasing its combat power. By the end, the combat power of SCP-682*, the immortal lizard had reached an incredible level. If you don't count the string of zeros at the end carefully, you may not make a mistake. The body of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard also began to change slowly. As its size shrank, an extremely strange pattern appeared on its back. Although no one had seen this pattern before. But after seeing it, everyone understood what it meant: lust. After seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room felt a chill on their backs, and cold sweat could not stop flowing down. Although, they didn't know what happened. But I understand that something big has happened in the Dragon Ball universe. And it was a shocking event, and everyone felt that a disaster was about to happen. Zhangguo, the Dragon Ball universe is destroyed just like that. This is unbelievable. Vegapunk, what exactly is in Athena's stomach? Why did SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, immediately wipe out the entire Dragon Ball universe after devouring it? Tornado, this is too bizarre. I'm confident, but facing such power, Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone, this is not the time to worry about the Dragon Ball universe. Shouldn't our biggest concern right now be SCP-682*, the immortal lizard? Its current combat power is beyond imagination. Can the SCP Foundation still contain it? If not, then when the two universes connect, won't we? Empress, no. I absolutely won't do anything like that. If the SCP Foundation can't contain it, then I'd rather commit suicide. At SCP Foundation, can you give me a definite answer? Can it be contained? Angel Ling, I want to know too. At SCP Foundation. Kylan, I would rather die than do anything to let Xiao Chen down. Reina, is this the power of the containment? It's unbelievable. Orochimaru, I don't think this matter will be resolved so easily. Everyone in the live broadcast room was crazy at SCP Foundation and wanted them to come out and say whether SCP-682* immortal lizard could be contained. But no matter what they say, the SCP Foundation remains silent. Not to mention Dr. Pai Lidu and others, who clarified the matter in the live broadcast room, they didn't even issue an announcement. This directly led to the audience in the live broadcast room being divided into two factions. One group believes that the SCP Foundation didn't issue a public notice because they realized they had done something stupid. They originally wanted to use SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, to destroy the Dragon Ball universe. But something unexpected happened along the way, and things got out of his control. I am currently busy trying to find a solution to the problem, so I have not issued any announcement. The other faction, however, held the opposite view. They believed that the reason the SCP Foundation did not issue a notice was because it did not take SCP-682*, the immortal lizard seriously. Everything is under their control, so they don't issue any announcements. In this way, the two groups started arguing in the live broadcast room, and no one could convince the other. Time passed quietly amidst the dispute, and when the time came to the 24th day after SCP-682*, the immortal lizard was released into the Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball universe has been completely destroyed. All living things turned into red light and merged into the body of SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard. Then the picture in the live broadcast room changed again. A blood-red Dragon Ball the size of a planet suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the Earth. Then, under the stunned gazes of the live streamers, the blood-red Dragon Ball quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a basketball, and then merged with the strange pattern on the back of SCP-682*, immortal evil lizard. Finally, a blood-red Dragon Ball with strange patterns was formed, which was suspended behind SCP-682*, immortal lizard. SCP-682*, immortal lizard seemed to enjoy it very much. The first time a humming sound was made. This scene truly plunged everyone in the live stream room into a strange silence. And then, amidst everyone's silence, that strange red Dragon Ball. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light burst out. The live broadcast room screen was directly rendered blood red, making it difficult to see what was happening in the screen. Fortunately, the blood red light came quickly. Go fast too. A moment later, when the blood red light faded, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked to find that SCP-682*, immortal evil lizard had appeared again near Turtle Island at some point. Of course, this is not the point. The key point is that in the live broadcast, the audience in the live broadcast room can clearly see that on the small Kame Island, Master Roshi had been swallowed by SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. He was actually watching aerobics on TV with lustful eyes. The only difference is that there is a strange dragon ball the size of a basketball floating on the back of SCP-682*, immortal lizard. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Why did the dead Roshi-sensei reappear? Why did the aerobics on TV look so familiar? Also, why did those viewers from Dragon Ball appear again in the live broadcast room? And their statements seemed as if they didn't recognize SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard. What exactly is going on? Piccolo, is this your Super God Universe's trump card? A lizard with only a few dozen combat power. What a piece of crap. No need for a noble Saiyan to intervene. Master Roshi's power can destroy him completely. Tien Shinyan, not bad. With Master Roshi's fighting power, he can destroy this giant lizard in less than 3 seconds. Bulma, no. Aren't you all dead? Why are you still here? You're not. What's wrong with time? Why did it get to 24 hours ago? Kikai at Bulma. What's wrong with you? Aren't you taking care of the baby? Are you having a nightmare? Bulma at Shishi. You're not dead. I remember you were reduced to ashes. What the hell is going on? What happened? Beidel at Kikai. Don't be distracted. Hurry up. My king, why are you so weak? This. Bulma, with her big belly, kept devouring the food served by the robot, staring at the comments in the live broadcast room with an expression of disbelief. An SCP-682*, the immortal lizard that kept roaring and rushing towards Master Roshi. His eyes were filled with disbelief. She clearly remembered seeing with her own eyes that everyone in the Dragon Ball universe fell into madness and then turned to ashes in the primordial movement. Why did everyone come back to life in just the blink of an eye? Besides himself, he also lost his previous memories. This. Although Bulma didn't know what had happened, she was very clear about one thing: something earth-shattering must have happened. And if SCP-682* is not stopped, the entire Dragon Ball universe will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Bulma devoured all kinds of delicacies and contacted King Vegeta. However, she was stunned to find that she had been surrounded by chains of order appeared one after another. Then, under the blockade of the chains of order, he was unable to contact King Vegeta at all. This made Bulma completely panic. At the same time, the Super God audience in the live broadcast room, after being shocked, also reacted and then started to ask questions in the live broadcast room. Viewers of the Dragon Ball universe, do you remember what happened before? Pain at Piccolo. You really don't know SCP-682*1.3 Immortal Lizard. Piccolo, a mere monster with a combat power of only a few dozen. How could I possibly recognize it? How many monsters like this did we kill when we swept across the 2 universes? Warring states, 2 universes? Aren't there 3? Do you remember the Saint Seiya universe? Radis, what Saint Seiya universe? We've never heard of it. The universes we're pushing into are the Panlong universe and the Tokusatsu universe. However, we Saiyans are invincible. As long as we can connect with the Saint Seiya universe, we will still defeat them. Orochimaru at Tien Shinyan. How much time do you have left? Connect with our Super God universe. Tien Shinyan at Orakai. Less than 24 hours. Why are you so impatient to die? Deidara at Jiaozi. Your art of self-destruction is quite good. I want to spar with you. Jiaozi at Deidara. Psychopath. After some probing by the audience in the Super God universe, they finally confirmed one thing: except for Bulma, everyone else had truly forgotten what had just happened. And this is not just forgetting. It seems that the time in the Dragon Ball universe has been reset to 24 hours ago. In addition, the audience of the Dragon Ball universe seems to have forgotten the existence of the Saint Seiya universe. Such a result. Let everyone be silent. Chapter 67. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were terrified and stunned, SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard in the live broadcast screen had already roared and rushed towards Master Roshi. And the plot this time is similar to the last time. First, SCP-682*, the immortal lizard was beaten up by Master Roshi, and then it continuously improved its combat power by relying on its own immortality and autonomous evolution ability. After a few rounds, Master Roshi was devoured by SCP-682*, the immortal lizard. Then the Dragon Ball viewers in the live broadcast room said that this SCP-682*, immortal evil lizard has something interesting, but that's all. They killed countless of these monsters when they were conquering the two universes. However, this time, the audience of Super God Universe had no interest in this matter. Just like last time, they started arguing with them in the live broadcast room. They all stared straight at the screen of SCP-682*, immortal lizard, trying hard to find the differences. But when they were terrified, SCP-682 the immortal lizard was fighting with Master Roshi, except for the blood-red Dragon Ball floating above the head of SCP-682 the immortal lizard. Other details are exactly the same. Even the fragments of SCP-682*, immortal lizard after being smashed by Master Roshi are reproduced one-to-one with the previous ones. This made the audience of Super God Universe even more silent. Although they didn't know what was going on, they felt more and more that something unprecedented and beyond their comprehension was about to happen. After a long period of shock, the audience seemed to have thought of something. He frantically at Longja viewers in the live broadcast room, and began asking where the defeated from the other two universes were imprisoned and what the punishments were. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Tien Shinyan. Didn't you say you conquered two universes? Where are the defeated from the Panlong and Takusatsu universes imprisoned? How are they doing now? Tien Shinyan, what? You're scared. Now I can't wait to find out how the prisoners of war are treated. But I just won't tell you. Explosion, tell us quickly. Is this important? Piccolo, the weak should have the awareness of being weak. When did the weak dare to question the strong in such a tone? Pain at Pico. You idiot. Your Dragon Ball universe is doomed. It will be destroyed by your arrogance sooner or later. Empress at Lattice. Tell us quickly. Radis, I'd never bother talking to the weak. But I'm in a good mood today. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll mercifully tell you. All the armors from the Special Effects universe were given to Bulma for her research. And the Panlong universe. The Supreme King Vegeta destroyed their world. He integrated the 7 main godheads into the Super Dragon Balls, creating the main god Dragon Balls. Are you scared? The super-skilled audience in the live broadcast room quickly grasped the key point after hearing Raditz' words. That's Bulma. Because from the barrage just now, it seems that in the entire Dragon Ball universe, only Bulma has previous memories. So Bulma must be one of the sources of the change. So, after a brief thought, he started to at Bulma crazily in the live broadcast room. Holy Keisha at Bulma. Do you have the special effects armor? What have you figured out? Vegapunk at Bulma. Come out and say something. Empress, I remember in the previous comment, Chi-Chi said Bulma was pregnant. Will she be the next Athena? Tornado, very likely. In the live broadcast room, the Super God audience was madly at Bulma in the stunned eyes of the Dragon Ball audience. In the Dragon Ball universe, in the Steel Castle where Bulma is. Like Athena, Bulma was trapped in the void by dense chains of order, blocking all her actions. She now eats in a mechanical way. I couldn't make even the slightest sound. I couldn't even send a comment. He could only watch helplessly as the robots brought plates of delicacies to his mouth, and then he kept swallowing them. Since being trapped by the chains of order, Bulma finally realized the problems in herself and around her. She doesn't know when. I have transformed myself into an android. And this transformation technology is countless times more advanced than that of Android 18. Every cell in my body. Everything turns into gears and springs, and the delicious food you eat is no longer food, but pieces of armor fragments. Once these armor fragments entered his body, they would be crushed into ash by the rotation of countless gears. Then, one after another, illusory gears and springs, poured into his abdomen. Let the fetus in your belly become more solid. As for the robots he had created, he had long since lost control of them. What controlled them were faint chains of order. The divine chain of order that controls the robot emanates from the gigantic special effects Tenri Pearl not far away. The armor fragments he ate were also fragments of the special Tenri Pearl, transformed into something else. As he continued to devour it, the special Tenri Pearl was slowly breaking apart. I believe it won't be long before it will completely turn into ashes. Disappeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, Bulma suddenly realized with horror that she seemed to have become pregnant after obtaining the Takuzatsu Tenri jewel. But she remembered clearly that she had been busy with research during those months. I didn't sleep with King Vegeta at all. But the strange thing was that no one noticed this. Even she subconsciously believed that the child was King Vegeta. Afterwards, she went to the steel fortress she built to take care of her pregnancy. During this period, no one in the entire Dragon Ball universe came to look for him. This is so weird. Thinking of this, Bulma's eyes were filled with horror. Although she didn't know what had happened, she also realized that something big had happened. Something big must have happened in the Dragon Ball universe. I must spread the news, but I am bound by the chains of order and have no way to do it. I can only watch it happen. This feeling of powerlessness made Bulma feel desperate. Just when Bulma was in despair, SCP-682** the immortal lizard had already killed Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Piccolo, and several others, and then went straight to the Bull Demon Castle as if following the script. Then, under the horrified gaze of the audience in the Super God universe, he passed through the blazing hellfire. Come to that strange space. Unlike last time, this time in this strange space, the snake path was no longer densely packed with races. But Athena was still bound by the chains of order. She was tied up in the center of the altar in an extremely humiliating posture. Two saints, clad in their sacred armor, were unleashing their cosmos with all their might, one in front and one behind, performing primitive movements on Athena. The radiance of their sacred armor and the intensely burning cosmos. As they moved, they continuously transformed into specks of blood-red light and merged into Athena's stomach. Let the blood-red human face in its belly stare at it. The other 10 saints around the altar watched this scene with indignation, their humiliated eyes filled with tyranny. But if you look closely, the red light representing lust deep in their eyes became more and more intense. Seeing the scene before them, the Dragon Ball audience's brains completely shut down. They stared blankly at the live broadcast screen, their eyes full of confusion. Because in their memory, there is no such place in the Dragon Ball universe. Raditz, where is this? Who is this woman? And who are those warriors in holy armor? Why don't I remember such a thing existing in the Dragon Ball universe? Could it be that King Vegeta did this? Frieza, this altar gives me an ominous feeling. I hate it. Also, I have a feeling a disaster is about to happen. Every cell in my body is reminding me. It must be destroyed. Pain at Raditz. What I want to say is that this is a captive named 370 Saint Seiya universe who was defeated by your Dragon Ball universe. It's just that you forgot. Raditz, impossible. As a great Saiyan warrior, how could I possibly forget about fighting? This must be the work of your Super God universe. Empress Hancock at pain. No need to explain to him. You knew how stubborn he was during our last reincarnation. Explaining to him is just a waste of time. Frisia at Empress Hancock. You just mentioned the last reincarnation? What exactly did you mean? Empress Hancock, literally. Frisia, explain to me quickly. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Child Emperor at Frisia. Empress Hancock has explained it clearly. It's literally what it means. As for whether you can understand? It depends on your understanding. The audience of the Dragon Ball universe, watching the live broadcast room barrage, finally had to realize a reality. Their Dragon Ball universe was experiencing reincarnation. Even though they are unwilling to admit it rationally. I thought this was all just some hype from the Super God Universe audience, but emotionally, I gradually realized that this might be true. After all, there are more than hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. They can't possibly unite and lie together. And tell such outrageous lies. It's totally unnecessary, okay? Just when the audience of the Dragon Ball universe was doubting their lives, SCP-682** the immortal lizard had already arrived in front of Athena and pressed its mouth on her stomach. Just like the last reincarnation, it began to devour the strange red light. Then, strange ripples once again swept across the Dragon Ball universe. A few hours later, the Dragon Ball universe was once again wiped out. SCP-682**, the immortal lizard, once again fused with a Dragon Ball. Then the entire screen turned blood red again. When the blood red color faded, what greeted the audience in the live broadcast room was still the sunny sea and Turtle Island not far away. Chapter 68. Over the next 20 hours, the audience in the Super God Universe livestream had become completely numb. They watched as SCP-682**, the immortal evil lizard, repeated its previous actions over and over again according to the script. Each time it reincarnated, a Dragon Ball appeared on its back. And the number of saints on the strange altar also decreased by 2. What's even more bizarre is that as the number of Dragon Balls increases, the patterns on them actually begin to change. Some viewers took screenshots and pieced them together. It turned out that these patterns, when put together, actually formed a diagram of a baby's meridians. This discovery immediately frightened everyone. A bad guess slowly formed in their minds. Once SCP-682** the immortal lizard collected all 7 Dragon Balls, it would give birth to a baby. Everyone had a premonition that the birth of this baby would be the day everyone would die. This feels ridiculous. But everyone was sure that their guess was correct. Zhangguo, what kind of baby is this? SCP-682** needs to destroy the Dragon Ball universe 7 times before it can be born. Isn't this birth condition too harsh? Pain, based on the comments from the audience of the previous 6 Dragon Ball series, we can know that these 7 Dragon Balls are the main Dragon Balls condensed by the fusion of 7 main godheads. I can't imagine what will happen once this baby is born. Holy Keisha, my instinct tells me. No matter who this baby is, we will die. Even then, death will be a luxury for us. Tornado at SCP Foundation. What are you doing? Why aren't you taking action? If you don't take action, can you open a passage? We, the Hero Association, apply to participate in the battle. Even if we're no match for them, it's better than just sitting there and waiting to be killed. Radis, haven't you made your appointment yet? Once the countdown ends, our Saiyan army will overrun your universe. Then, you'll know the meaning of cruelty. Empress Hancock at Lattice. Shut up. You can't understand the form. Radis at Empress Hancock. Okay, very good. Just wait for me. Saitama, if the SCP Foundation doesn't intervene, I will fight with all my might. Genos at Saitama. Teacher, I believe the SCP Foundation will handle it. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was frantically discussing whether the SCP Foundation would take action, in Tianhe City, Kylan's home, in the bedroom. Zhang Chen stared at the live broadcast and muttered to himself, there are at least 3 supreme deities who want to use the Dragon Ball universe to enter the main timeline of the normal universe. What a headache! Who would have thought that in such a small Dragon Ball universe, there would be 3 supreme deities? That's it. Zhang Chen's observations revealed that the changes in the Dragon Ball universe were linked to at least 3 supreme deities, Yaldabaoth, the Broken God, and the most hidden Crimson King. Yaldabaoth's method of descending is to integrate extreme lust into the 7 main Dragon Balls, and then wait for the 7 Dragon Balls to merge into one to give birth to a lust baby. With the help of the lustful baby, he broke through the seal of the silver net and lowered a trace of his consciousness. Just a drop of consciousness would be enough to slowly corrupt the multiverse, distorting all reality and turning it into a mortal hell of lust. As long as the multiverse is completely corrupt, it can escape from the silver net. The key to the broken god's arrival should be Bulma. Otherwise, Bulma would not be the only one in the Dragon Ball universe who remembers reincarnation. The broken god sealed Yaldabaoth in the silver net at the cost of his own destruction. But it does not mean its complete annihilation. Its seal is so strange that it not only seals Yaldabaoth into the silver net, and every time Yaldabaoth tries to break the seal, its plan will. Because there is a problem with the seal of the broken god. This wasn't the broken god's intention, but rather the result of that strange seal. No matter how many times Yaldabaoth tried, no matter what method he used, no matter in which dimension he struck, his plans would always go awry. The seal of the broken god would follow him everywhere, destroying his plans. Let it fail. It is even possible that by chance, other supreme deities will be attracted by accident to disrupt Yaldabaoth's plans. The Crimson King was probably the supreme god he had accidentally summoned this time. He had destroyed the Dragon Ball universe 7 times, condensed the Dragon Balls 7 times, and given birth to lustful babies 7 times. It goes right along with 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 brides for the Scarlet King. An inexplicable fit. Of course, this wasn't the true 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 brides ritual. If it were any other containment object, it would be difficult to allow the Crimson King to descend into the main dimension. But SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, has another identity, that is, it is suspected to be the offspring of the Crimson King. If you add flesh and blood, there is a high probability that the Crimson King will descend into the main dimension space. To summarize, Yaldabaoth wanted to break the seal of the Silver King, so he used the carnal sect to trigger the first changes in the Dragon Ball universe. Then the seal of the God of Destruction, like a leech attached to the bone, intends to destroy this attempt through Bulma. However, the battle between the two accidentally met the conditions for the arrival of the Crimson King. A combination of various factors. This eventually led to changes in the Dragon Ball world. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. He thought, is it really necessary to play such a big game? I have just bound the system a few days ago. Then we encountered such a tricky universe. It's just that. However, Zhang Chen was not completely unprepared. When he invented SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, he had a backup plan. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea of his at the time. Unexpectedly, it would become the key to turning the situation around in the end. Otherwise, facing such a difficult and volatile universe, Zhang Chen was also in great trouble. He would need to pay a huge price to survive this crisis. Even in the end, you may fail. Once the Supreme Divinity descends, no matter which Supreme Divinity. Zhang Chen's only option was to take Kylan and hide in the SCP base, trying to survive. Because the Supreme Godhead was simply not something he could contend with now. When he thought of the setting of the Supreme Divinity, his scalp couldn't help but tingle. In its previous life, the SCP Foundation was created by countless authors. This resulted in the objects initially being within the realm of understanding. But as time goes by, it becomes more and more weird and unpredictable. Until the Supreme Godhead appeared, A concept that cannot be described in words. At first, Zhang Chen was obsessed with the SCP Foundation. He had once skimmed through the information on most of the objects on the official website. After finishing, his only thought was, how did the SCP Foundation survive? Because even if we remove those supreme divinities that are difficult to guess, those containment objects are just too weird. Especially the ones with secondary and tertiary creations. Just outrageous. It has simply reached the ceiling of online literature. Just when Zhang Chen was silently feeling a headache, SCP-682 Immortal Evil Lizard broke through the blockade of Hellfire for the 7th time and came to the strange altar. At this moment, there was no one else on the altar except Athena, who was bound by the chains of order, and the two saints who were struggling to perform primitive exercises. SCP-682 The Immortal Lizard saw this and did not hesitate at all. He rushed to the altar as if he knew the place well, opened his bloody mouth, bit Athena's belly hard, and began to devour the blood-red human face in Athena's belly. As SCP-682 devoured the Immortal Evil Lizard, strange waves once again surged towards the Dragon Ball universe with it as the center. Wherever the waves pass, it is the same as in the previous 6 reincarnations. Everyone fell into crazy lust, and began to do primitive movements with red eyes. Good Zhao, then with a shudder, it turned into ashes and transformed into red rays of light, drilling into the body of SCP-682 the Immortal Evil Lizard. As time passed, SCP-682 the Immortal Lizard finally completed its final devouring. 7 blood-red Dragon Balls also condensed behind it. This time, the Dragon Ball did not emit a blood-red color, obscuring everyone's vision. Instead, it began to spin wildly in the air above SCP-682's head. Then, during the rotation, the 7 Dragon Balls began to slowly merge. The strange runes on the 7 Dragon Balls also slowly peeled off from them as the Dragon Balls merged, and in the center of the circle formed by the 7 Dragon Balls rotating, start interacting with each other constantly. Then, in the horrified eyes of the livestream audience, a diagram of the skeletal veins formed. Then, a vast amount of blood-red light surged from the 7 Dragon Balls, merging into this diagram of the skeletal veins. With the influx of blood-red light, bits of flesh and blood actually began to grow on the bone vein diagram. This change shocked all the audience. They all realized that once the flesh and blood were filled, not only the Dragon Ball universe, but even the entire Chaos Sea would undergo drastic changes. As for me, who bears the brunt of the attack, I will surely be annihilated both physically and spiritually. Chapter 69. As time went by, the form of the lustful baby slowly transformed from illusion into reality under the infusion of endless blood-red light. Then, a silver net appeared behind it, constantly transforming between concepts and entities. With each shift of this vast network, the myriad worlds undergo a complete cycle of birth, growth, prosperity, decline, and disillusionment. In a brief moment, the audience in the livestream feels as if they have experienced an eternity. If you look closely, you will see a twisted mass of flesh and blood under the silver net, constantly struggling, trying to break through the constraints of the silver net and escape. But every time it struggled, it was struck by a huge hammer made of gears and springs. Smashed hard into the twisted mass of flesh. Smash it into nothingness. Return it to chaos. But it won't be long before the twisted mass of flesh and blood will be reborn from nothingness and continue to attack the silver net. So repeatedly. This struggle has continued from ancient times to the distant future and has never stopped. Beyond the silver net, countless points of light continuously shone. Within those points of light, countless believers were constantly performing various strange sacrificial activities, trying to help the twisted mass of flesh and blood break free from the silver net. In the process, they destroyed universe after universe, turning countless worlds into altars of flesh and blood. But no matter how secretive their sacrifices were, how bizarre their methods were, or how perfect their plans were, they would always be thwarted by the gears and springs. The hammer that was made of stone smashed it into nothingness. Completely crushed their plans. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked beyond measure after seeing this scene. They stared at the scene on the screen, their eyes filled with disbelief. No way! What happened within these 24 hours was completely beyond their comprehension. First, the Dragon Ball universe reincarnated 7 times in front of them, and then after the 7 reincarnations were completed, such an incredible scene appeared again. Not to mention ordinary audiences. Even the strongest people standing at the pinnacle of the super god universe had their world views overturned. Just when everyone was puzzled, a split screen appeared in the live broadcast room, and then Dr. Li Do appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of Dr. Li Do immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then everyone saw Dr. Li Do's extremely serious face and the fatigue in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel nervous. The first few times Dr. Li Do appeared, he always gave the impression of being an extremely elegant person. His whole body is filled with the light of confidence. Although Dr. Li Do's white research coat was still neat and tidy, it was hard to hide his slightly decadent fatigue. This is a big deal. Otherwise, a senior executive of the SCP Foundation like Dr. Li Do would not be so embarrassed. At this moment, Dr. Li Do took out a document with the Foundation logo from his desk, showed it to the camera, and then slowly spoke. Since this Dragon Ball universe involves 3 supreme gods. Therefore, the Foundation has researched, decided, and approved that I should explain to everyone what the supreme divinity is. By the way, let me answer your doubts. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked when they heard Dr. Li Do's words. Although they didn't know what Supreme Godhead was, after hearing these 4 words, an indescribable terror still rose uncontrollably from the depths of his soul. It's as if these 4 words are some kind of taboo. Zhangguo, it seems that things are more complicated and dangerous than we imagined. Supreme Divinity. When I heard these 4 words, I felt an inexplicable fear. Kaido, that's right. My body actually started shaking uncontrollably because of these 4 words. Empress Hancock, the supreme divinity that the SCP Foundation values so highly is probably beyond imagination. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I could guess that the containment was the cause of the changes in the Dragon Ball universe. But I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Judging by Dr. Raito's expression, I guess the SCP Foundation has been incredibly overwhelmed lately. Fusu, I'm numb. I'm lying down. Anyway, no matter what it is, it's easy to destroy our great Qin Empire. Beautiful photo at Fusu. Don't be discouraged. Just do your job well. Zioxia, what time is it? And you're still showing off your affection. Just when everyone was puzzled, Dr. Li Do's voice sounded at the right time, attracting everyone's attention again. Inside our foundation, objects are generally classified into safe, Euclid, Keter, and Tamil. As Dr. Li Do spoke, a picture appeared behind him. The meaning of each level is written in detail above. Safe. These objects are relatively easy and safe to contain, usually requiring no excessive resources or special procedures. They may already be well studied by the Foundation and require no additional attention. Euclid-class objects require significant resources to fully contain, or their containment procedures may not be permanently effective. They may be difficult to contain due to unpredictable behavior or a lack of understanding. Keter class, Kate. These objects are extremely difficult to contain and may require large-scale and complex measures. Due to a lack of understanding of the nature of these objects, the Foundation may have difficulty effectively containing them. Tamil class, Talmud. These objects are used to contain or counter other anomalous objects. They are usually top secret, known only to a few key personnel. Everyone in the live broadcast room stared at the picture intently, engraving all the contents in it in their minds. Because they knew that this was what Dr. Li Do would explain next. And the possible containment objects that may appear in the future are crucial. They speculated about the level of the Supreme God. Most people guessed that the Supreme God that the SCP Foundation valued so much must be Tamil level. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were speculating, Dr. Lee Do's voice rang out again, "I'm sorry to tell you all. The Supreme Godhead is not among the above levels. The above levels are all levels of containment. And the Supreme Godhead is almost impossible to contain unless he willingly allows himself to be contained." At this point, Dr. Lee Do ignored the surprise of the livestream audience and continued, "Within our foundation, we define the Supreme Divinity as an existence that transcends traditional divinity. Request flowers. They are not limited by the material world and possess extremely high status and power. It is an existence that transcends the rules. Even the very rules of our world seem to be forged by the Supreme Being. They transcend the rules, transcending eternity. They annihilate all cause and effect, and are nearly omnipotent. There are even some supreme deities that have reached the narrative level." Although Dr. Lee Do's words were very light, they exploded in the minds of the audience in the live broadcast room like thunder. They were blown to the point of being frozen in place. It took a long time to recover from the shock. No way. Dr. Lidu's words were too shocking. Although they had already known the terrifying nature of the Supreme Godhead from Dr. Lidu's expression and the changes in the Dragon Ball world, they were still very young. "But I never thought of it. The Supreme Divinity is so terrifying. Not only do they transcend the rules, but even the rules themselves are created by them. This was something they could never imagine." After everyone was shocked, they were even more terrified. Because according to Dr. Lee Do, the Supreme Godhead was simply the Supreme Being. There was no way to be matched. 0. And now 3 of them appear at once. Then I guess I have no other choice except waiting to die. Vegapunk, I originally thought that utilizing rules was the highest realm of science. I never thought that the Supreme Godhead could actually create rules. This state is too terrifying. Kaido, it's not scary. It's simply unimaginable. Empress Hancock, no wonder the SCP Foundation is taking this incident in the Dragon Ball universe so seriously. Hey, 3 supreme deities. Although I have confidence in the SCP Foundation. But pain, if it weren't for Dr. Lee Do's popular science, I'm afraid I would never have known that there was such a thing as the Supreme Godhead. But even with the popular science, I still couldn't imagine the terrifying nature of the Supreme Godhead. Tornado, 3 supreme deities battle in the Dragon Ball universe. Can the Foundation suppress them? Zhongliang, although shocking, I think the SCP Foundation has found a solution to the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sharing this information. But the Supreme Godhead is indeed terrifying. At least similar to the Supreme God in mythology. Fusu, the 3 supreme gods. Father, it's not that I haven't tried hard, but the enemy is beyond imagination. Just as everyone was shocked by the definition of the Supreme Godhead and Madao was unrecognizable, Dr. Lidu's voice sounded again, after observation and evaluation. It has basically been confirmed that the 3 supreme deities caused the changes in the Dragon Ball universe. They are, the Supreme Creator of Flesh and Chaos, Yaldabaoth. The God who controls machinery and electronics, the God of Destruction. And the Creator of the Swirling Anomaly, the Crimson King. At this point, Dr. Lee Do paused, then continued, in order to fully let everyone feel the terrifying power of the Supreme Godhead. I will explain to you in detail the information about these 3 supreme divinities. And the story of the changes in the Dragon Ball universe. Then let us begin with the Supreme Creator of Flesh and Chaos, Yaldabaoth. After saying this, Dr. Lee Do's figure gradually disappeared from the live broadcast screen, replaced by information about the Supreme Creator of Flesh, Blood, and Chaos, Yaldabaoth. Chapter 70. Compared to the previous science videos about the collection, this one didn't include any visual footage. Just as everyone was puzzled, a line of text appeared on the screen. Yaldabaoth is the Supreme Creator of Flesh and Chaos. His image is beyond the comprehension of living beings. Any living being who sees his image will be corrupted. Living creatures that have been contaminated will gradually become flesh and blood containers. The flesh and blood human-faced plants in Demon Slayer world are suspected to be products of contamination by Yaldabaoth. Not just the image of K, but even calling out K's real name. It has the same effect. Even the name Yaldabaoth is a harmless alias found by the Foundation after extensive testing. K's true name is a top secret within the Foundation. No one knows except me. This is also the reason why Yaldabaoth was sealed in the silver net by the god of destruction, at the cost of shattering himself. If Yaldabaoth had not been sealed, any living being in the universe will be polluted if they think of Yaldabaoth. As long as a living being is polluted, if it is not dealt with promptly, within 10 minutes, the 387 world where that living being resides will be polluted, and even the laws of nature cannot escape it. Everyone in the live studio felt their scalps tingle after seeing these lines of small words. Although, from Dr. Li Do's mouth, they already knew the terror of the Supreme Godhead. But they never imagined it would be so terrifying. Even if it is sealed, as long as it sees K's image or calls out his real name, it will be contaminated and become something like a plant with a human face of flesh and blood. This incredible ability. Too scary. Is this the supreme divinity? Fortunately, K was sealed, otherwise no one in the world could escape the fate of being polluted. Luffy, this Yaldabaoth is actually just a code name. And this code name was the result of countless tests by the Foundation. This is too scary. Ace, seeing this introduction, my scalp tingles. This supreme deity is too weird. Zai, even after the seal, it's so strange. But before the seal, it was unimaginable. Pain, I originally thought the appearance of the three contained objects was synonymous with weirdness. I didn't expect that I was just too ignorant. Empress Hancock, with such a terrifying supreme deity, can the SCP Foundation really survive this crisis? Tornado, at first, I thought the monsters in our world were the result of Yaldabaoth's contamination. Now it seems I overestimated them. They deserve it. Zhangguo, is this the supreme divinity? Thinking about it makes me despair. Fusuat Zhangguo, let's lie down together. Just as everyone was stunned by the lines of small print, the screen in the live broadcast room changed again, and the information about Yaldabaoth. Then he appeared in front of everyone. Code name, Yaldabaoth. Divinity, the supreme creator of flesh and chaos. Level, supreme divinity. Description, Yaldabaoth is the highest deity of the Sarkic cult. He is also known as the god of flesh and blood, and the infinity he overturns. As the supreme creator of flesh and chaos, he is the origin of all life. He has 6 alien commanders under him. Yaldabaoth was hostile to the broken god, who represented machinery and order, and fought a war with him across the multiverse, and was finally sealed in the silver web by him. Speculation, after Yaldabaoth feeds on the gods and the stars, he spits out life. This life is a natural byproduct of the God-Eater's existence. These natural products are suspected to be the origin of all flesh and blood life in the heavens and the worlds. The appearance of lines of explanatory text gave all the viewers in the live broadcast room a more intuitive understanding of the supreme divinity, Yaldabaoth. When they saw the final introduction, all flesh and blood life is just a byproduct of Yaldabaoth devouring the stars and gods, they were all shocked. Just speculation though. But if this speculation is true, doesn't it mean that Yaldabaoth is, in a sense, his ancestor? If someone had told them such a ridiculous thing before, they will definitely scoff. But now they had no choice but to believe it. After all, the evil nature and power of the Supreme Godhead had already exceeded their belief. Even if the information says that they were transformed by the Supreme Deity, they will believe it. At this moment, new information appeared again on the live broadcast screen. Current status, Yaldabaoth is now sealed in the silver net of Mac Khan, the broken god, but because it is the ancestor of all meat-eating life. Any living creature that practices meat has its mark in its body. Therefore, even if the broken god shatters himself, he cannot completely seal it. Therefore, polluters appear from time to time in the multiverse. The only way to completely seal it is to eliminate all flesh and blood life in the multiverse and permanently ensure that no flesh and blood life appears in the multiverse. After seeing this, the last hope in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room was completely extinguished. Even though the information shows that Yaldabaoth is so powerful, they still have a glimmer of hope in their hearts. That is, the SCP Foundation has a way to contain Yaldabaoth. But now it seems that there is no hope at all. The SCP Foundation has a way to completely seal and contain Yaldabaoth. But the method is to completely wipe out all flesh and blood life, and also to ensure that flesh and blood life will not appear in the multiverse in the future. This route is for the purpose of curing diseases. What's the difference if it's cremated directly? It's totally not worth it. Zhangguo, it seems the SCP Foundation is also unable to contain the Supreme Godhead. This Yaldabaoth is too strange. Tsunade, completely wipe out all flesh-based life, and ensure that no flesh-based life will appear in the future. And they only sealed it, how incredible. This condition is too harsh. Even if I knew about the SCP Foundation, I wouldn't do it. Naruto at Tsunade's sister. Someone is here to see a doctor? They need surgery. Do you want to see them? Tsunade, take it. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Tsunade, have you recovered? Naruto, yes, Grandpa Hokage. A week ago, Master Jiraiya was attacked by pain and was seriously injured. Master Tsunade had already recovered by then. Sarutobi Hiruzen at pain. Come out and explain yourself. Pain at Naruto. Junior brother, you are slandering me. Slandering me. Look, someone is slandering me. Jiraiya at Sarutobi Hiruzen. My teacher is a sexy blogger from Earth, Suzuili. He gave me some advice, and he said I was a bootlicker. There was no way I could get Tsunade. Then he gave me an idea. I did it. The result, hee. Empress Hancock, as expected, the topic changes when Naruto appears. Even the discussion of the Supreme Godhead is not surprising. Luffy, I'm a rubber man. Does that count as a living being made of flesh and blood? Child Emperor, okay. At this moment, Dr. Li Do appeared in the live broadcast room and slowly said, everyone, what's coming next is very important. I need to explain it myself. When everyone heard Dr. Li Do's voice, they refocused their attention and looked straight at Dr. Li Do. Seeing this, Dr. Li Do took a deep breath and then slowly said, Supreme Divinity, although Aldabra was sealed in the silver net, he never gave up trying to break free. Because polluters appear from time to time in the multiverse. So, over time, in the distant universe, an organization called the Sarkic Cult formed. They worship Yaldabaoth. Within the Sarkic Cult, there are several major factions. One faction, fervently worshipping Yaldabaoth, hopes to release K from the silver web. Their plan is to pollute the entire multiverse. They are known as the Sarkic Pollution Faction. The changes in the demon world are their method. The other faction, although also fanatically worshipping Yaldabaoth, also hopes to release K from the silver net. However, they achieve this through sacrifice. They are known as the Sarkic Cult. Dr. Lidu paused for a moment before continuing, through analysis, we have determined that the recent changes in the Dragon Ball universe were the work of the Sarkic Cult. So, in the Dragon Ball universe, there must be people who practice Sarkic sacrifice. Therefore, after the two worlds penetrate. In order to prevent the Sarkic priests from entering the Super God universe, the Economic Council has decided that no world can enter the Dragon Ball universe through the Worm Bridge. Otherwise, the SCP Foundation reserves the right to pursue unlimited accountability. This time it's not just a D-class researcher. It's going to involve the use of containment objects as punishment. When they heard Dr. Li Dou's words, everyone's expression changed. They all said that they would definitely not enter the Dragon Ball universe. After the lesson of Demon Slayer 1.3, they believed that unless they were crazy, they would not violate the rules. But just in case, the various worlds mobilized. To prevent there from being crazy people who really don't care about their lives. Will take risks. Bring the entire universe into eternal damnation. At this moment, new content appeared on the live broadcast screen. Consequences of escape. If Yaldabaoth escapes from the silver net, all the heavens and the world will inevitably fall into the abyss of flesh and blood. All reality is completely distorted in the presence of Yaldabaoth. And quickly degenerate into the hell of carnal desires. The first to be affected are flesh and blood life forms. Any flesh and blood life form whose status is lower than the supreme divinity will be contaminated and turned into a shelter similar to a flesh and blood human-faced plant. The soul will be trapped in flesh and blood, suffering forever until Yaldabaoth is destroyed or resealed. Seeing these materials, everyone's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, even those who stood at the top of their respective worlds in the live broadcast room were no exception. No way. The consequences of Yaldabaoth's escape were too serious. If we are not careful, the heavens and the worlds will be destroyed, and everything will be wiped out. No living thing with flesh and blood will be able to escape. Simply amazing. Chapter 71. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were speechless with shock at the consequences of Yaldabaoth's escape, the flesh and blood of the lustful baby on the live broadcast screen was gradually taking shape. If nothing else, this lust baby is just an ordinary human baby. It is white and tender, which makes people love it inexplicably. But after seeing its strange birth process and the information about Yaldabaoth, everyone looked at it with nothing but fear and despair. Everyone now knows that this lustful baby is the sacrificial sect of the Sarkic cult, a means of helping the supreme deity Yaldabaoth escape the silver net. Once you let it fully form, it's all over. Reina, is there any way to stop it from forming? Otherwise, once it's born, everything will be over. Zhangguo, there must be a way. I guess the SCP Foundation has already formulated a countermeasure. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come out to publicize it. Hawkeye, I agree with this idea. Hinata Hayashi, I believe in the SCP Foundation, but this involves the Supreme Godhead. If anything goes wrong, everything will be ruined. 19 Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no such thing as a chance. Pain, that's right, there's no such thing as a one-time event. But even if there were, it wouldn't be something we could prevent. Fusu, just lie down. Gorgon, I actually hope such a villain can succeed. Why? Justice must defeat evil. Empress Hancock at Tornado. Mind the lunatics in your world. Don't let them cause trouble at this time. Tornado, got it. We're working on it. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were worried about the lust baby incident, Dr. Li Dou's figure appeared in the live broadcast room again. After drawing everyone's attention back to himself, he said, "Everyone, don't worry too much about the lustful baby. It's impossible for it to be born successfully. After all, with the broken God seal in place, even without human intervention, the probability of its success is less than 1 in a billion. Even if it succeeds by chance, it will be destroyed immediately." Dr. Li Dou's words immediately confused the audience in the live broadcast room, who seemed to sense this confusion. Dr. Li Dou paused and continued. Within our SCP Foundation, there is a well-known unspoken rule. That is, only the Supreme Godhead can deal with the Supreme Godhead. As the Supreme Creator of flesh and chaos, Yaldabaoth is indeed a supreme deity of extremely high status. But that does not mean he has no enemies. K's mortal enemy is the god of clockwork and gears, the symbol of order and rationality, the broken god. Everyone, please look. Following Dr. Li Dou's words, a small screen appeared on the live broadcast screen. On that small screen, a pregnant girl was fixed in midair by the divine chain of order. Then she quickly devoured the armor fragments piece by piece. As she devoured them, an illusory hammer made of springs and gears appeared in her stomach. It is slowly changing from illusion to reality. This hammer is very unique. Although it is made entirely of springs and gears, it gives people a sense of mechanical beauty. It is as if it is the most perfect video in the world. When those densely packed springs and gears turn, people can't help but be intoxicated by them. At this moment, no matter who it is, he unconsciously focused his eyes on the hammer and ignored the other images on the screen. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. At this moment, they noticed that the armor fragment was actually a fragment of a huge Tianli pearl not far away. As the girl devoured it, the Tianli pearl is on the verge of collapse. Such a weird scene made the audience in the live broadcast room gasp. I was actually attracted by a hammer through the screen. And thus forget everything around. This is too incredible. At this moment, Dr. Li Dou's voice sounded at the right time. After analysis by our SCP Foundation, the girl trapped by the chain of order is Bulma from the Dragon Ball world. Bulma is the most talented scientist in the Dragon Ball universe, bar none. Even within the SCP Foundation, it's enough to be rated as a Class A researcher, and there's even a chance of becoming an A-level researcher. That's why she was chosen to be the bearer of the crushing hammer. Dr. Li Dou paused for a moment, then continued, to allay everyone's concerns, the Foundation has approved me to provide you with some basic scientific information. The god of clockwork and gears, symbolizing order and rationality, the broken god. Everyone, please look at the information first. As he spoke, Dr. Li Dou's figure gradually disappeared from the live broadcast screen, replaced by darkness, and then lines of small words began to appear. The broken god, who symbolizes order and rationality, is, like Yaldabaoth, a supreme deity. Therefore, his image is also in existence that living beings cannot understand. Compared to Yaldabaoth, the broken god, after internal discussions within the Foundation, was defined as a neutral or benevolent god. Although he wouldn't necessarily help humanity, he wasn't hostile to it either. But it is necessary to explain, as the supreme deity, the broken god has no hostility towards humans. The reason may be that his concept of good and evil is beyond human comprehension. It may also be that humans are too insignificant to him and are therefore ignored by K. All known laws of physics originate almost entirely from the broken god. In other words, without the broken god, the universe would be in chaos. Broken god is not K's code name, but its real name. Since the broken god has already fallen, calling out K's true name will not be tainted. According to the Foundation's speculation, even if he has not fallen, calling out his true name will not be defiled. On the contrary, K will also impart knowledge to you, provided you can digest it. If you can't digest it, your brain will eventually be burned by this knowledge. Thus, he turned into a madman who only knew how to shout his real name. After seeing these lines of small words, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. After all, compared to Yaldabaoth, the broken god, it is simply the epitome of kindness. Calling out his true name will not only prevent you from being contaminated, but will also allow him to instill knowledge in you. Although it is very likely that the knowledge he was indoctrinated with would turn him into a madman, it was still much better than Autoboss. Yaldabaoth will be contaminated if you call out his real name. In addition to sighing, many people felt sorry. Among them, researchers like Vegapunk, Child Emperor, and Orochimaru, were the most heartbroken. They thought, if only the broken god hadn't fallen. Then I can call out his real name and let K impart knowledge to him. As for myself, I won't be turned into a fool by excessive knowledge. They are not worried at all. If he didn't turn into a fool, everyone would be happy. But if he turned into a fool, then he would be content to die in the evening. After all, as long as he is a researcher. They couldn't resist the temptation to be instilled with knowledge by the being who forged the laws of physics across the universe. This temptation was too great. Even if you know you are just a moth to a flame, they are also willing to give it a try. Chapter 72. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. This broken god looks pretty good. Holy Keisha, reclining on the throne, looked at the information in the live broadcast room and muttered to herself, "It's a pity that he fell. If he hadn't fallen, perhaps." The path to becoming stronger in the super god universe is through technology. If one can obtain the knowledge imparted by the broken god, once they overcome it, their strength will inevitably increase exponentially. As for whether or not you can carry on. Although Holy Keisha has confidence in herself, she also feels that she can't handle it. If someone had told her a month ago that she didn't have the confidence to even handle the indoctrination, Holy Keisha would have definitely scoffed. But since the emergence of the SCP Foundation, after seeing the power of the contained creature, she was really exhausted. Not to mention the Supreme Godhead, even SCP-173 Peanut and SCP-096 Shy People. She felt that they could easily kill her in seconds. As for the Supreme Divinity, even if the other party had no ill intentions, she felt that she would be killed instantly. After all, the broken god is the one who forged almost all the laws of physics, and KS knowledge indoctrination is not something he could handle on his own. Holy Keisha really wanted to just lie down like Fusu in Chin's moon. Love as much as you like. Anyway, I am no match for him. Any single contained object could destroy the universe, let alone the Supreme Godhead. But her character and the responsibilities on her shoulders prevented her from lying flat on her back like Fusu. The weak would draw their swords against the weak, but she would always draw her sword against the strong. She believes that as long as she keeps improving, one day, I will stand on top of the world again. If only the broken god hadn't fallen. Hwaya was lying under a big tree, holding Nuanning's little head with one hand to guide her to serve him better, and said with regret on his face, "How could such a powerful supreme divinity fall? Coming. Get it." As Hwaya shuddered, Ruanning, who had finished his work, stood up and walked to the side, wanting to spit out the filth in his mouth. But at this time, Hwaya's voice rang out, "Don't waste it. This is the essence of the King of Heaven." Hearing Hwaya's words, Ruanning swallowed, then took out a handkerchief from the dark space. While wiping her mouth, she said, "Even if the broken god doesn't fall, do you dare to call out KS real name?" Hwaya smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, then said, "Of course I can't handle it. But I can let others try. Even if you're burned into a fool, you'll still have a moment of clarity. During that moment of clarity, you can speak some knowledge." Having said that, Hwaya paused, and then continued, "Even if it's just a little bit, it's enough for us to defeat that little bitch of Holy Keisha. Also, as long as there are enough people. Is there always something I can get?" Hwaya dreams of returning to the Angel Nebula and building his own celestial palace. But with the SCP Foundation around, he knows it will never be possible. "For the rest of my life, I will be trapped in this desolate and barren galaxy." How pathetic! He even wanted to join the Sarkic cults when he heard about them. He didn't worship Yaldabaoth, but he wanted to use the Sarkic cults. Defeat the SCP Foundation, so that I can leave the savage galaxy. Of course, this was just a thought. After seeing the overwhelming power of the SCP Foundation, he would never dare to violate their rules. It's so fucking pathetic. Thinking of this, Hwaya pulled Ruanning into his arms, turned over and pressed him under his body. The original movement began. Hwaya only felt like the master of Heavenly Palace when he heard the woman begging for mercy. Not only Holy Keisha and Hwaya, but also the strong ones in the super god universe lamented the broken god. How could such a kind and supreme deity fall? How wonderful it would be if we hadn't fallen. That way you will have a way to acquire knowledge. But the following information made them feel that they were still too young. They were so bold as to actually set their sights on the Supreme Godhead. Even if this Supreme Divinity is a Supreme Divinity that is kind to mankind. No, no. When those who call upon the broken God's true name are unable to withstand the indoctrination of knowledge and become mad, the knowledge instilled by the broken God will use this as a bridge. It was constantly infused into the minds of all living beings in this world. It even infused into the heavenly law pearl, causing this world to turn into chaos within a few minutes. The Foundation speculates that if the entire mass of 10,000 medium-sized universes were annihilated, and the energy generated were all used to store information, this information could barely be recorded. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after seeing this text. They thought to themselves, how audacious they really are. Just now, I was actually thinking of taking advantage of the Supreme Divinity. Isn't this like a mouse licking a cat's pussy seeking death and excitement? Vegapunk, I admit I was a bit too arrogant earlier. I thought that with the brain fruit, even if I failed, I'd still go completely insane. Now, it seems that I was overthinking it. Orochimaru, me too. Is this the Supreme Deity? Even if I approach you with good intentions, it will lead to the destruction of your world. Horrible. Child Emperor, I overestimated my abilities. The gap between the Supreme God and us is too great. It's best not to contact them. Empress Hancock, you idiots. You actually set your sights on the Supreme Godhead. I can only say that it is too brave. Warring states at Empress Hancock. They are not brave, but stupid. A bunch of hopelessly stupid people. Garp at Zhongguo. Good scolding. Just as everyone was lamenting their own narrow-mindedness after reading the information, the livestream screen changed again, revealing the broken God's healing. Then he appeared in front of everyone. Real name, the broken God. Divinity, the God of clockwork and gears, the symbol of order and rationality. Level, Supreme Divinity. Description, the broken God is the supreme deity worshipped by the broken God cult. Also known as the ancient machine God, the clockwork God, etc. As a symbol of order and rationality, he weaves order and law upon the abyss. Almost all the physical laws of the universe were forged by him upon the abyss. The physical laws forged by K are the foundation of the existence of all heavens and worlds and the basis for the operation of all things. K is suspected to have taught humans logic and rationality through some method. He is the source of wisdom and knowledge for all the heavens and universes. Every strike of the mecha hammer in K's hand changes the laws of physics. He is the omniscient and omnipresent being. K once waged a war across all the multiverses with Yaldabaoth, the supreme creator who represented blind, foolish flesh and chaos. Although he was eventually killed by Yaldabaoth. But at the cost of breaking his own body, K created the silver net to imprison Yaldabaoth outside the world. Speculation, the one who shattered his own body, the broken God. K's fragments are scattered across countless universes. If one day, the fragments, good money Zhao, gather together, the broken God will return to chaos. At that time, K will use his hammer of mecha to smash the heavens and myriad worlds, returning all dimensions to chaos. Then K will reforge new laws of physics, thereby evolving new heavens and worlds. The Foundation speculates that the broken God has repeated this process several times. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the information about the broken God with shock in their eyes. Although the broken God lost the war with Yaldabaoth. But no one can deny K's power. In particular, it is speculated that once K is resurrected, he will smash the heavens and the worlds, and then forge new laws of physics. Isn't this the legendary creation of the world? And K is suspected to have created the world more than once. Such existence. It has exceeded the limits of their imagination. Some viewers even suspected that the broken God's death was intentional. After all, such a powerful broken God, even if he is no match for Yaldabaoth. It's still possible to escape. How could it possibly fall? Is there something hidden here? Chapter 73. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were speculating whether there was a hidden reason behind the broken god's death, Dr. Li Do appeared in the camera again. Then he slowly said, "In fact, we also have such speculation within the Foundation. Although the Supreme Deity also has strengths and weaknesses. It's easy to determine the winner in a fight between KS, but it's hard to completely destroy the other party. That's almost impossible." At this point, Dr. Li Do paused, then continued, "So, Doctor, you once proposed a hypothesis. That is why the broken god fell. On the one hand, it costs me the shattering of myself to seal Yaldabaoth. More importantly, it projects my fragments into the universe. These fragments will unconsciously guide the world in which they reside towards the path of technology. With the development of technology, the broken god's status will further increase. If the universe moves towards something like cyberpunk, mechanical ascension, virtual eternity, then K will not only be resurrected, and there is a probability of completely wiping out Yaldabaoth. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. It hasn't been confirmed yet. After all, the way the Supreme Being thinks is beyond our comprehension. Of course, this hypothesis is not without any evidence. The Super God universe is an example. After all, strictly speaking, the cultivation system of the Super God universe is based on the path of technological ascension. Dr. Li Do's words were very light. But to everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder. Sure enough, there was something behind the broken god's fall. Shatter itself and distribute the fragments throughout the heavens and all realms. Then guide the heavens and the worlds to take the road of science and technology, thereby improving one's own status and killing one's powerful enemies. What a grand gesture! The Supreme Godhead, indeed, was the Supreme Godhead. This boldness was truly jaw-dropping. Generous. Absolutely generous. Ming Xian asked himself, no one present could do this. Reina, so the path to becoming stronger in our super god universe is actually guided by the fragments of the broken god. If it weren't for the explanation from the SCP Foundation, I'm afraid we'll never know this in our lifetime. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Supreme Godhead is truly incredible. Their methods are beyond our comprehension. Orochimaru shatters himself and spreads the fragments across the heavens and the universe. Truly powerful. Child Emperor, although this is just a hypothesis, I always feel that this is the truth. However, this plan is too bold, and I don't think it will succeed. Vegapunk, on the contrary, I think the probability of success is very high. Even if it doesn't succeed in the end, given the characteristics of the Supreme Godhead, it will definitely be resurrected. The broken god suffered no loss. Frankie, as expected, the technological path is the ultimate path that leads directly to the pinnacle. Genos, I agree. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room was marveling at the broken god's incredible strength due to Dr. Li Do's words, in Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. How come this method is similar to my Justice Universe plan? Holy Keisha reclined on the throne, her eyes filled with shock, and she murmured to herself, could it be that everything is destined in the dark? The Just Universe plan was a plan devised by Holy Keisha after tens of thousands of years of consideration, in order to bathe the entire universe in just order. Holy Keisha plans to use the light of the sun to shatter herself. Then, his fragments spread throughout the universe. Each fragment of his own would guide the intelligent beings on the planet where he was, and unconsciously recognize his righteous order. Thus, the flame of justice and order will spread throughout the universe. As time passes, the entire super god universe will eventually be bathed in the order of justice. And when that happens, my body will be reconstructed, and I will inevitably have the divine body I have now. Promoted to the 5th generation divine body. At that time, he would become the supreme being in the super god universe. Of course, after she was shattered, in order to prevent the angel civilization from being destroyed, she planned to let Angel Yan and Galaxy Power marry each other, and after Galaxy Power fully grew up, then implement your own plan. With the protection of the power of the galaxy, she believed that even if the angel civilization declined, it would not perish. As for whether Angel Yan and Galaxy Power can become husband and wife, it's up to you to decide. The so-called data matching, if you say it matches, if you say it doesn't match, it doesn't match. For the sake of her own Justice Universe plan, Holy Keisha will not be without preparation. She, JD, conducted experiments at a place called Fraser. Experimental subject, a little girl named Anisid. The effect is very gratifying. Under the guidance of her own fragments, Anisid has become the leader of the Fraser continent. As long as she implants the guidance program in her body before breaking it into pieces, let her become the next Angel King. It would have taken 300 million years to condense this body. The speed will increase thousands of times. Calculations indicate it will take approximately 30,000 years to recondense. This plan is the greatest secret in Holy Keisha's heart. But now it seems that there is a force in the dark that guides everything. At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. That is, he can use Anisid to accelerate the condensation of his body 1,000 times. What about the broken god? As the supreme god, he is also the forger of the physical laws of the heavens and the worlds. K can't possibly not have a backup plan. Where is the bootloader for K? Also, should I inform the SCP Foundation of my conjecture? If my idea is correct, then can I ask the SCP Foundation to resurrect Angel Yan? Thinking of this, Holy Keisha's breathing became rapid. Just as Holy Keisha was struggling over whether to tell the SCP Foundation about her guess, lines of information about the broken god appeared again on the live broadcast screen. Status and Silver Web Seal. After the broken god was defeated by Yaldabaoth, he shattered himself and created a cage called the Silver Web, completely sealing Yaldabaoth. Due to the special nature of Yaldabaoth, any life with flesh and blood has a chance of escaping the seal of the silver net. So regarding this point, the broken god's silver net will detect fluctuations in the heavens and all worlds in a timely manner. As long as the contamination of flesh and blood life is detected, it will become an opportunity for Yaldabaoth to escape. Then, in the world where it exists, the fragments of the broken god will inevitably be the core. A condensed crushing hammer. The crushing hammer will shatter Yaldabaoth's chance of escaping from this predicament. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about whether Yaldabaoth can escape. After reading this line of information, Holy Keisha suddenly felt as if a light had been turned on. She now knew the broken god's entire plan. The broken god took advantage of Yaldabaoth's characteristics. Speed up the process of condensing your own fragments. As long as a polluter appears, a broken hammer centered around the fragments of the broken god will inevitably appear in that world. If I guessed correctly, the crushing hammer, after crushing Yaldabaoth's chance to escape, the fragments of the broken god at its core will return to the silver web. While strengthening the seal of the silver network, he also accelerated his return. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and presented her Justice Universe plan and her speculation about the broken god's plan. Sent to the SCP Foundation via private message. After sending the message, Holy Keisha sat on the throne, silently waiting for a reply from the SCP Foundation. In the process, even with her willpower, I couldn't help but become anxious. Because she knew that this was the only chance to revive Angel Yan. If she missed this opportunity, there would be no chance of Angel Yan being resurrected. Chapter 74. This conjecture is very interesting. Zhang Chen looked at the private message from Holy Keisha that Bai Ting forwarded to him, nodded, and said to himself, in the original plot, she was willing to be plotted against by Morgana. And that Anisid is also a tool human. That makes sense. Zhang Chen was puzzled when he watched Super Seminary in his previous life. Before Holy Keisha's death, she had been too calm, almost impatient. And as for Anisid, he couldn't understand why Holy Keisha had designated her as her successor. It now appears that Holy Keisha is planning for the Justice Universe. It's hidden really deep. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen's mind moved, and he established a communication channel with Dr. Baiting, and then said, Baiting, let's focus on the observation of the Dragon Ball universe this time. Put it where the fragments of the broken god went. If it's really similar to what Holy Keisha speculated, then tell her that you can give her some reward without violating the rules. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Bai Ting's voice came from the other end, Yes, President. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen cut off the communication channel. At this moment, on the main screen of the live broadcast room, the Tenri jewel of the Tokusatsu universe completely collapsed. And Bulma, who was fixed by the divine chain of order, swallowed the last piece of armor. The crushing hammer in her belly, made of gears and springs, has completely transformed from an illusion into a reality. Then, in front of the astonished gazes of everyone in the live broadcast room, cracks appeared on Bulma's body, and she began to crack like a porcelain doll. Bulma also noticed the changes in her body. At this moment, the dusty memories came back like a tide, and she remembered everything. It turns out that he was controlled by King Vegeta. No, to be more precise, he was controlled by a parasitic creature called Babe, a creation of the Ziffel people. But don't know why? Will be born early. Then he used parasitic methods to control everyone in the Dragon Ball universe, making them his servants. I was originally his daughter-in-law. As a result, she became his concubine. Thinking of the ridiculous things she had done, Bulma couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears from the corners of her eyes. You really deserve to die. But finally, I was free. Finally, I was free from this endless suffering. Thinking of this, Bulma smiled at the live camera with relief, and then her whole body completely shattered, and then she turned into tiny specks of silver-white starlight. Integrate into the crushing hammer that has turned from virtual to real. Zhang Chen was stunned at first, then he understood. This Bulma was actually a fragment of the broken god. No wonder her scientific research ability had reached such an incredible level. Time is also destiny. She can be considered liberated now. I actually like the character of Bulma quite a bit. I originally wanted to recruit her into the SCP Foundation if possible. With her scientific research ability, she will definitely shine in the SCP Foundation. But now it seems there's no possibility. Just as Zhang Chen was feeling overwhelmed with emotion, the fully formed crushing hammer suddenly disappeared into the Iron Castle. When the live broadcast screen changed, the crushing hammer has appeared above the head of the lustful baby, which is almost fully formed. Then, under the stunned gaze of the live broadcast audience, he hit the lustful baby hard on the head. Boom! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the live stream. The lustful baby, which was almost fully formed, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a series of piercing screams. Endless blood-red light surged from his body, covering the broken hammer. It seems like it wants to contaminate the crushing hammer. However, the moment these blood-red lights touched the crushing hammer, they disappeared silently between heaven and earth like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Then the lustful baby's body began to crack inch by inch. Almost in the blink of an eye, they were smashed into ashes by the crushing hammer. Then, a large silver net hidden in the illusion appeared out of thin air. Countless silver-white threads stretched out to trap the flying ashes, with silver light shining. The lustful baby's ashes disappeared between heaven and earth. Of course, this is not the end. As the lustful baby was smashed into ash by the crushing hammer, the 7 main dragon balls around it also completely lost their luster and slowly became transparent. Finally, it merged into the silver net and disappeared. After doing all this, the crushing hammer did not shatter, but turned into a translucent light spot and merged into the silver net. If you look closely, you will see countless light spots of these crushing hammers on the silver net. Each crushing hammer represents the destruction of Yaldabaoth's plan to break the seal. And with these crushing hammers, Yaldabaoth could no longer use the same method to break the seal. These crushing hammers were like antibodies. As long as the same event occurs again in the heavens and all realms, they will notice it immediately, then quickly break away from the silver net and smash everything to pieces. This is the terrifying power of the silver net forged by the broken god with his shattered body. As long as there is a possibility that Yaldabaoth can break the seal, a corresponding broken hammer will be born. Crush it. If a similar incident occurs again in the future, we can respond quickly. Only such a terrifying seal can seal the supreme divinity. After seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room finally relaxed. After all, if Yaldabaoth was to break the seal, request flowers, return to the heavens and all worlds, then it's all over. Even with the assurance from the SCP Foundation, they were still not reassured. After seeing the lustful baby being crushed with his own eyes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tornado, it's finally over. Now Yaldabaoth can't use the lust baby to return to the heavens and myriad realms. Pain, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I've been worried since a while ago, what if Yaldabaoth returns? Fusu at pain. What else can I do? Lie down. Empress Hancock, I can breathe a sigh of relief now. But then again, this silver net is truly ingenious. It's able to so accurately and flawlessly sabotage Yaldabaoth's plans every time. Zhangguo, of course. The silver net is the supreme divinity, capable of breaking the seal forged by its own god. I doubt Yaldabaoth will ever escape the silver net. Orochimaru, I hope so. Holy Keisha actually guessed it right. Zhang Chen was stunned when he saw the crushing hammer return to the silver net. Then he said, the silver net is not just a seal. It also has the same function as Insider. Broken God, this is a big move you made. I even wonder if you deliberately lost to Yaldabaoth. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and sent a message to Baiting, tell Holy Keisha that her guess has been verified. She can submit a C-level request to the Foundation. The premise is that it cannot violate the Foundation's guidelines. Then, Dr. Lidu, you can now popularize the Crimson King. After receiving Zhang Chen's message, Dr. Baiting immediately put down his work and carried out the orders given by Zhang Chen. C-rank requirement. After receiving Dr. Baiting's private message, Holy Keisha was immediately excited. She had originally just been trying to figure it out. But she hadn't expected the SCP Foundation to actually respond. Thinking of this, she immediately wanted to send a private message to the SCP Foundation, asking them to resurrect Angel Yan. But just when she edited the private message and was about to send it, she hesitated. I was wondering if I should change my goal, like joining the SCP Foundation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I could make good use of it, maybe I could really join the SCP Foundation. Not as a D-level consumable, but as a formal researcher. As long as you join the SCP Foundation, you will have the opportunity to learn more advanced plans and thus improve your own justice order. On one side is the Resurrection Angel Yan, the sacred left wing who has been with him for 7,000 years. On the one hand, there is an opportunity to improve one's own just order. So Holy Keisha became conflicted. Just as Holy Keisha hesitated, Dr. Li Do began to popularize information about the Supreme Godhead, the Crimson King, in the live broadcast room. Chapter 75. As Dr. Li Do received Zhang Chen's order, the live broadcast room began to play the video prepared in advance. The Crimson King, while also a supreme deity, is completely different from Adam Persia and the god of destruction. Adam Persia and the god of words destruction are supreme deities in the traditional sense. And the Crimson King, K, is essentially an idea, the embodiment of the tension between modernity and pre-modernity. K is the conceptual supreme divinity. Therefore, there are no pictures or videos of K. Of course, K's status is extremely high, so even if he had a form, known materials cannot record his presence. K's birth stems from the anger of living beings towards the cold and monotonous modern society, and their desire for bloodthirsty, primitive savagery. When humans feel alienated in modern society, when feeling the pain of oppression, the pain of helplessness that comes from the soul turns into a howl of 387, which converges and leads to the birth of the Crimson King. The more intense this painful howl, the more powerful the Crimson King becomes. The greater the soul that wants to resist oppression, the more powerful the Crimson King becomes. The greater the oppression of the weak by the strong, the more powerful the Crimson King becomes. As time goes by, the Crimson King will only grow stronger. His current status is almost at the pinnacle of supreme divinity. If nothing unexpected happens, the Crimson King will surely stand at the pinnacle of supreme divinity in the future. This process, like the increase in entropy, can only be slowed down, not reversed. If the howling of the oppressor's soul in a world reaches a certain threshold, the Crimson King will have a certain probability of using this world as a breakthrough point and attempting to enter the normal universe and the main timeline from outside the dimension. Though, it has not yet been successful. But even so, that world will no longer exist. After reading the information about Yaldabaoth and the Broken God, the audience in the live broadcast room have gained a certain understanding of the power, weirdness, and unpredictability of the Supreme Godhead. There is already a psychological expectation of the Crimson King, the Supreme Deity. But after seeing this information, I still felt a tingling sensation on my scalp. Originally, they thought the Supreme Godhead was an extremely powerful containment entity. However, they didn't expect that the Crimson King was actually a concept. This completely subverted their understanding. The Crimson King was born from the howling of the oppressor's soul. The more shrill the oppressor's howl, the greater the power of the Crimson King. If a certain threshold is reached, the Crimson King can also project his gaze from outside the world to this world. Such an incredible thing. Let them catch it completely. Monkey D. Dragon. Fortunately, the celestial dragons have been wiped out by the SCP Foundation. Otherwise, with their nature, it wouldn't take long. The pirate world will attract the attention of the Crimson King. Empress Hancock, I feel like the Scarlet King is pretty good. His existence brings hope to all oppressors. Instead of just enduring all this silently forever. Vegapunk at Monkey D. Dragon, at Empress Hancock. Did you misunderstand? Can you guess when the rebel souls howled at their most intense point? Cap, when? Vegapunk, it's not the time to be oppressed, but the time to fight back and overthrow the oppressor. It's the time to become the oppressor yourself. Do you understand? This is an unsolvable vicious cycle. If you don't resist, the howling of your soul will only make the Crimson King even more powerful. Resist, and the Crimson King will become even more powerful. Pain, it's indeed a vicious cycle. Unless all living things disappear, the Crimson King will continue to grow stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this the Supreme Godhood? See the description of K in the SCP Foundation. I felt a deep sense of despair. I've exhausted my imagination, but I can't think of a way to deal with them. Tornado, me too. I used to think there was nothing telekinesis couldn't solve. But now it seems that no matter how powerful telekinesis is, it's nothing compared to the containment. Not to mention the supreme divinity. Fusu, lie down. Just as everyone was shocked by the information about the Crimson King, the screen in the live broadcast room changed again, and the information about the Crimson King. Then he appeared in front of everyone. Real name, Crimson King. Divinity, tentative. Level, Supreme Divinity. Description, K is the sum of all concepts defined as negative, primitive, barbaric, and uncivilized. Therefore, the biggest driving force behind the birth of the Scarlet King was the SCP Foundation itself, which was determined to eliminate unreasonable existences, and the oppressors' painful howls from their souls. SCP Foundation attempts to understand and contain objects scientifically. The Crimson King is also being shaped and strengthened. Any attempt to understand the Scarlet King will only make K more powerful. Therefore, the SCP Foundation has issued a rule that no one is allowed to study the Scarlet King in any way. But despite this, due to the particularity of K, the Crimson King's status is still growing at an unstoppable speed. According to speculation, after the birth of the Crimson King, he can grow stronger by traversing different timelines. K can not only absorb the howling of the oppressors to grow stronger. Even as long as there are living beings who hate their own era and miss the old times. As long as he is dissatisfied with the status quo, as long as he feels unfair, as long as he feels resentful, the Crimson King will become powerful in these emotions. The Scarlet King sees modernization as a sin, but it is also modernization that shapes K. And K has the ability to modify modernization into barbarism. The Foundation attempts to understand everything and thoroughly study the universe, so as to put all anomalies into boxes and protect humanity. And the Crimson King is the world's resistance to this. Therefore, for the Crimson King, not containing him is the best form of containment. Note, because some information has not been decrypted, some information about the Crimson King has been omitted. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after reading the information about the Crimson King. If Yaldabaoth and the Broken God were still within their comprehension, then the setting of the Crimson King had already exceeded the imagination of most viewers. This Crimson King is too weird. Essentially, the Scarlet King is a kind of rule, similar to the laws of gravity, thermodynamics, and relativity. But it can, and continue to grow by 1.3. This ever-growing rule cannot be contained or controlled at all. The only way is to slow down its growth. But no matter how it slowed down, K continued to grow stronger. Sooner or later, he would become powerful enough to enter the main timeline of the normal universe from outside the dimension. In other words, sooner or later, all the heavens and worlds will be destroyed by the hands of the Crimson King. This is an inevitable result. No one can change it. All people can do is to try to delay the occurrence of this result. After learning all this, a deep sense of despair spread from everyone's hearts. The audience in the live broadcast room had never felt as hopeless about the future as they did at this moment. This unspeakable despair, like a maggot attached to the bones, constantly gnaws at everyone's soul. No way. It's not that their minds are not strong enough. But the Crimson King is too terrifying. Chapter 76. In the live broadcast room, the video continued to play, ignoring the many viewers who had fallen into deep despair due to the description in the information. Status: the Crimson King, since his birth, has been excluded from the dimensional space outside the heavens and myriad worlds. K can, overlooking the timelines of the heavens and myriad worlds, absorbing the resentment, bloodthirstiness, barbarism, and other emotions from many timelines to strengthen oneself. Therefore, the growth rate of K has exceeded our imagination. And in the last 300 years, attempts have been made to enter the main dimension timeline, with no fewer than thousands of attempts having ended in failure. But it still caused irreversible consequences to all the heavens and worlds. In the process, some containment objects were even created. Researching the Crimson King could accelerate its growth, potentially leading to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, the Foundation has already issued a ban, strictly prohibiting anyone from studying the Scarlet King in any way. Therefore, to this day, the SCP Foundation knows very little about the Scarlet King's physical, psychological, and telepathic properties. Just knowing that K has a strong influence on several people and times in the main dimension. Note, all people and times related to the number 7. And he is unusually obsessed with entering the main dimension. After seeing the Crimson King's status information, the despair and fear in the hearts of the people in the live broadcast room did not diminish. Instead, it becomes more intense. Especially after seeing that any research would in turn make the Crimson King even more powerful, the despair and fear in their hearts reached an unprecedented level. Because the audience present all understood the principle of know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. No matter how powerful the enemy is. Even if it was a supreme god, as long as they had complete information, they could formulate a corresponding plan to fight. Even if they were defeated, at least there was still a little hope. Even if this hope is so slim. But the Crimson King is completely different. You cannot study K. The more you study K, the more powerful he becomes. There is simply no solution. Waring states, a supreme deity that is completely unfamiliar and cannot be studied is truly terrifying. Vegapunk, the scariest thing is that K is still getting stronger. I just don't know if the Crimson King has any mortal enemies. If he does, that's not a big deal. If not, that would be really annoying. Pain, I think so. The Crimson King's speed of growth is too outrageous. Sooner or later, it will attract the attention of other supreme deities. As long as it is strong enough, there will inevitably be a conflict of interest with the supreme divinity. Child Emperor, this is simply wishful thinking on our part. The Supreme Godhead is a being from another dimension to us. Their way of thinking is likely completely different from ours. Whether the other supreme deities will become mortal enemies of the Crimson King is anyone's guess. The only thing we can do is pray. Orochimaru, let me offer a thought. The SCP Foundation is targeting the Dragon Ball universe this time. This is clearly different from Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, the world is a domineering annihilation. This time in the Dragon Ball universe, they clearly have a tendency to condone this. This is likely to be directed by Yaldabaoth and the Broken God, two wise supreme deities. Stand against the Crimson King. Reina, I feel the same way. After all, with the capabilities of the SCP Foundation, they should have been able to determine which supreme deities were responsible for the changes in the Dragon Ball universe during their first reincarnation. They probably made a corresponding plan after confirming the target. It's certainly possible. After all, no one would watch others take advantage of them. Even the Supreme Godhead is no exception. Hinamori Momo, the captain's analysis is correct. Zhang Chen looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, smiled slightly, and thought to himself that one really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. They actually guessed his real plan. In fact, during his first reincarnation, Zhang Chen had already guessed that it was the combined efforts of Yaldabaoth, the Broken God, and the Crimson King that led to the Dragon Ball universe. It has become like this. After some thought, Zhang Chen decided to take the risk. He wanted to complete the 7 reincarnations without interfering in the middle. He wanted to oppose the Crimson King because of Yaldabaoth and the Broken God. Of course. This plan is risky. But once successful, the benefits will be enormous. Only the Supreme God can fight against the Supreme God, this is an iron law. And his current SCP Foundation is still in its infancy. There is no supreme divine level combat power at all. So this is the only last resort. Zhang Chen now yearns to possess a supreme divinity of his own. Otherwise, he would appear too weak when facing other supreme divinities. It can be described as completely powerless to fight back. This feeling made him feel very powerless. He doesn't like this feeling. At this moment, lines of small words appeared again on the screen in the live broadcast room. Speculation. According to speculation, once the Crimson King enters the timeline of the main dimension, the normal universe will undergo irreversible changes. Even if the Broken God created the world anew, he would not be able to erase this image. The objects created by the Deep King during his repeated attempts to enter the main dimension timeline are likely anchor points. Number 387. Research is needed, immediate destruction is required. Because research is likely to create more anchor points or reinforce them. If it possesses indestructible properties, it will need to be contained using SCP containment objects, conceptually. unless it is approved by the O5 Council. Otherwise, any individual or organization attempting to study the Scarlet King will be treated as a Class A threat by the SCP Foundation. The SCP Foundation reserves the right to pursue accountability by any means. As the split screen continued to explain the Crimson King, a change occurred on the main screen. The 7 main Dragon Balls that had been smashed into nothingness by the crushing hammer. Under the astonished gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, a graceful figure emerged from the illusion, and then appeared inside each Dragon Ball. They are all favored daughters of heaven from various worlds. If you look closely, you will see that the darlings of heaven in the main God Dragon Ball all have big bellies, and their charming cheeks are full of painful expressions. It was obviously the final moments of labor. SCP-682*, the immortal evil lizard, lay quietly on the huge altar, looking up with its huge blood-red eyes, staring intently. The 7 graceful figures in the main Dragon Ball who are about to give birth. A hint of complex anthropomorphic expression flashed in his eyes. Chapter 77. As time went by, in front of the stunned gazes of the live broadcast audience, the woman in the 1-star Lord Dragon Ball gave birth to a baby in the midst of struggle. After the baby was born, the 1-star Lord Dragon Ball was taken away along with the woman. In an instant, it turned into ashes, and then, amidst the surge of inexplicable energy, it transformed into a yellow halo, surrounding the baby and suspended in the void above the head of SCP-682*, immortal evil lizard. The baby stood in the center of the halo in a strange posture. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the baby began to crack, inch by inch, before transforming into a strange mark that continuously glowed with yellow light. Standing in the center of the halo. At the same time, a short explanatory text appeared on the right side of the live broadcast screen, Mark of the Earth, Halo of the Earth God. As soon as this explanation came out, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately thought of the comment 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 brides, dedicated to the Crimson King, mentioned in the previous popular science introduction of the Crimson King. Thinking of this, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly understood. This is the Crimson King's attempt to enter the main universe timeline from the dimensional space again. Thinking of the horror of the Crimson King, everyone's expressions changed. After all, the information stated that the Crimson King must have succeeded. Not only would the Dragon Ball universe, but even the universe itself would be destroyed in an instant. Zhangguo, we must stop him. We cannot let the Crimson King succeed. Blackbeard, 7 seals, 7 rings, 7 brides, for the Crimson King. So the Crimson King wants to be the mantis stalking the cicada while the Oriole waits behind. Oh, the Oriole. I just don't know how K does this. Will this upset the broken god and Yaldabaoth? Whitebeard at Blackbeard. Are the broken god and Yaldabaoth happy? I don't know. But I'm very unhappy right now. Just wait and see. Even if I go to hell, I will kill you. Empress Hancock, why hasn't the SCP Foundation taken action yet? Are they planning to just sit there and wait for death? Tornado at Empress Hancock. Are you big-breasted and brainless? Didn't I say it before? The SCP Foundation's true plan is to arouse the broken god and Yaldabaoth's dissatisfaction with the Crimson King. They must be waiting now. See if the plan works. Empress Hancock at Tornado. Sister, are your breasts too small? Tornado, get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Although Tornado and Hancock's words made everyone laugh, the audience in the live broadcast room were more worried. Although they have confidence in the strength of the SCP Foundation, I also know that the SCP Foundation agreed to carry out such a risky plan. They must have some hidden tricks up their sleeve. But the other party is, after all, a supreme deity. But it is a relatively special conceptual supreme deity. Who knows what problems may arise? In this kind of situation, one should be prepared for the worst. If one were to go wrong and allow the Crimson King to descend, everything would be ruined. This feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. Everyone could not help but frown, their hearts filled with fear and worry. As each baby was born, the halos of the Lord Gods emerged. Then the baby transformed into a shining mark. Start expanding infinitely. Finally, when the seventh baby was about to be born, the situation had reached its peak. Start constantly at SCP Foundation and ask them to take action quickly. Don't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, everything will be over. But at this moment, something strange happened. An illusory Grim Reaper's scythe suddenly appeared, and then, in front of everyone's stunned gazes, it lightly slashed. Split the 6 extremely bright halos and 6 marks on the head of SCP-682* Immortal Lizard into 2. Then time and space seemed to freeze. Make everything around you still. Then, everything around them began to rapidly retreat. Under the stunned gazes of the livestream audience, the main Divine Dragon Ball, which had been transformed into a mark and a halo. It transformed into the main Dragon Ball again. However, the daughters of the Dragon Ball, the Lord God, did not show up. It was as if they had never appeared before. Then, the live broadcast screen was covered by an extremely dense death aura. When the death aura as thick as lead disappeared, the live broadcast screen was filled with nothing but SCP-682* Immortal Lizard. Nothing else. An SCP-682* the Immortal Evil Lizard seemed to have been extremely frightened. It actually curled up into a ball, trembling constantly and making a sobbing sound. This change was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but even Zhang Chen was confused. He did have a backup plan. He could have stopped the Crimson King's arrival at the last moment. He was also preparing to activate his backup plan, but he hadn't thought of it. I haven't started the backup plan yet. This is what happened. From the video footage, Zhang Chen knew that the one who took action was the Supreme Divinity, the Three Brothers of Death. Apart from the Three Brothers of Death, he couldn't think of anyone else with such power. Not only did it shatter the 7 main Dragon Balls with just one strike, transforming them into 7 seals and 7 rings, but it also managed to scare SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard, into this state. You know, let's not talk about the 7 main Dragon Balls. Even SCP-682*, the Immortal Evil Lizard, is a containment object of extremely high status. It is the most powerful containment object he has ever created. Even if problems arise. Why did the Three Brothers of Death take action? To prevent the Crimson King's arrival. Perhaps they were afraid that the Crimson King's arrival would succeed and threaten their position. As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately rejected by Zhang Chen. Impossible. No matter how powerful the Crimson King is, even if he successfully descends into the main dimension, he cannot threaten the Three Brothers of Death. The status of the Three Brothers of Death is almost at the pinnacle of supreme divinity. Who can threaten them? At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Although the Three Brothers of Death, Hao Qian Zhao, were of high status, they were extremely keen on gambling. Did they take action because they lost a bet? Very likely. So the problem comes again? Who is it? I won the bet, the Three Brothers of Death. To date, only SCP-1440 has ever won a bet against the 3 Death Brothers. Furthermore, the petty-minded 3 Death Brothers tricked SCP-1440 into becoming a walking disaster. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. That was the point he had overlooked from the beginning to the end. How could the Dragon Ball universe defeat the Coiling Dragon universe? Even though the Dragon Ball universe has undergone changes under the influence of the 3 supreme deities. But with the combat power of the Dragon Ball universe, there is no way it can be a match for the Panlong universe with its 7 main gods. Moreover, the Panlong universe is a world created by Hongmeng. Could it be the Hongmeng who made a bet with the 3 dead brothers? If my guess is correct, then the water in this world is deeper than I imagined. Chapter 78. Just as Zhang Chen was lamenting the terrifying depths of this world due to the appearance of the three dead brothers, the audience in the live broadcast room was so shocked by the scene that they didn't even recognize their mother. Although they didn't know what the illusory sickle that suddenly appeared was. But judging from the consequences it caused, his person is, at the very least, a supreme deity. Could it be that the SCP Foundation's plan was successful? The Scarlet King's arrival might have affected the interests of other supreme deities. So other supreme deities took action. Zhangguo, the one who did this must be a supreme deity. I wonder if it has anything to do with the SCP Foundation. Sakazuki, I don't think it matters. The more likely possibility is that there are other supreme deities, and because the Crimson King descended into the main universe, it infringed upon KS interests. That's why I intervened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I agree with Sakazuki's conjecture. It seems the SCP Foundation's plan was successful. Even though the Broken God and Yaldabaoth didn't intervene. But it can cause hostility from other supreme deities and the Crimson King. That's a good thing, too. Tornado, it's finally over. Oh, I've been worried ever since the Dragon Ball universe arrived. Fusa 387, I'm not worried at all. There's no point worrying anyway. Miming Zao at Fusu. You just stand out for your generosity. Orochimaru, but does anyone know? Was it that supreme being who attacked just now? It actually frightened SCP-682*, the immortal lizard, so much so that it trembled in fear. Child Emperor, the Foundation doesn't teach science. We don't even know what the Supreme Godhead is. How could we possibly guess which Supreme Godhead was behind this? But I guess the Supreme Deity that took action was either of extremely low status or extremely high status. Hawkeye, why? Child Emperor, the reason for his extremely low status is that he is worried that the Crimson King will come and affect or kill him. As for his extremely high status, he completely ignores the Crimson King for the time being. Only in these two situations will I take action. Kaido, then why not a supreme deity of similar status? Child Emperor at Kaido. That's because, of course, if their status is similar, they should have taken action when the 7 seals, 7 rings, and 7 brides rituals began. But in either case, this means that this supreme divinity can move freely in the main universe. This is the most terrifying thing. Zai, free time? This. Child Emperor's words immediately woke everyone up. Yes. JD, regardless of the situation, it means that the supreme deity who just took action can freely move in the main universe. This is the most terrifying thing. Everyone thought of the supreme divinity that could move freely. I couldn't help but feel my scalp tingling. At this moment, Dr. Li Do appeared in the live broadcast room. He then showed the camera a document with the SCP Foundation logo and said, "After the Foundation's preliminary investigation, we have preliminarily confirmed who the Supreme Divine Being that just took action is. In order not to affect the panic. With approval, I will announce the identity of this Supreme Divinity." At this point, Dr. Li Do paused, and then under the gaze of the live broadcast audience, he slowly said, "The Supreme God who just took action is suspected to be Shangmi, one of the 3 brothers of death. No need to worry. The status of the 3 brothers of death is extremely high. It can be said that they have reached the highest level of supreme divinity. Don't talk about the current Crimson King. Even a fully grown Crimson King wouldn't be in the eyes of the 3 Death Brothers. They could easily slay him. Although, the howling from the oppressors will once again give rise to the Supreme Godhead. So, although we haven't fully understood why the third of the 3 Death Brothers, Shangmi, attacked the Crimson King, there's nothing to worry about. Because the 3 brothers of death are so high in status that they are too lazy to do anything about the universe." The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Dr. Li Do's words. But while I felt relieved, I couldn't help feeling a little sad. A few months ago, they were all powerful people standing at the top of their respective worlds, and they all had their own pride. But after a series of events, they are now actually glad that it is because they are too weak and not in the eyes of others that the Supreme Divine does not attack them. This sense of disparity. It's just frustrating. Of course, this is not the most frustrating thing. The most frustrating thing is that after understanding the Supreme Godhead, even the most confident strong people have to admit that they will not be able to reach the level of the Supreme Godhead in their lifetime. Don't say you've achieved it. I can't even figure out how to get there. It's so sad. At this moment, a space crack appeared in the live broadcast room, and then an SCP Foundation staff member in a white research suit appeared. Walk out from the void crack. Then, in front of the astonished eyes of the live broadcast audience, a rope shining with white light was used to entangle SCP-682* Immortal Lizard, which was still huddled in a ball and trembling with fear. Then it disappeared into the void tunnel, dragging SCP-682* the Immortal Evil Lizard. With the disappearance of SCP-682* the Immortal Evil Lizard, the entire Dragon Ball universe began to collapse rapidly with the strange altar as its center. At first, there were only spider web-like spatial cracks in the void. But then these spatial cracks began to expand rapidly. In just a moment, it spread out from the earth, extending in all directions. As it extended, everything shattered wherever the crack passed. Then, it vanished into nothingness in the astonished eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. The space rift is spreading faster and faster. Within a few breaths, it surpassed the speed of light. Then, the speed rapidly increased exponentially, 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times, and continued to spread at this rate. I guess it won't take long. The entire Dragon Ball universe will completely turn into nothingness. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel resentful when watching this scene. After all, they were watching a universe that was almost the same as the Super God universe. In the clash of the Supreme Divinity, it turned into nothingness. It's hard not to think, what if the Supreme God chose the Super God universe instead of the Dragon Ball universe to fight? I guess my fate will be similar. Even worse than the Dragon Ball universe? The reason why the Supreme God did not choose the Super God universe is probably because the Super God universe is too weak. Not even qualified to be a chessboard. With such a result, everyone didn't know whether to be happy or smile bitterly. Just as the Dragon Ball universe slowly faded into nothingness, a call request echoed in Zhang Chen's mind. It's King Vegeta. When Zhang Chen saw the caller, he couldn't help but frown and said in surprise, "He's not dead yet. Besides, how did he apply to speak to me? According to common sense, King Vegeta should have been dead long ago. After all, with the 4 supreme gods taking turns to serve him, let alone King Vegeta, no one can survive." But King Vegeta miraculously survived. This really surprised Zhang Chen. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, why did King Vegeta want to talk to him? What did he want to do? Never mind. Since others have come to you, you should make the best of it. There is nothing to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen waved his hand and came to the SCP base in the void, and then answered King Vegeta's call request. Chapter 79. As Zhang Chen chose to connect, a virtual screen appeared on his retina. On the screen, a burly man with long blonde hair and a prominent red mark on his face. There were 2 women standing next to the strong man, namely Kakai and Bidalai. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and asked directly, "King Vegeta, what do you want from me?" Hearing Zhang Chen's words, King Vegeta sighed, then slowly said, "My name is not King Vegeta, my name is Zhang Kai. I'm from the same place as you. It's just that my luck is quite low." Having said that, King Vegeta paused, then said self-deprecatingly, "At least at the beginning, that's what I thought. As for why I'm looking for you, actually, there's nothing special about it. I just died peacefully after experiencing billions of reincarnations. I want to find someone to talk to before I die. Hearing King Vegeta's words, Zhang Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Billions of reincarnations? Could this not be the first time the Super God universe had come into contact with the Dragon Ball universe? If that was the case, then things were even stranger than he had imagined. King Vegeta seemed to see the doubts in Zhang Chen's heart, and then began to say, "You must be very curious why I know you are my fellow countrymen. It's easy. I also know the plot of Super Seminary. In the original novel, Kylan doesn't have a younger brother. Besides, we've seen him countless times in billions of reincarnations. This must be the millionth time we've met." Surprised, "Hey!" Zhang Chen was stunned when he heard King Vegeta's words. Met more than 1,000,000 times. Is he kidding? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen came to two conclusions in his mind. One is that King Vegeta is lying. The other is that what King Vegeta said is true. If what he said was true, and he had really been reincarnated so many times, then unless he was extremely stupid, he would definitely know why he was reincarnated. Thought deeply about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "King Vegeta, did you know anything about the SCP Foundation and the Panlong universe before you traveled through time?" Upon hearing this, King Vegeta nodded and said slowly, "Of course. I was a bookworm before I traveled through time. Nature knows everything about the SCP Foundation and Panlong universe." At this point, King Vegeta paused and continued, "It was because I knew about the SCP Foundation that I gave up resistance. Because I know that no matter how powerful the Dragon Ball universe is under my leadership, there's no way they can be a match for the containment." "Why do you ask?" Hearing King Vegeta's words, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with pity, and then he said, "King Vegeta, you are really pitiful. I was deceived and didn't even know it. There's no such thing as reincarnation. You just think you are reincarnating." Zhang Chen had doubts from the beginning when he heard King Vegeta say that he had been reincarnated countless times. That's why he asked him if he knew anything about the SCP Foundation and Panlong. After hearing his affirmative answer, Zhang Chen was certain that the reincarnation King Vegeta mentioned didn't exist. But King Vegeta has always insisted that he has been reincarnated billions of times. The two are obviously in conflict. So there is a high probability that King Vegeta was deceived. He simply believed that he was in reincarnation. Furthermore, since King Vegeta was still alive, Zhang Chen was certain that the three dead brothers were to blame. And why do they do this? Very simple. The conversation between himself and King Vegeta should also be part of the bet between Kai and Hongmeng and others. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, King Vegeta was obviously stunned, his red eyes full of surprise, and then he subconsciously said, "What do you mean? No reincarnation? That's impossible. I clearly remember what happened in reincarnation." King Vegeta was obviously a little out of control, and his tone became agitated, and his voice became hoarse at the end. "How can there be no reincarnation? Impossible. If there is no reincarnation, then what are my memories of reincarnation?" Seeing this, Chi-Chi and Videl hurriedly walked up to King Vegeta, gently patted the back of his hand, and signaled him not to get excited. And he subconsciously glanced at Zhang Chen. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. It seems to be saying, "Don't provoke him. Our Dragon Ball universe is about to be destroyed anyway. Soon, everything will return to dust. It's already this time, why are you still provoking him?" Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw what Shishi and Videl were doing. Then he continued calmly, "King Vegeta, it's actually very simple. That means there is no reincarnation in the world. It's that your memory has been modified. I even seriously suspect that your identity as a time traveler is fake. Request flowers. Your memories as a time traveler were also imposed upon you. You are a creature born and bred in the Dragon Ball universe, baby. Zhang Chen paused for a moment before continuing, it's just that an unknown entity gave you a false memory of a time traveler during your gestation. You are misled into thinking that you have traveled through time. That's all. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, King Vegeta on the virtual screen lost control of his emotions and roared, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! I am a time traveler. If I weren't a time traveler, how would I know about the SCP Foundation and the Dragon Ball universe? Impossible!" Facing King Vegeta, whose emotions had already lost control, Zhang Chen smiled slightly and then asked, "In that case, let me ask you, who created the Panlong world? What was his purpose in creating the Panlong world?" Upon hearing this, King Vegeta immediately said, "The Panlong world is a novel. The creator is naturally the author. The purpose is naturally to make money. Why else?" Zhang Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and then he continued to explain, "I mean, who created the Panlong world in the novel?" "Born naturally." King Vegeta said decisively, "Born naturally from chaos. Just like in other universes." After hearing what King Vegeta said, Zhang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it was said before, Zhang Chen was still unsure. But now he is certain that King Vegeta is not a time traveler at all. He is a creature born and raised in the Dragon Ball world, baby. It's just that the memory has been modified by someone. Not only the memory of reincarnation was modified, but even the identity of the time traveler was modified. How pitiful! As for why the modification? That naturally meant that he became a pawn used by the three Death Brothers in their bet, nothing more. Then the problem is coming. What exactly was the bet between the three dead brothers? Why did they do this? And when the Dragon Ball universe was about to be destroyed, they let King Vegeta talk to them. This call was certainly part of their bet, and quite possibly the most crucial one. In this case, he would also be a pawn used by the three brothers of death to make a bet. What should I do to maximize profits? Factory. Chapter 80. Zhang Chen's mind is in a mess right now. The series of events that happened made him feel like he had fallen into a gambling game among the three dead brothers. If he could win the bet, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. But if you take a wrong step, there is a high probability that it will be reduced to ashes. After all, they were the three brothers of death. Even within the SCP Foundation, they were at the top. What Crimson King? What Yaldabaoth? What Broken God? To put it bluntly, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes for the three dead brothers. These three are truly the pinnacle. Furthermore, as can be seen from the events of SCP-1440, these three are not magnanimous individuals. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath and slowly said to King Vegeta, who was still in shock, "King Vegeta, how can you contact me? Even if you know my identity, how can you still contact me when the universe is destroyed? Do you also have a system? Also, why are Kikai and Bideli still alive?" After saying this, Zhang Chen focused his attention, staring intently at King Vegeta, Chi-Chi, and Videl on the virtual screen. He tried to change their expressions. See some clues. After hearing Zhang Chen's words, King Vegeta was stunned for a moment, then said, "You figured it out. I do have a system. My system is called the parasitic system. As long as I continue to parasitize, I will become infinitely stronger." At this point, King Vegeta paused, then continued, "It was thanks to the parasitic system that I was able to take control of the entire Dragon Ball universe. The reason why I can contact you now. It also relies on parasitic value. As for Kikai and Bidel, they also survived by relying on their parasitic value. I want them to be with me till the end." After saying that, King Vegeta reached out and took the two of them into his arms, his blood-red eyes filled with tenderness. Chi-Chi and Videl also looked at King Vegeta with a smile. Anyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh, what a pair of star-crossed lovers. But when this scene came into Jiang Chen's mind, he felt a strange and awkward feeling. That's right, it's awkward. But if you ask him to say it, it feels awkward. He said it. At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Jiang Chen finally understood what this strange feeling was. That is, if King Vegeta really does what he said. I really like what Kiki and Videl said. Then he would definitely not spend the last time they spent together talking nonsense with me. King Vegeta spoke to me and seemed to have said a lot of important information. But if you think about it carefully, there is no real capacity for it. He also kept making explosive remarks one after another, inducing constant association and thinking. This causes us to ignore the most essential things. So that is King Vegeta. Is it really King Vegeta? Although he had clearly stated King Vegeta's name in his call request, who could guarantee that the person on the other end was the real King Vegeta? So, Jiang Chen decided to take a gamble. If you win the bet, everything will be fine. If you lose the bet, you don't lose anything. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, stood up from his office chair, and then bowed to King Vegeta and others on the virtual screen and said, President of the SCP Foundation, Jiang Chen. Meet the three brothers of Supreme Divine Death. I didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, King Vegeta and the others on the virtual screen were visibly stunned. Then, under Jiang Chen's gaze, the tenderness and smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. The surrounding halls collapsed bit by bit, turning into streaks of dead air and returning to nothingness. King Vegeta and the others also disappeared, replaced by three black fog balls whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Then a hoarse voice sounded at the right time, You are very smart. You can actually see through our disguise. Not bad. At this point, the hoarse voice paused, then continued, Tell me, how did you see through it? The three of us brothers have been preparing for this call for a long time. Confidence has no flaws. Did you find out our identities by cheating? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. Nima. I actually guessed it right. King Vegeta and the others he was talking to were truly the three brothers of death in disguise. It's just that. Since Jiang Chen had linked himself to the system, he had imagined countless times the scene of himself meeting the Supreme God. He had even designed a special plan based on the information. The corresponding words. Just to avoid angering the Supreme Being. But he never imagined that the first time he faced the Supreme Godhead, he would be facing a big boss like the three brothers of death. And it's so hasty. Jiang Chen knew that the three dead brothers were keen on gambling and hated cheating. So I must not let them feel that I guessed their identities by cheating. Even though I didn't cheat, if they think I cheated, that's trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, It's very simple. I just put myself in other people's shoes. If I were King Vegeta, at the last moment of my life, I definitely won't waste my time talking to so-called fellow villagers, but will spend as much time with Kailan as possible. Having said this, Jiang Chen paused, then continued, Then accept death calmly. This is the biggest flaw. Besides, if there is something really important, I have to contact the other party. We will also explain it as soon as possible. Instead of deliberately delaying time. That's why I took a gamble. Unexpectedly, I won the bet. After saying this, Jiang Chen stopped talking and stood there, quietly waiting for the response from the three dead brothers. Although Jiang Chen appeared calm on the surface. But I was already extremely nervous. No way. These were the three brothers of death, standing at the pinnacle of supreme divinity. A single thought from them was enough to bring destruction upon the heavens and myriad worlds. It is no exaggeration to say that the life and death of oneself and all the worlds in the universe depends on their thoughts. Just as Jiang Chen was anxiously awaiting his fate's judgment, that extremely hoarse voice rang out again, So that's how it is. No wonder we are told not to underestimate human nature. We lost this gamble. Having said that, the hoarse voice paused for a moment, then continued, we are willing to accept the loss. Little one, get ready to receive our gift. I am looking forward to. See you next time. After saying that, the virtual screen disappeared, and then a black death energy appeared out of thin air and penetrated into Zhang Chen's body. Then Zhang Chen felt his eyes go black. Consciousness fell into darkness. At the same time, the Dragon Ball universe also completely turned into nothingness and completely disappeared in the heavens and myriad worlds. It's as if it never appeared. Not only that, everyone except Zhang Chen has lost all their memories of the Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 81. Before Zhang Chen fell into a coma, he seemed to see a scene. In a small courtyard, several young men in plain clothes and with ordinary temperaments are talking to the three brothers of death while drinking tea. But just when Zhang Chen wanted to get closer to listen, those people and the three death brothers seemed to be aware of his presence and turned to look at him. Then I was completely plunged into darkness. Zhang Chen didn't know how long he slept. He only felt that he closed his eyes in the last second and woke up in the next second. After waking up, Zhang Chen subconsciously reached for his phone. As a result, the phone was not found. But she pinched a soft dough. Then Kylan's resentful voice sounded, "Stop it, Brother Chen. I really have to go to work. But don't worry. I'm now the head of the Yanhuang College Tianhe City branch. I can find time to go home every week." At this point, Kylan realized that he was still looking at her in confusion. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go home once every 3 days. Okay, I'm leaving." 19. As they were talking, Kylan had already put on her clothes. She lowered her head and gently touched Zhang Chen's forehead with her hand before turning around and walking out. Zhang Chen looked at Kylan's graceful back. The confusion in his eyes became more and more intense. Wasn't I just talking to the three death brothers? Why did he suddenly go back to the bedroom? And what was the last gift the three death brothers mentioned? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took out his phone and took a look. When he saw the date displayed on the phone, his eyes narrowed slightly. Wrong. The Dragon Ball universe will be destroyed on March 22nd. But the date displayed on the phone was March 19th. I was back to 3 days ago. Is there something wrong with my memory? Or the time is reset? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath, walked slowly to the bathroom, and began to take a shower. The cold water washed over Zhang Chen's body, and the touch sweep away the fatigue after the absurdity and the confusion after waking up. Let him calm down again. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and opened his system. As Zhang Chen's mind moved, a translucent floating frame appeared on his retina. Name SCP Fabrication System. Host, Zhang Chen. Personnel, Dr. Li Do, Dr. Calvin, Dr. Bai Ting. Bases, 10 Class A bases, 15 Class C bases, and a Ministry of Foreign Affairs base. Contained objects, SCP-173 Peanut, SCP-096 Shy Man, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, SCP-682 Immortal Lizard. Skills, no sense of existence, evil thought perception, and the ability to obliterate. Special skill, Annihilation, Supreme Divinity Level * Fake A skill bestowed by the eldest of the three Brothers of Death, Annihilation. This skill can erase all existence, feelings, and cognition after attaining the Supreme Divinity. Consumption, 100 million science points * 1. Popular science point, 140 million. Description: as long as you popularize science about the objects, you can gain science points and become stronger. Zhang Chen looked at the information on the system panel. His eyes involuntarily fell on the special skill, Annihilation. Then he understood what he had experienced during those 3 days and the conversation with the three dead brothers. It's not just a dream. It was a real fact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Annihilation skill. However, when the three brothers of death bestowed their skills. I reset the timeline. That's right, it just happened. Perhaps for other beings, resetting the timeline is an impossible task. But for beings like the three brothers of death, the timeline is in their hands. It's just a little gadget. All it takes is a thought to reset it. However, obtaining the skill of annihilation was a timely help to Zhang Chen. The biggest problem facing his foundation at this stage was the lack of supreme divine level combat power. Although Dr. Calvin can become a humanoid singularity through gravity experiments and become a supreme divine level combat force, but there are too many variables involved. Zhang Chen would not take any risks unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, the skill Complete Annihilation fills this gap. Although it requires 100 million science points to activate, it can also be used as a trump card. More importantly, as long as one is a supreme deity, he or she will know that annihilation is a skill of the three brothers of death. Even the annihilation skill cannot harm them. But as long as it is useful, it will be destroyed. I believe that in order not to offend the three dead brothers, they will retreat except in special circumstances. This is definitely a trump card. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen took a deep breath to calm his excitement. After a quick wash, he went to the living room. While checking the information, he began to make up new items. Of course, Zhang Chen would not forget it either. Send Dr. Li Do to the Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven to resurrect Angel Yan. Although, the current Holy Keisha has forgotten to help herself. Seeing through the broken god's true plan. But I can't go back on my word. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. Just as the angels, led by Holy Keisha, were discussing how to deal with the SCP Foundation, a void portal suddenly appeared. Then, in the astonished eyes of the angels, Dr. Li Do slowly walked out of the gate of the void and came before Holy Keisha. The arrival of Dr. Li Do immediately made Mellow Heaven feel like it was facing a formidable enemy. After all, the tragic scene when Morgana was held accountable is still vivid in our minds. Although they were confident that Mellow Celestial Court had not violated any of the SCP Foundation's principles, no one knew the purpose of Dr. Li Do's visit. This cannot help but make them vigilant. Not to mention the 387 angels including Angel Leng and Angels Hickson, even the Holy Keisha who was leaning on the throne couldn't help but shrink her eyes slightly. The lazy look on his face suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a strong sense of vigilance. After a while, Holy Keisha took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and then said, "Dr. Li Do, I wonder what brings you to the Mellow Heaven." After hearing what Holy Keisha said, Dr. Li Do didn't waste any words and said directly, "Keisha, you helped my foundation solve a sea-level problem. I came here this time because I was ordered to bring you a reward." As he spoke, Dr. Li Do threw a small pendant to Holy Keisha and continued, "This pendant can block SCP-173 Peanut's conceptual neck-twisting skill. Just let Angel Yan wear it. She will be resurrected." Hearing Dr. Li Do's words, Holy Keisha held the pendant in her hand, her eyes full of surprise. Because she couldn't remember at all, when did she? "I have helped the SCP Foundation solve sea-level problems. They must have made a mistake." As soon as this idea came out, it was immediately rejected by Holy Keisha. After all, with the capabilities of the SCP Foundation, how could they possibly get this wrong? Then the problem is coming. If the SCP Foundation is not wrong, then why don't I remember such an important thing? What on earth is going on? Chapter 82. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. Holy Keisha sat on the throne, clutching the inconspicuous pendant in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. Because she truly didn't know when she had ever helped the SCP Foundation. For unnecessary trouble. Although Holy Keisha wanted to revive Angel Yan, she still asked, "Dr. Li Do, why did you help your SCP Foundation?" "I don't have any impression at all." After hearing what Holy Keisha said, Dr. Li Do didn't know how to respond. Because he doesn't know either. After the timeline was reset by the three dead brothers, not to mention the super god universe, even in the heavens and myriad worlds, there were only a handful of people who knew about this. However, Dr. Li Do still explained, "I'm sorry. I don't know the inside story. But this is an order given personally. It can't be wrong." Having said this, Dr. Li Do paused, then continued, "According to my speculation, your memory should have been erased. My mission is accomplished. Farewell." After Dr. Li Do finished speaking, he didn't say anything extra and directly summoned a void passage. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the angels, he disappeared in the hall. After Dr. Li Do left, the impatient angel Leng couldn't help but ask, "Queen, what did Dr. Li Do mean? You are already a fourth-generation body. How can my memory be erased? He is lying to you." Although Angel Leng knew that the SCP Foundation was unfathomable, she had a blind confidence in Holy Keisha. She didn't think the SCP Foundation could erase Holy Keisha's memory quietly. Hearing Angel Leng's words, Xin, who was more mature in mind, shook her head and said, "Leng, I don't agree with you. The strength of the SCP Foundation is beyond our ability to speculate. Also, through various events, I see that the SCP Foundation is very rule-abiding. They definitely wouldn't punish or reward people for no reason." Having said this, Xin paused, then continued, "So, I am sure that Dr. Li Do is not lying. Queen, you must have helped the SCP Foundation solve the problem. Otherwise, they would definitely not agree to resurrect Sister Tianyan." Hearing Zhixin's words, many angels in the hall nodded in agreement. Zhixin's words also expressed their thoughts. After watching the live broadcast for some time, they have generally gained a general understanding of the SCP Foundation. Mysterious, powerful, and hierarchical. The organizational structure is countless times more rigorous than that of angelic civilization. So they don't think that the SCP Foundation will not make such a mistake. At this moment, the slightly lazy voice of Holy Keisha resounded in the hall, "Okay. Let's not discuss this topic for now. Let's go revive Angel Yan." In fact, in Holy Keisha's heart, she also agrees with Zhixin's statement. Also, she is different from other angels. In her heart, she was absolutely certain that the SCP Foundation had the ability to erase her memory. The more she learned about the SCP Foundation, the more she felt that the SCP Foundation was unfathomable. The power was as deep as the sea, and it made Holy Keisha's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha took a deep breath, then waved her hand lightly, and an ice coffin appeared in the hall, and lying in the ice coffin was the Angel Yan who had been dead for a long time. At this moment, Angel Yan lay quietly in the ice coffin, his neck broken in an extremely twisted arc. The many angels in the hall saw Angel Yan's body. All was quiet. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Even when Holy Keisha saw Angel Yan's body, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. During this period, she exhausted all her methods and could not revive Angel Yan. The reason why Holy Keisha is so persistent. On the one hand, Angel Yan had been with her for 7,000 years and had become her right-hand man. Besides Tianji Wang Hexi, she was her most important comrade in arms. More importantly, the fall of Angel Yan. It was caused by her arrogance. She could accept Angel Yan's death, but she could not accept that Angel Yan died because of her arrogance. Resurrection. My Yan. Thinking of this, Holy Keisha took a deep breath and threw the pendant in her hand towards the ice coffin. The moment the pendant landed on Angel Yan's body, a series of mechanical prompts rang out in Holy Keisha's mind. Trying to resurrect Angel Yan. Detected data damage to the neck of the third-generation divine body. Tried to repair. Unable to repair. Trying to download. Void engine. Data loss at the void engine's neck. Data recovery detected at the void engine's neck. Download available. Download completed. Attempting to repair the divine body. Repairing. Repair progress, 10%, 30%, 50, 100%. Repair completed. Congratulations on returning home, Angel Yan. As the mechanical beep faded, the twisted neck of Angel Yan, lying in the ice coffin, returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, under the watchful eyes of Holy Keisha and numerous angels, Angel Yan slowly opened his eyes. Then he sat up from the ice coffin. When many angels saw this scene, tears involuntarily blurred their vision. Every angel present counts. They have all received the grace of Angel Yan. To be frank, Tianchi Yan was half their master. Therefore, everyone was filled with grief over Tianchi Yan's death. Now see her resurrected. How could they not be happy? Angel Leng and the others rushed to the still confused Tian, Hao Qian Zhao, Shi Yan without caring about anything else. They hugged Tianchi Yan and burst into tears. The angel who had just resurrected saw this, although his mind was still confused. But he still comforted them quietly. Then I began to recall carefully what had happened. After a while, Angel Yan realized that she was resurrected. She remembered the last image before her death, which was SCP-173 Peanut, that creepy little face. Whenever she thinks about it, she still feels a fear that comes from her soul. When Holy Keisha saw this scene in the hall, a charming smile appeared on her lips. Then, after Angel Yan and the others had finished crying, she slowly said, "Yan, come with me." After saying that, Holy Keisha took the Angel Yan and headed straight to the palace where the King Hexi of Tianji was. She wanted Hexi to help check Angel Yan's body. See if you can detect the secret of the pendant. Chapter 83. Angel Nebula * the residence of the King of Space Base. I can't analyze anything from this pendant. Wang Hexi of the Space Base played with the seemingly ordinary bracket in his hand and said with a frown, even if all the computing power of our angel civilization is used, I can't analyze it. The only thing we can be sure of is the pattern on it. It's similar to the towering monument in the video of the interaction between SCP-096 Shyman and SCP-343 God. Perhaps this is a byproduct of that monument. SCP Foundation is truly unfathomable. Tianji Wang Hexi, in the Angel Nebula, has been responsible for the research and development of weapons and bodies. In the entire Super God universe, except for Carl who is hiding in the Death Song Academy, no one is better at research than her. Of course, this was only in the past. Ever since the SCP Foundation came into being, after experiencing so many events, even the Space Foundation King Hexi had to admit that, in terms of scientific research capabilities alone, the SCP Foundation is many times more powerful than her. While Hexi was studying the solar eclipse pendant, Angel Yan had already downloaded recent events from the database of Angel Civilization. Even with her willpower, she couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment. No way. 387. She had only been dead for a month, and so many incredible things had happened in the Super God universe. This was especially true after she saw the devastating power of the containment. His eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, he secretly sighed, I was really ignorant and fearless back then. He actually thought of using a god-killing flame judgment to destroy SCP-173 Peanut. Now think about it, let alone a god-killing flame judgment, even if the entire angelic civilization, it can't hurt SCP-173 Peanut at all. Thinking of this, Angel Yan took a deep breath, turned to Holy Keisha and asked, Queen, have you really forgotten about helping the SCP Foundation? Also, I don't think you should choose to resurrect me. Instead, they chose to take advantage of this opportunity and join the SCP Foundation. By joining, the angelic civilization might be able to spread justice and order throughout the universe. At this point, Angel Yan paused, then said, also, King Tianji just said that this solar eclipse pendant is a byproduct of the solar eclipse monument. It shouldn't be a valuable item within the SCP Foundation. By their standards, it's a C grade at best. With your ability, it should be easy to get it by joining the SCP Foundation. Hearing Angel Yan's words, Holy Keisha nodded in agreement. But after thinking for a moment, he said, Yan, I did lose that memory. I don't really remember how I helped the SCP Foundation. In addition. Having said that, Holy Keisha paused, then continued, although I remember this incident. But I think after helping the SCP Foundation, I should have asked for that. But it was rejected by the SCP Foundation. That's why I asked them to revive you. Holy Keisha understands her own character. I must have made such a request. Even after helping the SCP Foundation, I must have mentioned both conditions. But it was rejected by the SCP Foundation. After all, judging from the SCP Foundation's style of doing things, it can be seen that they are an extremely xenophobic organization. Even Holy Keisha suspected that all personnel of the SCP Foundation were trained internally. Unless we encounter an unprecedented genius or D-level consumables, we will not recruit members from outside. So it is almost impossible to join them. Hearing Holy Keisha's words, TNG King Hexy nodded in agreement. Then, playing with the sunburn pendant, he walked towards the nearby workbench. I plan to make a copy of the runes on the sunburn pendant for further research. Just now she tried to copy it with dark energy. It turned out that it was impossible to make a copy. JD, so I had to settle for the next best thing and use the most original paper to make rubbings. But just 3 meters after she walked away from Angel Yan, a crisp sound of broken bones echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Holy Keisha and Heavenly King Hexy subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out that Angel Yan's neck had recovered to its original state. It unexpectedly broke again in an extremely twisted arc. Then, a series of mechanical prompt sounds echoed in their minds. Warning, warning, detecting damage to the third-generation divine body, attempting to repair, due to unknown energy, the divine body data is damaged. Try to patch it. Warning, unknown energy, preventing data from being repaired. Repaired data cannot be restored. Trying to download backup data from the Dark Universe. Warning. The Dark Universe data has been damaged by unknown energy. Unable to download. Warning. Because the data of the third-generation divine body cannot be obtained, the divine body cannot be repaired. Life begins to slip away. 80%, 50%, 30%, completely lost. As the mechanical prompt sounded, Angel Yan's body fell backward without any charge and lost his life again. This change made Holy Keisha and Sky King Hexy stunned when they appeared on the stage. There was a look of surprise in her delicate eyes. They could never have imagined that Angel Yan, who had been resurrected and analyzed the SCP Foundation with them, would die just like that. This. After a brief moment of surprise, Holy Keisha quickly said to the King of TNG, quickly return the pendant to Angel Yan. Quick! Hearing the exclamation of Holy Keisha, TNG King Hexy hurriedly copied the rune. Then he flashed to Angel Yan's side. He put the sunburn pendant on Angel Yan's neck. As TNG Wang Hexy made his move, a series of mechanical prompts sounded again, and then Angel Yan's neck also recovered. Angel Yan, who had completely lost his life, opened his eyes again and looked at the hall around him in confusion. After a long while, he said slowly, Queen, did I die again just now? Haha. SCP-173's shy person's conceptual neck-snapping skills are truly overbearing. After hearing Angel Yan's words, Holy Kes and TNG Wang Hexy looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Then he nodded and agreed, indeed, he is domineering. After this incident, Wang Hexy of TNG lost interest in his research. After discussing their next move, the three of them returned home to their respective mothers. A month later, when Zhang Chen finally successfully edited the SCP-093 Red Sea object, a bold blood red banner appeared in the Wanzhou live broadcast room. Chapter 84. More than a month has passed since I received the gift from the Three Brothers of Death. After more than a month of painstaking investigation, Zhang Chen had basically confirmed that the Dragon Ball universe had indeed been reduced to ashes. All traces of it. All were wiped out by the three dead brothers. During this process, Zhang Chen inevitably fell into confusion. Because in the last conversation with the Three Brothers of Death, he had been certain that King Vegeta was a native of the Dragon Ball universe, baby. It was just because of the three dead brothers that some memories were inserted into him and a system was randomly fabricated for him. Let him think that he is a time traveler. This led to changes in the Dragon Ball universe. Zhang Chen was confused. If his guess was correct, then what was he? Is it a time traveler? Just like King Vegeta, he is a creature from the Super God universe, but some memories were inserted into him by an unknown existence, and even the system was created by the other party. Is it in an unknown corner, that unknown existence, fortunately watching your own performance with interest? So in the past month or so, Zhang Chen was not even keen on being intimate with Kailan. Having lived together for many years, Kailan was well aware of Zhang Chen's living habits, and her sensitivity as a police officer made her notice that something was wrong with Zhang Chen. So I took 3 days off from my busy schedule to stay at home with Zhang Chen. During those 3 days, Zhang Chen and Qilin used everything they could and couldn't use. The house was full of traces of their presence. Absurd. It's ridiculous. How ridiculous is this? Just put it this way. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but persuade Kailan to stop. Never get addicted. However, after 3 ridiculous days, Zhang Chen finally figured it out. Who cares? Regardless of whether he was a time traveler or a being whose memories had been inserted, Zhang Chen was still Zhang Chen. He couldn't continue to be so lost. So, wait until Kailan's vacation is over. Zhang Chen regained his spirits and began to fabricate new containment items. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen named the new containment object, SCP-093 Red Sea Object. In fact, Zhang Chen's original fabricated target was not SCP-093 Red Sea Object. But it is a gluttonous rabbit. But just when the progress of fabricating the dowdy rabbit reached 99%, Zhang Chen suddenly stopped. Instead, they recreated SCP-093 Red Sea Object. Because just as he was about to finish the fabrication, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. That was the containment object he had fabricated. It seems that he always solves the problem at hand just right. Whether it was SCP-173 the peanut at the beginning, SCP-096 the shy person, SCP-049 the plague doctor, or SCP-682 the immortal lizard at the end. The containment objects that I made up all fit perfectly with the subsequent plot. This weird feeling. Like a maggot attached to his bones, it constantly gnawed at his brain, giving rise to a bold idea: there was an unknown existence in the dark. Everything has been arranged. As long as you invent the corresponding containment object, that unknown existence will definitely arrange a suitable world or plot. That's why he changed his mind at the last minute. Changed Dowdy Rabbit to SCP-093 Red Sea Thing. He just wanted to see if after he finished making up his story this time, there would be a world and plot that would fit perfectly together. If it really appears, that means that all of your actions are under the control of that unknown existence. Then there will be trouble. The result was exactly as Zhang Chen expected. The moment he finished fabricating SCP-093, the Red Sea Thing, a bold, red banner appeared in the 10,000 Races live room. The Super God universe is facing the crisis of destruction. Please, citizens of all worlds, be mentally prepared to welcome the impending invasion of the Forbidden Land Supreme, who intends to devour the Super God universe. The banner that suddenly popped up attracted everyone's attention. When they saw the banner, they were all shocked. The super god universe was facing a crisis of destruction? Real or fake? Just when everyone was confused, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw the 4 words Forbidden Land Supreme, and a strange look flashed through his mind. Because these 4 words made him think of a possibility. Could it be the supreme being of the Forbidden Land of the Shrouding Heaven universe? If they are really the Forbidden Land supreme beings who cut themselves and come out from time to start dark chaos, then we will be in trouble. But according to the previous introduction, the heaven-covering universe belongs to the highest level of the realm, so it shouldn't be encountered now. Even if you encounter the super god universe, it will be in the form of a satellite universe. Integrate into the universe of shrouding the sky. How could the Supreme of the Forbidden Land suddenly appear? Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, a video called The Covering Universe began to play automatically in all the live broadcast rooms. Request flowers. In the boundless sea of chaos, there are countless worlds. In these worlds, various species live. The worlds can be roughly divided into 3 types. Small planets, such as Pirate Planet, Ninja Planet, Pokemon Planet. Medium-sized universes, such as the Super God Universe, the Heaven-Shaking Universe. And the original world known as the Realm, such as the Devouring World, the Perfect World. When Jiang Chen saw this, he was stunned. Because he clearly remembered that in the last introduction, the world of Shattering Heaven was the origin world of the realm. Why was it that in this introduction, Shattering Heaven was directly downgraded to a medium-sized universe? What is the problem? Could it be that the world rating is not static, but changes at any time? If this is true, then what happened to the heaven-covering universe during this period of time? It was actually reduced from a realm to a universe. Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, the video continued to play. Originally, whether it was a planet, a universe, or the original world, they all existed independently in the Chaos Sea. However, due to some unknown force, all planets, universes, and original worlds, they are all gathering towards the center of the Chaos Sea. In this process, all worlds are inevitably converging together. The planet becomes a vassal of the universe, and the universe becomes a vassal of the original world. Ultimately, all worlds will be united into one. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded, indicating that this video was the same as the previous one. They were both explaining why the major worlds had been in such frequent contact and collision recently. However, no one knows what kind of world this unification of all worlds will eventually become. At this moment, the narration sounded again. In the process of the unification of all realms, collisions, killings, and mutations are inevitable. For unknown reasons, a mutation occurred in the heaven-covering realm, falling from the boundary to a medium-sized universe. During this process, the position shifted and will contact the Super God universe in 24 hours. Everyone in the Shrouding Heaven universe is desperately seeking death. They are searching for ways to kill themselves. Any existence that cannot kill them will be destroyed by them. Especially a group of powerful people called the Forbidden Land Supremes, they are the most crazy. Hearing the narration, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. What the hell? Everyone in the Shrouding Heaven universe is frantically seeking death. Are you kidding me? If I remember correctly, aren't all the cultivators in the Shrouding Heaven universe seeking immortality? How could he possibly want to die? Chapter 85. Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, images began to appear in the live broadcast room. A blue planet appeared in the picture. When everyone in the live stream saw this planet, they knew it was Earth from the world of Shading Heaven. Then the camera moved to Earth. Then everyone saw a scene that horrified them. The streets were littered with rotting corpses, or more accurately, living dead. Although their bodies had decayed, they were still alive. Even though their bodies have rotted, even though their flesh is infested with maggots, even though some have become mere skeletons. But they are indeed still alive. This group of living dead kept wailing. The pain from their souls had tortured them into madness. Everyone is looking for a way to die. Hanging, burning, drowning, car accidents, they tried every possible way to truly die and escape the increasingly severe pain. What was even more terrifying was that some of the living dead had their bodies torn into pieces, but countless maggots were still wriggling in their flesh. But their consciousness is extremely clear. Not to mention death, even falling into a coma is impossible. He can only endure unbearable pain for an ordinary person for eternity in a state of full consciousness. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned after seeing this scene. When they heard the introduction that everyone in the Shaking Heaven universe was frantically seeking death, they thought that everyone in the Shaking Heaven universe was crazy. After all, who in history doesn't want eternal life? Seeking death? That's not something a fool would do. But when they saw the tragic situation on Earth, they felt an unprecedented fear that burst out from the depths of their souls and penetrated their minds. At this moment, no matter who it is, they all trembled continuously because of the fear in their hearts. No way. The scene before my eyes was truly horrifying. Unable to die, no matter how broken and tattered his body became, even if it was completely devoured by maggots, he just couldn't die. To be tortured constantly for eternity while being fully conscious. Such torture is simply unimaginable. Zhangguo, this, Zhangtian universe, what on earth happened? How could this happen? The pain of such eternal life is simply unimaginable. Kaido, no wonder they're looking for death. If it were me, I'd want to die too. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I can't die. While fully conscious, I feel my body decaying. And then turning into dust. Who wants such immortality? Pain, so death is a blessing. A world where death is impossible is so terrifying. Child Emperor, this is too tragic for the Shrouding Heaven universe. I just wonder if this phenomenon is contagious. If it is, then... Tornado, bah! At Child Emperor, shut up! Just when everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked and speechless by the tragic scene of the sky-covering universe in the video, the narration sounded again. During the process of unification of all realms, the Shrouding Heaven universe underwent a transformation due to a bet with an unknown entity. It was stripped of the concept of death. From now on, no one in the Shrouding Heaven universe will be able to die again. When this news spread throughout the Shading Heaven universe, everyone cheered and rejoiced. Everyone was excited about the possibility of immortality. But as time went on, people began to notice something unusual. First, the mortal hospital. All the doctors were horrified to discover that no matter how severe the injuries or illnesses, the patients could not die. They could only suffer from the pain day and night. Then, when their bodies were overwhelmed and stopped moving, even though they were medically considered dead, they were not dead. Then it stopped acquiring a body and began to slowly decay. The wailing of pain sent chills down everyone's spines. Then, this phenomenon began to spread throughout the Shading Heaven universe. Whether mortal or cultivator, once their lifespan is exhausted, their bodies will cease functioning and begin to slowly decay. A monk's body is countless times stronger than that of a mortal. Therefore, the decay process is also countless times slower. But the pain is also countless times more severe than that of a mortal. This phenomenon eventually caused panic in the Shading Heaven universe. Through research by monks, it has been confirmed that while death is indeed unavoidable in the world of Shrouding Heaven, this does not mean that the body will not decay, be injured, or bleed. So, no matter who it is, as long as their lifespan reaches its limit, the body will deteriorate until all bodily functions cease completely. Then it began to rot and decay. Feeling the body rotting away is countless times more painful than being tortured by slicing. This caused countless mortals and monks to frantically search for ways to die. They desperately wanted to end this pain and sleep forever, rather than suffering in endless pain. After hearing this narration, everyone in the Super God universe fell silent. Even the hard-headed Luffy and the others realized the seriousness of the situation. If this phenomenon could be contagious, then everything would be doomed. Thinking of the terrible consequences, not to mention the strong ones in the indigenous world, even Holy Keisha, Panzhen, God of Death Karl, Hwayet, were all scared pale. No way. While remaining in an extremely lucid state, he endured for eternity a torture that was a billion times more painful than Lingqi. But just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed. Do they finally understand? Why does the content of the banner say, the super god universe is facing the crisis of destruction? For a moment, countless people couldn't help but tremble with fear. Some people even think about it. Should I commit suicide now? After all, death is only a matter of a moment. Compared to the consequences of not being able to die, it is simply countless times happier. Of course, there is a reason why they are reluctant to commit suicide. It was because of the existence of the SCP Foundation. After a series of events, they had developed a mysterious confidence in the SCP Foundation. Even in the universe of Shrouding the Sky, this situation is extremely strange. They also have sufficient confidence in the SCP Foundation. I believe that this problem can be solved as long as the SCP Foundation takes action. As everyone in the livestream trembled in fear, Zhang Chen was equally shocked by the tragic situation in the heaven-covering universe. No wonder the supreme being of the Forbidden Land, who pursued immortality. They are all frantically looking for ways to die. The original Shrouding Heaven universe had been deprived of the right to die by the three brothers of death. The consequence of not being able to die really made Zhang Chen break out in a cold sweat. No way. Too painful. However, compared to the other people in the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen was more interested in the narration's sentence because of the bet, he was deprived of the right to die. In the universe of Shrouding the Sky, there is an existence that can bet with the three brothers of death. Needless to say, it must be Huang, Yefan, Chu Feng and others. They are now above the level of the sacrifice Dao. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to bet with the three brothers of death. But what is their bet? I actually lost. Then he watched helplessly as the shrouding universe was deprived of death by the three brothers of death. Zhang Chen was confused for a moment. At this moment, the voice of the narrator in the live broadcast room sounded again, and began to reveal why the Supreme of the Forbidden Land wanted to destroy other universes. Chapter 86. Just when Zhang Chen was puzzled, the narrator's voice sounded again. The Shaking Heaven universe and the Super God universe take different paths to becoming stronger. They don't take the path of technological advancement, but rather the path of physical advancement. Commonly known as cultivation. Their ranks are Will Sea Secret Realm, Dao Palace Secret Realm, 4 Extreme Secret Realm, Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, Immortal Platform Secret Realm, Quasi-Emperor, Alternative Enlightenment, Forbidden Zone Supreme, and Great Emperor. Among them, the Xiantai Secret Realm is divided into the first level of heaven, the second level of heaven for the mighty, the third level of heaven for the king, the fourth level of heaven for the saint, the fifth level of heaven for the saint king, and the fifth level of heaven for the great saint. If compared to the Super God universe, the first level of the Xiantai Secret Realm is equivalent to the fourth generation of Divine Body. Xiantai is the fifth generation of Divine Body. In the Shrouding Heaven universe, there are a large number of high-level cultivators. When they discovered their inability to die, they frantically searched for a solution. After numerous experiments, they finally determined. Anyone in the Shrouding Heaven universe cannot die no matter what. Just when everyone was in despair, a medium-sized universe called the Ultraman universe, under the influence of the power of the unification of all worlds, came into contact with the heaven-shading universe 19. Then, a great sage took the lead in entering the Ultraman universe. Tormented by his own pain, he immediately launched an attack. He was surprised to find that he had killed powerful beings from other universes. Not only can you relieve your pain, but once it reaches a certain value, you can truly be liberated. The news spread like wildfire. A venerable person from the Forbidden Land named Chong Sheng Tianzun destroyed the Ultraman universe. Then, amidst the envy of everyone, he turned into ashes. Achieved true liberation. Seeing this scene, all the powerful beings in the shrouding heaven universe became excited. They began to frantically search for other universes, trying to kill the creatures in other universes. Come and be liberated. Therefore, any universe that came into contact with the shrouding heaven universe was completely destroyed by them. And the super god universe will come into contact with the heaven-shaking universe in 24 hours. Please get ready. The audience in the live broadcast room lost their composure after hearing the narration. They stared at the live broadcast screen in a daze, their eyes filled with horror. What the hell? Originally, they were worried that the symptoms of the Zhantian universe that made it impossible to die might be transmitted to the Chao Shen universe. It's good now. No need to worry about infection. What we should worry about is a group of strong people who are on the verge of collapse due to the pain. It's just that. And according to the narrator's description, the first level of the Xiantai secret realm is equivalent to the fourth generation of divine body. There are several fourth-generation divine bodies in the entire super god universe. I'm afraid I can count them on one hand. Moreover, in the heaven-covering universe, the immortal realm was not considered a top-tier powerhouse, not even small Karami. It was hard for them to imagine how powerful the so-called Forbidden Land Supreme was. The combat power of the two universes is not proportional at all, okay? Of course, this is not the most important. Most importantly, the powerful beings in the shrouding heaven universe all came here seeking death. Those who feared no life or death, or even sought death, were far too formidable an opponent. They can imagine that once the two universes are connected, what will the super god universe face? After much thought, everyone in the live broadcast room concluded that the only entity that could resolve the current crisis was the low-key SCP Foundation. Except them. In the entire super god universe, no matter which force or strong person, every one of them is just a food offering when they meet the group of lunatics in the shrouding heaven universe, and they are not enough to be killed by the other side. Zhangguo, isn't the gap between our super god universe and the heaven-covering universe a bit too big? This battle power comparison is not even on the same level. Vegapunk, that's right. This battle power comparison is as huge as the gap between our small planet and a medium-sized universe. I seriously suspect that the shrouding heaven universe has already reached the threshold of the realm. It may even be a realm. Child Emperor, I agree with Vegapunk. The combat power of the heaven-shaking universe is too outrageous. The heaven-shaking universe is very likely a realm. It was only because I couldn't die that I was demoted to a medium-sized universe. If the SCP Foundation doesn't take action this time, our super god universe will be doomed. Tornado at SCP Foundation. Can you give us an answer? So we can prepare. Fusu, Tornado. Don't worry, they will definitely take action. Don't forget their purpose. It's to protect. Of course, even if the SCP Foundation intervenes, we're just a bunch of little Karamis who can only shout come on. So, just lie down and wait for fate to decide for you. Miming Zao at Fusu. Don't lie down. Even when facing an invincible enemy, don't be discouraged. I believe in you. Pain, I'm more curious about what kind of existence could so easily deprive a top-tier mid-sized universe, or even a realm, of its sense of death, just because of a bet. Such an existence is too terrifying. Is the SCP Foundation really their opponent? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's definitely no problem. Because the power of the shrouding heaven universe is as powerful as we can imagine. And the power of the SCP Foundation. It has exceeded my imagination. I believe that the SCP Foundation can definitely prevent this disaster. Jiraiya, I can't help it if you don't believe me. I just got married to Tsunade and we don't have any children yet. I don't want to die so young. Auntie at Jiraiya. No children? Then what do you think of me? Tsunade at Anti. If you want to die, just say so. Jiraiya. The audience in the live broadcast room, because of the power of the universe of shrouding the sky, asked at SCP Foundation one after another. Will there be a time to take action? Zhang Chen was frantically fabricating SCP-524 Gluttonous Rabbit. He discovered that his guess was correct. Every time he edited a contained object, that mysterious existence, they will arrange a plot or universe for themselves. Of course, that mysterious being wasn't 387's omniscience and omnipotence. He arranged the plot and universe based on his own fabricated containment and progress bar. According to Zhang Chen's guess, when the progress bar of editing the collection reached 90%, then he began to arrange the plot in a suitable mutant universe. Therefore, this mutated universe was completely arranged by him based on the characteristics of the gluttonous rabbit. But he never thought that he would give up the nearly completed SCP-524 gluttonous rabbit. Instead, they spent a lot of science points to fabricate things about the Red Sea. This disrupted his plans. But the plot in the medium-sized universe had already been arranged. There was no way to withdraw, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and let the heaven-shading universe go live. Zhang Chen originally planned to go along with the situation. Directly release SCP-093 Red Sea thing into the shrouded universe and see what the person behind the scenes will do. But he didn't dare to gamble. If the bet is lost, the Super God universe will be finished. Of course, for him, the Super God universe is not over, and he doesn't care at all. The only one he cared about was Kylan. Therefore, Zhang Chen planned to prepare for both scenarios. First, he would release SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, into the shrouding heaven universe to test the waters of the person behind the scenes. If it is really impossible, then release SCP-524 Gluttonous Rabbit over there. Let's have double insurance. If that doesn't work, then just throw all the containment objects over. He didn't believe that with the magic of the containment objects, even if they couldn't kill the strong ones in the covering heaven universe, can't hold them back. Chapter 87. Just as Zhang Chen was concentrating on fabricating SCP-524, a voiceover sounded in the live stream. Although the Forbidden Supremes of the Shrouding Heaven universe have reached the pinnacle, each of them is enough to easily destroy the Super God universe. However, this does not mean that they have no enemies. The pinnacle of the Shaking Heaven universe is the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor is a level of attainment. Becoming a Great Emperor signifies that one has integrated the Heavenly Heart Seal, and their path becomes the most powerful avenue in the Shaking Heaven universe. The so-called Forbidden Land Supreme is the Great Emperor who cuts himself with a sword, forcibly separating himself from the Heavenly Heart Seal, and thus losing this fruit position. They do this in order to wait for an opportunity to enter the immortal realm. The Forbidden Land Supreme usually seals himself in the Forbidden Land to slow down the loss of his life force. However, the loss of life force is only slowed down, not completely stopped. Although this process is slow, the long years are enough to kill the Supreme Being of the Forbidden Land. So when the vitality of the Forbidden Land Supreme is lost to a certain limit, they will awaken from the Forbidden Land, set off a dark turmoil, and devour the vitality of others. Their enemies are the Great Emperor of the Time and those who have attained enlightenment of a different kind. When the heaven-shaking universe was deprived of death due to a bet, the Forbidden Land Supremes suffered the most severe backlash because their lifespans had long exceeded their limit. They frantically searched for medium-sized universes in order to find liberation. However, this act of slaughter was not approved by the contemporary world and those who had attained enlightenment. Although they also wanted liberation, they did not want to destroy other medium-sized universes at the cost. So a war broke out between the two. Because they have no concept of death, the war between the two has lasted for a long time. This is also the reason why Chongsheng Tianzun can destroy the Ultraman universe alone. Because the other Forbidden Supreme Beings are all tied up. Super God Universe, you want to survive. We need to help the shading heaven universe regain the concept of death. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly brightened up when they heard the narrator's words. Their biggest worry was that the world of shaking heaven was a monolithic entity, and after the understanding was fully realized, everyone rushed over like hungry wolves. By then, no matter how powerful the SCP Foundation is, it will not be able to protect everyone. Casualties will be inevitable. But it's fine now. The universe of shrouding the sky is not a monolithic entity. Instead, they are divided into different factions. Furthermore, the different factions were still locked in a state of strife. Even more interesting was the faction's apparent goodwill towards the rest of the universe. In this way, operability is greatly increased. Warring states, Forbidden Land Supreme? Aren't they just a bunch of barely surviving sewer rats? They survive by devouring other life forces, truly unworthy of the great emperor they once were. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the pursuit of immortality is understandable. But using this method to prolong one's life is too shameless. Fortunately, they are not without enemies. Otherwise, the shrouding heaven universe will become the backyard of these rats. Pain, the immortal realm? Is there really such a thing as the immortal realm? They've waited for so long, only for a vague opportunity. This is so stupid. Tornado, ever since they cut themselves down and stepped down from the Emperor's throne, they have become something like monsters. Child Emperor, all the monsters are stronger than them. Just when everyone was disgusted by the Forbidden Land Supremes, who were willing to do anything to achieve immortality, an announcement appeared on the screens of all the live broadcast rooms. The invasion of the shrouding heaven universe will pose a serious threat to human safety. Therefore, the Foundation has decided, with approval, in 1 hour, to release the containment item numbered SCP-093 Red Sea Thing into the Shade Heaven universe. Go and test the depth of the shrouding heaven universe. See if this can resolve the issue of the Shade of Heaven universe losing its concept of death. If the issue of SCP-093, the object from the Red Sea, cannot be resolved, the Foundation will subsequently deploy other containment objects. For detailed information about the contained object SCP-093, the thing from the Red Sea, please go to the live broadcast room. Dr. Li Do will give you a detailed introduction. In addition, any act of surrender will result in accountability from the SCP Foundation. As soon as this announcement came out, everyone in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief, because everyone knew that the SCP Foundation had decided to join the war. And it's an active attack. Now they only felt that their fear of the Saiyans was much lessened. Then everyone jumped into the SCP Foundation's live broadcast room, intending to see what was so special about SCP-093, the thing in the Red Sea. The SCP Foundation believes that SCP-093, the thing in the Red Sea, may be able to solve the problems of the Shade of Heaven universe. Of course, they also heard from the announcement the importance the SCP Foundation attached to the shrouded universe and the seriousness of the issue of losing the concept of death. Because the tone of the previous SCP Foundation announcements was full of confidence. But this announcement, from the wording, everyone clearly felt that even the SCP Foundation was not 100% sure of solving the problem of the shrouded universe. This made everyone in the live broadcast room. A sense of gloom inevitably rose in my heart. But despite this, when the audience of Super God Universe saw this announcement, they immediately flocked to the SCP Foundation live broadcast room. In just a few moments, the number of viewers in the SCP Foundation's live broadcast room quickly reached an incredible number. Through the narration, everyone in the Super God universe understood. He was no match for the group of lunatics in the heaven-covering universe. Even if the Forbidden Land Supreme didn't take action, the arrival of a random saint would put the Super God universe at risk of destruction. Their hope now lies in the SCP Foundation and those incredible contained objects. Plus, everyone is curious. What's so terrifying about the object designated S, Good Money Zhao? SCP-093 from the Red Sea that the SCP Foundation is using it as a pioneer in exploring the vast universe. A moment later, as the number of viewers in the SCP Foundation live broadcast room reached a certain number, the originally pitch-black live broadcast screen was slowly replaced by a picture. The picture shows an ordinary-looking disc. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned by this. They had originally thought that SCP-093, the thing from the Red Sea, would be a humanoid containment object like SCP-049, the Plague Doctor. After all, we want to solve the problems of the shrouding heaven universe. At the very least, it needs to be an intelligent containment. But they never imagined that the so-called object numbered SCP-093 Red Sea was just an ordinary-looking disk. How does one disk solve the problem? Could it be that the SCP Foundation made a mistake? The 88th Palm, SCP-093 the thing from the Red Sea. Second update, please subscribe. Your support is my motivation to write. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were puzzled, a line of small words appeared in the empty space on the left side of the picture. Contained object, something from the Red Sea. Item number, SCP-093. Project registration Euclid. Appearance description, SCP-093 Red Sea thing, the main body is a red disk that will automatically adhere to any mirror surface. And the color will change depending on the holder. However, the color changes do not seem to have any pattern. The color of SCP-093 Red Sea thing will change depending on the owner and location. SCP-093 the thing from the Red Sea, or more precisely, a key to a parallel world. As long as it is adsorbed onto the mirror, it can enter the parallel world through the mirror. So the doctor guessed that the color change should be. Things will change according to the location you enter into the parallel world. The parallel world inside the mirror is called the Unclean Land within the SCP Foundation. The Unclean Land is a world similar to Earth. The life in that world was destroyed around 1953. Due to the extreme danger inside, the SCP Foundation is unsure whether there are other planets in the Unclean Land besides Earth. According to the investigation of SCP Foundation, the reason for the destruction of Parallel World 387 is that around the 17th century, a false god from the gap between light and darkness, time and space, and the world descended on Earth. After that false god came to Earth, he quickly gained a group of believers through miracles. Then, through the secretion of his body fluids, the tears of God, he transformed his followers into half-humanoid, rotting monsters called unclean. The surviving followers, using the unclean, make yourself the ruler of the earth. During this period, anyone who dared to resist their tyranny would be fed to the unclean. The souls of those devoured by the unclean would turn into ghosts that were invisible to the naked eye. But these ghosts can be captured by cameras. The unclean cannot be killed. Although they will not die, they have a perverted desire for human souls. Therefore, they need to be constantly fed by humans to keep them quiet. If for a period of time, it does not devour humans, the unclean ones will become extremely violent and will indiscriminately attack all living things around them until they have devoured enough lives. But their appetites become increasingly difficult to satisfy over time. So after 100 years, there were no longer enough humans on Earth to satisfy the appetite of the unclean. This group of unclean beings emerged from the so-called depleted land. It began to attack all living things on Earth crazily. In just a few months, Earth's civilization was destroyed by the unclean ones. The group of believers, using the false god's technology, fled Earth and came to live in the sky. But their technology is not enough to support them to leave the Earth too far. All we can do is stay in low Earth orbit and watch the world gradually crumble and disintegrate. Strange ability, adsorb to mirror surface and open a channel to a parallel world. As the information about SCP-093 the thing from the Red Sea appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent. At this moment, they finally understood. Why did the SCP Foundation choose to release SCP-093, the thing from the Red Sea, into the mutated shrouded universe. Because the symptoms of the unclean ones are too similar to those in the shrouded universe. The unclean cannot die and can only be kept quiet by feeding them life. And the amount of food fed each time is increasing. What's the difference between this and those Forbidden Land supreme beings who pursue immortality by devouring life? If the world of shrouding heaven had not been deprived of death, it's somewhat similar. The creatures in the world of shrouding the sky, which have been deprived of the power of death, are exactly the same as the unclean ones. Even they wonder if the shrouding heaven universe will eventually become another parallel world in SCP-093, the thing in the Red Sea. Why is Aizen and Akari Kenkai involved? I have a feeling the secret to the changes in this universe is inextricably linked to SCP-093, the thing in the Red Sea. Because they are so similar. I have a guess, that is, whether SCP-093 the thing in the Red Sea is the mirror that deprived the universe of the concept of death. Hinamori Momo at Izome Kairi and Captain Yi Yi's opinion. Pain, I agree. I even suspect that the shading heaven universe will eventually become another parallel world along with SCP-093's Red Sea thing. Of course, this is just speculation. No evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Pain. If you're not mistaken, then the existence of the universe that has deprived the heaven-shading universe of the concept of death is simply terrifyingly powerful. It is so powerful that we cannot even imagine. In addition, he has occasionally guessed that the SCP Foundation will release SCP-093 Red Sea thing into the shrouded heaven universe. This is probably a trap. Child Emperor, I think the SCP Foundation has already guessed this. That's why they said in the previous announcement, let's try it out and see if it can solve the problem. Ah! This is the tragedy of the week. Even though they know it's a trap, they still have to jump in. Orochimaru, I suspect the SCP Foundation has already prepared a backup plan. We don't need to worry too much. I believe in the SCP Foundation's strength. I believe they can definitely solve the problems of the shrouding heaven universe. Tornado, I think it would be better to just send SCP-049 Plague Doctor over there. I believe SCP-049 Plague Doctor would be happy to resolve the plague of the shrouding universe. Besides, his concept-level obliteration ability can also help them escape. Zai, I think this is one of the SCP Foundation's backup plans. Zioxia, I agree. At this moment, Dr. Li Do's voice appeared on the live broadcast screen, and then he took out a document with the Foundation logo printed on it. After showing it to the camera, he said, due to the changes in the shrouding heaven universe, it has been classified by us SCP Foundation as a Keter, or even a Tamil-level disaster. So after research by the Foundation and approval, once SCP-093 Red Sea thing is discovered, there is no way to solve the problem of the covering heaven universe. We, the SCP Foundation, will release more contained objects into the shading heaven universe. Including but not limited to, SCP-173 Peanut, SCP-096 Shyman, SCP-049 Plague Doctor, and SCP-682 Immortal Lizard. And the massive mobilization of SCP-1867 * Gentleman to create Blackwood's Tears. This is the authorization document. Due to the emergency situation, the delivery time has been temporarily changed and will be delivered immediately. Following Dr. Li Do's voice, the screen in the live broadcast room began to change. Dr. Li Do's figure slowly disappeared, replaced by an ordinary-looking disc. The scene was projected into the shading heaven universe. Chapter 89. Just as Zhang Chen released SCP-093 Red Sea object into the covering heaven universe, a bold blood-red talent popped up in all the covering heaven universe live broadcast rooms. Warning: the Super God universe has launched an invasion of the heaven shading universe in advance. Please eliminate the hidden dangers as soon as possible. Below the banner is the entrance to a live broadcast room. The powerful warriors of the heaven-shaking realm, who were nearly driven mad by endless pain, were stunned upon seeing this banner. They could never have imagined that a small super god universe. They actually had the guts to launch an invasion ahead of time. The heaven-covering universe was originally a realm, the highest plane among all the heavens and myriad worlds. Although to be precise, the heaven-covering universe is only a part of the heaven-covering realm. But their combat power is not something that a medium-sized universe can contend with. Furthermore, everyone in the shrouding heaven universe had become immortal monsters. Although the pain that emanated from their souls was driving them mad. But since they cannot die, this also indirectly affects their combat effectiveness. It has increased more than doubled. Before they encountered the super god universe, the medium-sized universes they encountered were not even enough to carry their shoes. If it weren't for the mutual restraint between the powerful beings in the shading heaven universe, a single forbidden land supreme can easily destroy a medium-sized universe, and thus be liberated. However, due to the mutual restraint between the venerables of the 7 forbidden areas and the resurrected Void Emperor and others, so far only the Eternal Supreme has taken advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Ultraman universe alone. Gained liberation. But despite this, there are still 5 or 6 medium-sized universes that are divided up by the Supremes of the Forbidden Land. However, they did not achieve true liberation. But the pain in the body was slightly reduced. This gave some of the Forbidden Land Supremes a wicked idea. Since destroying the universe could alleviate the pain, why not just continue living like this? As long as they continued to destroy the universe. 8960. It can be considered an alternative form of immortality. So when they learned that the super god universe would come into contact with the shrouding heaven universe within 24 hours, almost all the supreme beings of the 7 forbidden areas went out, wanting to seize the opportunity at the moment of contact. They rushed forward and destroyed the super god universe. Now he was in the void, confronting the already battered void earth and others. Result. Before they could invade the super god universe, the super god universe actually launched the invasion first. This was beyond their expectations. So after seeing this banner, everyone in the shrouding heaven universe was shocked. Regardless of the pain from the depths of your soul that is 10,000 times more painful than being tortured to death, click the link to enter the live broadcast room. As a result, they were surprised to find out. This is a live broadcast room called SCP Foundation. The audience in the live broadcast room are all viewers from the Super God universe. Even the supreme rulers of the restricted area who were high and mighty and indifferent to the world were stunned by this situation. According to their experience, it is impossible for the myriad races' live broadcast rooms of various universes to connect with each other. The only way to achieve this is to destroy the other universe or force it to surrender. The other party's Wanzu live room will be integrated into your own live room. However, this is just a small episode. They were surprised, but their hearts were not moved. When they entered the live broadcast room, what they saw was an ordinary-looking disc. Is this the intruder from the Super God universe? It's nothing strange. But they also knew that this disc could transcend the universe and be projected into their own world. It must have its own unique features. Maybe it's a powerful weapon. Of course, they are not afraid even of powerful weapons. Because they are confident that no weapon of mass destruction can threaten them. They even hope that this disc can actually threaten them. Kill them. Free them from endless torture. At this moment, SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, which had been quietly suspended in the void, seemed to be pulled by something and disappeared into the void of the universe at an incredible speed. The speed was so fast that even the group of Forbidden Land Supreme Beings were unable to react. Then the picture in the live broadcast room began to change. The scene shifted from the vast expanse of the starry sky to a square filled with rotting flesh and flies. In the upper right corner of the live stream, a line of small characters appeared, Zhangtian Universe *Earth *China *Times Square. In the square, clumps of rotten flesh kept wriggling. Countless maggots rolled in the rotten flesh, frantically gnawing at everything inside. Every clump of rotten flesh here was a human being. As the maggots rolled around, the clumps of rotten flesh seemed to be struggling hard. Want to get rid of the maggots on your body? But no matter how they struggled, the maggots continued to devour them tirelessly. The only traces left were blood-red streaks on the blood-red ground. Sometimes, two or even several clumps of rotten flesh collide and then merge together. Request flowers. Finally, small hills of rotten flesh were formed. Although the audience of Super God Universe was mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel nauseous after seeing this scene. Along with the nausea, there are waves of fear that come from the soul. No way! It's so miserable. They knew that every piece of rotten meat here was a living person, even though their bodies had been eaten away by maggots. But still unable to die. I can only endure this endless pain silently. This is a billion times more cruel than any torture. It can be described as hell on earth. Zhangguo, too tragic. Countless times more tragic than I imagined. I originally thought that those humans who couldn't die would become zombies. 0. But I never expected that I would be unable to move because my limbs had lost their vitality. They can only sit there and be eaten by maggots silently. This. Empress Hancock, I will definitely commit suicide. Once the SCP Foundation declares the operation a failure, I will commit suicide immediately. I would rather die than become a pile of rotting meat that is eaten by maggots. Kaido, I'm curious. What will await them after all the carrion is eaten? Pain at Kaido. Look closely, there are several skeletons in the corner of the square. Although they are skeletons, they give me the feeling of living things. This should be the end. Child Emperor, that's right. But this isn't the final outcome. As time passes, these skeletons will be corroded into powder. The powder will be spread all over the world due to factors such as rain and strong wind. I can't imagine what will happen after that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how tragic. Enduring pain silently, unable to die forever. This is what hell on earth is all about. Stone Emperor, so, for our liberation, you can go and die. Emperor Void, you are dreaming of attacking other universes again. Lord of Reincarnation at Void Emperor. You can try and see if you can stop us. At this moment, the color of SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, on a huge floor-to-ceiling window in Times Square began to change. Then, ripples appeared on the window. There seems to be something trying to get out through the French window. Chapter 90. Under the gaze of the livestream audience, the dusty French window began to ripple slightly, and then a dry hand stretched out from the window. Then he grabbed the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window and exerted force suddenly. Then, a rotting humanoid monster broke free from the French window. This monster looked very much like a zombie from a movie, but its body was dry and dilapidated. Bright red muscles covered the entire body like beef jerky. At the moment the monster appeared, a line of small words "unclean" appeared on the live broadcast screen. Roar. After being freed, the unclean being seemed very excited. He looked up at the azure sky and let out a sweet and moving roar. Then, shock waves spread out in all directions with it as the center. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was rotting flesh or maggots, it was reduced to dust. Following the movements of the unclean ones, translucent souls emerged from the rotting flesh. Then it sank into the mouth of the unclean. Then, the dry and dilapidated body of the unclean one began to shine at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the unclean one had previously given people the impression of a dead object, the unclean one, who had devoured hundreds of souls, exuded the breath of life from his entire body. The momentum of the unclean one also increased significantly. The mirror attached to SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, was originally a one-way passage, allowing only beings from the main dimension to travel to the world of the unclean. However, during the process of fabrication, Zhang Chen specially added the concept of a two-way channel. Therefore, only the unclean people in the unclean world who have been hungry for who knows how many years can pass through the channel and enter the main dimension world. Even though this would cause unnecessary trouble. But Zhang Chen couldn't care less about that. As long as the disease that prevents death in the heaven-covering universe can be solved, everything else is trivial. Besides, after passing through the Dragon Ball universe, when Zhang Chen was making up the containment object, the concept of complete allegiance has been added. No matter how powerful the containment is now, as long as it is fabricated, they will be unconditionally loyal to Zhang Chen. So he is not worried that SCP-093 Red Sea thing will cause irreversible consequences. It wasn't that he didn't want to include these settings for the previous containment objects. But at that time, there were very few popular science sites. Often, a live broadcast alone wouldn't be enough to earn the science points needed to fabricate a containment object. Therefore, Zhang Chen could only settle for the next best thing. But now, his science points are already huge enough. Zhang Chen naturally wouldn't be stingy anymore. In the past month, he not only completed SCP-093 the thing from the Red Sea, but also completed SCP-173 Peanut, SCP-096 the Shy Man, SCP-049 the Plague Doctor, and SCP-682* the Immortal Lizard. All have added the concept of allegiance. More importantly, he also used these objects as a backing to create hundreds of clones. And he intends to. If the problem of covering the heavens universe cannot be solved, all the objects contained will be thrown into covering the heavens universe at once. He doesn't believe it anymore. So many objects. Even if the covering heaven universe is the ceiling of a medium-sized universe, it's definitely enough for them to drink a pot. What's more, he still had a trump card. That was the total annihilation skill bestowed upon him by the three brothers of death. He believed that the heaven-covering universe had definitely not reached the level of supreme divinity. Using total annihilation by himself is enough to destroy the entire universe. Initially, Zhang Chen had truly intended to use annihilation to destroy the heaven-covering universe. However, he realized that this might be another bet between the three Death Brothers. After all, who knows? Once the bet between the three brothers of death begins, it will be 3 games. In the first game, at the last moment of the destruction of the Dragon Ball universe, he recognized that King Vegeta and others who were talking to him were the 3 Death Brothers in disguise. Help the unknown existence and win the bet. Gained the annihilation skill. Then, the 3 brothers of death deprived the heaven-covering universe of the concept of death. And he could just use total annihilation to destroy the heaven-covering universe. This dimension is such a coincidence. That's why Zhang Chen forced himself to suppress the urge to use the total annihilation skill. I plan to use SCP-093 Red Sea thing first to test the waters. Let's see if we can solve the problem of the inability to die in the Zhantian universe. Just as Zhang Chen quietly watched the escaped unclean one in the covering heaven universe, continuously devouring souls. Those powerful beings who were lingering on in the covering heaven universe. However, he was so surprised by the performance of the unclean one that he couldn't even speak. Because they were surprised to find out. The rotten flesh whose souls were devoured by the unclean one actually stopped struggling and became completely quiet. Could it be? This so-called unclean one is killing them. Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Then they felt a surge of ecstasy burst out from their hearts. After all, no one knows better than them the consequences of not being able to die. Those who have not experienced the pain that comes from the soul will never be able to imagine it. Bluebird Sage, how do I feel? This so-called unclean being can kill these mortals. If that's true, then, doesn't that mean we can be free? King Fengzi, hurry up and prepare the teleportation array. I'm going to Earth. Quickly. I don't want to endure this kind of pain for even a second. Emperor of the Void at Stone Emperor. You can stop now. If this unclean one can really kill these mortals, then it can also help you escape. As long as you promise to give up entering the super god universe, we can go to Earth together to study this unclean one. Stone Emperor at Void Emperor. You are still too naive. Whether this unclean being can truly kill the beings in our shrouding heaven universe or not, we will not give up 1.3 and destroy the super god universe. Being unable to die can be considered a different kind of immortality. Once the immortal world opens, all problems will be solved. Emperor Henjiu, so you haven't given up yet? If so, let's fight. Lord of Reincarnation, let's discuss one possibility. That's the world behind SCP-093, the Red Sea thing. It's the legendary fairyland. Otherwise, how could the ant-like unclean ones kill mortals? Even we can't do that. Qi Tian Supreme, that makes sense. Let's go and take a look at Earth. With the words of the Lord of Reincarnation, many supreme beings were awakened. The numerous supreme beings who had been silently waiting for the super god universe transformed into long rainbows, crossing the endless void and heading straight for Earth. Chapter 91. Just as many Forbidden Land Supremes were heading straight for Earth, more unclean ones emerged from the French windows and arrived at Times Square. These unclean ones have been suffering from hunger in the parallel world for more than hundreds of years. So, when they came to Earth, after feeling the dense mass of food around them, they began to devour it without hesitation. These unclean ones were quite efficient. In just a moment, all the living things in Times Square were devoured. As they devoured, souls invisible to the naked eye appeared one after another in the square. 10,000 races live broadcast room in order to allow the audience to see everything clearly. It specifically reveals these souls that are difficult to see with the naked eye. Under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, those translucent souls were stunned at first after seeing their own condition, and then broke down and burst into tears. They knew they were finally free. Finally, I no longer have to endure the pain that is a million times more cruel than Lingqi. As for why they have become like this? What will happen next? They don't care at all. Because they firmly believe that no matter what awaits them, it is definitely much happier than before. Angel Nebula * Mellow Heaven. The resurrected Angel Yan has followed Holy Keisha back to the hall and is greeting other angel warriors. At this moment, after seeing those illusory figures in the live broadcast room, Holy Keisha seemed to have thought of something. Then he said, "Yan, there will be plenty of time to reminisce about the past. Our most urgent task now is to see if we can solve the mystery of why the shrouding heaven universe cannot die based on the known clues." Having said that, Holy Keisha paused, and then continued, "The reason why you can be resurrected. It's because I helped the SCP Foundation solve difficult problems. If we can help the SCP Foundation solve this problem again this time, there will definitely be a reward. Perhaps we can agree to allow members of the Angel Clan to join the SCP Foundation. Understand?" Although Holy Keisha has forgotten what difficult problem she helped the SCP Foundation solve, the SCP Foundation did give her a reward. This made Holy Keisha believe that as long as she could help the SCP Foundation this time, she could solve the problem again. They will definitely give out rewards. Holy Keisha dreams of joining the SCP Foundation to study and perfect her own justice order. In addition, he is Morgana's mortal enemy who has been fighting for tens of thousands of years. No one knows Morgana's strength better than her. Although she is now a D-level consumable. But I believe it won't be long before she can stand out and become a formal member of the SCP Foundation. If she had been exposed to the information of the SCP Foundation first, she would have completed her own corrupted order. Then we will be in trouble." Hearing Holy Keisha's words, Angel Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he and the other angel warriors began to follow the clues they had. Find the real reason why the shrouding heaven universe cannot die. Not only them, but also the Liang civilization, the Demon civilization, the Death Song Academy and even the Yanhuang Academy, have all mobilized their abilities to find the reason why the Zushan universe cannot die. Of course, in addition to the major forces in the super god universe. After a brief moment of surprise, the audience in the live broadcast room began to express their opinions. Zhangguo, I never thought these unclean ones could really free them. But I just don't know if this is true death. Child Emperor, I don't feel like it's true death. True death is nothingness. This state of theirs is clearly not the case. Also, I have a bad feeling. I hope my guess is wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen at Child Emperor. I feel the same way. If this isn't true death, then it won't be long before these souls begin to crumble again. By then, the pain they endure will be countless times more painful than before. Vegapunk, why do I feel like the SCP Foundation has been fooled? That existence that deprived the shading universe of the concept of death. Could it be deliberately luring them? Release SCP-093 Red Sea Thing into the shrouded heaven universe. I hope I'm wrong. Orochimaru at Vegapunk. You guessed right. This must have been intentional. I even feel like this was part of the bet. If it is not handled well, our super god universe is completely finished. Angel Yan, since everyone feels the same way, why not send your thoughts to the SCP Foundation via private message? If you guess correctly, you will get a reward. Empress Hancock at Angel Yan. Sister Yan, didn't SCP-173 Peanut twist your neck? How did you resurrect? Zioxia at Angel Yan. Yeah, Sister Yan. What resurrection did you do? After you died, I cried my eyes out. Angel Yan at Empress Hancock, at Zioxia. I was just resurrected too. As for the reason for my resurrection, it's because the Queen helped the SCP Foundation solve a problem. My resurrection is the reward. That's why I encourage you to send your ideas to the SCP Foundation. As long as you can help them, I think the SCP Foundation will definitely give you a reward. After all, my resurrection is the best example. When everyone in the live broadcast room heard what Angel Yan said, their eyes lit up. Especially the major forces and those talented scientists. I just felt my breathing become rapid. Through the various events that happened before, they have clearly realized the unfathomable depths of the SCP Foundation. If I can help them solve their problems, just a little bit leaks out from between the nails. That's enough to last a lifetime. At this moment, everyone in the entire Super God universe took action, and then based on known conditions, began to frantically study the reason why the Zhangtian universe could not die. Even Fusu, who had already chosen to lie down, did not lie down again. Instead, he immediately gathered all the people from various schools of thought. Start working hard. In terms of military strength, we in the Qin's moon world cannot compete. But when it comes to intelligence, Fusu is still very confident, because there are more than one great thinkers in Qin's moon. He believed that this was an opportunity for the Qin's moon world to take off. As long as you catch it yourself. Perhaps he could lead the Qin Empire to rise, or even bring back the Qin Shi Huang, who had been reduced to a D-rank talent. All sorts of hypotheses flooded the SCP Foundation via private messages. Of course, because they are not clear about the key information. Therefore, these hypotheses were rejected. However, Zhang Chen also saw the advantages of collective wisdom and effort. Therefore, he asked Dr. Li Do to come out and explain the three dead brothers and some basic information. See if a miracle can really happen. Following Zhang Chen's order, the live broadcast room split a screen, and Dr. Li Do's voice appeared before everyone again. Chapter 92. With the appearance of Dr. Li Do, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to him. Then Dr. Li Do took out a document with the SCP Foundation logo printed on it. After showing it on camera, he slowly said, "We have received everyone's private messages. But because everyone has relatively little information, so, everyone's hypothesis is wrong. It has no value at all." Dr. Li Do paused, then continued, "So, after the Foundation's research and approval, I will be the one to complete some of the information for you all. I hope everyone can discuss and come up with the correct answer through this information. If anyone can come up with an accurate hypothesis, the SCP Foundation will award a level reward. Of course, friends in the Shrouded Universe can also send private messages. As long as the hypothesis is correct, we at the SCP Foundation will treat everyone equally. After hearing what Dr. Lee Do said, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Especially the audience from the Shrouding Heaven universe, they stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. After all, the Shrouding Heaven universe and the Super God universe are in a hostile relationship. This SCP Foundation actually said that they would also give rewards as long as the hypothesis proposed is correct. Isn't he too arrogant? In the vast universe, there is endless space. The dozen or so towering figures that were rapidly heading towards the Earth felt greatly insulted after hearing Dr. Lee Do's words. Who are they? Before he cut himself in the foot, he was an emperor who dominated an entire era. The power they created has declined. But despite the long years that have passed, their fame remains, and their names are forever engraved in the souls of all races. They are the only ones who reward others. How could someone else reward me? This obscure SCP Foundation actually wanted to reward itself? It's simply courting death. Holding a long spear, the Stone Emperor sneered, SCP Foundation, I remember this. Wait for understanding to take hold. I'll show you what's at the bottom of the well. As he spoke, the halberd flashed, splitting the surrounding starry sky into nothingness. Large swathes of planets exploded. The countless creatures within them directly turned into powder. Of course, because of the Shrouding Heaven universe, the concept of death has been lost. Therefore, even though the bodies of these creatures were turned into powder, but he didn't really die. It was just floating in space in powder form, enduring the pain of its body splitting. Shi Huang, you're looking for death. Seeing this, the Void Emperor, who was holding the Void Mirror, roared, and the Void Mirror emitted a dragon's roar, followed by an extremely bright beam of light, which went straight to the Stone Emperor. Seeing this, the Supreme Beings in the surrounding restricted areas all distanced themselves from the Stone Emperor, so as not to get involved. Although they couldn't die even if they wanted to, if they continued to use their power, it would accelerate the collapse of their bodies, causing the pain that came from their souls getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, if you can avoid taking action, do so resolutely. After all, no one is a masochist. Facing the Void Mirror's attack, the Stone Emperor couldn't help but frown, cursing, madman. Then, with a slight tremor, the halberd split the beam of light in two. Although, he has tried to use as little strength as possible, but Shi Huang still felt the pain in his body increase a little. Even with his willpower, he couldn't help but frown slightly. So he did not provoke the Void Emperor again. Instead, it sped up and headed straight for the Earth. He secretly swore in his heart that once the two worlds were connected, he would destroy the SCP Foundation to relieve his hatred. Reward yourself? What a loud tone! What good things can an organization in a medium universe have? But what Dr. Lee Do said next stunned the group of Forbidden Area Supreme Beings. Even Emperor Sukong and Emperor Henjiho could not help but frown. I know that the powerful people in the Shrouding Heaven universe must think that we SCP Foundation have come up with something that will excite everyone. Dr. Lee Do took a deep breath and slowly said to the camera, but, you underestimate us SCP Foundation. It's decided. Anyone who helps us SCP Foundation solve that problem, it will provide an accurate path to the fairyland. And how to get in? Dr. Lee Do paused for a moment, then continued, of course, you can also exchange it for other equivalent rewards. For example, how to cultivate to become a red dust immortal. According to our speculation, as long as one cultivates to become a mortal immortal or an immortal, one can achieve true liberation. All right. No more nonsense. Now we will officially start providing information. Upon hearing Dr. Li Dou's words, everyone in the Shrouding Heaven universe fell silent, especially the group of Forbidden Land Supremes. The reason they committed suicide was because of the great emperor respected by all races. He became the despised supreme being in the Forbidden Land, who had to regularly devour living beings and stir up dark chaos. Isn't it just to wait for an opportunity to enter the fairyland? Now, a small SCP Foundation actually said that if they could help them solve the problem, they would provide the exact time and location. Isn't this a fantasy? This Dr. Li Dou must be lying. But what if it's true? After all, the two worlds had just been connected, and they already knew the lifelong goals of this group of supreme beings. Maybe they really do hold some secrets that we don't know. Just as they were puzzled and undecided, Dr. Li Dou had already begun his own popular science lecture. He quickly completed the popular science information of the three Death Brothers in the live broadcast room. Then he said, according to our speculation, the three Death God Brothers made a bet with the three beings above the priest Dao, good thing, which is why they deprived the heaven-shaking universe of the concept of death. But I just don't know what the bet between them is. So, the key to solving the truth about the indestructibility of the Shrouding Heaven universe is the bet. Everyone, based on the information we have, please guess the content of the bet. After saying this, Dr. Li Dou disappeared from the live broadcast screen. Dr. Li Dou's figure disappeared, but his words exploded in the minds of all the audience like thunder. The Supreme Divinity, above the way of sacrifice. It constantly impacts everyone's cognition. Especially the strong ones in the Zhantian universe, when they heard that the tragic situation in their world was caused by a bet made by just a few beings. It feels like my worldview has collapsed. What the hell? There are actually so many realms above the Great Emperor? If what the SCP Foundation said is true, then I am a complete frog in the well. Show. Chapter 93. In the universe of Shrouding the Sky, the supreme rulers of the forbidden areas were stunned after hearing Dr. Li Dou's popular science. Although each of them once stood at the pinnacle of the universe, I also know that there must be other realms above the Great Emperor. But how could they not have thought of it? There are so many realms? If what Dr. Li Dou said is true, then the strength they are so proud of is not worth mentioning at all. In the eyes of those beings above the sacrificial path, I am no more than an ant. At this moment, their Dao hearts showed signs of crumbling. Because they knew that as long as a being above the sacrificial path appeared, there would be no hope for others. Because in Jai Dao's eyes, the timeline is something that can be ravaged at will. Anything that does not conform to his wishes, they can all be killed in the cradle by retracing the timeline. And these guys rely on devouring other creatures to seduce the remaining ones. It's definitely not what they want. This means that no matter how hard you try, you can never escape the cage of fate. Is there anything more tragic than this? However, the Forbidden Land Supreme was indeed the Forbidden Land Supreme. They were all truly outstanding figures of their time, undefeated and unstoppable, conquering countless opponents. The heart of Tao has long been indestructible. After a brief period of confusion, they regained their spirits. On the sacrificial path, the Stone Emperor took a deep breath, suppressed the confusion in his heart, waved his great sacrifice, and said in a firm tone, "This Emperor does not believe that such a thing exists. Besides, even if there really is an existence above the sacrificial path, so what? Just give this Emperor enough time. Then this Emperor can also achieve the level of sacrifice. My way is the strongest." As he spoke, the confusion in the Stone Emperor's eyes disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented firmness, and a strange light flashed in his dark eyes. Waves of invisible energy, centered around him, swept in all directions. The nearest large planet was directly reduced to dust. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Samsara echoed, "That's right. This must be the so-called SCP Foundation playing tricks on me. It's all to destroy our Deo aspirations. This SCP Foundation is just an indigenous organization in a medium universe. How could it possibly know so many secrets? Having said this, the Lord of Samsara paused, then said in a firm tone, besides, if there really are such creatures, they will not attack us. This SCP Foundation is truly despicable. Wait for understanding to penetrate. I will destroy it with my own hands. In countless years, this is the first organization that dares to tease me like this. Upon hearing this, the supreme beings from other forbidden areas all nodded in agreement. Now, they have basically come to believe that the SCP Foundation's previous popular science was just a trick to mystify them, in order to destroy their faith. Let their faith collapse and die. He really has a hateful heart. Of course, although they said so, only they knew what they were thinking. They said these words to prevent their faith from collapsing. It's just self-deception. In their hearts, they basically agreed with the SCP Foundation's popular science. After all, even if there were no beings above the sacrificial path, they could easily cover the universe. The concept of death erases existence. Or it is an existence that they cannot imagine. Facing such creatures, they were filled with despair. Not to mention fighting them, even imagining them was unimaginable. All they want now is something. It means to be liberated as soon as possible, or to continue to survive and wait until the road to immortality opens. Enter the fairyland and obtain the so-called immortality. Just when the hearts of the supreme deists in the forbidden areas were about to calm down, the voice of the Void Emperor rang out slowly, a bunch of self-deceiving rubbish. You don't even have the courage to admit that such a creature exists. JD, is really useless to a certain extent. Having said this, the Void Emperor glanced at them with disdain, and then continued in a mocking tone, is it so difficult to admit the existence of such a powerful creature? I actually thought what the SCP Foundation said was true. Because it can easily erase the existence of the concept of death in our universe. Even if it's not an existence above the sacrificial path. That's about the same. Ha ha ha. How dare you admit it? You are lying with your eyes wide open. I, Sukong, am ashamed to be a fellow emperor with you. Shame on you. The Void Emperor has already seen that the Deo hearts of these forbidden area supreme beings are on the verge of collapse. And his mission after resurrection is to stop the Forbidden Lands Supreme from launching a dark turmoil. Now that he had realized this, how could he miss such an opportunity? Naturally, he mercilessly tore through the veneer of composure that these Forbidden Land Supremes were putting on. The bloody reality is presented directly to them. Let all their disguises become clowns. Even if this doesn't break their Deo heart, it will be enough to weaken their fighting power. After all, not everyone is like the ancient land of chaos. The more you lose, the braver you become. Even after your heart of Taoism is shattered, you can still become a great emperor. The result was just as the Void Emperor had expected. After hearing his words, the Deo hearts of these Forbidden Land Supreme beings, which had originally stabilized, became turbulent again. As their Deo hearts became turbulent, their momentum began to wane. Then the pain that came from the soul instantly intensified. Even with their willpower, they couldn't help but frown. They had to devote more of their attention to suppress the severe pain. Void, you are looking for death. How dare you destroy our deist faith? I'll kill you first. If the sacrifice road really existed, you wouldn't stand on your side. You and I are both pawns. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Although I can't kill you, I can still grind you into pieces and make you suffer the burning pain of your original body forever. Kill. These Forbidden Land Supreme beings knew that they couldn't let the Void Emperor continue talking. Otherwise, their Deo hearts, which were on the verge of collapse, would eventually collapse completely. By then, their own strength will never be able to improve. Even the ultimate sublimation cannot be achieved. If you don't believe in your own path, how can you reach the top again? As he spoke, many of the Forbidden Land Supremes rushed forward and directly launched a siege on Emperor Sukong, Emperor Henjiu, and others. They wanted to risk the consequences of a painful family drama. We must also completely suppress the other party. With so many Forbidden Land Supreme beings, even if they could not reach the highest level of sublimation, it would be easy for them to suppress the Void Emperor and others. But none of them wanted to take the lead. Therefore, due to their own ulterior motives, they were unable to suppress the Void Emperor and others in the first place. The two sides fought as they headed towards the Earth. Just as they were approaching Earth, the Void Emperor and his companions finally gave up. Stone Emperor seized the opportunity and swept the Void Mirror away with a single halberd. The Void Mirror that was swept away. What a coincidence, it went straight towards SCP-093 Red Sea Thing. Chapter 94. Even as the Forbidden Land Supremes besieged the Void Emperor and his companions, the audience in the livestream room remained in shock. They stood frozen in place. He stared at the live broadcast with lifeless eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. No way. Dr. Li Dou's scientific knowledge had truly surpassed their imaginations. The supreme godhood, and the realm above the way of sacrifice, these two levels were simply terrifying. Especially the supreme divinity, which has reached an incredible level. They could barely imagine the existence above the Dao of sacrifice. It was nothing more than a living being, powerful enough to ignore any constraints of cause and effect, time, and the Dao. Although it is terrifying, at least it is within the scope of understanding. But the Supreme Godhead. It really exceeded the limits of their imagination. Especially those supreme divinities at the conceptual level, their strangeness and mystery cannot be described in words. Although Dr. Li Dou did not focus on introducing other supreme deities. Just a mention. But it still left an indelible impression on them. As for the three brothers of death, which were featured prominently, they made them feel their own insignificance. If it weren't for the popular science of the SCP Foundation, they won't believe it at all. There is such a terrifying existence. Zhangguo, the tragic state of the shrouding heaven universe is clearly the work of the three dead brothers. Were they doing this because of a bet? But what is the bet? This kind of person shouldn't be obsessed with external rewards. I guess they bet just for the desire to win. Kaido, that's right. If the SCP Foundation isn't lying, that kind of existence has already transcended the three realms and is no longer within the five elements. Compared to some external things, what they value most is face. Child Emperor, did you listen carefully to the popular science? Dr. Raito just said that the three brothers of death are also extremely high-ranking beings among the supreme gods. But they are a little petty. Also, Dr. Li Dou mentioned that they had already lost the bet. So, I think this bet is related to the last one. I just don't know the specific details. There's no way to guess this. Vegapunk, have you noticed something? The supreme beings in the shrouding heaven universe are actually the opposite of the being who stands above the sacrifice Dao. You ask, could the content of the bet be related to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're all wrong. Haven't you noticed? There's a protagonist in the shrouding heaven universe. Through so many days of observation, every universe has a protagonist. They are born with the destiny of the world and will eventually become the strongest in that world. And the heaven-shading universe. With all due respect, I didn't see it. Orochimaru at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Based on what the teacher said, the content of the bet is likely this: without a protagonist, can the shrouding heaven universe resolve the crisis caused by the loss of the concept of death? It's not right. The bet can't be that simple. Naruto, then who is the protagonist in our Naruto world? Jiraiya at Naruto. You are the protagonist predicted by the great Toad Sage. At least, you were before the 10,000 Races live room appeared. But now the protagonist is no longer the protagonist, so it's useless. Naruto, why is it useless? Empress Hancock, because the gap between worlds is too great. Even if you're the protagonist, in the eyes of other higher-level universes, you're just cannon fodder. Hey! Looks like the topic has been deceived by Naruto again. Misty, yet. Whenever Naruto shows up, the topic gets sidetracked. It's ridiculous. Just like Zai didn't win the championship. Zai. Just as everyone in the live broadcast room began to discuss the bet of the three dead brothers based on Dr. Li Dou's popular science content, when did it happen? Zhang Chen also sat on the bed, thinking constantly. He has a little frown on his face now. The many clues are almost connected, but one key is missing to unlock the final mystery. He had a premonition. As long as you find the key, you can solve all the mysteries. By the time, not only can you solve the bet between the three dead brothers, but you can also truly understand the truth of this world and guess who is the mastermind behind all this. But this key is really hard to find. Even though he sorted out the known clues in his mind countless times, he still couldn't figure it out. The Demon Slayer world's Tenri Jewel, the mutated Dragon Ball world, the conversation between the three dead brothers, the shaking heaven universe that has lost the concept of death, the inevitable plot that will appear when the progress bar of editing the containment reaches 90%. Request flowers. These clues, like mysteries, constantly challenged Zhang Chen's sanity. Let his brain be twisted into a tangle of rivers and lakes. Nothing else except a headache. Just when Zhang Chen was puzzled, the screen in the live broadcast room changed. He saw an ancient bronze mirror gleaming with dazzling light and stained with blood. Breaking through the Earth's restrictions at incredible speed. Heading straight for Times Square. In the upper left corner of the live broadcast room, a small horizontal character appeared, Void Mirror, the imperial weapon of the Void Emperor. Originally, according to the power of the Void Mirror, it would be easy to penetrate a planet like Earth, or even destroy it. However, Earth is not an ordinary planet with life. 0. There are countless imperial-level restrictions around it. Even if you are a true emperor, you will need to spend some time and effort to destroy the Earth. So the Void Mirror does not penetrate the Earth. Instead, it slowly began to slow down under the influence of the endless restrictions. As the restrictions continued to break, the speed of the Void Mirror neared the ground. It has become static. It was a coincidence that the place where the Void Mirror landed was exactly on the floor-to-ceiling window where SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, was attached. Click. The moment the Void Mirror touched the floor-to-ceiling window, the window shattered into countless pieces. Then SCP-093 Red Sea thing, which was attached to the floor-to-ceiling window, fell off. Once SCP-093 Red Sea thing breaks away from a mirror, it will seek out the nearest mirror to attach itself to. And the mirror closest to SCP-093 Red Sea thing. It's the Void Mirror. So, in the stunned eyes of everyone, SCP-093 Red Sea thing was directly attached to the Void Mirror. With the attachment of SCP-093 Red Sea thing under the gaze of everyone, the Void Mirror began to tremble violently, and then endless brilliant light shone out in all directions with the Void Mirror as the center. During this process, the Void Emperor's blood also merged into SCP-093, the Red Sea thing. As time went on, SCP-093, the Red Sea thing, and the Void Mirror completely merged into one. Such a change really exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone can't help but wonder, isn't this too coincidental? Chapter 95. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there's something fishy about this. SCP-093, as if waiting for the Void Mirror, appeared so timely, unnatural yet predictable. Naruto, what you said is too complicated. I don't understand at all. Can you explain it in a simpler way? Zai, Naruto, please be quiet for a while and let the senior continue. Waring states, with Naruto's intelligence, it is unlikely that he can understand such a complicated situation. While people were arguing about it in the live broadcast room, the Void Mirror, which had already merged with SCP-093 Red Sea object, produced huge fluctuations. Accompanied by bursts of sharp and piercing sounds, the live broadcast room exploded again. Naruto, oh my god, my ears. Kaido, is this an attack? What should we do? Child Emperor, it's dead. This fused SCP-093 can probably kill all of our 403 universes in seconds. At this moment, Zhang Chen was watching everything quietly, but he was actually sneering in his heart. If you want to die, it's not that easy. He also felt the unprecedented power unleashed by SCP-093 after the fusion, a power that was enough to destroy the world. However, it is not entirely true that it can really destroy humanity. Judging from this incident, SCP-093 seems to have successfully merged by coincidence, but it is terrifying when you think about it carefully. This is actually like a premeditated arrangement, the purpose of which is to use this power to reverse some situations. As predicted. Soon, the harsh sound just now disappeared without a trace, and then some strange-shaped debris flew in the air. Jiraiya, I wonder if this thing is poisonous? Child Emperor, you're overthinking it. If SCP-093 really wanted to kill someone, there would be no need to beat around the bush. It could wipe out everyone in a matter of minutes. Zai, I agree that we shouldn't overthink these things. By the way, I wonder if this incident will have any impact on our world? In an instant, everyone turned their attention back to their own world, observing everything, fearing that if they were not careful, they would become the scene of collective disaster. However, after the detection, they returned to the live broadcast room again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank God, our ninja world has not been changed. We too. Although Zhang Chen did not sense any special changes in these worlds, he had already expected in his heart that there must be changes in the parallel world, but it has not been fully discovered yet. In this split second, the fragments floating in the universe gradually condensed into shape. Oh my god, that's not the Void Emperor. As someone in the live broadcast room screamed, all the people who were watching the changes turned their eyes to the huge Void Emperor. The almighty Emperor of the Void holds the entire Void in his hands. With just a flick of his finger, he can destroy the foundations of some places. However, when facing SCP-093 in front of them, the people in the live broadcast room clearly saw that this guy was actually shaking. Naruto, Emperor, go ahead, you must be a role model for everyone. Zai, Naruto, shut up. If we provoke SCP-093 now, we'll be in big trouble. Jiraiya, please forgive him, this kid is really too stupid. As his master, I am also ashamed. Kaido, stop arguing, the Void Emperor looks very nervous. I guess his resurrection this time must be extraordinary. Yes, this was a premeditated thing. Zhang Chen's mouth curled up at this time. He had already guessed why the Void Mirror would merge with SCP-093 at this time. The Void, as the name suggests, means nothingness, and the mystery of SCP-093 cannot be conceived by the human brain. Therefore, after the death of the Void Emperor, he had actually been waiting for the opportunity in the Void as a soul. SCP-093's arrival is because it wants to wipe out all opponents who are looking forward to hope, and this is where the Void Emperor is desperate. He wants to use the power of the king to control everything to the greatest extent. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Chen felt half of his worries were relieved. Next, this madman, the Void Emperor, will probably use his own methods to prevent some people who shouldn't appear from appearing. Luffy, oh my god, this feels more tense than watching a science fiction movie. Kaido, science fiction movies won't suffocate people, but this one makes me want to play dead. Child Emperor, if you pretend to be dead, you might actually die. It's best to live with hope, in case there's no one to collect your body. Warring States period, let's wait and see the result. The Void Emperor stared intently at the mysterious figure before him, sweat dripping down his forehead. It is not that it is unaware of its fate when it revives this time. However, if SCP-093 continues to wreak havoc, it is very likely to wake up someone who is sleeping. No. The Void Emperor gritted his teeth. A certain adult must not be resuscitated. Moved. Just when the Void Emperor was still in deep thought, SCP-093 suddenly turned and began to approach the Void Emperor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luffy, holy shit! Is SCP-093 planning to devour the Void Emperor? Naruto, run, you're going to die. Zai, Naruto, after your excited shouting, who else do you think can successfully escape from this guy? Child Emperor, it's useless. This time I'm really killed by this brainless guy Naruto. The Void Emperor sneered and instantly avoided SCP-093's attack, but Zhang Chen ignored it. People and things targeted by SCP-093 will eventually fight to the death. In other words, being targeted is really pitiful. After moving around several times, the Void Emperor not only failed to touch SCP-093 at all, but was beaten to the point of being out of breath, and did not look like an emperor at all. Kaido, this guy is so pitiful. If it were me, I would rather commit suicide than deal with this terrible SCP-093. Warring states, not everyone can see through life and death like you. Wrong. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the Void Emperor. It seems that Void King 1.3 is being teased by SCP-093, but in fact, Void King is setting up a self-destructive defense line around him. Haha. Zhang Chen smiled, leaning lazily against the leather seat. Sacrificing oneself to stop SCP-093's actions is truly foolish. However, this is also a good thing. I also want to see who this existence that even the Void Emperor fears is. The Void Emperor roared and released his strongest power, then rushed towards SCP-093. This scene instantly shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the spirit of Bushido was realized by the Void Emperor, which really makes me feel ashamed. Jiraiya, don't blame yourself. After all, few people would use this suicidal style of attack. Besides, I don't think the Void Emperor can defeat SCP-093. Chapter 96. Luffy, that's for sure, SCP-093, not everyone can kill it. Auntie, why are you talking so much nonsense? No matter what he does, if he can kill, he is a great man. If he can't kill, he is a waste. Kaido, Big Mom, how long has it been since you last came out? Are you here to show off your presence? Auntie, what do you care? I'm just being nice. If I were as tough as I was back then, I'd kill you in a second. Zai, I suddenly feel how lucky I am to be born in my Pokemon world. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, because the Void Emperor collided with SCP-093. I originally thought that the terrifying power of the Void Emperor would burn SCP-093 to death, but unexpectedly, something even more terrifying happened the next second. SCP-093 instantly devoured the Void Emperor's head. In an instant, the live broadcast room fell silent. Even the powerful people from various worlds who had witnessed many brutal scenes almost ran around to escape at this moment. This is basically a mysterious weapon that kills people without them even noticing. No, calling it a weapon is an insult to SCP-093. This thing has its own thoughts and actions. The poor Void Emperor was devoured by SCP-093 within a few seconds, along with the power around him. With the disappearance of the Void Emperor, SCP-093 became even stranger than anyone had seen before. If the absorption of the Void Mirror was a simple accident, then the disappearance of the Void Emperor today cannot be explained by the same reason. Obviously, some forbidden supreme being hidden in the darkness was looking forward to this happening, and he also realized that increasing SCP-093's appetite would mean facing the same tragic ending as the Void Emperor. It seems that the so-called coincidences in this world are nothing more than calculated on time to fool people. Zai, if I say that I want to play dead and lie down, will you look down on me? Naruto, take me with you, I want to play dead too. Uzumaki Kushina, you want to die, Naruto? You are the pride of Minato and me. You want to lie down? No way. Naruto, oh, Mom, why are you here? Don't you need to stay in heaven? Auntie, that's because Naruto, you're all show and no substance, and you've pissed your mother off. Ha, even someone like me isn't afraid of death, and you're still scared? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really brought shame upon us, Naruto, just shut up. Child Emperor, I just want to know, how much longer do we have to endure before we can eliminate those terrifying creatures? If we keep dragging it out like this, more than just a few of us will die. Everyone really wants to know the answer, but unfortunately no one can change SCP-093's indiscriminate killing. Zhang Chen finally understood. With the complete disappearance of the Void Emperor, SCP-093's abilities should have been given a higher level of changes. I'm afraid that parts of the world have already undergone huge distortions. Zioxia, Omnipotent Foundation, when will you come to contain SCP-093? Do you really have to wait until we are all dead before you show up? Zai, don't worry, even if I die, Zioxia, I will always be by your side and will never leave you. Jiraiya, it's better to be young. Young people always know how to deceive themselves. Naruto, could you please stop saying such depressing things? We all knew it was a dead end, and now you're saying that, it's even more hopeless. The crowd had different opinions, but Zhang Chen remained unmoved. We can't just take them in rashly at this time. When the person behind SCP-093 who wants to use it appears, that will be the best time to take action. As for whether these guys who huddle together for warmth live or die, it depends on their luck. What Zhang Chen is most concerned about now is what the Brothers of Death are currently planning, and whether the content of the bet is still the same as before. If all the problems are within their calculations, it can be predicted that tens of thousands of lives will be slaughtered in the future. Zhang Chen frowned. He will not be soft-hearted, but he will definitely catch the mastermind behind it. It had been a long time since they received a response from the SCP Foundation in the live broadcast room, and everyone was inevitably feeling a little impatient. The SCP Foundation has always been acting in a high-profile manner, so why doesn't it do anything at this time? Are they afraid? Auntie, damn SCP-093, do you dare to come in front of me and watch me shoot you to death? Luffy, shut up. It's okay if you're not afraid of death, Big Mom, but don't drag others down with you. I'm the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Naruto, if this commotion continues, everyone will die. How can we? Suddenly, the live broadcast room screen changed, and the exciting SCP authority Dr. Li Do appeared again. Everyone, please do not panic. The recovery of SCP-093 will begin in due time. During this time, please be patient and do not attempt to discredit the Foundation. Such an act would be tantamount to suicide. This sentence made Auntie and others quiet down instantly. Getting an authoritative answer meant that some of the fear in their hearts disappeared. Zhang Chen did this in order to further reduce the dark influence caused by SCP-093. After all, if all the worlds were forced to take action at this time and were wiped out, the impact would still be quite huge. At this time, Zhang Chen sensed that many unexplored worlds were beginning to collapse. This situation is enough to prove the previous speculation that the death of the Void Emperor was directed and acted by someone, and the reason for blaming him was also to reverse the whole world. As for why the originally normal world was turned into an abnormal one, it is not known for the time being. But there is one thing Zhang Chen is very clear about. No matter which other world experiences an abnormal reversal, it will leave clues to solve the bet between the three dead brothers. Therefore, going to an abnormal parallel world is an inevitable choice. With a chuckle, Zhang Chen connected with Dr. Li Do. Speed up your investigation to find out which worlds have changed because of SCP-093. I'm ready to go. Dr. Li Do was obviously hesitant. Are you sure you want to do this? We've discovered that although these corrected worlds have become fearful after being held accountable, this doesn't necessarily mean that no one will continue to follow you. It doesn't matter. Zhang Chen's mouth corners raised. A world turned upside down is also the beginning of a new game. If there were no participants, wouldn't it be meaningless? Anyway, when we settle the accounts later, we're sure to make a profit on this deal. Okay. Dr. Lidu nodded. Then I will wait until the time is right and spread the news that the world needs to be corrected. At the same time, according to your request, I will no longer restrict others from entering the corrected world. Very good. Zhang Chen nodded. I want to see how many more dare to come to me after Demon Queen Morgana. Chapter 97. In addition. At this time, Dr. Li Do looked at Zhang Chen seriously. Through the SCP Foundation's monitoring, SCP-093 has already caused changes in all parallel worlds due to its devouring of the Void Emperor. In other words, this parallel world is also the world of shrouding the heavens. Oh! Zhang Chen smiled when he heard this. I know that the trouble caused by SCP-093 will definitely not be a flash in the pan. So, according to what you said, the changes in the world of shrouding the sky also occurred in the parallel world. Yes. Dr. Li Do nodded seriously in the video. And based on the current information, we can draw a conclusion that the driving force behind the smash the sky is about to take action. These words made Zhang Chen's blood boil. He stood up, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Issue the mission to contain SCP-093, and spread the news of the discovery just now. Li Do was stunned for a moment, but still did as he was told. As everyone in the live broadcast room saw Dr. Li Do reappear, the atmosphere became lively again. Naruto, I have a feeling I can get the resurrection armor. Sakura, Naruto, shut up. Minato, please be gentle with my son. Child Emperor, shut up, don't disturb Dr. Raito. When the live broadcast room quieted down, Dr. Li Do began to announce the latest tasks and news. According to the SCP Foundation's arrangements and decisions, we have now decided to begin the containment of SCP-093. At the same time, we would like to warn everyone that due to the fusion of SCP-093 and the Void Emperor, the parallel world is now the world of the Shrouding Heaven universe. Please do not panic, and do your own thing. Dr. Li Do then turned off the video. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is a serious problem. The parallel world is the world of Shade of Heaven, so have the people around us also changed? Zhangguo, don't be an idiot. Even if there is a change, people will go find a strong one, like SCP-093, which is so strong that it is abnormal. Auntie, is there really someone who is even more ridiculously powerful than SCP-093? I don't believe it. Minato, sometimes you have to believe, just like when the ninja world was in chaos, I sealed the 9 tails in Naruto's body, expecting him to turn everything around and create hope. Naruto, Dad, I really want to thank you for 10,000 years. Thanks to you, I am the last one in the class. Jiraiya, my dear disciple, it is true that you have little talent. Zioxia, Naruto, you're trying to change the subject again. We were clearly talking about the world of Shade Heaven. Luffy, even a simple guy like me can't stand it anymore. Naruto, are you on the same page with us? Kushina, I'm so sorry, my son is such an idiot. While everyone was arguing about this, Zhang Chen also received the positioning message from Dr. Li Do, and the universe of Shrouding the Sky too began to try to reverse the existing balance. At the same time, in the world of the Great Ruler Universe too, the death rate of high-level monks is also quite alarming. At this time, Holy Keisha saw a glimmer of hope. Morgana has been imprisoned by the SCP Foundation ever since she killed her own demons with her own hands. Judging from her temper, she might explode if she endures it for a while longer. So, she sent a private message to the SCP Foundation, requesting to be connected to the person in charge. Li Do told Jiang Chen about this matter. President, do you think we should connect with her? Take it. Jiang Chen sat lazily with a deep look in his eyes. I also want to hear what valuable things Holy Keisha can say. Okay. As the connection was established, Keisha sent her speculations about the world of shrouding the sky. She felt that there would be major moves before SCP-093 was contained, and that the mastermind behind the scenes was going to use SCP-093 to inflict a devastating blow on the parallel world. Of course, this is not the only plan of the mastermind behind the scenes. The purpose of making such a big fuss is to target the person in charge of the SCP Foundation. Although Keisha cannot be sure who is operating and controlling this foundation, she can be sure that the formation of this shrouded universe is intended to bring the SCP Foundation into controversy. In addition, Keisha also felt that if the SCP Foundation contained SCP-093 at this time, it would definitely cause immeasurable losses. President, do you think what this woman said is? Jiang Chen waved his hand. I am free to judge the merits. However, don't jump to conclusions now. Given that Keisha proactively provided information, the Mellow Celestial Palace will not be the target of the SCP Foundation. Yes. After ending the call, Jiang Chen began to think about what Keisha said. SCP-093 was originally created to clear obstacles and restore order, but while completing its mission, it inadvertently changed. This shows that Keisha's guess is not unreasonable. There is a dark hand that quietly pushed this danger to her side. Touching his chin, Jiang Chen began to feel that this matter was becoming more and more complicated like a snowball. However, if you want to play dirty, just wait and see. The live broadcast room is now in chaos. Warring states, can anyone explain when the war in this world of shrouding the sky will begin? I'm so tired of waiting. Zai, Amitabha, you haven't solved SCP-093 yet, and you're already thinking about studying the universe of shrouding the sky. You're too ambitious. Naruto, Zai, don't get excited. Why are you so scared that you even chant the Buddha's name? Zioxia, Naruto, you are just a fool. Why do you have to come out to show off your presence? Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a ninja, I agree more with Satoshi's idea. We should preserve the overall situation before we can talk about the future. Just as everyone was discussing the matter, they all looked at the thunderclouds in the sky in astonishment. Then, figures appeared in the air like lightning. Zai, isn't that Li Xiaoman from the Great Ruler? Zioxia, the woman who betrayed Ye Fan? Didn't she become a slave? What's going on now? The one following Li Xiaoman is Hua Yunfei, the successor of the heaven-devouring demonic art of the ruthless emperor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it looks like a bloody storm is about to begin again. I really don't know what kind of big changes will happen. Zhangguo, I don't want to know anything else, I just want to say that they seem to be coming for SCP-093. What the hell? Are you coming for that thing? Do you know how powerful SCP-093 Red Sea Thing's devouring ability is? As the mood in the live broadcast room ran high, Jiang Chen also smiled. It was really a deliberate arrangement. The villain of the shrouding sky appeared before the containment object. Is it purely to give himself up? Perhaps there is some other hidden secret behind this. Dr. Li Do, President, do you want to implement the shelter price immediately? Jiang Chen, wait a little longer. I'd rather see how this unfolds. Hua Yunfei isn't a reckless person. He wouldn't go towards SCP-093 without assurance. However, if he wants to eat this thing, it depends on his ability. Chapter 98. At this time, Li Xiaoman was leaning against Hua Yunfei, but she was extremely afraid of SCP-093 in her heart. What are you shaking for? Hua Yunfei glanced coldly at Li Xiaoman beside him and sneered. I didn't bring you out of the ancient abyss just to see you behave like this. Li Xiaoman gritted her teeth, glanced at Hua Yunfei in front of her, and was furious. Stop making sarcastic remarks. Hua Yunfei. I really hate you. Although she escaped from the ancient abyss, Li Xiaoman was still filled with resentment in her heart. Hua Yunfei's goal was to make her a scapegoat and fight against this unknown thing in front of her. If she hadn't left Ye Fan by accident, she probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Luffy, this woman is courting death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, those who cannot see their own position clearly will die miserably. Child Emperor, let's wait and see. SCP-093 moves. At the moment when a group of people were discussing, SCP-093, which was feared by all parallel worlds, began to move towards Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. At this moment, Hua Yunfei made a sinister move and pushed Li Xiaoman out, directly bumping into SCP-093. Not surprisingly, the moment SCP-093 touched Li Xiaoman, it crushed her and swallowed her instantly. The speed was so fast that Li Xiaoman didn't know what happened until she died. Naruto, holy crap, Hua Yunfei is truly the world's number 6. He can treat such a delicate sister so cruelly. Zai, the law of the jungle is unchangeable. Naruto, you are stupid and superficial. Zhang Chen looked at everything on the screen quietly and sneered. It seems that no matter how the world of the great ruler changes the parallel world, it cannot change some selfish people. Li Do, President, do you want to intervene? SCP-093 has entered a violent phase. If it is not contained, the consequences will be serious. Not urgent. Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He is still waiting. Because Hua Yunfei is not the real culprit, he is just a fool who was dragged out to be a scapegoat. If he takes action at this time, he will only waste an opportunity to perfectly contain SCP-093. Hua Yunfei, who was high in the sky, no longer had the arrogance he had before. When he stared at SCP-093, SCP-093 made a crackling sound. The people in the live broadcast room were instantly frightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have never seen such a powerful thing, it seems that something unusual is going on. Child Emperor, it has overturned my 3 views. JD, this SCP-093 really surpasses all the previous containment objects. Its power is unbelievable. Auntie, it makes me want to fight it to the death. Everyone was shocked. Auntie, shut up. SCP-093 exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and bright red blood splattered onto Hua Yunfei's body. Then, at the moment when everyone in the live broadcast room almost vomited, it reassembled, and in the next second, Li Xiaoman's brain suddenly appeared on SCP-093's body. Sasuke, this is incredible. This guy has evolved and knows how to duel with people's minds. Naruto, it's over. The combat power of the brainless SCP-093 was already amazing, not to mention the evolved one now. Hua Yunfei felt very disgusted. It is already a headache to deal with a super enemy like SCP-093, and now Li Xiaoman's head is hanging on this ghost thing, which is really outrageous. However, before he could gather his strength, SCP-093 rushed forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye and swallowed Hua Yunfei alive. Zai, I want to go back to find my mother and Pokemon. Zioxia, you are useless. You can't even handle this? Naruto, wow, Sister Zioxia is so domineering and majestic. At this time, Mellow Heaven. Keisha witnessed this war without any suspense and took a breath. Even though he was not around SCP-093, the deterrent effect brought by that thing that only knew how to kill was irreversible. Fortunately, the news was passed to the SCP Foundation in time this time, otherwise, she might be the next one to be killed by SCP-093. Zhang Chen witnessed the power of SCP-093 firsthand and then gave the order to Dr. Li Do. We can begin the containment mission. Afterwards, Li Do announced the containment mission for SCP-093 in the live broadcast room. Due to the continued rise in the danger level of SCP-093, which may cause devastating damage to multiple worlds, the SCP Foundation has officially launched its containment mission. As the warship with the SCP Foundation logo appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room became excited, and even Keisha began to secretly hope that SCP-093 could be contained. If containment fails, the trouble that will be caused is definitely not something they can bear. SCP-093 now possesses an extremely strong ability to escape, especially after it possesses a human brain. Its movement trajectory becomes even more unpredictable. Child Emperor, will there be any changes in the SCP Foundation's containment operations this time? Naruto, are you kidding me? That's the omnipotent SCP Foundation. It will never fail. At this time, Keisha ignored the noise in the live broadcast room and directly sent a new message to the SCP Foundation. After Zhang Chen asked Dr. Li Do to connect, he saw the message from Keisha. According to the day and night monitoring of the Mellow Celestial Court, it is discovered that the parallel worlds are currently suffering from a serious poisoning. It is very likely that if SCP-093 refuses to be contained, many worlds will explode. Zhang Chen could see that this time the containment work was much more complicated than before, but if he was told that it would trigger a multi-world explosion, he would not believe it. Besides, if SCP-093 really becomes unmanageable, I will destroy it with my own hands. Therefore, Zhang Chen also asked Li Do to reply to Keisha and ask her what she was trying so hard to do. Keisha was also very excited when she saw the response from the top management of the SCP Foundation with her own eyes. But to be cautious, she also carefully stated that she did not want to embarrass the Foundation and the only thing she wanted to do was to release Morgana. Dr. Li Do thought it was stupid and suggested to Zhang Chen on the other end of the video not to pay attention to this opinion. However, Zhang Chen had other plans. I can promise her to release Morgana, but this piece of information won't satisfy me. Unless her people can assist with the containment work. Only then did Li Do realize that anyone who fought with Zhang Chen would be courting death. Nodding slightly, he immediately went to make arrangements. After seeing the news with her own eyes, Keisha felt suffocated. After losing Angel Yan, she no longer dared to let her men go out easily. Now, Zhang Chen's request was equivalent to cutting off all her left and right arms. Just when Keisha was about to give up, Li Do conveyed Zhang Chen's new request. You don't have to let your subordinates go, unless you figure out what the bet between the three dead brothers is. If you answer correctly, you can release Morgana. It's also a dead end. Keisha's mind is in a mess now, what should she do? Chapter 99. Zhang Chen did not let Dr. Li Do continue to make requests, but calmly watched the SCP Silent Society's androids chase SCP-093. Anyone who has seen the strange and bizarre objects housed by the SCP Foundation has chosen to remain silent. Auntie, I said, are you all still alive? Naruto, as long as Big Mom doesn't show up, we can all survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen, although I have to admit that Naruto's appearance always leads us astray, this time, what he said does make sense. Zai, you're right, I've also noticed Naruto's progress. Naruto, you've truly impressed me. Minato, Kushina, our son has grown up, we can leave now, goodbye everyone. Sakura, I'm still not used to the fact that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto, Sakura, you're making me sad by talking like that. Just as the live broadcast room was buzzing with discussion, a huge spark flashed. The SCP Foundation's androids have begun to take coercive measures. Warring states, wow, I didn't expect that this organization also consists of guys who can't be dealt with immediately. I saw them doing it so easily before, and I really thought that nothing could stop them. Child Emperor, nothing remains unchanged forever. I believe that many things require people to restrain themselves and adjust little by little. While SCP-093 was resisting, and Miaoi, a supporting character in the world of Shrouding the Sky, suddenly appeared in front of SCP-093. Zabuza, wherever this cold and aloof woman comes from, she can be compared to my Ziobai. Naruto, oh, you died a long time ago, why are you here again? Orochimaru, I'm sorry, I thought it was boring to have just you guys making noise, so I reincarnated them. Child Emperor, stop talking nonsense, just wait and see, this woman is going to die too. The ensuing hurricane instantly blew away the SCP Foundation's warships, and SCP-093 swallowed and Miaoi again, as if no one had ever been here. Search. After 2 doses of anesthetic, SCP-093, which had just completed digestion, turned into a ball and could no longer move. Then, it was quickly lifted into the battleship by the androids and sealed in a special container. Dr. Li Do appeared in the live broadcast room again. Everyone, thank you for your collective efforts. SCP-093 has now been completely contained. Please rest assured for the time being. When Dr. Li Do cut off the video in the live broadcast room, everyone's hearts were once again in their throats. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what else is going to happen this time? What Dr. Raito just said isn't a good sign. Child Emperor, I find this a headache too. We just sent one guy away, and now we're immediately thrown into a fierce battle. Naruto, anyway, it's not you who's going to play such a dangerous game, so why are you worried? Kaido, you're such a jerk. Whoever participates in this game is. At this moment, the signal in the live broadcast room suddenly fluctuated strongly. Zhang Chen had naturally also sensed the unusual changes. Although Dr. Li Do has been repairing the network as quickly as possible, Keisha of Mellow Heaven is also doing her best to repair the network. However, she soon discovered that there was something else fishy about the matter. This is not a problem of poor network signals in various worlds, but a terrible virus spreading. But so far, the SCP Foundation has not issued any new missions, which proves that the previous speculation was correct and there is indeed an opponent attacking in secret. There was no way to contact Keisha from the SCP Foundation through normal channels, so she was anxious and wanted to go there in person. Don't be impulsive. TNG King Hexy spoke up to stop Kessa. I know you're anxious to let the SCP Foundation know about the unknown virus invasion, but if I go there myself, what if I get killed by that cold-blooded organization? The Queen must have remembered what happened to Angel Yan. In an instant, Keisha fell into silence. Just when she was feeling conflicted, the network signal suddenly recovered. However, what appeared before everyone were the 3 dead brothers who had disappeared all along. Everyone, how are you? I think you must be very happy after this fight. But this is not the end. Wait and see, a new game is about to begin. As they spoke, the 3 brothers of death openly pointed their fingers at everyone in the online video. The cosmic virus released by the Shrouding Heaven universe will spread to every corner of the world. Please enjoy it, everyone in the parallel universe and everyone in the SCP Foundation. Request flowers. Then the video ended. Keisha's face darkened. This is really troublesome. Although Zhang Chen had figured out that the 3 dead brothers were probably behind this, he didn't expect that these bastards were quietly controlling the battle situation every minute. No, maybe these bastards are partly responsible for SCP-093's sudden increase in skills. With a sneer, Zhang Chen's eyes became sharper. Open the world of Covering Heaven too. I want to go there. Dr. Li Do looked nervous. President, you need to calm down. If you go back at this time, you might not be able to come back. The 3 brothers of death just said that the heaven-shaking universe virus has spread in all directions. What are you afraid of? Zhang Chen disagreed. No matter how poisonous it is, it was created by humans. There is always a way to defeat the enemy. Seeing that he couldn't convince Jiang Chen, Dr. Li Dou gave in. Then do as the president says. At the same time, the people in various worlds who had just recovered their spirits fell into sorrow again. Naruto, please, God, take us away at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, your joke is terrible. If you want to leave, go by yourself and don't involve us. Warring states, as expected, the real destroyer is Naruto. Even if we do nothing, he will drag us down. Zioxia, you want me to die with you? No way. Sakura, Naruto, I'm going to smash your mouth. Kisha, stop arguing. Kisha, the queen of Mellow Heaven, who had not discussed with everyone in the Wanzu live broadcast room for a long time, suddenly appeared. In an instant, the noisy sound disappeared. Kisha, SCP Foundation, I have important news to tell you. If you are online, please connect. Naruto, Nani, you know some important news? Come on, tell us. Kisha, get away from me, little brat. I don't have time for you. At this time, Dr. Li Dou opened the connection. Queen Mellow, please log off and chat immediately. Our guild leader is waiting. I hope you're satisfied. Chapter 100. When the video was connected, Melotien Kisha met the mysterious president of the SCP Foundation. However, the other party was wearing a mask and his true face could not be seen clearly, so it was obvious that he was prepared. Jiang Chen, Queen Kisha, you can speak now. The deep voice made Kisha feel the intimidating power of the man in the video. That kind of natural deterrent force made Kisha, the supreme commander of the Mellow Heaven, bent down and bow unconsciously. Greetings, President. I'm here this time because I have something important to say. The cosmic virus that the three brothers of death mentioned about the shrouding heaven world is, I suspect, a perverse attempt to reverse its fundamental direction of development. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. This made Kessa's hair stand on end, and she couldn't tell what the man in front of her was going to do. Your analysis makes sense, but if that's all you have, then meeting me today is nothing more than a waste of my time. So, is this Queen Kisha's intention? Jiang Chen's eyes were like a steel knife that pierced directly into Queen Kisha's heart, causing her to panic and explain immediately. Please don't misunderstand me. The reason I'm contacting the highest level of the SCP Foundation is because I believe the virus in the Shrouding Heaven universe is very likely to destroy all humans in all parallel worlds. Jiang Chen found this quite interesting. Kisha's previous guesses had already hinted at something, and what she said now just revealed the essence of the bet between the three dead brothers. Perhaps, from the very beginning, they did not intend to allow everyone in the parallel universe to survive, but instead planned to kill them all to end everything. Although he knew this, Jiang Chen remained expressionless. Kisha. I've said before that if you can uncover the truth about the bet between the three dead brothers, I can promise to let the SCP Foundation fulfill one of your requests under your conditions. Are you willing to agree? Kisha was very excited at this time. President, I am willing to dig out the truth. Jiang Chen, contact me again after the matter is done. After ending the communication, Jiang Chen prepared to start creating the next SCP-808. Unlike previous containment objects, SCP-808 is both destruction and creation. It can be said that this was something Jiang Chen specially arranged for the bet between the three dead brothers. He planned to use this thing to find an entry point, search for viruses in various worlds, and kill them personally. The news that Kisha was in contact with the president of the SCP Foundation naturally became explosive news in the live broadcast room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder what important information Queen Kisha of the Mellow Heavenly Court has that she could be personally received by the president of the SCP Foundation? Child Emperor, this means that we may also have the opportunity to contact the top leaders of the SCP Foundation, but we must find no valuable information. Naruto, that must be related to some inexplicably escaped containment objects. Zai, Naruto, could you please stop being such a scoundrel? Why do I get chills every time I hear you speak? Seriously, do you really look like a destroyer? Luffy, isn't Naruto the troublemaker? But I'm curious, why doesn't every SCP containment object destroy Naruto? Naruto, please be gentle with your words, I won't talk nonsense anymore. In the mellow heaven, Keisha had a lot of plans in her mind. Now is not the time to think about all sorts of messy things like these idiots in front of me. Frankly speaking, the SCP Foundation said it would fulfill one of my wishes, so if it is the Angel of Resurrection Yan, I wonder if it can be done? It's not that Kessa didn't think about saving her sister Morgana first, but she felt too much guilt towards Angel Yan after all. It was my own misjudgment that cost her life or death. My queen. Hexie bowed slightly. At a time like this, it's better for us to withdraw. These words shocked Keisha. What makes you say that? Hexie explained calmly. The current situation is extremely serious. The three deceased brothers are most likely planning to sit back and watch the fight unfold, ultimately wiping out everyone in the Foundation. Keisha felt that this guess made sense. However, letting it go like this is definitely not a good sign. Hexie, I think running away is not a solution. Suddenly, Dr. Li Do appeared in the Wanzu live broadcast room. Seeing his serious expression, everyone held their breath. I apologize for interrupting your brief moment of peace. SCP-808 Sub-Zero recently escaped the SCP Foundation and is currently searching for parallel worlds containing the virus. If you discover anything, please upload it to the live stream immediately. Below, I will explain the specific dangers and abilities of SCP-808. SCP-808 appears to be a harmless 3-year-old girl, slow in movement and smiling all day. However, once it locks onto a target, it will resort to headshotting, a method known as Operation Headshot. Zai, Naruto, you damn crow's mouth, now I'm in trouble because of you, not only will I die, but I will also die without a complete body. Zioxia, I think you should all leave some last words. There are so many little girls in the world, who knows when they will admit their mistakes. Child Emperor, from now on, our world will prohibit all little girls from entering or leaving freely. No, we will destroy them all. Warring states, the methods are a bit cruel, but I think we should emulate them. However, what if we get killed before the fight? Kaido, don't be stupid. Since she's a harmless little girl, why don't we just avoid her? Killing so many innocent children, aren't you afraid of having nightmares? Big Mom, Kaido, it's really surprising that a bastard like you can still feel sorry for children. Zhang Chen expected everyone's reaction in the live broadcast room. However, he secretly laughed in his heart, as these people finally muttered about the power of SCP-808, which he had created. Sauce. Suddenly, an extremely unfamiliar little face appeared in the live broadcast room. She giggled and pointed at all the people who appeared in live broadcast room 1 and 3. The virus erasure game has officially begun. Let me see who among you has this honor. In an instant, everyone who was chatting animatedly was stunned. Could she be SCP-808? Oh my god, she not only acts like a little kid, she also has normal thinking ability. Oh my god, I'm really dead this time. At this moment, the little girl suddenly flew to the highest point of the universe along with the live broadcast screen. After staring at the dark universe, SCP-808 let out a sharp cry, and then, in full view of everyone, it tore a big hole in the universe. Tsunade, this girl's super strength is even stronger than mine. Sarutobi Hiruzen, please note, she tore the universe apart. I want to know what her goal is next. Chapter 101. I heard it. At this moment, SCP-808, who was high above, suddenly let out a silly laugh, and then a scarlet light shone in his eyes. If anyone disturbs me from killing the virus again, I will kill the whole family. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room pretended to be dead. It's finally quiet. SCP-808 nodded in satisfaction, then fiercely glanced at the torn universe. Keisha in the mellow heaven could no longer describe the scene she saw with the word shock. Oh my god, such a little guy actually tore the universe apart. And many more. Keisha reacted and understood something instantly. The cosmic virus, could it be that it is not referring to a strange event, but rather a spatial distortion caused by some abnormal behavior? If this is the case, the appearance of SCP-808 is really questionable. How could it be possible that after just getting some clues, other arrangements were made so quickly? This definitely seemed amiss. However, as smart as she was, she did not continue to get to the bottom of the matter, but chose to wait and see at this time. 19 SCP-808's face was obviously flushed with anger. Imperfect, totally imperfect. The terrifying shock force instantly caused SCP-808 to release extreme waves, impacting the entire universe. Naruto, I want to go back to my mom. This guy is completely crazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the catastrophe has finally arrived. SCP-808 is the craziest monster I have ever seen. It wants to destroy the entire universe. Zhang Chen could feel the embarrassment and panic of those people in the parallel universe through the screen. However, he was in no hurry. SCP-808's ultimate ability is destruction and repair. Now that it has caused such a commotion, the things hidden in the shrouding heaven universe should also come out. Sure enough, as the cracks in the universe grew larger, SCP-808 found the passage to the world of shrouded heaven too. Yeah, the source of all evil, here I come. After moving his arms, SCP-808 whooshed into the world of covering the sky too. Zhang Chen immediately asked Dr. Li Do to activate the wireless monitoring system installed in SCP-808. Sure enough, as the picture was transmitted, everyone in the live broadcast room clearly saw SCP-808 arrive in the world of shrouded heaven too. Kaido, thank God, as long as this thing is not used against us, anything is fine. Empress, it's too early to be optimistic. Zai, how come Empress sister has time to come out? Empress, this is a critical moment of life and death. If you don't come out, you will die inexplicably. Tsunade, never mind all that, let's see how far SCP-808 can mess things up. SCP-808, which had already entered deep into the world of shrouded heaven too, now swept the entire forest with a fierce look. Come out, stop hiding. At this time, the old madman from the Tianxian Holy Land appeared and released the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and Tianxian footwork towards SCP-808. Naruto, he hit it. This old man might be able to kill that guy in an instant. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked at Naruto as if he was a fool. This guy's brain must be made of tofu, it's simply unbearable. It seems that the old madman has the upper hand, but in fact it is not the case at all. The old madman has fallen into the best attack position of SCP-808. Sure enough, before the old madman could speak, SCP-808 smashed the old madman's head with a punch, and the entire live broadcast screen turned bright red. Kill him. Keisha was shaking a little at this moment. Although I'm used to seeing bloody scenes, the situation at this time is completely different from before. This SCP-808 ignores its own damage and fights with headshots at the risk of its life. According to the battle footage just transmitted by the SCP Foundation, SCP-808's effective headshot attack range is within half an inch. All in all, if I had been able to stay a few hundred meters away from this guy, I wouldn't have died so tragically. However, there are really people who are not afraid of death. After the old madman died, SCP-808 found a master, but she didn't even bother to wipe the blood off her face and rushed away. Kaido, this SCP-808 is even more cruel and bloodthirsty than other contained objects. Luffy, he looks cute, but is vicious at heart. They really have two different personalities. Waring states, you are still young. It is really funny to use human thinking to consider a monster without any compassion. Child Emperor, stop making trouble. If you want to survive, keep watching the live broadcast. After a while, SCP-808 found the source of its power, Zhang Taixu, the God King of the Eastern Wasteland. Zhang Chen knew that this person was Ye Fan's master, and had made great contributions to Ye Fan's achievements. Unfortunately, now in front of SCP-808, this guy was violating the will of heaven. Zhang Taixu had never seen such a strange thing, so he naturally used all his strength to attack SCP-808. But SCP-808 just stood there motionless, allowing the guy in front of it to hammer it. Naruto, could it be that the uncle's majesty scared the little girl? Sakura, shut up. Your words will make people in other worlds question the authority of the Naruto world. Luffy, don't worry, the Naruto world has long lost its dominant position, and the pirate world is the strongest. Outside the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen watched with his own eyes as these guys from the parallel universe still hadn't figured out the key points, and he sighed and shook his head. Perhaps, before SCP-808 can continue to attack, this group of people will be in chaos. But, touching his chin, Zhang Chen's eyes turned a little colder. This farce should be coming to an end. Really? When Zhang Taixu released his divine consciousness again, SCP-808 roared in a high-pitched voice, forcefully shattered Zhang Taixu's defense, and blew his head off with a punch. This scene completely dumbfounded Xiaojuyu, Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor Hen Ren, and Duan Dai, who had just rushed to the rescue. The dignified God King was actually killed by an unknown object, and his body did not even have a complete end. After taking a deep breath, everyone turned around and was about to leave the place. The moment he turned around, countless SCP-808 clones attacked from all directions. With continuous hammering, all four masters fell. This, can it be a little more tea? Luffy, if we keep going on like this, we're all going to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this SCP-808 is even more powerful than our ninja's shadow clones. It can kill one with one punch. Tsunade, please don't make a fool of yourself. Our ninja skills are no match for that guy. If you say too much, what if SCP-808 feels ashamed and comes to kill us? Warring states, I think what Sister Tsunade said is right. To be on the safe side, it's best not to do anything. In fact, they all guessed wrong. Anyone who is targeted by SCP-808 will never be able to escape no matter where they hide or what plans they make. Because the initial setting of SCP-808 is zero tolerance, and the name of Absolute Zero is not in vain. President Dr. Li Do interjected. Do we still want to let SCP-808 continue to cause trouble? Chapter 102. It's not enough. Zhang Chen made his own judgment directly. According to the normal plot, after the master was killed, Ye Fan should have appeared long ago. This Yetiendi is not a timid person, you know this better than me. Dr. Lidu nodded. However, if Ye Fan could really be caught at this time, wouldn't he be killed in front of SCP-808? Zhang Chen noticed Dr. Li Dou's embarrassed expression and shook his head. Why are you so confused? Don't you know that many reasons in this world complement each other? SCP-808's mission is to destroy the virus, and Ye Fan is the protagonist. Will he be wiped out? Dr. Li Dou breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that his worries were misplaced. Zhang Chen's heart was as steady as a rock, and it was not without basis. From beginning to end, he clearly knew how to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, even the SCP-808 he created himself. To be honest, Zhang Chen originally quite liked this little thing. After all, she looked pure and cute, a real little adorable girl. However, the inherent headshot violence is something I would rather not watch. Keisha, everyone, please stop discussing topics related to the Shroud of Heaven. Did you know that SCP-808's main goal is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I knew the Queen would come out and explain the reason, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Naruto, I want to seek refuge in Mellow Heaven. When Keisha saw the message in the comment section, she almost died of anger. Are the guys in this Naruto world all as stupid as pigs and have no idea of the seriousness of the situation? At this moment, a picture flashed again in the live broadcast room. The little girl SCP-808 waved her bloody hands in front of everyone in the live broadcast room, and then her eyes showed a bit of cunning. Hey, tell me, who am I going to kill next? Naruto, anyway, it's not me, so don't target me. This sentence instantly caused Naruto to be cursed by everyone in the live broadcast room. SCP-808 suddenly took action at this time. In an instant, when everyone could see clearly again, SCP-808 had already captured Big Mom from the pirate world and brought her to the shrouded world, and shot her in the head in public. Missed grass. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room began to panic. SCP-808 attacked the innocent old lady for no apparent reason. It really chose to kill without any reason. Child Emperor, didn't she say she was on a mission to destroy the heaven-shading universe? Why did she suddenly attack us? Warring states, who knows, now that Big Mom has been shot in the head, it means we are going to be finished too. Keisha did not participate in the discussion. She used the data analysis capabilities of the Mellow Celestial Core to see if there were any hidden weaknesses in SCP-808. Unfortunately, no matter how hard we try, there are no clues. Hexy stopped Keisha's actions. Your Majesty, I believe this guy might attack us at any moment. If we continue to struggle, the danger will inevitably spread to the Mellow Heavenly Palace. Keisha is not an idiot. She knows that if Hexy said this without any basis, she would never say this. At this moment, SCP-808 suddenly turned around again to deal with the characters in the world of Shrouded in Heaven too. But this time she hit a wall. Yefan was not someone who could be easily mastered, and the power he released completely crushed SCP-808. Zhang Chen then nodded towards Dr. Li Do. It's time to announce the containment of SCP-808. Also, teleport me to the world of Covered Heaven too. Too risky. Dr. Li Do was obviously considering a lot at this time. Master President, I know you are planning to capture Yefan, but please be patient at this time. If SCP-808's goal is not just to kill Yefan, then we must replan it. Zhang Chen waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. No need to say anything more. You, don't try to stop me. Go and issue the mission. Just as Zhang Chen was making arrangements, he fell into darkness. Opening his eyes, Emperor Yetian appeared in his spiritual world. Do not. Zhang Chen quickly became alert. You are not Yefan. At this moment, Yefan, who was standing inside his brain, laughed softly. Zhang Chen, you are indeed a very powerful person, facing everything with such vigilance. However, you must listen carefully to what I am saying now. Someone has broken into the world of Shrouding the Heavens too and turned all the good guys into bad guys. Zhang Chen listened to this and slowly began to understand. So, those killed by SCP-808 are the ones who deserve to be killed? Yefan, there's never been a question of whether or not to kill. I've always been more in favor of the idea of whether or not to face all challenges. You will be everyone's savior, even if the method is a bit rough, but please make sure to destroy Shrouded Heaven too. Afterwards, Zhang Chen regained consciousness. Dr. Li Do saw Zhang Chen recover from his coma through the video and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. President, you were so terrifying just now. I really thought you would be killed. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head after hearing this. Don't worry, I won't die. However, SCP-808's madness alone isn't enough. Immediately learn more about the Dowdy Rabbit and have it assist SCP-808. When Dr. Li Do said this, he shuddered. Even though it is clear that Yefan will never do anything without confidence, this decision is still extremely terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Li Do couldn't help but feel nervous. Mr. President, are you really sure? Jiang Chen, some things are destined from the beginning, so you don't have to ask me anymore. Afterwards, Jiang Chen immediately devoted himself to new research. He is now impatient to see who will win when the Dowdy Rabbit and SCP-808 actually collide. As Dr. Li Do released the news about the Dowdy Rabbit into the live broadcast room, multiple parallel worlds, Mad Zhao, began to get uneasy. Luffy, before one crisis is over, another one comes. This is really going to make all of us die without a complete corpse. Kaido, Luffy, I'm honored to meet you, but I'm afraid we can't escape this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has finally come to this. It seems that ninjas have been eliminated by the world. Naruto, I will never admit defeat. Everyone just looked at Naruto with sympathy and could only sigh. Dowdy Rabbit, contained within SCP-809, dangerous level SSS, eats humans and ghosts, please take precautions. Zai, how can we escape when this guy can handle both humans and ghosts? I've really discovered that some guys are really good at talking without any hesitation. Empress, little one, even though I am about to die, I will never abandon you. Keisha, calm down. Who said those 2 containment units were coming for us? Chapter 103. Keisha's words instantly made everyone, who were already extremely disappointed, feel a sense of confusion. The situation has become irreversible. Is it still possible to escape? Seeing that the people in the live broadcast room had quieted down a lot, Keisha told them with the data from her own investigation that the only problem was that the 2 large containment objects had too much destructive power and might cause fluctuations in the universe. You know, the existence of all other worlds depends on the universe. If the universe gets into trouble because of 2 crazy inmates, all the living people will die instantly. Naruto, Angel Sister, why can't I understand what you're saying? You've been telling us that we're really going to die this time. Zai, Naruto, your IQ is worrying. Queen Keisha means that the inhabitants look down on us. Naruto, damn it, they actually look down on us? Why don't we just let them roll over here and let us compete? Jiraiya, Naruto, stop talking. You haven't finished your homework yet, and you haven't mastered the 9-tailed fox's chakra control yet. Who allowed you to chat here? Xiaomi, I'm dying of laughter. Naruto is really the last one in the class. Keisha has a headache at the moment. Do these people even know what the line between life and death is? If they continue like this, they will definitely die. At this moment, a very cute rabbit 417 appeared in the live broadcast room, and SCP-808's eyes were scarlet, as if it was about to take action. Sakura, what a poor little rabbit, is it going to die now? Luffy, it's not pitiful. Anything that can be identified as an SSS-level dangerous containment item by the SCP Foundation must have something extraordinary. In one sentence, everyone in the world was stunned. That little rabbit was the gluttonous rabbit? Look, it's nothing special. At this time, the Dowdy Rabbit rushed towards SCP-808, but before it could touch it, it was caught by SCP-808 and the rabbit grabbed its neck and wouldn't let go. The next second, the Dowdy Rabbit chose to shed its skin and then attack from behind. Seeing that SCP-808's back was almost torn apart by the rabbit, everyone vomited uncontrollably. This is a bit too disgusting. In fact, Jiang Chen knew very well what the consequences of the collision between the two would be, but he just couldn't give up the experiment so easily. Now things began to become clear as Yetiandi entered the brain. The person behind the scenes wants to make the people in the world of Shrouded World 2 grow in reverse. In other words, as long as those people are alive, they will become evil scum. This discovery not only made Jiang Chen feel that the problem was becoming increasingly serious, but also prompted Dr. Li Do to conduct new research. He was quite curious. Would the cost of comparing the entire world of the Great Ruler 2 with the world of the Great Ruler 1 be too high? SCP-808 stared at the gluttonous rabbit with disdain, and ignored its expression. Luffy, if she wasn't my enemy, I would really think that little girl SCP-808 is my idol. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't talk nonsense. How can you talk nonsense like Naruto? You should know that you can't be led astray. Stay calm. Sam, I don't think Luffy can be calm. Deep down, he's a crazy fighter. At this time, the dowdy rabbit had begun to make crazy roars before attacking. In the next moment, the collision with SCP-808 shattered the various barriers that the universe had built to protect parallel worlds. Hexy, Your Majesty, let's leave. The SCP Foundation is simply using everyone's lives for research. Keisha did not answer this question. After all, no matter how anxious she was at this moment, she could not escape the game within the game that Zhang Chen had set up before. If I could uncover the conspiracy theory of the three dead brothers, I'd have a great opportunity to get closer to the SCP Foundation. Why not? Anyway, if death really comes, then everyone will die together in the end, so nothing else matters. Keisha looked up and made a split-second decision. Everyone, behave yourself from now on. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the SCP Foundation will be the first to be unforgivable. Naturally, these remarks were transmitted to Zhang Chen intactly by Dr. Li Dou's monitoring system. Zhang Chen could accept the fact that the woman kept her promise to support the SCP Foundation. Dr. Lidu, tell Keisha that besides joining the SCP Foundation and getting inside information about the Foundation, she can choose any outrageous news, even releasing Morgana. After this request was conveyed to Kessa, Kessa became more determined to persist in this battle. Hexy couldn't do anything about Keisha and could only follow her wishes. The huge energy fluctuations generated by the world of Zhatian 1 and Zhatian 2 affected several other worlds. As these people felt the earth-shaking changes, they began to completely surrender. If you continue to resist, the only result you will suffer is your own death. The two large objects turned the two worlds into a real hell on earth. Any cultivator with higher abilities in the world of shrouding the sky will be torn to pieces. And every time these guys were torn apart, the two subjects could get a brief moment of peace. But the price of this tranquility is too terrible. Warring states, Queen Keisha, can you tell me the truth? These two monsters weren't coming for us, so how did Big Mom get killed through the screen? Zioxia, yes, as long as there is one exception, more exceptions will appear. How do you make things go smoothly? Child Emperor, I think Big Mom was killed because she was a tsundere. In fact, SCP-808 was a quiet guy from the beginning to the end. Keisha quickly recorded the news. What Child Emperor said was absolutely right. Big Mom was not killed intentionally. SCP-808 could not tolerate anyone violating the rules she set, not even a little bit. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that when everyone loses their tough side, they will no longer be targeted. Jiraiya, this crazy world is really not suitable for ninjas to continue living in. Tsunade, shut up, we need to find a way to solve the problem, not to escape. Jiraiya, how long can you hold on to your sage mode? Jiraiya, haha, didn't you see that even a god king like Zhang Taixu died? If I go up there, I'll probably just become cannon fodder. Empress, no one should act rashly. At this moment, I think anything that involves taking risks will endanger lives. At this moment, Zhang Chen personally sent a message to the live broadcast room. President of the SCP Foundation, friendly reminder, don't even think about ending the game. Before the two containment objects are recovered, everyone will be attacked. To stay safe, you have to look for clues, exploit their weaknesses, and help contain them. Naruto, President, who are you? Can you let us see your true face? President of the SCP Foundation, haha, keep it secret for now. Chapter 104. Zhang Chen took the initiative to leave such a message in the live broadcast room, firstly to calm people's hearts, and secondly to let SCP-808, which has high intelligent thinking ability, start to destroy it as soon as possible. As predicted. After SCP-808 discovered Zhang Chen's actions, it began to ignore the actions of the Dowdy Rabbit and instead continued to tear apart everything in the world of shrouding the sky. No matter whether it is a person or an object, as long as it appears in this guy's eyes, it will be completely wiped out. Child Emperor, this is an unprecedentedly dangerous creature. I'm afraid the days ahead will be even more difficult. Zai, I'm not as optimistic as you are. What's the future? This SCP-808 is already an unprecedented danger, let alone something else. Empress, wait a minute, Queen Keisha of the Mellow Heaven and the President of the SCP Foundation have both said not to try to take shortcuts, we must remain patient. Continue watching the live broadcast below. The Dowdy Rabbit, completely ignored by SCP-808 as if it were invisible, began to roar loudly. The massive sonic attack affected SCP-808's normal sweep mission. The little guy came up to the gluttonous rabbit with a sullen face, grabbed its ears without saying a word, and slapped it wildly. Naruto, wow, this is simply terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I didn't expect that when SCP-808 gets so angry, it really won't even care about its own kind. Empress, how can they be the same? Please, can't they be completely different beings? After the Dowdy Rabbit was beaten, its head grew more than twice as large, but it was obviously much quieter and trembled in front of SCP-808. SCP-808's absolute zero tolerance is what Zhang Chen is most satisfied with. Even though they are all things created by himself, the Dowdy Rabbit is far inferior to SCP-808. This is not just because of its ability, but also because SCP-808's anti-reconnaissance capabilities and power that almost transcends the boundaries between humans and gods are unique. Keisha, the current situation should be relatively good for us. You should have seen that even if the Dowdy Rabbit is powerful, it can be restrained by SCP-808. So, some brainless guys, don't create trouble and cause people to panic. Naruto, I always feel like you are talking about me. Tsunade, don't take it personally. Naruto, you'll bring shame to the ninja world. Zai, oh, I really want to see a big battle. Boom. When everyone was bored, the entire universe of shrouding the sky erupted in unprecedented shock. Even though they were in different locations, the almost apocalyptic shock made people in every world terrified. Naruto, all my milk spilled on my face. Warring states, what's so strange about this? Everyone in our world is walking backwards due to inertia, and we don't know when we can return home. Although Keisha's Mellow Heaven had strong defenses, it could not withstand such a frenzied attack, and the defense layer began to crack. Hexy had to lead everyone to repair the situation to prevent the next attack from bringing a devastating blow. Zhang Chen's side was impregnable. SCP-808's original target was the chaotic viral parallel world. Everything was stable on its side, so naturally it would not be involved in it. SCP-808 shielded its eyes from the sun with its hands, glanced everywhere, and then muttered again. It's not fun. Everyone's hiding and doesn't want to accompany me. In that case then destroy them all. These words instantly frightened everyone in the parallel world that was full of confidence. Are you ready? SCP-808 slowly flew into the sky, and at the same time used telekinesis to control the Dowdy Rabbit into the world of shrouding the sky too. Keisha in the live broadcast room suddenly became stiff. This guy, is he going to destroy both worlds? Just before this happened, a figure flashed by. Naruto, oh my god, Emperor Yetian is here. Empress, didn't the Void Emperor die? Why is he here again? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's a wonderful thing, but you seem to have forgotten that in the world of shrouding the world too, the Void Emperor still survived by relying on some special powers. Warring states, even if Emperor Yetian came, it would be useless. The moment of destruction has already come. Can we still change our fate? At this moment, SCP-808's eyes suddenly widened several meters from its face and headed straight for Yefan. Yefan stood still like a mountain. With a slight movement of his palm, he easily knocked SCP-808's eyeballs back into place. SCP-808 moved its neck and hit the dowdy rabbit hard on the back. The pain made the dowdy rabbit rush towards Yefan frantically. However, at this moment, Yefan instantly disappeared from the front of the dowdy rabbit and took the initiative to come in front of SCP-808. Request flowers. Naruto, big brother, hurry up and leave. You are definitely no match for this guy. Empress, he is very handsome, but I always feel that this guy has a problem with his brain. How could he do such a life-threatening thing? Tsunade, maybe we made a wrong judgment. He actually has a lot of ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen, SCP-808 doesn't need a reason to kill, and won't hesitate, so it will definitely do it. Zhang Chen was also waiting and watching at this time. Emperor Yetian, what will you do in this situation? However, Dr. Li Do quickly discovered the shocking truth through data investigation and hurriedly contacted Zhang Chen. President, Emperor Yetian's personal willpower has not been tampered with. Ji Ziu, who followed him, also has her original appearance. Is that why I saw Emperor Yetian and Yefan in the spiritual world? Zhang Chen didn't understand at first why Yefan only found himself when the world of shrouding the sky was destined to be destroyed. Now it seems that he gave up his life and death and let him clean up the mess. Dr. Li Do, are we going to let these two containments continue to cause trouble? Zhang Chen, someone will take action soon. Once this is over, we'll take them in immediately. Dr. Li Do, okay, I'll arrange it right away. When SCP-808 and Yefan looked at each other, everyone in the live broadcast room was predicting Yefan's ending. However, stop it, you're not the one I'm looking for. Seeing SCP-808 about to leave, Yefan spoke. Little guy, if you want to kill someone, come after me. Everything in heaven and earth is under my responsibility. Now, I will use my own strength to buy their freedom. SCP-808 launches a deafening second wave of sonar attack. Except for Zhang Chen, people from other worlds were almost deaf. The huge noise made them dizzy, and some even vomited. With a chuckle, Yefan continued to walk forward calmly without any discomfort. SCP-808 is shaking. Keisha clearly saw from the picture that the murderous SCP-808 had an impossible fear in his eyes. Oh my god, what kind of powerful person can cause such a huge mental blow to the terrible monster that the SCP Foundation wants to contain? It's incredible. Chapter 105. Empress, it's incredible. I suddenly feel that this Yefan really makes my heart beat. Kaido, now's not the time to be in love, is it? SCP-808's name is Absolute Zero, Zero Patience. So, do you think this Yefan can survive? Sasuke, I don't think it's impossible. Anyone who emerges from death is already dead. What's there to be afraid of? Luffy, unlike Naruto, Sasuke always speaks in a roundabout way, but it makes a lot of sense. Sakura, that's right, you don't think the man I like would be a bad person, right? Zai, let's continue watching the live broadcast. Hey, I'm more concerned about whether I can see Pokemon again before this world is destroyed. Naruto, I can give you a song at this time. Can we meet again? Everyone roars 417 in unison. Naruto, shut up. At this time, Emperor Yetian was soaring high in the sky, with SCP-808 in its violent mode and the dowdy rabbit staring at him from the side. If he is not careful, Emperor Yetian might lose his head and body. With a hearty laugh, Emperor Yetian began to burn his soul. Sasuke, oh my god, this guy is actually looking for death. Jiraiya, I had taken everything into consideration, but I didn't expect Yefan to be so selfless. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the young man was ultimately impatient, and this method might not be enough to kill both monsters. Something is wrong. At this time, Keisha was sweating profusely. It seems that this guy in front of me is no ordinary person, but why is he thinking about dying at this moment? Looking at Emperor Yetian's soul again, its power is even more terrifying than the explosive power of the strongest force of their mellow heavenly court. Could it be that this kid is planning to destroy the world of shrouding the sky and then help SCP-808 reshape everything? If this is true, then Emperor Yetian's spirit truly exceeds the level that all humans can understand. At this moment, Zhang Chen remembered what Ye Fan had said. He said that there was nothing in the world, so where could dust come from? It seems that Ye Fan has comprehended the great Dao. At this moment, as a huge light shines in the universe of Shading Heaven, the worlds of Shading Heaven 1 and Shading Heaven 2 instantly turn into dust. Although SCP-808 and the Dowdy Rabbit moved instantly, they also suffered extremely severe damage. Just when the two were about to repair themselves, the SCP Foundation's containment team quickly rushed out and knocked down these two super dangerous guys one by one with one punch. Containment successful. As the SCP Foundation containment team left, Dr. Li Do also announced new news. Congratulations everyone for escaping disaster. The SCP Foundation will continue to carefully monitor the two contained objects. Unfortunately, due to Emperor Yetian's martyrdom, the worlds of the Great Ruler 1 and the Great Ruler 2 have vanished from the Great Ruler universe, never to be seen again. Before he finished speaking, bursts of red light appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Ye Fan, who had become a red dust immortal, and his companions also flew to a new world. Dr. Li Do was stunned at first, and then cut off the live broadcast. Master, it seems Ye Fan, despite his own selfless sacrifice, has achieved the power of a red dust immortal and resolved all his problems. Zhang Chen, don't worry. Emperor Yetian will never blame us for the destruction of the world. Besides, the heaven-shaking virus is still going on, and I can't stop now. Dr. Li Do, okay. If there are any arrangements next, please let me know at any time. Zhang Chen, okay, I understand. After the connection ended, Zhang Chen felt a severe headache, and the next second, he entered the dark spiritual realm again. We meet again. Ye Fan nodded towards Zhang Chen, and then spoke. I am about to leave this world and head for a wider world. Little brother, you know that I admire you very much for everything you have done. Zhang Chen didn't know why Ye Fan said that, but he was a little confused in his heart. The world of shrouding the sky is gone, don't you want to pursue it? What are you pursuing? Ji Ziu, who was standing next to Ye Fan, chuckled. Hold you responsible for making us sacrifice our lives and become immortals? Little brother, don't be silly. Without you, this world will disappear. In this way, Zhang Chen also completely understood that he was not the only one who knew everything. At the same time, they wanted to turn the tide, and they also did it. All right. Ye Fan went up and patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. We are leaving too. I hope you keep working hard. Back in the real world, many of Zhang Chen's questions were instantly answered. The bet made by the three dead brothers was probably to find out whether there is anyone in the world of shrouding the sky who is willing to die for justice. If Ye Fan had not done this at the time, then no matter how he practiced in the future, he would never become a mortal immortal. However, at this point, things are different. With a light laugh, Zhang Chen also understood one thing in his heart. Although the SCP Foundation made all the items that escaped from its containment system themselves, there is someone else who actually controls them. Even every step they take is actually controlled by that mysterious person. Although I was panicking in my heart, it was impossible to catch this person in such a short time. Bang cha cha! At this time, the three brothers of death broke into the Wanzhou live broadcast room through the internet virus, laughing. Surprised? Unexpected? This game, which concerns the survival of all worlds, should be fun, right? Luffy, you're so funny. Do you know that everyone almost died in your hands? Three brothers of death, Hehe, this is just the beginning. Please be more patient, the next game is about to begin. Then, the three dead brothers disappeared again. Jiang Chen pondered for a long time, and clearly felt that there was something else behind the words of the three dead brothers. Obviously, some worlds that they have never visited are likely to have been attacked by them. If you don't do something, you will most likely lose a lot of useful clues. Jiang Chen, let's investigate immediately to find out which parallel world has the most problems recently. Dr. Li Dou quickly began to input the consultation. After reading the message clearly, he immediately sent 1.3 the coordinate address of the new world. Doluo world. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the three dead brothers would start from here this time. Since it has been subverted, we can know that everything here is completely opposite to the Doluo we know. It looks like we have to create a new SCP containment. Dr. Li Dou, President, do you want to open the space-time gate now? Jiang Chen, not for now. In the live broadcast room, Child Emperor was obviously much more relaxed at this time because the two containment objects disappeared, and he drank tea leisurely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have a really big heart. Aren't you afraid that the silence before you is just a cover-up? Child Emperor, enjoying the happiness before death is my usual style. I have already guessed what the next life will be like. Chapter 106. Tsunade, for now, we can indeed breathe a sigh of relief. At least we don't have to worry every day. However, I'm also curious, why are you guys so relaxed? Aren't you afraid of new monsters coming? Warring states, I'm afraid it's useless. Those three pranksters of the Death Brothers are constantly causing trouble, leaving us all bewildered. But then again, that's precisely why we can't let them enjoy the show. Keisha, the virus from the Shrouding Sky universe is now everywhere, and I don't know where the unlucky parallel world is this time. Just as these people were talking at once, Jiang Chen's SCP Foundation received a letter for help from the Doluo world. Save us! Doluo world is about to be destroyed. Jiang Chen frowned slowly. Just as he was thinking about how to contact and send a letter for help, a scarlet 100,000-year soul ring appeared in the live broadcast room. This soul ring transformed into a 100,000-year-old demon whale, with a strong murderous aura in its eyes. Evil Killer Whale King, hello everyone, it's nice to meet you 19, but I guess you don't want to see me, because when you see me, it means that the humans in Doluo continent, no, it should be said that you damned people are going to perish. Luffy, what the hell are you? You even killed humans. Who do you think you are? Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't be careless. This guy must have been hunted by humans and become a soul beast with a soul ring. Evil Killer Whale King, just wait and see, the time has come for our soul beast purge. As the picture disappeared, Keisha of Mellow Heaven fell into deep thought again. I didn't expect that the deviation this time was that the positions of humans and soul beasts in Doluo continent were reversed. Judging from the fact that the guy just now was able to break away from the Soul Master and move out on his own, humans must have completely lost control. So, what have these things that have turned into spirit rings turned the spirit masters into? Naruto, I think that big guy just now was just a lot of noise but little action, and he won't cause any trouble. Zioxia, shut up, Naruto, when have you ever guessed anything accurately? If I were to say, 80% of the humans in that world are dead. Keisha, not necessarily. Judging by the spirit ring's appearance, it must be trying to lure us in. If it didn't leave anyone behind to rescue us, then why would it say these inexplicable words to us? Clearly, this doesn't make sense. For a moment, everyone was confused. Jiang Chen continued to create the containment object in his hand. This time he must uncover the real reason behind the bet between the three dead brothers. The humans who destroyed Doluo also indicated that their methods were becoming more and more brutal and they did not follow the laws of the world's development. If the virus in Doluo is not cleaned up in the fastest way possible, it is very likely that in the end the SCP Foundation will have to destroy the Doluo world just like it destroyed the worlds of the Great Ruler 1 and the Great Ruler 2. Dr. Li Do, President, Keisha requested to connect again. Zhang Chen, reject her. Instead of listening to Keisha's useless nonsense, it would be better to fully manufacture the SCP-888. From the outside, SCP-888 looks like a divine artifact, without any life. However, with Zhang Chen's perfect carving, SCP-888 began to operate automatically. In addition to its own monitoring part, it also had the ability to repeatedly repair itself after explosion. When the last core metal plate was filled, SCP-888 was officially completed. Zhang Chen, activate SCP-888, codenamed God of Death No. 1, and launch it into Doluo world. Dr. Li Do, OK. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room began to become lazy. Zai, when I'm bored, I really want to watch some melodramatic TV series. After all, it's too uncomfortable to just wait for danger to come. Empress, you are just bored and have nothing to do, you are just looking for trouble. Naruto, if you feel bored, come to our ninja world and I will fight you. Zai, forget it, I prefer watching TV series. Fighting with you, Naruto, I feel like my IQ has dropped. At this moment, the screen in the live broadcast room flashed and Dr. Li Do appeared. Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your break, but here's a news item. SCP-888, codenamed Killer God 1, escaped the SCP Foundation at 2 p.m. today and has traveled to Doluo world. This containment instance is considered inanimate. If anyone discovers it, please do not make any noise, or you will be killed, no matter how far away you are. Naruto, in other words, if I sing, it will attract it. Jiraiya, if you seek death, Naruto, I, your master, can escort you there. You can now choose to remain silent or be killed by me. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you should have done this a long time ago. This bastard has caused us so many problems. Zai, the key point is not Naruto, but the fact that SCP-888 appeared after the problems in Doluo world arose. Is it true that no one doubts the SCP Foundation? This sentence indeed resonated with many people. One incident and many other incidents are completely connected together, and at the same time involve the SCP Foundation. It can absolutely not be explained by chance. Zioxia, what are you guys so hesitant about? Can't you just be quiet now? SCP-888 is codenamed Killer 1. Provoking him will kill you. Empress, these old men are brainless idiots who don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Zioxia, you're right. So let's be quiet and stop being useless and causing trouble. Tsunade, count me in, I choose silence too. SCP-888 rushed directly into the Doluo world like the rising sun. At this time, through the live broadcast camera, Zhang Chen saw that there was not a single soul master in Doluo. It's strange. Since there are soul beasts that have been hunted, it means that soul masters must exist. But now SCP-888 has been advancing for several thousand meters, why haven't we seen any soul masters yet? Just when Zhang Chen was feeling confused, he saw a terrifying phenomenon. As the 100,000-year spirit ring rotated, a guy appeared who shocked everyone. Tang Hao. The man standing in the air like a puppet with empty eyes was actually the well-known Haoshan Doluo. SCP-888 spun rapidly, and under the gaze of everyone in the live broadcast room, it turned into a gigantic metal sickle. 100,000-year spirit ring, I didn't expect to encounter a power similar to our spirit ring. Today, I should be able to do something big. Stop! At this moment, the scarlet gold million-year spirit ring circled in the air. This matter is not your turn to decide. I will decide it myself. Chapter 107. The scarlet gold soul ring appeared brilliantly, just like the existence of a god king. And under its light, the sea cucumber high priest, Poseidon, held his scepter expressionlessly. Keisha, how could this be? How could a powerful spirit master like Poseidon be so easily manipulated? Naruto, please, this is not something you can easily manipulate. Please look carefully. The Scarlet Gold Spirit Ring is a million-year spirit ring, which means the spirit beast is a million-year-old. Even if High Priest Poseidon is very capable, he can only live for 100 years. Empress, I can't believe it, but this time, Naruto has the sharpest thinking ability among us. Zai, fools have their own luck. This sentence is indeed a true saying at any time. Zhang Chen is not concerned about why the spirit ring has become dominant, but is concerned about how the Doluo world will develop in the future. Without a soul master, can one change one's fate by relying on soul beasts that have transformed into soul rings? Since Tang Hao and Poseidon have become puppets, Tang San, the protagonist, would probably become a puppet as well. Although this is not an absolute possibility yet, if you want to prove it, you can start immediately. SCP-888, as killer number 1, possesses absolute thinking ability. However, in order to avoid risks, Zhang Chen secretly increased the influence of emotions when he created it, turning it into an absolutely mechanized tool. Although this kind of thing may cause too much trouble, no matter whether it is good or bad, at least it will not lie and cheat others like humans. As for the future, that's another matter. At this time, Poseidon gradually approached SCP-888 without any flicker in his eyes. SCP-888 instantly rushed towards Poseidon. Under the control of the Soul Ring, Poseidon continued to withstand attacks, while using the power of demigod to attack the opponent in front of him. The SCP-888 created by Zhang Chen is indeed unique, possessing absolute defense that is not afraid of life or death, and is not afraid of pain. However, as time went on, facing the Poseidon who was bearing all the pressure, SCP-888 began to behave violently. Almost everyone saw in an instant that the originally gentle, kind, beautiful, and dignified Poseidon was now covered in blood. Naruto, excuse me, I really can't stand it anymore, I want to vomit. Others had similar reactions. Merlit Heaven. Although Keisha didn't spit it out in fear, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. A mere spirit ring actually became a bargaining chip to control the spirit master. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I finally understand. This world is now ruled by spirit rings. But only by becoming a spirit ring can it control a spirit master. Tsunade, let's get to the point. How can others understand you when you're talking so complicated? Child Emperor, what this means is that the spirit ring must first be transformed into a spirit ring that can devour a spirit master after the person chosen by the person has killed the original body. Everyone knows in their hearts that what has been done cannot be undone. Ever since the emergence of future science, such bizarre things have been happening one after another. What others cannot do can be accomplished with the spirit ring. At this time, Naruto couldn't help but ask again. Is it true that spirit rings do not require breaking through the limits of human spirit masters, and that simply consuming them can achieve the power of a limit Doluo? Keisha, you're finally not stupid. At this moment, even a fool would know what to do next. Naruto, you won't let us down, will you? Zai, Naruto, if nothing unexpected happens, I will walk backwards. At this time, the action of the spirit rings of the Doluo world collectively surrounding SCP-888 not only stunned Zhang Chen, but also caused fear to the contained object itself. From the past to the present, no matter what happens, the objects contained by the SCP Foundation will never lose to those in any other world. Even when facing Yetiendi of the world of Shrouding the Sky, they have no reason to be afraid. However, under the current circumstances, there are many problems. It is obvious that no matter how a soul master practices, he will become a puppet of his soul ring. This is an established fact. However, there is still a serious problem waiting to be solved, that is, in the Soul Master continent, what is the current situation of Yu Xiaogang, who has the useless martial soul Luo Sanbao, and Bibi Dong, who is above 1 man and below 10,000 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I think the one who sent the distress signal must have been Yu Xiaogang. Even if the spirit ring becomes the host, it will definitely choose a powerful human as the host. Keisha, nothing is absolute. I think people like Yu Xiaogang might be experiencing the opposite of extremes. In areas where we're suspicious, he might actually be secretly amused. Empress, that's unlikely. In today's Doluo world, having a useless spirit means death. Luffy, poor goddess Poseidon, she is like this, so useless. Zhang Chen's thoughts were actually similar to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Because the Doluo world is being subverted, the seemingly incompetent Soul Master may be the culprit. SCP-888's performance made the red gold soul ring quite satisfied, and then it turned into a mimicked boy. Slowly landing on the ground, the young man just moved his hand, and Poseidon, who had been in a terrible state just now, recovered instantly. Keisha, this ability simply surpasses that of our mellow celestial court. I'm thinking, if possible, I really need to learn this ability. Empress, this ability is something we only possess once in a blue moon. Queen, aren't you afraid that impulsive action might endanger yourself and those around you? Keisha was silent. Indeed. The subverted world is a devil's world where there are no rules at all. At this time, the young man transformed from the soul ring began to press SCP-888 step by step. I never thought there would be something so far beyond our civilization. If that's the case, then if I don't do something, wouldn't it be a shame for this guy to come here? Luffy, what? Was that just the appetizer? The real show hasn't even begun yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I told you that this matter is not so easy to handle. I'm afraid that the hell on earth, Ma Dezhou, we have witnessed is far more than what we are experiencing now. Warring states, who cares? As long as he stays away from our world, the rest has nothing to do with us. Although everyone said that it was none of their business, Zhang Chen knew in his heart that everyone was actually under the influence of the subverted Doluo world. If the Soul Master wins, then the other worlds will not be destroyed. If the Soul Ring wins, then everything will be controlled by the Soul Ring. At that time, the ambitions of the Soul Beasts and Soul Rings will explode, and the world will be destroyed. This would disrupt the SCP Foundation as well. Dr. Li Do, President, should we continue to let things develop as they are? Zhang Chen, increase the difficulty and release SCP-017. I think it's time to let those ignorant soul beasts see the power of SCP containment. Dr. Li Do was a little embarrassed. President, SCP-017's danger level is SSSSS. Extremely dangerous, extremely terrifying. Do we really need to release it? Chapter 108. Zhang Chen, we must launch it. If we give up on launching it at this moment, the problem will only continue to develop. Dr. Li Do weighed the pros and cons and nodded. Okay, then I'll announce the news immediately and make the necessary destructive plans. Zhang Chen didn't say anything else. After all, it was still unknown whether SCP-017 would actually destroy the entire universe. Now all this is just Dr. Li Do's personal concern and doesn't mean anything. Everyone. Dr. Li Do appeared in the live broadcast room again, which made Duoji's heart rise to his throat. Naruto, are we going to prepare for the containment? Tsunade, Naruto, you are really stupid. SCP-888 has not yet confronted the Spirit Ring OSS head-on, how can it be contained? Keisha, I think everyone has understood. Except for Naruto, most people now see through the situation. The SCP Foundation is the savior. Warring states, great, since you are the savior, I can lie down now. Dr. Li Do, I'm afraid not. Because just now, SCP-017, with an SSSSS level danger index, escaped from the SCP Foundation and went to Doluo world. Everyone, wow! This guy actually has 5 SS. How did he escape from such a dangerous situation? However, if you think about it carefully, it is because it is extremely dangerous that he was able to escape from the SCP Foundation. In the Doluo world, the young man transformed by the red gold soul ring was preparing to fight SCP-888, but he saw bursts of roars in the sky. With the appearance of SCP-017, a huge round flying saucer, the spirit rings began to transform into mimic human appearances. They could sense SCP-017's extraordinary strength through the puppet soul master and realized that it was impossible for them to escape on their own. In that case, we can only fight. Naruto, I would like to ask a question, Dr. Raito, what are the properties and dangerous abilities of SCP-017? Dr. Lee Do, there's no limit to the danger, so the dangerous ability can be switched at any time. In short, it can't be analyzed with data. Zero analysis plus absolute lethality are enough to let everyone know how serious this matter is. 100,000-year spirit ring, boss, this frisbee-like thing doesn't look that powerful, I'll deal with it. Million-year soul ring, test the waters with a puppet first. 100,000-year spirit ring, okay. First spirit skill, JD, summoning spirit master Shinian. As Shinian appeared, everyone in the Wanzu live broadcast room was stunned. Nani, the soul master turned into a soul skill, this. Interesting. Zhang Chen sneered and gradually understood why the three brothers of death were so keen on betting. They really have a lot of evil tastes. Not only is their purpose clear, but they just want to destroy everyone from the beginning to the end. In this situation, it is almost impossible to turn everything around. Touching his nose, Zhang Chen made another decision. Since the situation cannot be reversed immediately, why not go to Doluo world and look for Yu Xiaogang, who is regarded by everyone as the ultimate OSS. Zhang Chen, teleport me to Shrek Academy in Doluo world. Dr. Li Do, President, the danger level has increased to 300%. If you go there, you will be under absolute pressure. Zhang Chen, it doesn't matter. I must go and see who is behind this. Dr. Li Do, does it require participation from other worlds? Zhang Chen, let them do what they want, but you contact Keisha. If you want to fulfill the bet, you must find a way to find someone to participate in the adventure of Doluo world. Dr. Li Do, okay. Based on the SCP Foundation's research and decision, we are now issuing a notice. The President will personally travel to the Soul Master world to pursue the truth. Those from other worlds who wish to follow are welcome to do so, but regardless of life or death, they will be held responsible. When the news about Dr. Li Do came out, Keisha set an example without hesitation. Keisha, we, the Mellow Celestial Court, are willing to support the President of the SCP Foundation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja world also fully supports it. Zhangguo, us too. Child Emperor, our world will not participate for the time being. The reactions of different people at this time also depend on their overall strength at the moment. Child Emperor chose to give up because he wanted to retain some power to protect himself. After all, no one could guarantee whether or not something bizarre would happen next. Zhang Chen didn't care whether the support these people said was real or not, he was ready to go. Doluo continent, here I come. As the light passed through the Star-Do Great Forest of Doluo continent, almost all the soul beasts noticed a flash of strong light. The million-year soul ring wanted to give chase, but SCP-017 suddenly launched a swift attack. The huge disc instantly emitted tens of thousands of poisonous needles. The numbness caused by the poisonous needles made the soul ring under 100,000 years old completely dizzy. Anesthetic effect. When the million-year soul ring saw this, a look of extreme excitement flashed in its eyes. He has been waiting for this super powerful existence. With the anesthetic effect, it would be much easier to control the existence of titled Doluo and ultimate Doluo. Besides, at present, the soul rings in the Doluo world have not had any impact on the gods, which is a pity after all. Million-year spirit ring, these two guys must be taken down at all costs. If necessary, sacrifice all puppet spirit masters. 100,000 years spirit ring, Your Majesty, doing this is tantamount to a suicide attack. Million-year spirit ring, I don't care about these details. Now, what I want is to make the spirit ring the ruler of the world. For tens of millions of years, it has been suppressed by the Soul Master. This feeling makes the million-year soul ring very unhappy. Now, he has unexpectedly got a chance to change his fate, so of course he can't let it go easily. Million-year spirit ring, no one can shake my determination to become a God-given spirit ring. Only by becoming a God-given spirit ring can we surpass the gods. At that time, we can destroy any world we want. Keisha, this guy is really too arrogant. Empress, however, if this continues, this guy's idea will turn into a real nightmare. So we still have to act together with the SCP Foundation. Naruto, by the way, where is the spirit ring of the evil god killer whale king that appeared at the beginning? Evil god killer whale king, little guy, I didn't expect that you haven't forgotten me. Just wait, when our spirit rings and spirit beasts destroy the Doluo world, we will come to find you. Goodbye. Zai, Naruto, you are the biggest idiot in the world. Naruto, don't hit me, I'm pretending to be dead now. At this time, Zhang Chen walked down from the teleportation spacecraft, wearing special protective clothing. Shrek Academy seemed to have suffered a serious attack, and serious cracks had appeared on the walls of the entire academy. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, could it be that I'm a step too late and they're all dead? Chapter 109. Young man, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, as the old voice sounded, Zhang Chen quickly became alert. However, at this time the other party just laughed. Don't be nervous, you came here just to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby little pig fell from the sky, twisting its fat body and opening its mouth. I am the Yu Xiaogang you are looking for. Everyone in the live broadcast room, as well as Zhang Chen who was present at the scene, froze in expression. The smartest person in the world has become like this? At this time, Luo Sanbao twisted his body again and walked back and forth beside Zhang Chen. I can't help it. If I were to become a human, the spirit ring would eat me. I'm now a level 70 spirit master with 4 spirit rings, and the 4th is a 10,000-year spirit ring. If I really fight it, I'll definitely die. Zhang Chen smiled. Everyone says Yu Xiaogang is incompetent, but I believe you are the most powerful person in the world. You are able to turn things around in the blink of an eye, which is great. Stop praising me. Yu Xiaogang, who was in Luo Sanbao's form, looked embarrassed at this time. Nowadays, spirit rings have become the ruling power in Doluo continent. If anyone thinks a spirit master has done something wrong, they will kill him or her. It's really a dangerous situation for everyone. Zhang Chen was aware of this matter, but she was also surprised by Yu Xiaogang's quick reaction. Since this is an emergency, why did you know about it? Because Bibi Dong took the initiative and restored her true form as the Spider Emperor, she came to see me. At this time, there were many different opinions in the live broadcast room. Tsunade, now's the time to discuss the importance of having a childhood sweetheart. If Bibi Dong hadn't made a wise choice, even the peak Doluo's power would have been devoured by the spirit ring. Keisha, wait. As long as I'm in my spirit's true form, I can't be devoured. Does this mean I can survive without being human? Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe it's a method, but if that's the case, it would be more comfortable to die. Naruto, the question is, Bibi Dong helped Yu Xiaogang, so why is the world of soul masters still gloomy? Sasuke, I suddenly realize you're still somewhat useful, Naruto. It's clear that the moment Bibi Dong took action, she violated the rules. Anyone else who knew about this can't transform into a spirit form. Empress, to sum up, we can clearly know that among the soul masters, only Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang are still alive. Zhang Chen looked at Yu Xiaogang in the form of Luo Sanbao and was about to say something when a giant spider suddenly appeared and protected Luo Sanbao in an instant. Bibi Dong, you have taken my Xiaogang away for a long time, now it's time to give him back to me. Zhang Chen looked at Bibi Dong, the love-crazy spider, speechlessly. Don't you know that it's impossible for you two to be together in your current state? Bibi Dong, I don't care, as long as Xiaogang is by my side. Anyway, your purpose in coming here isn't to study my love with Xiaogang. Zhang Chen also nodded at this time. I want to know what the current situation is like on Doluo continent. Bibi Dong, I didn't want to tell anyone, but you are someone Xiaogang trusts, so we sent a call for help to the SCP Foundation. Zhang Chen understood in his heart. As expected of a master, he was able to predict that I would take action. It can be seen that keeping such people will definitely play a huge role in the subsequent development of Doluo continent. For this reason, Zhang Chen issued an invitation. I wonder if you are willing to go to the Yanhuang world. Spider Bibi Dong glanced at Luo Sanbao and Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, wherever you go, I will go. Luo Sanbao and Yu Xiaogang made a resolute decision. Let's follow this young man. Since the SCP Foundation is willing to take us in, we will definitely have a chance to come back. Spider Bibi Dong instantly used her claws to throw Luo Sanbao and Yu Xiaogang on her back. Okay, can we go now? And many more. Zhang Chen frowned at this time. Why don't I see Tang San and the other Shrek students? Do not know. Luo Sanbao and Yu Xiaogang shook their heads. When we discovered the changes in Doluo, we had already. Zhang Chen's eyes were as sharp as a torch as he punched Yu Xiaogang, who was in Luo Sanbao's form, away. Don't try to deceive me. Although you know Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang's past, you don't know that Bibi Dong loves Yu Xiaogang, but she will never give up the spirit hall for Yu Xiaogang. Request flowers. Naruto, what's going on? Is there a plot twist? Keisha was also confused for a moment. However, the SCP Foundation would not make a mistake, especially this masked teenager, who obviously acted after careful consideration. As expected, the spider Bibi Dong and Luo Sanbao Yu Xiaogang in front of them instantly transformed into 10,000-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul rings. Zai, damn it, these days even spirit rings can be used to deceive people. Tsunade, I am not a Doluo fan, so I would like to say that I don't even know who Bibi Dong is. Child Emperor, fortunately, I did not choose to participate in the battle in Doluo world. The camouflage spirit ring changes its form at will, which is really too deceptive. At this time, the 10,000-year spirit ring and the 1,000-year spirit ring sneered. We've played out countless simulations here, but it's rare to find someone as perceptive as you. Let's be frank. We don't know where Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong are, and we won't be able to find them after this happens. Zhang Chen smiled coldly. Do you think I would believe you? If you dare to play tricks on me, you must pay the price. With a snap of his fingers, a huge spaceship of the SCP Foundation appeared behind Zhang Chen. What followed was a fully armed android armed force. The 10,000-year soul ring and the 1,000-year soul ring respectively summoned the soul master to make a meaningless struggle. Zhang Chen smiled coldly. Things that don't overestimate their own capabilities. As the SCP robot armed forces took out their special weapons and attacked in unison, the two soul rings instantly lost their combat effectiveness and allowed the SCP robot armed forces to carry them away. Naruto, this spirit ring is extremely dangerous to the outside world, but in front of the SCP armed forces, it is a piece of cake. Keisha, Naruto, don't insult others with your low IQ. What you need to do now is to be quiet instead of being AC. Jiraiya, I failed miserably in not accepting someone smarter as my apprentice. I'm truly sorry, everyone, for causing you trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, it's not your fault. Just looking at this kid's brain circuitry, there's no way you can win. You dodged once, but can you still do it a second time? Being chased and intercepted as his teacher? Chapter 110. Jiraiya, that's true. I really can't say much. Ugh, these days, running into a student like Naruto who's trying to scam people is really a headache. Naruto, I just smiled and said nothing. At this time, in addition to the constant troubles on Zhang Chen's side, the anger of the two contained objects SCP-017 and SCP-888 was also full. In addition to the invincible Poseidon, the powerful being released by the Million-Year Soul Ring also gave away a gift, Tang Chen. Zhangguo, oh my god, Tang Chen and Poseidon are both peerless Doluo after all, how come they are being slaughtered so horribly now? Child Emperor, this shows that the guy who designed this spirit ring as a mission from God really wanted to trample on the dignity of all spirit masters. Perhaps from the very beginning, soul masters were the objects of ridicule. Keisha, what I don't understand is, if it's just for fun, then what's the point? Is 433 just to give those soul beasts spiritual relief? Zhang Chen was also thinking about the answer to this question. From the perspective of the significance of the existence of soul beasts, the superficial explanation is that hunting soul beasts can enhance the power of soul masters. From a deeper perspective, the death rate of soul beasts is also caused by the greed of many soul masters. Some soul masters even hunted soul beasts, but were dissatisfied with the low configuration of their soul rings and chose to abandon them, which created hatred for soul rings. And so, in this situation, if you want to be invincible, you must catch the mastermind behind the chaos caused by the guiding soul ring. Judging from the current situation, Zhang Chen felt that he could only release all of SCP-017's hatred systems. Zhang Chen, start SCP-017's infinite killing. Dr. Li Do, are you sure you want to activate it? There's a high chance that you'll be hunted down. Zhang Chen, before being locked by SCP-017, I will naturally catch the mastermind behind this. Dr. Li Do, okay. As the ultimate hatred system towards SCP-017 was released, SCP-017 almost instantly grabbed SCP-888 and devoured it in one bite. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an unprecedented crisis. This SCP-017, when it gets angry, eats its own people. Keisha, no, didn't you notice? Although it was cannibalized, the power of the two contained objects coexisted. So, this isn't destruction, but SCP-017's special ability, fusion. This ability really makes everyone feel goosebumps, because the fusion of the two means that the world's destructiveness is constantly increasing. The 100,000-year spirit ring and the million-year spirit ring knew at this time that they could not do anything to these guys with those low-level spirit rings and puppeteers, so they simply let the low-level spirit rings retreat. The 300,000-year spirit rings stood in front of the million-year spirit ring and made a promise. Master, we will take this guy down. The million-year soul ring was silent for a long time and shook its head. Don't brag. It's good enough that you can come back alive. The 100,000-year spirit ring obviously didn't believe it. It was just a fusion of two guys. They could do it too. Just as he was thinking about it, SCP-017's fusion form, Super SCP-017, extended a mechanical arm from its body and directly shattered the soul ring. Although the 100,000-year soul ring recovered quickly with its super strength, the horrific punishment was far from over. Super SCP-017 threw the soul ring into the air with all his strength, and at the same time released a sudden heat of tens of millions times greater than that from his entire body. Ah, hot, hot, hot! The shrill cries shook the sky. Even though the soul ring had no physical form, it could not withstand such a powerful and real burning attack and still let out a pig-slaughtering scream. In fact, this was also within Zhang Chen's calculations. The soul ring can be said to be a form of soul beast after death, so using human physical attacks to carry out the attack is effective. However, SCP-017's superform is not as simple as just causing minor damage to this 100,000-year soul ring. Suzuki, even though we're on the screen, I can still feel the pressure of the absolute fiery onslaught like a roasted suckling pig. The 100,000-year-old soul beast is too young, and its arrogance has turned into self-abuse. Jiraiya, I'm afraid this is just the beginning. You know, this SCP-017 is a fusion of SCP-888. Two monsters fighting like madmen, of course it can't be simple. Empress, speaking of which, the president of this SCP always wears a mask. Why doesn't he show his true face? Zhangguo, he must be a super handsome guy, but he is afraid that beauties like you will keep staring at him. Empress, get out. Zioxia, actually, I think that since the Empress is so outstanding, it is reasonable for the president of SCP to take a fancy to her. Empress, it turns out that Sister Zioxia understands me. However, I dare not covet them. After all, the SCP Foundation is like a savior, and the president is like God, right? Keisha felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Apart from Mellow Heaven, there are actually people who can be treated like gods. It is really unpleasant. To be honest, if Keisha hadn't seen the power of the SCP Foundation with her own eyes, she would definitely eliminate her opponent without hesitation. But now, she would rather stay quiet and mess up for a while. At this time, SCP-017 began to transform into a super chainsaw form again, which frightened the 100,000-year soul ring so much that it softened instantly. Seeing the soft and flaccid spirit ring, the live broadcast room erupted in laughter. Naruto, there are actually people, no, there are people who are even more useless than me. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto, I suggest you keep quiet. If you speak, everyone will feel embarrassed. Ningji, miss, this Naruto has become an idiot for a long time. You don't need to care about it. Zioxia, I haven't seen you guys out for a long time, it's really boring. Luffy, this is not the key point. The key point is that I think SCP-017 will never forgive this spirit ring. As predicted, SCP-017's super electric drill directly blew the soul ring, which had transformed into a softened form, into pieces. Although it can still be repaired, the 100,000-year soul ring has been severely damaged, and its superspeed regeneration has been reduced to recovery within a limited time. Kaido, tisk tisk, 1.3 doesn't die unless you do it. This spirit ring is simply stupid. If it were me, I would never do such a thing. Empress, I'm not you, so of course I don't use your logic. I'm just curious, how ignorant does this spirit ring have to be to have the courage to face SCP-017? At least the answer cannot be found now. Before the 100,000-year soul ring was restored, SCP-017 once again raised its mechanical arm. The million-year soul ring moved instantly, taking away the severely damaged soul ring. In fact, it also knew clearly that if it did not take the spirit ring away, it was very likely that the other spirit rings would not be loyal to it in the future. For this reason, the million-year spirit ring left behind the spirit rings of too low a level, and all the high-level ones escaped. Zhang Chen was not panicked at all. Do you think this is the end? How naive! Chapter 111. SCP-017 instantly slaughtered all the Soul Masters and remaining low-level soul rings that appeared in its sight in a sweeping manner, releasing its murderous nature to the fullest. However, no matter how hard it searched, it could not find the hidden million-year soul ring. In a rage, SCP-017 and SCP-888 separated and together destroyed all the flowers, plants, and trees in the Star Forest. The entire forest was engulfed in a sea of fire. Those who had not yet transformed into spirit rings were also beaten to death by the two containment creatures. The moment they transformed into spirit rings, they were instantly wiped out. Naruto, just a quick question, when will the SCP Foundation finally contain it? This Xingda Great Forest is home to many high-level spirit beasts. If it were to be destroyed like this, it would be a disgrace. Xioxia, who knows? Maybe they won't be taken in. Since the spirit rings in the Stardow Great Forest have all been destroyed, it won't have any impact on us. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Jiraiya, things won't be that simple. Don't always think so optimistically. Keisha felt that Jiraiya-19's judgment was correct. It was seen that SCP-017 and SCP-888 were indeed fighting in a devastating manner, but so far, not only the soul beasts and soul rings were destroyed, but humans were also wiped out. If this continues, by the time Doluo continent is fully revitalized, the trouble may be even greater. Therefore, you cannot completely get rid of that kind of tangled and uneasy mood by just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Scratching her head in annoyance, Keisha glanced at Hexy. Should we send our speculation to the president of the SCP Foundation immediately? Hexy shook his head. I don't think it's time yet. Although we do have a lot of information under our belt, it's worth pondering what the purpose of the person behind this is and what his intentions are. Keisha has always believed in Hexy's decision, so she chose to wait. Zhang Chen still had no clue. Although the two captured spirit rings were analyzed, there was no better information except that the owner of the spirit ring now had perception beyond that of humans. Seeing that Shrek Academy could not find the answer, Zhang Chen planned to go to Wuhan City. However, just as he took a step forward, a burst of scarlet light instantly enveloped the entire Earth, and then, a huge 10-million-year soul ring, no. It was a divine ring appeared in front of Zhang Chen. You are crude humans, yet you harbor the will to resist. Your courage is truly commendable. However, you probably don't know that this whole world is a sacred land. If you continue to embarrass the spirit beasts, my king will punish you. Zhang Chen stared at this terrifying divine ring, sensing the Shura divine power contained within it, and couldn't help but laugh. A mighty Shura god actually behaved so childishly. Do you think that disguised as a spirit ring, I can't tell who has come before me? The god realm of Doluo continent has not been infected by the virus. In an instant, the soul ring bestowed by God for tens of millions of years transformed into the appearance of the Shura god. The Shura god circled around Zhang Chen, a calm smile on his lips. Boy, you are indeed quite good. You know how powerful I am. However, you cannot see through me. If I wanted to kill you, I could do it in one move. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Chen had already disappeared from the presence of the Shura god, but the voice remained. It's not just the power of God that's beyond reach. Honestly, I admire your abilities, but I don't think they can control me. Although Shura God's divine consciousness could sense everything, no matter how hard he searched, he could not see Zhang Chen's exact location. For a moment, he realized that he had teased too much. I'm sorry, my action just now was indeed a bit excessive. Zhang Chen didn't answer him. At this moment, he was more confused about what role the Shura god played in the Doluo continent. Because of the changes in Doluo world, Tang San probably has no hope of becoming a god. The fact that the Azura god is looking for him so abruptly is obviously because he has other intentions. At this time, Shura god coughed. Kid, I know you're still here. Come out, I won't attack you. Zhang Chen then suddenly appeared behind the Shura god. Naruto, as expected of the SCP Foundation's president, he's truly a master. To be able to accomplish this, he's definitely a formidable figure. Jiraiya, but why would the God King pretend to have a divinely gifted spirit ring to tease the SCP leader? Is he about to give him an important mission? At this moment, the Shura god fixed his gaze on Zhang Chen. Young man, I know what you are capable of. Even if you don't say anything, your strength has already been transmitted to me through the heavenly mirror of the God realm. Zhang Chen didn't care. So what are you going to tell me? The Azura god directly revealed the Azura demon sword. I can't suppress the God-given spirit ring for much longer. The power of the million-year spirit ring is gradually surpassing everything. I must seal myself. This sentence instantly made Jiang Chen frown again. Has it developed to this point? Yes. There was deep worry in Shura God's eyes at this moment. I never believed that a god would lose to an uncertain future. However, the spirit ring's sovereignty also completely destroyed our power. Jiang Chen listened and gradually understood. Because the spirit rings were stripped away, the god could only maintain its power for a short time. And just now, the mimicry of the 10 million year spirit ring released by the Shura god was actually to intimidate the escaping OSS. It seems that the real Black 433 hand should be the soul rings of these god kings. With a range of tens of millions of years, even SCP-017 and SCP-888 probably can't kill with one strike. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen now understood the intention of the Shura god. You gave me the Shura demon sword. Are you planning to make me a carrier? No. Ashura god shook his head. I'm not stupid enough to let you become a false god. Young man, I give you the Shura demon sword so that you can forge an SCP containment object that can completely counter the god-given spirit ring. The Doluo world cannot end, and the god-given spirit ring must be destroyed. But you will die too. Jiang Chen knew it very well. You are the carriers of the divinely bestowed spirit rings. Without them, it means that all your cultivation will be lost. In such a situation, how can you not care? Never mind. The Shura god smiled again. Little brother, we old bones have lived for so long, we don't really care. If the Shura demon sword can solve the troubles of the Doluo world through other means, then I am willing to do so. Jiang Chen no longer refused and accepted the Shura demon sword. Okay, since this is your wish, I will certainly comply. However, I cannot guarantee that my method will be what you truly desire. Chapter 112. The Shura god stared at Jiang Chen again, and after a long time, he finally smiled. As expected, it's a good idea to find you, kid. In this case, I will go back. When you kill the spirit ring, it will be the day when my soul returns to the underworld. As the Shura god disappeared, Jiang Chen also put the Shura demon sword into a special container. Now is not the time to refine SCP containment. If we can't find Yu Xiaogang, we won't know what the weakness of the soul ring is. Jiang Chen, Dr. Li Do, help me locate the place where soul masters come and go, and teleport them instantly. Dr. Li Do, nowadays, many places with soul masters are accompanied by soul rings and soul beasts. I am afraid this is inappropriate. Jiang Chen certainly understood this in his heart, but cleaning up the mess was urgent. According to the three brothers of death, the parallel world in chaos is probably not only Doluo continent, but also many other regions. SCP-017 and SCP-808 are currently acting at a very fast pace. Except for the million-year spirit rings and the 100,000-year spirit rings hidden in the Star Do Great Forest, all others have been destroyed according to the monitoring of the detectors. Empress, I really don't know what it feels like in the hearts of those who are controlled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in fact, it all comes down to human selfishness. If the spirit rings and spirit beasts could have left some room for maneuver, this wouldn't have happened. Naruto, anyway, it's all human fault, but I think the gods are also at fault. If those high-ranking gods weren't choosing successors, how could they allow so many people in Doluo continent to fight and kill soul beasts for advancement? These are indeed the most important reasons for the trouble. Jiang Chen also thought carefully that if he started to go deeper from this place, there would be many unsolved mysteries. Whether it is a human or a soul beast, according to normal tricks, they are meant to exist with each other. However, there were indeed too many twists and turns in the later period of Doluo continent, which makes people unable to let go. Who? At this moment, a huge fluctuation of soul power made Jiang Chen instantly alert, and then he ordered the SCP Special Android team to retreat first. As the blue light shone, Jiang Chen was instantly engulfed in the lush blue-silver grass. Dr. Li Do, President. At this point, the signal has been completely blocked. Zhang Chen looked at the huge blue-silver emperor in front of him and chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, you are Tang San's mother. At this time, Yin transformed into a human form with a helpless look on his face. Your Excellency is right. However, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't be able to see you. The Doluo world is now completely turned upside down. The spirit ring is the master of the entire world. If I hadn't sacrificed myself long ago, I wouldn't be considered a human, and I might even become a puppet. Zhang Chen heard a hint of sadness in these words. Although he felt sympathy, Zhang Chen spoke with a stern face. I understand your dilemma. However, I can't help you. Your Excellency cannot refuse. Yin was very anxious at the moment. This matter not only concerns the Doluo world, but also other parallel worlds. Nowadays, the ambition of the spirit ring is no longer as simple as destroying humanity. Zhang Chen probably knew what the ambitions of the soul beasts that turned into soul rings were. Being able to turn humans into puppets and torture and kill them is indeed a relief, but after a long time, one will still return to the silent life of returning to one's roots. If a soul beast is over 100,000 years old, it will be at risk of transforming into a human form, as well as facing the life and death impact of a deadline hundreds of thousands of years later. If one cannot transcend the 6 realms of reincarnation, even if he is a million-year-old soul beast, his glory is only temporary. If you want to reverse the situation of the soul beasts in Doluo continent, there is only one way, to become a divine ring and eat the true God at the same time. This may sound absurd, but it will definitely happen. The blue-silver emperor no longer cared about dignity at this time and once again wrapped Zhang Chen's fingers with the blue-silver grass. Since your Excellency can avert the dangers of multiple parallel worlds, there must be a way to restore peace to Doluo continent, right? Zhang Chen was silent for a long time before speaking. I want to know Yu Xiaogong's whereabouts. If you want me to save him, you can be my eyes in Doluo continent and check for news for me. Not being rejected again made Blue-Silver Emperor extremely happy and he nodded continuously. Don't worry, I will definitely agree to your request. However, in this world, you must have the means to protect yourself. As he spoke, Yin quickly released the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. This was created with blue-silver grass, so it can only defend itself once. Here, my spirit skills will backfire and devour me. If I weren't a plant-type martial soul, and my body wasn't absorbing the power of nature to suppress the backlash of the spirit ring, I would have lost consciousness long ago. Zhang Chen now understood that if a soul beast transformed into a human, they could maintain some rationality, but they would soon become like the Shura god who handed over the Shura demon sword, and ultimately could not escape the fate of being controlled. Boom! The huge impact force directly broke through the Blue-Silver Emperor's defense, and SCP-017 and SCP-808 were already chasing after it. Zhang Chen didn't want to get involved in this matter, but the Blue-Silver Emperor was still useful and couldn't die. The capture tools were quickly activated, and the SCP Foundation's armed containment team was quickly dispatched to block the movements of the 2 contained objects. Naruto, Mr. President is so awesome. This time he took action without any online notification about the containment. Sasuke, you have to use some tricks sometimes, otherwise, how can you catch other people's minds? Kisha, I don't think the situation is good. The Blue-Silver Emperor must have said something terrifying to the president of the SCP Foundation just now, otherwise, why wouldn't they even announce a basic containment date? Jiraiya, perhaps it's to temporarily suppress this containment object. The president of the SCP Foundation knows the dangers of Doluo world better than anyone else. At this time, SCP-017's explosion rate had expanded to 99%, and Dr. Li Do also issued an evacuation notice to Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen remained unmoved. Wait a minute. SCP-808 exists to destroy and create, and it's about to strike. Kisha, I can already sense the impending demise of the Doluo world. Tsunade, I hope the explosive force won't harm our ninja world, otherwise, the balance we've worked so hard to maintain will be lost. Luffy, what else can I say? This containment unit is just going to kill everyone. I think we should just do nothing and wait for death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, until the last minute, our ninja world will not give up hope. Warring states period, come to think of it, giving up like this is no different from dying. Empress, nothing can escape the established facts, just accept it calmly. Just when everyone gave up hope, a deep voice sounded. Ninth soul skill, Tang San's fury. As the blue-haired boy was thrown out by the blue-silver grass, SCP-017 was instantly surrounded, and the blue-silver grass wrapped around SCP-017. Chapter 113. Tang San turned into a ball. This extremely bizarre appearance really shocked many people in the parallel world. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would probably think someone was talking nonsense. Naruto, I am really impressed. The male god Tang San has become a complete punching bag? Jiraiya, the protagonist's halo now belongs to blue-silver grass. This is no wonder. After all, this is the world of martial spirits. Kisha, no. Isn't it said that the spirit ring controls everything? Why is the blue-silver grass spirit causing trouble? Zhang Chen also recalled everything that happened in Doluo continent at this time. Indeed, whether it was the Shura god or other opponents, they always appeared in the form of spirit rings, but Ayin, the blue-silver emperor, and Tang San, the cheating king, all appeared in the form of their own martial spirits. Wahun! Zhang Chen finally reacted. It is because of the existence of martial souls that the hunting of soul beasts can occur. Therefore, from another perspective, finding a solution starts with knowing the good and evil of the martial soul. Because of the protest of the martial spirit, the spirit ring behaves deviantly, and the order of the Doluo world is disrupted. Once the pathogen is found, it will be much easier to solve the troubles in Doluo world. Zhang Chen chuckled and immediately contacted Dr. Li Do 433. Contain SCP-017 and SCP-808 immediately. A better solution has been found. Dr. Li Do, okay, I'll arrange it right away. In the live broadcast room, as soon as the news of the shelter came out, everyone started discussing it crazily again. Tsunade, is the SCP Foundation no longer planning to catch the mastermind behind this? Without the intervention of the containment object, how can we deal with the super-powerful spirit ring? Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't be nervous. Since they've already made up their minds, they definitely wouldn't act out of thin air. So, I think all we need to do next is wait and see. Zioxia, it would be best if we weren't treated as victims. Honestly, if we were, life would be miserable. Kisha continued to analyze the data from Mellow Heaven. However, at present, all we know is that the Soul Ring is not the real mastermind behind the scenes, and the real driving force behind everything is something else. The two contained objects, SCP-017 and SCP-808, immediately stopped moving when they saw the SCP-armed android team. Naruto, hey? What's going on? Are these two guys planning to give up and accept their fate of being incarcerated? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the president of the SCP Foundation, has been dispatched. If these two things still refuse to obey, are they going to be ruthlessly destroyed? Kisha felt something was wrong. I have never seen an SCP containment object so calmly accept containment after going berserk. It is really astonishing. Of course, it is not completely impossible. There have been cases in the past where the inmates finally accepted the internment calmly. However, in the Doluo world, the more abnormal things are, the more you need to think calmly. As the SCP-armed android troops carefully placed the two objects into specific containers, Zhang Chen also sensed that the hidden power was gradually approaching. Zhang Chen, SCP Foundation Containment Team retreat immediately. Dr. Li Do, the fastest evacuation has been arranged. The moment the battleship disappeared, Scarlet instantly covered the earth. Coming! Jiang Chen stared at the huge 10 million year soul ring and snorted softly. After escaping from Shura's body, you seem to have become even stronger. As the mimicry of the tens of millions of years soul ring appeared, what appeared before everyone was an afterimage of Shura. In other words, it was the martial soul nurtured by Shura's divine consciousness. Shura's shadow, I have to say, you're quite courageous, human. So courageous that I want to slap you to death. But I'm curious, you don't even have a martial spirit. Jiang Chen glanced over with disdain. With a martial soul, you can use your divine consciousness to control me, right? The Shura god has a brain when doing things, but I find that you, as its divine consciousness, are far inferior. Presumptuous. As Shura's murderous intent suddenly emerged, the entire earth cracked and all the flowers, plants, and trees were destroyed. Those soul masters who were still barely alive were so frightened that they hid in their homes and dared not move. Jiang Chen didn't care. He himself had never dared to touch a strong man like Ye Tiandi, let alone a phantom. Using the Uchiha clan's Wangxiang Tianyan to counterattack, Jiang Chen used the Uchiha clan's Wangxiang Tianyan to hit back the attack power emitted by the Shura god's divine consciousness intact. Suzuki, what? Who is this guild leader? How could he use our powers so well? Jiraiya, the power of the Uchiha clan is no longer a unique ability, and it is not surprising that someone can surpass it. Shura's divine consciousness didn't expect that the person in front of him could block his power so powerfully, and he couldn't help but frown. This kid has no spirit rings, no spirit power, but he possesses a powerful strength that is not from this world. It seems that if this guy's life is used as a medicine, it may completely overturn the fate of Doluo continent. With a hearty laugh, the afterimage of the Shura god slowly moved upwards, and the power of his palm quickly struck towards Jiang Chen. Haoshan explosive ring. Golden light ignited instantly, accompanied by a low sound, and under the control of the blue-silver grass, blue-silver Tang San activated the skills of his second martial soul. Impossible! The scarlet afterimage of the Shura god instantly became furious, having never expected that such a change would occur at this time. He knew that among the soul masters being hunted by soul rings, many soul beasts and soul rings had reached an agreement on coexistence with humans, but going against him was a heinous crime. Roaring angrily, he grabbed the unconscious Tang San and sneered. Blue-silver grass, you're just a plant-type martial spirit, and you dare to show off to me. Let go of the mistress. The blue-silver Emperor Ayan also fought desperately with the afterimage of Shura god in his true form, but unfortunately the difference in strength was too great and he was instantly blown away, with blood instantly staining Tang San's face. Perhaps it was the effect of the blood. Tang San, who had been controlled, opened his eyes instantly. When he looked at the afterimage of Shura god, he showed a cold smile. You attacked my family? Very good. Seeing Tang San like this, Jiang Chen also understood that in order to restore the world of Doluo continent, the blood of loved ones must be used to wash away the virus. Seeing the blue-silver grass and clear sky hammer returning to Tang San's body, Jiang Chen smiled again. Alas, it seems that even the gods' plans are not as good as God's plans. Doluo continent will never become the world of spirit rings. No. The afterimage of the Shura god roared instantly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. I don't believe it. Everything I do is in accordance with the way of heaven. Tang San, you are just an exception. It's not an accident. Jiang Chen's eyes were determined. As long as you can use the power of these people's closest bloodlines to reconcile, your conspiracy will surely collapse on its own. Shura god remnant, abandon your foolish plot. Chapter 114. Although he knew that what Jiang Chen said was right, the afterimage of the Shura god was unwilling to let go of the knot in his heart. If Jiang Chen is allowed to turn everything back, then spirit rings and spirit beasts will once again become things that humans can manipulate at will. If this continues, it is unknown what will happen next. Naruto, Mr. President, you are too kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Tsunade, Naruto, shut up. Why do you have to stir up trouble when others want peace? Are you really the unlucky one in everyone's eyes? Empress, Naruto isn't just a jinx, he's a selfish demon. Everyone knows the SCP Foundation's president is trying hard to convince the boss, but he's the only one who's still making a fuss. Keisha, actually, the president of the SCP Foundation is really touching. Not only does he provide unconditional help, but he also makes sincere arrangements every time. He is really very gentle. Zhang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening in the live broadcast room at the moment. He could see that the afterimage of the Shura god was still thinking about destroying humanity. Human soul masters are indeed terrifying to soul beasts, and the blows they inflict on soul beasts are overwhelming. However, there were also good soul masters who specialized in killing those evil soul beasts. Walking forward step by step, Zhang Chen planned to move this monster with his own actions. Do not move. The afterimage of Shura god instantly became nervous. He was very afraid of someone talking to him at such a close distance, and an invisible sense of inferiority was subtly surrounding him. Really? Zhang Chen discovered that the reason this guy was making such a big fuss was entirely because he wanted to resolve the loneliness and unwillingness in his heart. It is impossible for a guy who has been struggling in pain for years to really not care about other people's opinions. Zhang Chen walked forward unwaveringly, no matter what kind of power this guy would use against him. I want you to know that although humans and gods are different, as long as we work hard, humans can live a more carefree life than gods. Impossible. At this moment, the afterimage of the Shura god wrapped himself in the red mist, preventing Zhang Chen from seeing his emotions clearly. Zhang Chen understood that this person was trying to play dumb and avoid his questioning and pursuit if possible. However, it is impossible for people to escape the torture of such things forever. With a wave of his big hand, Zhang Chen directly interrupted the red miasma set up by the afterimage of the Shura god. If this is what you want to do, then with all due respect, you are a coward. I used to think that a Shura afterimage like you would be proud, but you. At this time, the afterimage of Shura slowly rose into the air, and the violent aura was gradually surging. He stared at Zhang Chen, furious to the extreme. Ever since the existence of Shura god, he has been practicing along with him. There is nothing wrong with it. With the power of gods, he can become the guiding shadow of the next inheritor. However, some people in the human world keep spreading rumors, saying that the Shura afterimage is a kind of charity from the Shura god and a special gift to the heirs. Why can't Shura's shadow become the strongest leader? From that moment on, Shura's shadow has been waiting for an opportunity to surpass Shura god. It thought that as long as it could successfully surpass the Shura god, then there would be no such annoying things in the entire world of gods and the entire human world. Unexpectedly, before the plan was fully completed, someone appeared to destroy his idea. Moreover, this person had no soul power at all, and he completely suppressed himself with just a little bit of cleverness. If there is really something in this world that Shura Kanying is afraid of, it must be someone like Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, the president of the SCP Foundation, really holds the future and life and death of too many people in his hands. Ashura's afterimage. Zhang Chen glanced over with determination at this moment, and clenched his fists little by little. I don't know what kind of ending you want, but exterminating all soul masters is not what a god's afterimage should do. Then what do I do? Shura's shadow sneered and roared with all his might. I used to think about everyone, but what I got in return was a bloody lesson. Jiraiya, I can understand how Shura afterimage feels when he is treated as useless. It was the same for Naruto back then. Naruto, let's not talk about the past. When I was treated as the last one in the class, I also clearly felt the resentment others had towards me. Child Emperor, many people are unable to extricate themselves from the shackles of fate. I even thought about escaping, but I can't escape, so I can only face it. Request flowers. Keisha, I suddenly don't want Shura's afterimage to disappear. The disappearance of Shura's afterimage is destined to be a tragedy. Jiang Chen actually felt a little shaken in his heart. In other words, Shura's shadow lost to the secular vision and the life plan, and it was all his own fault that he ended up like this. But completely erasing it would be the greatest disrespect to the Shura god. Why don't you take action? Shura's afterimage snorted coldly at this moment. I know you've been ready to destroy me. You're not the only real gangster. Do you think I don't know? Jiang Chen endured for a long time, and finally spoke with a sneer. This also shocked Shura Kanying. Impossible, how can you know so clearly? Jiang Chen smiled indifferently at the guy's nervousness. I'm sorry, I guessed it right. From the beginning to the end, the soul afterimage was just a secondary culprit. The real OSS is something else. The spirit ring is not the most important, the martial spirit is. So, you don't have to hide it. At this moment, the discussion in the live broadcast room became heated again. Naruto, oh my god, I just said I would give a like for Shura's afterimage, damn it, it turns out you were still lying. Jiraiya, it turns out that even pitiful people may have the potential to be two-faced. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I don't know how some things happen, but I know that some people are destined to die. At that moment, Shura's shadow really wanted to leave the mortal world, because that way he could avoid everything. However, he soon realized that he had lost, because Jiang Chen's special SCP android team quickly captured Shura's divine consciousness and took him into custody. Keisha was incredulous. Oh my god, the SCP Foundation is playing so crazy this time, can it contain things from other worlds? In fact, Jiang Chen was just afraid that the spirit rings and afterimages he captured would self-destruct, so he temporarily detained them and would release them after solving this problem. Since the Shura afterimage cannot communicate with the spirit rings in the outside world, the difficulty of the task of correcting the Doluo world has been reduced. Dr. Li Do, do you want to go back now? Jiang Chen, it's not time yet. I think the million-year spirit ring should appear soon. Chapter 115. Dr. Li Do, those guys are all very cunning. According to data analysis, although there are still many spirit ring spirit beasts left, they dare not easily show up, so there is no opponent for the time being. Jiang Chen, if there is no opponent, then create the strongest opponent. As he spoke, Jiang Chen handed the Shura demon sword to Dr. Li Do through memory transmission. Dr. Li Do has studied various magical objects, but things like the Shura demon sword that possess superhuman thinking and divine power are rare. Following the aura of the Shura demon sword, Dr. Li Do found Jiang Chen's latest SCP containment object SCP-118 from the database. However, once SCP-118 locks onto a target, it will pursue it without hesitation and will not change because of anything or anyone. Even the SCP armed forces may not be able to contain it intact. After all, the biggest feature of SCP-143318 is its crazy method of mutual destruction. If it goes wrong, even Doluo continent will be destroyed. Jiang Chen, there is no room for retreat now. If I don't choose SCP-118, I won't be able to find the most representative martial spirit body in Doluo continent, and I won't be able to break the connection between spirit rings and spirit masters. Dr. Li Do, then let's work together. Soon, Dr. Li Do posted a bounty task in the live broadcast room. Friendly reminder, if anyone can find some clues related to the big OSS in the Doluo world, the SCP Foundation will personally award a reward. The content of the reward will be decided by the parallel world that provided the clues. Naruto, oh my god, this is truly a godsend. If our world could get this chance, it would be so wonderful. Sasuke, that makes sense. But Naruto, you're too optimistic. Running over there would be a death sentence for someone like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm going to personally help the president of the SCP Foundation. Jiraiya, what are you doing there, little kid? Leave this dangerous place to me. Empress, you all saw it wrong. In this kind of occasion, we should go. After all, the SCP Foundation is friendly to us. Keisha, what are you fighting for? Everything that belongs to the SCP Foundation belongs to us. Are you all just bored and have nothing better to do? Naruto, yeah, Queen Keisha is serious this time, she's going to confront everyone head-on. In fact, this time it was not Queen Keisha who wanted to make a fuss, but she knew in her heart that it was urgent to find out the mutation situation in Doluo continent. If those strange objects in Doluo continent really cause something outrageous, the trouble will really spread to other universes. Therefore, what a fool like Naruto considers is not at all within the scope of what Kaisa imagines. Sasuke, speaking of power, we Uchiha can copy and borrow our abilities. Queen Keisha, what can you give to the SCP Foundation? Keisha looked at Sasuke's arrogant words and sneered. Hexy, anyone who disrespects our queen will be punished in the end. Okay, you don't need to say anything more. If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one. Zhang Chen looked at the noisy live broadcast room and sighed. Everyone has their own opinions. I might as well make more efforts. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen set off again. This time he was teleported to the Spirit Hall. According to the original plot of Doluo, Bibi Dong should be in charge of the Spirit Hall. However, the one who currently sits in charge of the Spirit Hall is Bibi Dong's second spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's true form. How dare a mere human come here? Zhang Chen went up quickly, his eyes cold. Where's Bibi Dong? Humph. The soul-eating Spider King smiled coldly. Bibi Dong was already devoured by me. It's useless for you to look for her. Although this guy said so, Zhang Chen could feel that Bibi Dong's breath was still there. For a person who is being targeted by the Rakshasa god to be swallowed by such a martial spirit in front of him, he is too weak. The only possibility is that this guy lost to Bibi Dong's first martial spirit, the true form of the Death Spider Emperor. Tisk tisk, this is really ironic. The soul-eating Spider Emperor has always been successful in advancing by devouring spiritual bodies, but I didn't expect that he would be in such a mess now. Soul-eating Spider Emperor, why are you looking at me like that? Faced with Zhang Chen's coldness, the soul-devouring Spider King became angry. However, before he could show off his arrogance, the super life form SCP-118 appeared behind Zhang Chen. Compared to other contained creatures, this guy has almost the same posture as an ordinary person, but behind him, he has the Shura demon sword. The captured Shura's afterimage, damn it, no wonder I lost. It turns out the SCP Foundation got the artifact. That old Shura is really killing me. Keisha, the president of the SCP Foundation, is truly powerful, having predicted many things long ago. Now it seems that SCP-118 is about to cause another big upset. Warring states, I say you all have forgotten a very important point. The objects contained by the SCP Foundation are all arrogant and domineering. How can they be obedient? Zhang Chen, yes, but it depends on who is in control. Everyone fell silent in an instant. The president of the SCP Foundation has spoken again. There is a saying that goes, if you don't make a sound, you will be nothing. But when you do, you will make a stunning debut. This is definitely applicable to Zhang Chen in front of him. Zhang Chen slowly approached SCP-118, a cold look flashing in his eyes. Solve it, leave no stone unturned. SCP-118 bows. Naruto, wow, that's a new record for me. This is unbelievable. Unlike any of the containments I've seen so far, this one isn't rebellious. Keisha felt something was wrong. Just as she had predicted, the SCP Foundation would announce everything it did or arranged in advance, but this thing had to be released. Dr. Li Do, I'm sorry to inform you all only now, but SCP-118 excels at betrayal and disguise. No one from any parallel world can believe what it says. Keisha, as expected, we were fooled after all. I never thought this guy's intelligence has reached the upper limit of human intelligence. Tsunade, they're not human, so there's no such thing as a 1.3 limit. Besides, this spider spirit is no pushover. Let's see how they fight. After Zhang Chen had explained everything, he prepared to go to the secret room of the spirit hall. The soul-eating Spider King immediately rushed forward, but the next second, his neck was pinched by SCP-118 and he was instantly knocked off the roof. Zai, very violent and wild, but I have to say, this guy looks relatively normal so far. Sarutobi Hiruzen, young man, you are too naive. Your perceived safety is based on this fellow's lies and deception. Zhang Chen pushed open the secret room and saw millions of soul masters imprisoned in spider silk, and the Death Spider King was controlling Bibi Dong to absorb the power of these people. Who? Sensing the arrival of an outsider, the Death Spider King immediately turned around. So he's the president of the SCP Foundation. Chapter 116. Zhang Chen saw the Death Spider Emperor's calm and composed spirit and knew that this guy had been waiting for a long time. Then, the previous speculation that the Death Spider Emperor's spirit had taken control of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's spirit was not valid. The two actually cooperate with each other. The Death Spider Emperor's spirit controls Bibi Dong to absorb the power of human soul masters, while the soul-devouring Spider Emperor controls the spirit hall. So the strange thing is, where did the angel martial spirit go? Glancing at Zhang Chen's eyes, the Death Spider Emperor's spirit was quite proud and took small steps forward. However, before they could get close to Zhang Chen, countless androids from the SCP armed forces rushed over and aimed their muskets directly at the Death Spider Emperor's spirit. Zhang Chen, Dr. Li Do, is this your arrangement? Dr. Li Do, I can't let the president stay in danger, so even if I get cut into pieces, I will give it my all. Zhang Chen was speechless. He just doesn't like people making decisions on their own, but he didn't say that he would kill people around him. How could Dr. Li Do, a loyal person who has been with him for so long, misunderstand him? Zhang Chen, never mind, it's just a small matter. But we need to keep a good grasp of the battle situation with SCP-118 outside, otherwise things will get complicated. Dr. Li Do immediately switched the scene to SCP-118 and the soul-eating Spider Emperor's spirit. Although the soul-eating Spider Emperor's martial spirit blocked SCP-118's fatal attacks several times, its body was also damaged in many places. The Death Spider Emperor's spirit noticed that something had happened to his other spirit, and his eyes widened in anger. Damn it, you guys are actually doing this behind my back. Zhang Chen looked calm. I didn't say I came here alone. Besides, you relied on Bibi Dong to complete the killing. Didn't that also take advantage of other people's time and lives? These words made the Death Spider King silent instantly. At this time, Bibi Dong, who was controlled by the Death Spider Emperor, was resisting with her weak strength. Obviously, the power of Rakshasa still preserved some of Bibi Dong's thoughts. Zhang Chen took the opportunity to rush forward, took out the special SCP blade, and forcibly severed the connection between Bibi Dong and the Death Spider Emperor. Without the entanglement of martial spirit, Bibi Dong gradually woke up. Looking at the boy who was pulling her arm, Bibi Dong immediately scolded him vigilantly. Who are you? How dare you disrespect this Pope? Stupid woman! Zhang Chen scolded coldly. What time is it? And you're still talking about the Pope? I'm lucky I can get you out of here. Don't try to succeed. At this time, the soul-eating Spider Emperor's martial spirit also appeared. Zhang Chen quickly blocked Bibi Dong with his hands. Don't try to use your martial soul, even if it's the power of the Rakshasa god. The power of the Rakshasa god can also be used by the spirit ring. Bibi Dong has always been arrogant, but at times like this she can only endure it. After all, she is indeed in a passive position at this time. Naruto, the president of the SCP Foundation, is truly extraordinary. He has mastered the Queen Bibi Dong. Xioxia, Naruto. Can you please grasp the key point? Now it depends on how they escape from the jaws of death. Jiraiya, Naruto's stupidity is not something that has existed since the beginning. Please don't take it to heart and just ignore it. Although Jiraiya said so, the people in the live broadcast room could not let it go. The situation has now reached a point where it has to be cleaned up. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor's martial spirit and the Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit merged, successfully summoning the Rakshasa Divine Mind. Zhang Chen frowned. It turns out that the separation of martial souls can also transfer the power of gods? So, Bibi Dong is just an ordinary person now? Bibi Dong, what are you still hesitating about? The power of the Rakshasa gods has arrived. If you don't think of a solution, you will die. Shut up! Zhang Chen scolded, but he was annoyed in his heart. This is not a suitable time to take direct action, because the Rakshasa god is a first-level god, and if you are not careful, the SCP Foundation may also be involved. Keisha, I'm here to help you. At this moment, when Zhang Chen turned around, he saw Keisha, who came to support with the Angel Hexie and other members. Zhang Chen's mouth curled up. I didn't expect Queen Keisha to keep her promise and actually come. Keisha, I simply wish to fulfill my bet with you and uncover the true intentions of the three dead brothers. Once the bet is fulfilled, I hope Morgana can regain her freedom. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Everyone knows about the past grudges between Kaise and Morgana, but it is really surprising that the man would do this at this time. Zhang Chen, I won't go back on my word. At this moment, the ignored Rakshasa deity also launched an attack with his divine consciousness. Rakshasa's ghostly eyes sway the heaven and earth. A huge dark aura rose from the ground. Keisha and the angel believers quickly built a defense, but the defense layer was constantly collapsing in the face of such a surprise attack in several places. Seeing that Keisha and others could no longer hold on, Zhang Chen prepared to let the SCP Foundation's special artificial forces fire muskets. However, the next second, a white light flashed, and SCP-118 rushed in directly, instantly destroying the power of Rakshasa with a fierce whirlwind. Impossible! Bibi Dong watched all this with her own eyes and was somewhat stunned. No one knew better than her how powerful the Rakshasa gods were, but this half-human fellow in front of her could actually withstand this force without even suffering any damage. Because of the intervention of SCP-118, Zhang Chen also found the right opportunity and directly picked up Bibi Dong. What are you doing? Bibi Dong's face flushed instantly, and she felt embarrassed and angry. Shut up and just follow me. Zhang Chen quickly took Keisha and other angels away, leaving SCP-118 to carry it alone. Naruto, why do I feel that this matter is extremely deceptive? 433. Sakura, this is normal, isn't it? It's like you, Naruto, always think like a pig. Hyuga Hinata, don't say that, Naruto, or I'll use my Byakugan against you. Ningji, miss, please stop worrying. If your father finds out, he will punish you. Raikage, I find that the world of you young people is beyond my comprehension. Luffy, I'm back. But then again, SCP-118 is the epitome of always getting hurt. Think about it, wherever there's danger, there they are. Kaido, anyway, it's not you who is injured, so what's the big deal? Zhang Chen and others boarded the SCP Foundation's warship. Keisha and Hexie were terrified. Thank you, Mr. President, for taking me in. Cough cough. Zhang Chen looked helpless. You're not being held captive, so what's the point of holding you? Let's get back to the point. I want you to search for Yu Xiaogang and Luo Sanbao, and also look for Xiao Wu, the inheritor of the Shura scabbard. In layman's terms, it's Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Keisha nodded. We can handle this matter, but what are you going to do about Bibi Dong? Jiang Chen waved his hand, it has nothing to do with you. I will take it to the SCP Foundation and make plans after the Doluo world returns to normal. Chapter 117. Keisha, then what was Bibi Dong's identity when she entered the Yanhuang world? Jiang Chen smiled calmly, the representative of Doluo. The words are astonishing. A heated discussion began in the Wanzhou live broadcast room. Naruto, the Doluo strong woman is here, that's too bad, I might be killed instantly. Tsunade, go away, Naruto. How can you say such things to spoil the fun? Are you unhappy when others are having a good time? Sasuke, actually, Naruto's world is so small. It's totally useless to ask him to understand what you said. Keisha, please be quiet, new members are welcome to join the group. Warring states, when did Keisha become so powerful that she could speak on behalf of the SCP Foundation? Jiang Chen, her current views are the same as those of the SCP Foundation. Tsunade, welcome Bibi Dong. Sarutobi Hiruzen, welcome Her Majesty the Queen to join the group. Jiraiya, welcome new members to the group. Child Emperor, welcome new members to join the group. Bibi Dong glanced at Jiang Chen with some depression. You are really bold. When did I ever tell you that I was going to the new world? Jiang Chen disagreed. He grabbed Bibi Dong's hand and his eyes darkened. Now is not the time for you to choose, but the moment for me to order you to do it. Bibi Dong stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, thinking that she would be controlled by her spirit ring and martial spirit again and become a puppet after leaving Jiang Chen, Bibi Dong could only make the fastest and best choice. I promised you to join the 10,000 races chat group, but I hope you can keep your word and solve the problems of Doluo continent. It's just a matter of time. No need to rush. After Jiang Chen agreed, he immediately arranged an account for Bibi Dong, allowing her to have a place in the 10,000 races chat group. Bibi Dong, although I don't want to say much to you all, I'm fully aware of the gravity of the situation. So, please be more conscious and refrain from discussing topics unrelated to this incident. Naruto, as expected of Her Majesty the Queen of Doluo continent, her words are so overbearing. But Her Majesty seems to have forgotten that this will cause many people to misunderstand you. Keisha, Dong Dian, don't take Naruto's words to heart. At a time like this, you must look forward, not back. Bibi Dong's depression instantly lessened a lot. Although everything in Doluo continent was overturned, he himself became a person without soul power and soul rings. But this Keisha can easily see through his own thoughts, which is indeed not easy. Bibi Dong, this Pope actually does not wish to become your enemy, so please do not target me deliberately. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Bibi Dong could actually be so hard-hearted as to help an ordinary person communicate with people from other worlds. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Dr. Li Do, how are you going to arrange everything now? Jiang Chen, isn't there SCP-118? Turn on the live broadcast, I want to see how this guy's fighting is going. At this moment, as Dr. Li Do instantly switched the video, the scene of SCP-118 fighting the Death Spider King and the Soul-Eating Spider King suddenly appeared. Because of the loss of Bibi Dong, the Death Spider Emperor launched a soul attack at all costs. However, in a world where the rules of Doluo continent are reversed, the Death Spider Emperor's pale and powerless attacks are unable to cause a devastating blow to SCP-118. Instead, SCP-118 released its expanded form, completely deflecting all incoming attacks. Jiraiya, although we haven't seen any particularly outstanding performance from SCP-118 so far, this guy has put all his effort into it, and it becomes immune to damage after expanding. Empress, what a pity. If it weren't for the fact that he has an intelligent copy gene, I would have wanted to have one too. Dr. Li Do, SCP-118 is a unique containment item and cannot be transferred to others, so don't joke. BB Dong, what do you mean it can't be transferred? Since ancient times, the victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. If you succeed, what can't you do? Jiraiya, even though you are a woman, you have an extraordinary determination, which is indeed worthy of praise. Zhang Chen actually understood that BB Dong was a woman with amazing thinking ability at all times. However, it is absolutely impossible to completely believe that this person will not cause trouble to others. BB Dong, who had known that Zhang Chen was a man of deep thoughts, naturally would not have any extravagant hopes. While Zhang Chen was setting limits for BB Dong, SCP-118's fight was getting more and more intense. No matter how BB Dong's two spirits attacked, SCP-118 could easily neutralize them. At the same time, SCP-118 also formulated different continuous and intermittent bombardments to address the weaknesses shown by the Soul-Eating Spider King and the Death Spider King during their attacks. Spider-type martial spirits certainly cannot withstand high-intensity attacks, so SCP-118's judgment is extremely correct. Keisha, when all of us were worrying about the martial spirits and spirit rings in Doluo world, we didn't expect this thing to go so smoothly. Jiraiya, it's not that strange. I think that at a time like this, the fact that SCP-118 can do this is a testament to the power of the SCP Foundation's containment, and also proves the incredible nature of the SCP Foundation. BB Dong, I came too late and don't know about these things. I hope everyone can tell me more about this in the future. Naruto, regarding this matter, it will take a long time to talk about it. BB Dong, I don't like people who talk too much nonsense, so I'd rather let people who don't talk nonsense talk to me. Tsunade, woman, you are very similar to me, always doing things decisively. BB Dong is not very happy when others compare her to her. Everyone in this world may be different, but BB Dong has too many unknown secrets. However, BB Dong was smart enough not to refute. I finally got into the Wanzhou live broadcast room, and I can't be kicked out of this place. Zhang Chen also felt that this was not because they had found the right opportunity to save people, but it was all part of BB Dong's plan. From the very beginning, Zhang Chen felt that something was not normal. Now, seeing BB Dong trying to get familiar with the people from other worlds in the live broadcast room, but also keeping a distance, he understood that everything was different. With a sneer, Zhang Chen turned his chair and looked at BB Dong. BB Dong. I thought you were smart and knew how to act tactfully, but now that I see you like this, I feel like everything was for nothing. BB Dong felt a panic in her heart. What do you mean by saying this? Zhang Chen stood up again, his eyes as murderous as torches. You've been deceiving everyone the entire time. You allowed yourself to be controlled just to keep Doluo continent going. In reality, you've already woken up. Naruto, what the hell, have we all been fooled by this beautiful sister? Zhangguo, this is really too melodramatic, BB Dong, you are too cruel. Chapter 118. Keisha was also confused at this time. Is BB Dong crazy? Even in front of the SCP Foundation, they can act so madly. Aren't they afraid that they will completely destroy Doluo continent in a fit of rage? Actually, it's impossible to think about this. Although the SCP Foundation does have too many ideas about the subverted Doluo continent, this is ultimately related to the future of the parallel universe, and it is a bit too much to act ruthlessly. Angel Yan, Your Majesty, should we change direction now and deal with BB Dong? Keisha, no. We can't guess what the President is thinking at this moment. Any small move on our part will only lead us into an abyss of no return. Keisha was very sure in her heart that if she really did things according to her own wishful thinking, it would likely cause the greatest losses. It would be terrible if all the angel believers in Mellow Heaven were to be wiped out by his own hands like Morgana's believers. Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone, don't panic. BB Dong didn't do anything particularly bad. She simply took advantage of our sympathy. Naruto, Grandpa Hiruzen, how can you help the bad guys speak? Warring states, Naruto, you are not a good person either. What you said makes me feel that you are very selfish. Empress, stop arguing and wait for the SC433P Foundation to arbitrate. The so-called arbitration means waiting for Zhang Chen to make the final decision. Zhang Chen was still furious with Bibi Dong, but killing the woman who had planned everything and successfully entered the Yanhuang world would only bring discredit to himself. Unexpectedly, the villain in Doluo actually left her a glimmer of hope. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Chen suddenly understood the intentions of the three dead brothers. Because martial spirits and spirit beasts complement each other, before finding a breakthrough, they arranged for Bibi Dong, a UG, to steal information from the Foundation. It's a pity that Zhang Chen had already hidden the important information, and Bibi Dong in her current state would not be able to obtain any information. Bibi Dong naturally did not expect this person to react so quickly. If we continue to delay, Wuhan will not be able to hold on. Just after the heaven and earth trembled violently, new enemies appeared in the live broadcast room. At the moment when SCP-118 was about to deal the final blow to the two spider spirits, the Archangel descended. Naruto, no need to ask, this Archangel must be Queen Bibi Dong's daughter. Bibi Dong, JD, if you want to die, you can come directly to the SCP Foundation. I don't mind killing you with my own hands. Jiraiya, Your Highness Bibi Dong, please calm down. Naruto is just a little lunatic. There is no need to argue with a lunatic. Bibi Dong did not continue to pester him, but looked at the Archangel nervously. Zhang Chen never expected that Jian Rongxiu was not affected at all and even inherited the throne. This situation is actually very illogical. After all, the current Doluo continent. Zhang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. No, this Archangel is not without problems, but has already been assimilated. Archangel, whoever dares to hurt my mother, I will kill her. Bibi Dong, stop being so conceited. I'm not your mother. Tsunade, the grudge between mother and daughter is nothing, so don't take it too seriously. Beautiful, if you keep thinking about it, you will regret it sooner or later. Zioxia, Your Highness Bibi Dong, please forgive me for saying something unpleasant, but Jian Rongxiu is so pitiful. These words instantly ignited Bibi Dong's maternal love for the Archangel Jian Rongxiu. She was afraid of losing the child, but at the same time she also hated it. Bibi Dong, be careful. After seeing SCP-118 launch a sneak attack on Archangel Jian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, as a mother, finally remotely controlled the martial spirit in front of Zhang Chen. Keisha and others saw Bibi Dong's behavior through the clear images released by the SCP Foundation. If it's just under the protection of the SCP Foundation, it's not a big deal and there's no need to be afraid. However, what is happening before our eyes is an absolutely cold and terrifying act of betrayal, and the means are simply outrageous. Taking a deep breath, Keisha's eyes began to become quite deep. Angel Yan was also filled with righteous indignation. It's a waste of our time to help. I didn't expect. No one said she was a good person. Keisha sneered, but she understood. From the beginning to the end, we were so self-righteous that we thought everything would go our way, but that wasn't the case. Archangel Jian Rongxiu saw with her own eyes that the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor began to appear and disappear, and she realized that her mother might die. No! The Archangel roared, and golden light shot into the sky. Then, the Archangel Jian Rongxiu, whose fate had been completely reversed, slashed at SCP-118 with the Holy Angel Sword. Although the shell of SCP-118 is made of super-strong titanium alloy and some alien objects that cannot be studied, it can't withstand such a fierce attack. The Archangel noticed that the battle situation was tilting towards his side, and immediately became excited and attacked again. But this time it wasn't so smooth. SCP-118, as if on a cheat, tore off the Archangel's arm in an instant. Bibi Dong felt extremely painful in her heart in an instant. After all, blood is thicker than water, it is possible to not care at all. However, Zhang Chen stopped him this time and asked Dr. Li Do to issue the arbitration result. Dr. Li Do, according to the president's suggestion, although Bibi Dong used the power of the foundation, it was also for revenge for her family, so she can be tolerated. Naruto, wow, this is amazing. The SCP Foundation is so kind. Keisha, absolutely crazy. This isn't out of kindness, it's purely a matter of winning people over. Having become accustomed to the SCP Foundation's usual practices, it would be a mistake for Keisha of Mellow Heaven to easily trust the SCP Foundation's decisions. At this moment, Bibi Dong was extremely excited. Bibi Dong, you are still willing to help me at this point? Zhang Chen, I'm helping you so we can conduct more thorough research. Bibi Dong, I want you to participate in the SCP Foundation's Doluo Special Physique Research Project. Bibi Dong, you're such a nice person. After all this time, are you planning to use me as a vessel? Zhang Chen, so what? The moment you chose to plot against the SCP Foundation, you were already considered a private individual. Bibi Dong's face became even uglier, however, not being arbitrated meant that there was still a chance to fight back. Because, although Bibi Dong understood that becoming an experimental subject would turn her into a new monster, she still agreed. Bibi Dong, my only condition is to save the Archangel. I don't care if she still hates me, but I don't want her to die. Zhang Chen, I like people who act decisively. Very good, since you've given me what I want, I can naturally fulfill your wish. You, just wait and see. Chapter 119. Zhang Chen, Dr. Li Do, send me back to Doluo Continent. Dr. Li Do, President, Doluo Continent is now fraught with danger. The preliminary estimate of the danger level exceeds 6S. This situation is obviously not conducive to your safety. Zhang Chen, it's okay, it's just a small matter, it's nothing, teleport. Naruto, tisk tisk, that's why they say everything about the SCP Foundation is so mysteriously powerful. Looking at the president's fearless behavior, I feel like a piece of trash. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto is self-aware this time, but I hope the president of the SCP Foundation can really come back safely, otherwise this matter will be difficult. Keisha, stop talking nonsense. If the president doesn't come back safely, who else can solve the problem? Zhangguo, I also feel that nothing is certain. This SCP Foundation should bring us great surprises. With the instant transmission, Zhang Chen quickly arrived at his destination. Archangel Qianrongxue was dealing with the fierce attack of SCP-118. It was obvious that she was no match for the half-baked divine power, and her body was already shaking and about to fall. Zhang Chen quickly went up and used his lightsaber to forcibly block SCP-1-18. At this moment, SCP-118, which was bloodthirsty, didn't care who appeared in front of it and launched an attack on Zhang Chen without any hesitation. Zhang Chen sneered. How dare you betray your master? Although this containment object took a lot of effort to create, it is undeniable that if it is let go at this time, it will definitely lead to a series of different chain reactions. At this time, Archangel Qianrongxue also looked unappreciative of Zhang Chen's appearance. Who are you? Why do you want to interfere in my affairs? Zhang Chen was speechless about this unruly little girl. Don't worry about who I am. Anyway, my purpose is to solve the trouble. Someone will protect your life. Qianrongxue was surprised. Could it be that this person is Bibi Dong? Apart from Bibi Dong, the spirit hall is the only one who can remain awake. Therefore, the one who wants to be given a chance at this time is none other than Bibi Dong. But Qianrongxue had too much suspicion and distress towards Bibi Dong. Life in the future will be difficult, and asking Bibi Dong to face it with him will undoubtedly only make things more difficult for both of them. Thinking of this, Qianrongxue deliberately put on a stern face and refused. You don't need to protect me. I've never needed other people's pity since I was a child. Pitiful. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Qian Rongxiu. They really are mother and daughter, they have the same idea and are always so tsundere. If he didn't want to restore order on Doluo continent as soon as possible, he wouldn't care about the life or death of these two people. At this moment, SCP-118 swooped down again, and Jiang Chen had to abandon the Archangel Qian Rongxiu and confront it again with swords. Blue-silver domain. As the blue-silver grass swept across in an instant, Jiang Chen and the Archangel were wrapped up at the same time. Tang San, who lost consciousness, released his soul skills under the control of the blue-silver Emperor's true body. Impossible. At this moment, the suddenly appeared red-gold million-year soul ring had a hint of strong anger in its eyes. How can a martial spirit cooperate with humans? Jiang Chen sneered, nothing is impossible. Whether spirits and humans can connect with each other depends on their tacit understanding. As for you, a selfish person, of course it's impossible for you to understand everything. You. At this time, the million-year soul ring was already furious and dived down subconsciously. But in an instant, SCP-118 directly crashed into it and used its mechanical arm to cut the soul ring. Jiraiya, I thought SCP-118 was going to betray the Foundation, but I didn't expect that all this was also the little trick of this thing. Keisha, no, it's obvious this guy is indeed harboring treasonous intentions. Honestly, without the incident just now, it's unclear whether the president would have escaped alive. Dr. Li Do, please don't worry about this. Even if the containment dies, our president will not die. The president's ability is beyond your imagination. Empress, I knew that the president was the most powerful person. You all are just meddling in other people's business. I never doubt his ability. These words made those people who were already a little depressed feel helpless instantly. So they are making wedding dresses for others? Jiang Chen didn't agree with all those people's plans. The safety of the Doluo world and the fact that it does not involve the life and death of the parallel universe are the problems that need to be solved at present. As for the rest, there is no point in arguing. Blue-silver Tang San slowly opened his eyes at this time. Request flowers. The difference from before is that Tang San now has his own consciousness. Are you all right? Archangel Qian Rongxiu was also shocked. I didn't expect that anyone could still maintain their sanity. Tang San didn't care about Qian Rongxiu's suspicion. I used to worry that if I were exposed, I would become the target of all my spirit rings and martial spirits, but the facts have proven that I can't wait any longer. I have to protect my family. The word family was extremely unfamiliar to Qian Rongxiu, yet she tried her best to save them. If it weren't for the dilemma, according to Qian Rongxiu's personality, she would have chosen to leave this shabby place and start her life anew long ago. I didn't expect it to turn out as she predicted. Archangel Qian Rongxiu glanced at Jiang Chen and shook her head helplessly. You don't have to worry too much about whether I have other intentions, because long before Bibi Dong allowed me to possess the angel god, I had already restrained the virus of this world. Really? Jiang Chen knew early on that what happened here was not groundless. Now it seems that most of the sky-covering universe virus of the three dead brothers was used on the Doluo continent. To be honest, I only considered capturing the soul beasts and soul masters of Doluo continent, but forgot that there was also the virus to be erased. Do you know how your mother helped you erase the virus? Jiang Chen asked the question regardless of whether Qian Rongxiu would tell the truth or not. Although Qian Rongxiu was not sure whether this man would hurt her mother, she had no choice. Since I was born, my mother has used Spider King toxin to suppress my angelic power. So for me, being poisoned is the antidote. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. So, your mother knew from the beginning that the Spider Emperor's true form and the Death Spider Emperor's true form were already planning everything, but she didn't tell you anything. Who knows her? Qian Rongxiu was still full of anger when she said this. She never treated me like her daughter, and I don't have much to say. Anyway, I'm just as good without her now. Angry. Jiang Chen could see that this girl was desperate to deny Bibi Dong, but she seemed to have forgotten that without Bibi Dong, she was nothing. She was the one. Chapter 120. Then how did you do it? Jiang Chen didn't believe that Tang San beside him also relied on his mother to regain consciousness. When I saw him before, he looked like he was being controlled unconsciously. Tang San smiled helplessly. Xiao Wu and I agreed to be together. Even after I lost consciousness, there was always a force in my mind pushing me forward. So, Tang San's power came from Xiao Wu? Jiang Chen seemed to have guessed what Tang San meant. Although he didn't fully explain the reason for his recovery, every word he said was revealing. Naruto, it's so strange, why are the people in Doluo continent so profound? Jiraiya, don't even think about it, you idiot. Tang San has already told us the truth. We can solve this problem by finding those people whose spirits complement or counteract each other, or by finding important people. 433 Evil Demon Killer Whale King, so that's how it is. Haha, that's really interesting. Thank you so much. Luffy, this evil killer Whale King is really no good. Anyway, who allowed him to join the 10,000 Races chat group? Xioxia, I don't know. Didn't this guy appear on his own a while ago? I thought it was one of you who did this. Administrator, I have to say this humbly. I thought it was a new friend joining the group, so I agreed. Tsunade, I think I can use my super strength. Administrator, no, I beg for mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there's no rush. This evil killer Whale King is just trying to make his presence felt. It's no big deal if he knows a few things. What I'm worried about is finding the right remedy for each case. It's too much trouble. Jiang Chen thought the same at this moment. Although we know the fundamental solution, it will take an unprecedented amount of time. In this situation, everything returned to the starting point. Archangel Qianrongxue folded her wings and slowly landed beside Jiang Chen. What should we do now? The SCP Foundation's discovery is no longer a secret. It's not a big deal. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. If there is no way to change it, then destroy it. No. Tang San stepped forward anxiously. My family, my Xiaohu. Shut up. Jiang Chen glanced over coldly. Is this the right time to tell you this? You probably don't know, this virus will only continue to spread. The so-called cure is nothing but child's play. At first, Jiang Chen still believed that the virus of Doluo continent was an external cause, but in fact, the virus of the three dead brothers was an inducement, and the real problem was the world itself. Intrigue and deception, fighting and competing are the real reasons why martial spirits, spirit masters, and spirit rings conflict with each other. With this happening, things are naturally not going to be easy. However, Jiang Chen has no intention of getting entangled with Tang San now. I don't mean to sacrifice your family, but if you don't do as I ask, there will be no possibility of recovery from the destruction of Doluo world. The words were sharp, and after thinking for a while, Tang San finally compromised. I can accept your arrangement, but the prerequisite is that you must find a way for my teacher to stay alive. Jiang Chen originally thought that Tang San was just pretending, but when he heard that this kid still remembered his master, it meant that there was still hope. At this time, there were also many different opinions in the Wanzhou live broadcast room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tang San is not a wicked person, it's just that some things he does are too extreme. Now it seems that he should be redeemed. Naruto, I also think Tang San is not a bad person. I hope the president of the SCP Foundation will show mercy to him. Keisha disagreed in her heart. Although Tang San knows how to consider the people around him, he still lacks the domineering attitude he should have. Once such a person is exploited, the damage caused will be unprecedented and powerful. Therefore, Keisha did not express her opinion. No matter who she supported, it would be wrong, so she would not make a choice. Jiang Chen also had plans in mind long ago. Tang San. I really don't know where your master, Yu Xiaogang, is. However, if you want to gain something, you must pay. You must become someone who voluntarily dedicates himself to research at the Foundation. When had Tang San ever been treated like this? For a moment, his face turned as black as coal. The person in front of me is deliberately trying to humiliate me. Seeing that Tang San was still unconvinced, Jiang Chen remained calm and continued to speak indifferently. I'm not begging you, so if you're not willing, don't pretend. Don't go. Tang San stopped Jiang Chen and no longer hesitated. I promise you everything, as long as the teacher is safe. Archangel Qianrongxue was filled with disdain at this moment, feeling that Jiang Chen was exploiting Tang San's weakness and forcing him to commit. I didn't expect that the guild president would be as deceitful and cunning as ordinary people. Jiang Chen disagreed. This woman had always had some feelings for Tang San, so it was normal for her to be partial to him now. Keisha was a little annoyed at this moment. This Archangel Qianrongxue is really shameless. If the president really wants to kill someone, why would he waste his breath? Blue-silver grass can detoxify, which means that extracting energy can solve the brainwashing of spirit ring spirit beasts. This will definitely require research. Jiang Chen threw down these words and ordered the artificial special forces to capture Tang San. Tang San did not resist at this time. As Jiang Chen said, if this could be accomplished, not only his teacher would be saved, but Xiao Wu as well. Zhangguo, I didn't expect that things would turn out so unexpectedly. Blue-silver grass is the key to detoxification, which means that Tang San's Guanhuan makes him luckier than others. Zai, if I had the protagonist Guanhuan, that would be great. Why would I have to wait until now and suffer the cold shoulder? Zioxia, why are you saying these things? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? In fact, all the people in the parallel worlds are not only watching Doluo's subversion and redemption, but also to ensure that their own world will not be affected. Just when Archangel Qianrongxue was being arrogant, a huge explosion sounded. As the flames ignited by the explosion, SCP-118's body was covered with sharp blades and blood continued to seep out. The million-year soul ring sneered at this moment. 1.3 I have to say that the opponent in front of me is very powerful, forcing me to use powers other than the puppet soul master. This scene instantly shocked the entire audience in the live broadcast room. Jiraiya, is SCP-118 going to be defeated? Naruto, impossible. Even with a million-year spirit ring, I don't believe it can reach this level. I guess this must be temporary. Everyone keeps saying this, but SCP-118 clearly hasn't fully adjusted yet. Angel Yan, what's going on? Did we all see it wrong this time? If so, wouldn't the decision to recycle SCP-808 and SCP-017 be wrong? Dr. Li Do, everyone, please be patient. I've said before that SCP-118's nature is rebirth from the ashes, and it assassinates indiscriminately. Now is the time for the real show to begin. Chapter 121. The million-year spirit ring was feeling complacent, thinking that everything would go according to his judgment. As long as the SCP Foundation's collection is eliminated, it can be regarded as the most outstanding among the soul rings. At that time, it will have more say in front of other tens of millions of years of divine rings. However, the next second, the million-year soul ring could no longer laugh. SCP-118 is shedding its disguise at a speed visible to the naked eye. After removing the metal outer layer, everyone can see that SCP-118's skin is covered with cone-shaped bombs. In other words, if the next million-year soul ring continues to stimulate the attack, SCP-118's attack will be overwhelming. This horrible thing eventually made all those who looked down on SCP-118 respect it. Naruto, I knew this containment object was unusual. Now it seems that things are indeed different from what we expected. Bibi Dong, sacrificing oneself to achieve the future of Archangel is truly the best. Now, if my blood can benefit the SCP Foundation, it would be a huge contribution. Tsunade, we are truly touched by the Queen's resilience. Zai, but I have a question. SCP-118's internal structure is indeed powerful, but can it kill that million-year spirit ring this time? Dr. Li Do, who told you SCP-118 only has one form? This thing has thousands of forms. If this one doesn't work, it will automatically advance to the next one. Xia, oh my god, isn't that a warrior in super transformation form? Zai, it's more than just a super transformation. I think this is a form that's super torturous for the opponent. At this time, the million-year soul ring could no longer be so arrogant. He knew in his heart that with this change, things were particularly bad. You never know, you might die on the spot. Jiang Chen ignored this thing at the moment, and instead turned his gaze to the Archangel Qianrongxiu again. Your mother and Tang San have already made contributions. As a god like you, don't you know how to make some sacrifices for the future of Doluo continent? Qianrongxiu clenched her teeth, feeling extremely angry. However, thinking of Doluo continent and her grandfather's missing whereabouts, Qianrongxiu made concessions. I agree to become a subject of research for the SCP Foundation. It is good. Jiang Chen waved to the soldiers of the android special forces and asked them to teleport Qianrongxiu to Dr. Li Do as well. At the same time, Jiang Chen also added Tang San and Qianrongxiu to the group chat. Qianrongxiu, is this just a pure slap in the face followed by some benefits? Bibi Dong, stop talking nonsense. The SCP Foundation was lucky enough to save us too, and you're still talking nonsense. Are you really planning on having me beat you up? Tang San, you and your daughter should stop fighting now. There is no point in quarreling at this time. Naruto, Tang San, your protagonist halo is too strong. I suggest you be an ordinary person. Sasuke, don't just criticize others. Are you doing well yourself? I advise you to be kind. This time, the live broadcast room became even more lively. Keisha felt that the president of the SCP Foundation seemed to be conducting an experiment. A smooth life for everyone is not what this man wants to see. On the contrary, it seems to be a new discovery that more people can participate in the live broadcast discussion of all races in Doluo continent. Actually not. Jiang Chen pulled Qianrongxiu and other living and conscious people into the group in order to let the evil killer Whale King who always came out to stir up trouble pass on the message. In this way, the combination between the soul rings and martial souls will become more and more tacit, and the frequent appearance of soul master puppets can also greatly increase the chances of capture operations. Doluo continent can be destroyed, but these people should be kept to prepare for destroying the old Doluo continent and creating a normal Doluo continent. However, from the current perspective, the progress is too slow. Scratching his head, Jiang Chen connected with Dr. Li Do. Jiang Chen, is there any way to quickly sever the connection between the puppet soul master and those soul ring soul beasts? Dr. Li Do, there is no effective plan at the moment, but once SCP-118 has finished killing half of its enemies, things will start to change. Jiang Chen thought about it and gave up. Jiang Chen, let's go home. Dr. Li Do, President, you finally figured it out. In that case, I will arrange it immediately. When Keisha learned that the president of SCP had returned to the Yanhuang world, she felt relieved. It seems that the things happening in Doluo continent were not caused by these people. I was just overthinking it. In fact, many things can be revealed from the details. If the SCP Foundation wanted to destroy all worlds, then the virus in the shrouded universe would not have appeared. The current situation is caused by the 3 dead brothers, and the SCP Foundation is also very anxious. From this we can also conclude that what the President wants is to resolve the current trouble as soon as possible. At this time, without the constraints of the SCP Foundation, SCP-118 seemed to be let loose, exploding everywhere, changing its form and torturing the spirit rings and martial spirits. Although the spirits surrounding SCP-118 were of the titled Doluo level with high-level spirit rings and martial spirits, they could not withstand such an attack. The million-year-old soul beast was also covered in wounds at this time. It knew it could not retreat. If it retreated at this time, the spirit rings that followed it would inevitably see its hypocrisy and would no longer be able to follow it. 9th Soul Skill Sea God Attacks. The sudden appearance of the afterimage of the sea god also shocked Zhang Chen instantly. The afterimage of the sea god was actually controlled by the spirit ring and turned into a spirit skill? This means that even gods are not immune to control. No wonder Tang San is still just a soul Doluo. It turns out that the sea god has lost consciousness. In this case, the claim that the divine realm has not been conquered is not true. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Chen no longer had any worries. Once Xiao Wu and the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils are found, it won't matter whether the others are destroyed along with the world overturned by Doluo. SCP-118's swift attack was not restrained by Poseidon's power, but instead became increasingly furious. Even the sea gods Never Return Move and Uncertain Storm were instantly killed. Such a situation completely convinced the group of people who were watching the show. Child Emperor, I feel like I missed out on hundreds of millions. This SCP-118 is truly the most unique containment object I have ever seen. How come its strength changes with my mood? Bibi Dong, if it were me, I would also choose such a powerful item as a combat tool. Being so unpredictable is the best way to go. Qianrongxiu, just stop talking. Before you were deprived of your power, you were the queen and the one who had the final say in the East Palace. How could you possibly care about this? Tang San, I don't know when my Xiaowu will be able to come back to me. Qianrongxiu, get out of here, you dog food lovers. Chapter 122. At this time, Dr. Li Do sent a message to Zhang Chen, prompting the Blue Silver Emperor Ayin to apply to join the 10,000 Races chat group. Zhang Chen thought about it and felt that Ayin was closely related to Tang San. Regardless of whether she had other plans, at least she didn't dare to act rashly now. For this reason, Zhang Chen immediately agreed to the application. Tang San's mother joins the group. Seeing new people joining the group, the live broadcast room became active again. Naruto, oh, this is really rare. Tang Guawang, oh, no, Tang San's mother is here. Suzuki, if you can't speak, then hold back. Naruto, you have such low EQ, I really want to punch you. Empress, Naruto's IQ is generally recognized as failing, so there is no need to say more. Keisha, I wonder what Blue Silver Emperor wants to say to us? Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, I'm in spirit beast form now, so it's not convenient for me to meet you all directly, so I won't be connecting online. To cut a long story short, I hope everyone takes good care of Xiao San, he's a good kid. As for me, I plan to self-destruct and destroy the now upside-down Doluo world. Luffy, Blue Silver Emperor, don't be impulsive. If you blow yourself up without understanding the situation, it will also implicate us. Kaido, I think it's too risky. If things go wrong, the rest of us will become the scapegoats. Mellow Heaven, Angel Yan, and He-Xi also directly persuaded Keisha. Your Majesty, there is no time for hesitation. If the Blue Silver Emperor self-destructs, we will be in a passive position. Not urgent. Keisha interrupted the two of them at this time, looking calm. Now is not the time. If we act rashly against the Blue Silver Emperor, we'll be in trouble if the SCP Foundation intervenes. After experiencing the incident where Angel Yan had her neck twisted, Keisha thinks twice before doing anything. It's not just because we need to preserve our combat effectiveness, but also because if we make irrational actions at this time, the gains will only outweigh the losses. To be honest, Keisha didn't think that the Blue Silver Emperor's suicidal style of play would bring any changes to this virus-ridden Doluo world. On the contrary, it would only stimulate greater conflicts. Dr. Lido, warning to Blue Silver Emperor, if you attempt to destroy Doluo world on your own, the SCP Foundation will hold Tang San accountable. The Blue Silver Emperor fell silent. Putting all the responsibility on the mistress, is this the SCP Foundation's choice? Because there was no better solution, Blue Silver Emperor also sighed. Blue Silver Emperor, I give up. Child Emperor, what were you doing earlier? You scared me so much. Hey, honestly, if the situation wasn't serious, I wouldn't be so worried. Zioxia, the truth is, we can't escape the SCP Foundation's schemes. I think if we don't know who's in charge, we'll be wiped out sooner or later. Zhang Chen just watched everything without feeling unhappy. In fact, as they say, everything is under control. Then switch the scene to the experimental subjects Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rongxiu. Their reactions are currently normal. This means that once they leave the subversive Doluo world, the virus will no longer be able to affect their thinking. Switch the screen to Doluo continent. Under Zhang Chen's order, Dr. Li Do turned on the live broadcast of Doluo continent. At this moment, SCP-118's body was covered in scarlet, and the murderous aura could be seen through the screen. Those Soul Master puppets fell one by one, but the Soul Beasts and Soul Rings cooperated with each other to escape. Those of lower rank were killed instantly, and before dying they passed a message to the next partner to respond. Zhang Chen also understood from this that these Soul Beasts and Soul Rings actually possess abilities that surpass human thinking abilities. Keisha, I understand now. Wuhan, as a controlled being, has had enough of the torture from the Soul Master. Now under the influence of the virus, he has made such an outrageous decision. Tsunade, in other words, most of these spirit beasts are actually willing to be controlled? If we find a breakthrough in one of them, perhaps we can end the war? Keisha, theoretically, that's true. However, I don't rule out the possibility that my guess is just one of the correct options. Bibi Dong, Wuhan does not intend to be the master. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how do you think so? You should know that there's a huge difference between spirits and humans. How could a spirit that's been abused for so long not resist? Qian Rongxiu, my spirit is innate, how can that be considered abuse? You don't know much about the Doluo continent, so you can't jump to conclusions. Blue Silver Emperor Yin, but in essence, the spirit has been exploited for a long time. I am a spirit beast, and I feel this way, let alone you self-righteous humans? Faced with such accusations, Qian Rongxiu chose to remain silent. It would be an unwise decision to deny it at this time. The wound has already been opened, so it is naturally impossible to suppress other things. However, looking at the overall situation, people in other worlds also have different opinions. Child Emperor, I don't think Wuhan is being abused. If you're saying Wuhan is ambitious, that's fine. After all, people in the ninja world still learn ninjutsu. Why haven't they changed? Bibi Dong, I think so too. Our martial spirits are a symbol of our abilities, to have them taken away from us is a profound shame. Qian Rongxiu, I don't think you need to be that strong. Having a strong man like me is enough. Tsunade, children in their rebellious period are always like this. Toten, you have worked really hard. Bibi Dong, I've gotten used to it over the years. To her, I'm just a big sister. These words made everyone silent instantly. An SCP-118's killing spree isn't over yet. Although the million-year spirit ring did not escape, countless spirit rings and martial spirits came one after another for it. Even some soul beasts that had not been hunted stood out, even at the risk of being destroyed. Just when everyone thought these things were nonsensical, the good-for-nothing Master Yu Xiaogang, who had been nowhere to be found by Zhang Chen, appeared. Finally, Zhang Chen frowned. This guy is really good at hiding. Bibi Dong, Xiaogang. How could it be Xiaogang? No, I don't believe Xiaogang planned this. Zhang Chen, it's unexpected, but it makes sense. Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogong's existence is a joke on Doluo continent. No one believes his spirit theory, but in fact, his theory is terrifying. Naruto, I can't underestimate the honest man. Oh my god, when the honest man explodes, he is really more terrifying than anyone else. Zai, I never imagined that Yu Xiaogang would be responsible for these things. But how could a useless master change the fate of the entire Doluo continent? Zhang Chen, because he's a fusion of human and pet. Since they can be separated, they're naturally unique. Only he can do this. Chapter 123. Yu Xiaogang, the president of the SCP Foundation, is no pushover. He's well aware of my thoughts and decisions. However, you probably don't know that my plan isn't just to overthrow Doluo continent, and it's not just for myself. Really you? At this moment, Bibi Dong couldn't help but roar at the switching screen in the SCP laboratory. Why? Xiaogang, you are not the kind of person who would do evil, but why did you do such a thing behind my back? No reason. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's roar and responded expressionlessly. Bibi Dong, our relationship ended a long time ago, so you don't have to pretend to be so affectionate with me. Pack. Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. The man I have liked for so many years actually said such words. Tsunade, it's really despicable that you act like this even though you don't have the ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen, these days, there are fewer and fewer people willing to take responsibility. Your Highness Bibi Dong, you should let go of your obsession. Xioxia, there are plenty of beautiful women out there, why would you want to fall in love with just one? I've always said that Yu Xiaogang is not worthy of my East Palace. Qianrongxiu, although I've never liked my mom, Yu Xiaogang, you're seriously going to die. You insulted me like this. 433, I'm going to kill you anyway. Bibi Dong, you really are my good daughter, thinking for me. However, I don't want you to help me solve this problem. Yu Xiaogang was very confident at this moment that the SCP Foundation would definitely come to negotiate with him. All the theories on martial souls and soul ring configurations are in one's own hands. Without discussion, it will be difficult to solve practical problems. Zhang Chen knew what Yu Xiaogang was planning, but he was not the kind of person who could be easily taken advantage of. Want to trick him? No way. With a light laugh, Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Yu Xiaogang, the SCP Foundation will not negotiate with you. It will only destroy Doluo continent. After Zhang Chen passed the message to Yu Xiaogang, the Wanzhou live broadcast room was in turmoil again. Qianrongxiu, in the East Palace across the street, your old lover is going to be killed, don't you want to say something? Bibi Dong, I almost gave this guy another kick. Anyway, what does Doluo continent have to do with me? If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Now I belong to the Yanhuang world. Wow, Bibi Dong changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Naruto, hey, Toden, I'm afraid your exaggerated behavior is not a good idea. Bibi Dong, I don't care about other people's feelings when I do things, so don't mess with me. If you push me to the limit, I will throw you out to feed the dogs. Do you believe it? Naruto, no, forget it. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was also ready to control everything with his own thoughts again. However, SCP-118 was in front of him in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, SCP-118's mechanical voice rang out. Discover the ultimate target of Doluo continent. Codename, Yu Xiaogang, Level, Soul Sect, Wuhan Luo Sanbao, True Identity, Doluo Destroyer. The destroyer is Yu Xiaogang? Qianrongxiu, don't be ridiculous. How could Yu Xiaogang, who is not even at the Soul Doluo level, be a destroyer? Tsunade, nothing in the SCP Foundation will go wrong, so don't talk too much. I know you're uneasy about some things, but right now, you must trust the SCP Foundation. Qianrongxiu, can you believe what the containment creatures say? Zhang Chen, sometimes, the words of the containment are more truthful than those of you. Since Yu Xiaogang is the destroyer, things will be easy. Just capture him. Bibi Dong, I'll be the one to take it down. I don't trust the SCP people. Zhang Chen felt amused when he heard what the woman said. It's already this late, but she still wants to act like a queen. It seems like she thinks she is the former pope. However, when he arrived at the SCP Foundation, Zhang Chen would not tolerate this bad habit. Zhang Chen, if you don't obey the SCP Foundation, get out. The SCP Foundation doesn't support useless people. Bibi Dong. JD, Qianrongxiu, I'm just saying this timidly. She just has a bad temper. Don't take it seriously. It will pass soon. Zhang Chen was speechless. The little girl's words sounded like she was helping herself, but in fact, she was just protecting her mother. Everyone thought Qianrongxiu was the one who opposed Bibi Dong the most, but Zhang Chen saw clearly that this girl was clearly playing tricks. But none of this matters. Zhang Chen could easily understand the little thoughts of the mother and daughter. The SCP Foundation suppressed their royal power and turned them into ordinary people. This is ultimately a knot in their hearts. Therefore, as long as Bibi Dong stops making trouble, Zhang Chen will turn a blind eye and let her do whatever she wants. On Yu Xiaogang's side, although he summoned Luo Sanbao and used his power to activate the power of the Million-Year Soul Ring and other forces to delay time, it was not very effective. The moment he hit again, SCP-118 had already killed hundreds of 100,000-year soul rings in seconds. After killing the soul masters attached to the soul rings, SCP-118 transformed again, and its body became a cut form. Naruto, this guy can pull off such a slew of tricks? Even more tricks than Transformers. From the beginning till now, there must be over a dozen. Suzuki, idiot, there are 18 transformations in total, 3 of which are somewhat similar, and 15 are all strong attacks. Zhang Chen watched Sasuke's analysis in the live broadcast room, and he felt a little more amused about this person. It's interesting. Being able to see things so clearly at this time really makes one a sober warrior. However, Zhang Chen also pays special attention to people like Suzuki. People with such high concentration may stab him in the back. He turned his attention to SCP-118 again. This guy was completely bloodthirsty. He cut the 200,000 to 300,000-year-old soul beasts and martial spirits that came to him into pieces and violently wiped them out. Luffy, let me tell you, SCP-118 is even more powerful than God. He just chopped it down because of a disagreement. Who else would have the ability to do that? Kai Fei, it's enough that we are not the enemies of the SCP Foundation. As for how those guys in Doluo continent die, it depends on their choice. Blue Silver Emperor Yin, at least find my daughter-in-law Xiao Wu. There is no hope for my husband Tang Hao, as he was violently wiped out by the previous containment. Tang San, mother, I want to resurrect Dad. Blue Silver Emperor Yin, resurrection bullshit. Do you know how difficult it is to save you? The Doluo continent is completely different now. I don't know if you can become a god, but you're being watched by those spirit rings. Being wiped out is a foregone conclusion. Luffy, you're right to listen to your mother, kid. We have many talented people here, but in the end, no one can escape the SCP Foundation's containment. Actually, playing it badly isn't bad either. At least you know you can still be considered a human being. Chapter 124. Keisha, it's not called giving up life. In other words, we are heroes who know the times. Jiraiya, you are worthy of being Queen Keisha of the Mellow Heaven. Your words are really profound. I admire your ability. Angel Yan, be polite when speaking to our queen, or I will kill you. Dr. Li Do, everyone, be quiet. Now that Yu Xiaogang has appeared, we won't let him hide any longer. SCP-118 will initiate its destruction program, ending the Doluo world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding OSS Yu Xiaogang. From now on, complete the task of killing Yu Xiaogang within a limited time. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 300,000 science popularization points and a super god memory. The long-awaited mission and reward appeared, and Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with a little more smile. Haha, I finally waited for it. It seems that some things really pay off when you work hard. In order to find Yu Xiaogang as soon as possible, Zhang Chen also went to the live broadcast room to post a reward message. The president of the SCP Foundation has issued the following announcement: those who catch Yu Xiaogang within 1 day will be awarded a temporary rescue opportunity from the SCP Foundation. Those who catch Yu Xiaogang within 2 days will be awarded an SCP Foundation Honor Redemption Prize. Most of the prizes are technologically advanced. Time is limited, so please go to Doluo World and search. As soon as the news came out, everyone started to get excited. Qianrongxiu, Mom, I have to go. Bibi Dong, nonsense, I would make you go there even if you didn't tell me. Kaido, Luffy, you are the craziest among us, go ahead. Luffy, okay, look at my rubber iron fist. Sarutobi Hiruzen, after comparing the overall combat strength, I decided to let Naruto and Sasuke go. Child Emperor, for our part, let's just forget about it. Zai, let's just forget about it, our abilities are limited. Kisha, Angel Yan, Hexy, you are going to Doluo continent. Yes. Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, Xiao San, since you are a guy who can't be tortured to death, just go to Doluo continent and capture your teacher. Tang San, Mom, can I not go? Blue Silver Emperor Ayin, if I don't go, I'm not your mother. Tang San, then I'd better catch the teacher. The vigorous arrest operation has begun. In addition to facing the crazy pursuit of SCP-118, Yu Xiaogang now has countless enemies from other worlds. To be honest, without that set of theoretical knowledge, he wouldn't be able to make so many powerful million-year spirit rings obey him. Now it has become such a complicated situation that Yu Xiaogang is also having a headache. Just as he was standing under the tree sighing, a super powerful raise Nan and Sunio fell directly. Yu Xiaogang dodged instantly and looked at the tree that was blown away, feeling annoyed. Why are these two boys so rude? Naruto and Sasuke were not ambiguous at this time. They smiled coldly and contacted the SCP Foundation at the same time. Master President, we found our target. Zhang Chen instantly teleported himself to Naruto and Sasuke's location and laughed. Well done. You have won a precious chance to rescue the ninja world. Now, go back. It is good. As Naruto and Sasuke left, Yu Xiaogang glanced at Zhang Chen in front of him hesitantly. Why, do you think you can handle me? Zhang Chen sneered. You think it's not okay? As he spoke, Zhang Chen used the blood extracted from Bibi Dong to inject into the instrument that replicated power. After a while, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor and the Death Spider Emperor martial spirits appeared on Zhang Chen's right-hand side. Bibi Dong, who am I? Where am I? How did this spirit end up in the hands of the president of the SCP Foundation? Kisha, Dong Dian, you really can't see the situation clearly. The president's abilities are ever-changing. As long as he studies you once, he can perfectly demonstrate your abilities. Qianrongxiu, oh, then why haven't you used my ability yet? Naruto, don't worry, beautiful sister, I will eventually use the power of your martial spirit. Impossible. Yu Xiaogang took a few steps back, his body shaking continuously. Why can you replicate your spirit? This world should be completely overturned by me. Stupid and arrogant. Zhang Chen glanced over disapprovingly. The subversion you're talking about is the Doluo world you set up, but the martial spirit I've replicated doesn't need to establish a connection with the human body, yet it can wield its power freely. Yu Xiaogang, You won't understand. Today, experience this with your life. As he spoke, Jiang Chen pointed his finger, and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's martial spirit behind him was instantly activated. The extremely powerful killing move, a dream of life and death, instantly exploded next to Yu Xiaogang. Request flowers. Bibi Dong in the live broadcast room felt uncomfortable when she saw how Jiang Chen used her martial soul and soul skills so skillfully. However, when she saw Yu Xiaogang being beaten and howling in the air, she felt very relieved. It's my fault. I've inexplicably caused Doluo continent to be in this state, so I have to take responsibility for it. Qian Rongxiu, Dongdian mother, we should be able to reconcile this time, right? Without this evil-minded master, you should also acknowledge my identity. Bibi Dong, didn't I tell you long ago that you're my daughter? Aside from your father, who deserves to be hacked to pieces, I don't hold much hatred towards you. Dong save me. At this time, Yu Xiaogang could no longer bear it and began to beg for mercy. Bibi Dong, don't call my name, it's really disgusting. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly activated his first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, and the Spider Emperor's clone, killing Yu Xiaogang with one sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to kill Yu Xiaogang. Reward, 300,000 science popularization points and a super memory. The super memory can see through the true thoughts of people in any world and remember everything that happened within a second. As the power transfer was completed, Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, but he could see very clearly that the entire Doluo world had become an empty shell. In this case, the only thing we can do is to let SCP-118 completely destroy this place. Jiang Chen, Dr. Li Do, teleport me and everyone else in the other worlds back, quickly. Dr. Li Do, okay. As Dr. Li Do activated the space converter, all the people who stayed in Doluo continent returned to their respective worlds. At this time, SCP-118 also began to kill all around without reservation. Several million-year soul rings disappeared in an instant after being hit by several explosions. Finally, when everyone was on edge, the last 20-million-year-old God-given soul rings appeared in front of SCP-118 along with their martial spirits. Naruto, the exciting moment has arrived. I think it's time to show down the winner. Sasuke, we should be thankful that you're silent now. So, just keep watching. Qian Rongxiu, just watching Doluo continent disappear, I feel a bit sad. Chapter 125. Even the 10-million-year-old God-given soul ring couldn't stand the feeling of being caught and killed by SCP-118, so it went straight up and attacked SCP-118 in a group. However, along with the explosion that broke through the clouds, dozens of soul rings that were tens of millions of years old exploded one after another, and then the entire Doluo continent turned into dust in the universe. However, Jiang Chen knew that everything was not over yet. When the Shrouding Heaven universe is a parallel world, the disappearance of Doluo continent is also a new beginning. With a light laugh, Jiang Chen once again fixed his gaze on the universe where only remnants remained, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It should start soon. As the fragments condensed and took shape, SCP-118 and the parallel world of Doluo continent were restored almost at the same time. Qian Rongxiu, Mom! Our world is back! Bibi Dong, why are you so excited? This is just the beginning. After 433 is over, there will be even bigger surprises. Qian Rongxiu, you speak as if you know everything. Bibi Dong, of course not. When have I ever said anything wrong? Naruto, having said that, Doluo continent has been restored, but what should happen to SCP-118? Luffy, needless to say, the SCP Foundation will definitely take action. Sure enough, as the thunder struck, SCP-118 instantly lost consciousness and was carried into the containment box by the Special Forces androids. At this time, Jiang Chen thought that the borrowed martial spirits should be returned, so he planned to cancel their use. However, When he checked, he found that the martial spirits of Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Tang San, and A Yin all belonged to him. In other words, even if Bibi Dong and the others recovered their martial spirits, the abilities they gained would not disappear. From this perspective, it is a very remarkable ability. It seems that the function of super memory is not only to see through everything and replicate the ability, but also to make it your own power forever. According to the power ranking of Doluo continent, I can be considered to have a multi-life martial spirit. Bibi Dong, President of the SCP Foundation, we want to return to Doluo continent, but we also hope to continue participating in the Wanzhou live broadcast room. Tang San, I want to continue to participate too. Ian, same style. Qian Rongxiu, don't stop me, I must become a die-hard fan of the SCP Foundation. Zhang Chen, anyone who voluntarily joins the Wanzhou live broadcast room and is a die-hard fan of the SCP Foundation can enjoy the right to stay permanently. The 4 people who received the promise also returned to Doluo continent after the SCP armed forces released them. Although the others were resurrected, it was obvious that they had no memory of what happened before. Zhang Chen, Bibi Dong, no matter what, don't act too drastically. Doluo continent has been destroyed once, and if it's destroyed again, it will truly disappear. You should know which is more important, revenge or maintaining balance. Bibi Dong, President, I understand. Qian Rongxiu, President, can I still meet you? Zhang Chen was stunned for a moment, but quickly replied with a smile. Of course. Return to Doluo continent and cultivate diligently. When you become a god again and can transcend the boundaries of time and space, that will be the time to see you again. Qian Rongxiu stopped talking, but she knew that she became a god no longer for her grandfather or for the spirit hall, but for the person she admired. This mysterious president is very powerful. If you want to be by his side, you must work harder. Luffy, Sister Qian Rongxiu, you must come back to us soon. To be honest, it's a bit boring when you are not around. Qian Rongxiu, I'm also very happy to meet you. However, I will work hard to become a god. Bibi Dong, if you want to become a god, you must defeat me. Shuer, my best daughter, I will give you everything I know. As the 4 Doluo people returned to their world, Zhang Chen also awarded different rewards to each parallel world according to their outstanding performance in the Doluo world this time. Zhang Chen, the SCP Foundation never treats its allies unfairly, so next, I will also fulfill a wish that I promised to Queen Keisha of the Mellow Heaven. Keisha was thrilled. Actually, he just asked Tianchi Yan and He Xi to attack a few spirit rings, and did not catch any big OSS, but Zhang Chen was actually willing to give him benefits, which was really unbelievable. Zhang Chen, what? Don't you want any benefits anymore? Keisha immediately shook her head, no, of course I want benefits. I hope to release Morgana and let her be with me. Luffy, are we really going to release the Demon Queen? But, if this woman gets out, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble. Keisha, my goal is very simple, which is to get Morgana back. As for what you are thinking, I don't care at all. What a careless person. Zhang Chen probably also understood what this woman was thinking. She intends to completely overturn the worldview and go through all the ups and downs with Morgana. Dr. Li Do had strong opposition at this time. I think we shouldn't agree to Keisha's request. This woman is just like her sister, selfish and will probably make the trouble worse. Zhang Chen was very clear about these issues. Morgana was not without resentful thoughts during her days of imprisonment. If it weren't for my outstanding abilities, she wouldn't be able to cope with it, and a sneak attack might even be possible. But at this time, there is no time to care about so many things. Morgana and Keisha also have a conflicting relationship. As long as Mellow Tianting is not the only one standing out, Zhang Chen feels that the problem is not a big deal. At this time, Dr. Li Do saw that Zhang Chen had already made a relative decision, so he stopped trying to stop him. President, if you agree to this person, I will immediately arrange for my subordinates to keep an eye on her. If this kind of woman betrays us, the consequences will be serious." Jiang Chen smiled happily. "Well done, Dr. Raito, you are truly worthy of being my chosen one. Now, get down to work. I'll announce the results now." Just when Kaisa was feeling anxious in 1.3 and didn't know what Jiang Chen would do, Jiang Chen finally spoke. "I hereby declare that Morgana has been released from this date, and Keisha of the Mellow Celestial Court will be fully responsible. If Mellow Celestial Court harbors this evil, the consequences will be borne by the individual. The implication is that Morgana's actions will destroy Kessa and everyone around her." No matter how carefully Keisha had thought about it, she never expected such an absurd thing to happen. It was a dead end, but the SCP president managed to solve it so easily. It was obvious that he had been aiming in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Trying to play tricks on this guild leader is absolutely beyond your ability. "Keisha, I'm willing to promise. If Morgana makes another mistake, I will kill her myself. That should satisfy the conditions for Morgana's release, right? Guildmaster, if not, I can help you complete a few more missions." Chapter 126. Jiang Chen, no need for grandiose words. I don't like to hear them. If you really want to change things, then take concrete action. Okay, Morgana can go with you. Luffy, wow, the president is really so generous. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's great. Now that the Demon Queen is out, it's going to be super lively again. Perhaps because she didn't want to be the subject of discussion in the eyes of others, Morgana, who was released, followed Kaisa directly to Mellow Heaven. Seeing Morgana's hostile expression, Kessa walked over with a smile. "Don't come near me." At this time, Morgana's eyes showed great dissatisfaction. "I didn't tell you I wanted you to rescue me. Madman." At this time, Kessa directly refuted Morgana. "If we don't rescue you, how can we fight against the SCP Foundation? You have to know that if our forces are divided, we will only become a thorn in his side. It would be better for the two of us to work together to defeat them." 19. I don't know. Morgana may have suffered countless tortures in the SCP Foundation, and now she doesn't dare to go against Jiang Chen at all, but her eyes are filled with deep fear. "Anyway, if you want to do this, go alone and don't drag me along." "Stop." Seeing Morgana about to leave, Kessa's face darkened again. "Don't think you can act arbitrarily now. I promised the guild leader that I would supervise you, so at this moment, you are under my control. How could Morgana, who has always been full of resentment towards her sister, be willing to do this?" Morgana went up and was about to attack Keisha, but Hexie and Angel Yan immediately held Morgana down, their eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. "We rescued you, you should be happy, why are you stabbing me in the back now?" Morgana didn't feel like talking, so she didn't answer the question. At this time, Keisha also stood up and waved her hand. "You two should stop making things difficult for her. Since she has doubts about me, let's talk about this matter later." "What?" Angel Yan was a little bit incredulous at this time. "We can't talk about it later. If he continues to exacerbate this problem, it will be a big disaster for everyone. After all, our angels and demons are incompatible. What if?" "Alright, I know you're noble." At this moment, looking at Angel Yan, Demon Queen Morgana also revealed a look of contempt. "You are noble, so why do you want me to return to the Angel clan? Don't you know that your queen and I are sisters from the same mother? If I didn't disagree with her, I'm afraid you might not know who you would serve." Kessa knew that Morgana was still annoyed about her loss of power, but all of this was in the past, and she was the one who could truly control everything. After stepping down from the throne, Kessa grabbed Morgana's hand, with a hint of indifference in her eyes. "There's no point in bringing up the past." Morgana looked at Kessa, but she didn't quite understand what this woman was thinking. Could it be that she really thought that some things could change over time? At this time, there were too many people with different opinions in the Wanzu live broadcast room. Luffy, I wonder whether the Demon Queen's return is a good thing or a bad thing. Naruto, it's not something impossible anyway. We have overcome so many dangers. Tsunade, why are you everywhere, Naruto? Zioxia, anyway, showing off one's presence is Naruto's usual style, and we have to get used to it. Bibi Dong, occasionally I also need to make my presence felt. Child Emperor, the East Palace's aura is here, and we feel safer. Honestly, our East Palace is mighty and majestic. Qianrongxiu, stop talking nonsense, or I'll slap you to death. My mother cannot be taken away by anyone. Child Emperor, I suddenly found that this little sister Qianrongxiu is really interesting. She actually suspected that I had ulterior motives. Empress, isn't that right? You're praising someone else's mother for no apparent reason. That's just bad intentions. Jiraiya, stop it, everyone. Think seriously, where else could there be trouble outside of Doluo continent? I don't think the three brothers of death will let us even breathe. Merlit Heaven. Morgana also realized this at this time. If I were to be controlled by the three death brothers, it would be better for me to cooperate with my sister Keisha now. At this time, Kessa also saw a hint of hesitation in Morgana's eyes. She chuckled softly, Sister. You should really want to face the problem with me. In that case, let me be frank with you. If we work together, there won't be any mistakes. Morgana didn't believe it. Keisha's decision was so hasty that it caused Angel Yan to die once, let alone herself. Although they were family, Morgana understood that her sister was as selfish as herself, and it was absolutely impossible for her to talk about helping others. Therefore, Morgana went straight to the point at this time. Keisha. We are not stupid. We should just say some things directly. Just as Keisha was about to speak, she heard a warning. It seems like you can't remember anything I said. Keisha's face turned pale instantly and she staggered back 2 steps. President. Zhang Chen instantly moved to the mellow heavenly palace and glanced over with sharp eyes. It's not that I can't come to your world, it's just a matter of whether I want to or not. Before you plot against me, don't you think about whether you can control me. These words made Keisha's heart beat wildly for a moment. Some things are really unexpected. If I had known this guy would find out, I would never have done this. Zhang Chen looked at Keisha coldly and sneered. You sisters really are like-minded. One of you just got out after doing something wrong, and the other is about to go in. Don't. Morgana tensed at this point. She's just having a brain seizure on this matter. Zhang Chen, wearing a mask, sneered at Morgana who was protecting Keisha. If someone who did something wrong could offset their sins with just a few words, then why would you need to lock them up for so long? Morgana clenched her fists and wanted to say something, but was glared at by Kaisa. Keisha walked up to Zhang Chen respectfully and bowed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused such a big incident. President, if you want to punish me, it's for me. The merits and demerits offset each other. After saying these 4 words, Zhang Chen left. He went to Mellow Heaven not to make things difficult for Kessa and Morgana, but just to take back the reward. As luck would have it, someone started a commotion, so you can't blame him for being heartless and ungrateful. Chapter 127. After Zhang Chen left Mellow Heaven, he felt an indescribable power floating around him. Although I know this power has not done anything excessive, I still feel uncomfortable all over. Merlit Heaven. Keisha was extremely depressed at this time. I now completely understand what it means to try to steal a chicken but end up losing the rice. Morgana couldn't help but blame at this time. You're really out of your mind. I've already told you that the SCP Foundation is not to be messed with, yet you actually just walked right into their door. Angel Yan couldn't bear to listen any longer. Who could have known that things would develop like this? You are so confident, but why didn't you reap the fruits of victory? Stop talking. At this time, Kaisa also came up to Morgana with a sullen face. We're all on the same page, there's no such thing as one being superior to the other. In my opinion, if you really want to make a fuss, start with yourself. You. Morgana felt aggrieved, but there was nothing she could do. Now, Keisha is neither rewarded nor punished, but she herself is a sinner, and it is even more impossible for her to have any substantial involvement with the SCP Foundation. Naruto, so boring. Suddenly everything is back to normal, which makes me feel not used to it. Tsunade, if you give me a beating, you'll get used to it. Naruto, that's fine. I think I need to study ninjutsu more. Child Emperor, in fact, if Naruto studies hard, he may become a person worthy of respect. Bibi Dong, this idiot, can he be considered a respected person? Never mind, I don't want to talk to trash. Naruto, wow, I'm being disliked by the East Palace. Yu Xiaogang, my Donger is the kindest person, and it's you who made her unhappy. Naruto, when did the master also arrive at the 10,000 Races live broadcast room? Bibi Dong, I pulled him in, so what? My boyfriend needs your permission to come in? Thunder Man. Zhang Chen looked at Bibi Dong's actions in the live broadcast room and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, the feeling that first love brings to people is so shocking that people can never refuse it. Touching his nose, Zhang Chen thought of Kailan, who was going to carry out the mission. I don't know how long it will take before I can feel it again. Suddenly, Zhang Chen smelled a familiar scent and turned around. Kailan came to the door of the room with a suitcase and smiled at him. Idiot, I'm back. Why, no sign of anything. Zhang Chen dropped his phone and rushed over. Before Kailan could say anything else, a passionate kiss had already blocked her mouth. Hours later, when Kailan stretched comfortably and opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Chen walking in with dinner. Welcome home, my Lin. Kailan smiled. She lazily stood up, grabbed the clothes thrown aside and put them on, while looking at Zhang Chen with gentle eyes. Hey, did you eat anything while I was away? Zhang Chen glanced over speechlessly, put the plate directly on the table, and went over to hook Kailan's chin. Listen carefully, apart from you, I don't think there is any other woman who can satisfy me. Also, I'm a germaphobe and I can't tolerate any impurities in my feelings. At this time, Dr. Li Do accidentally discovered that someone was sending Zhang Chen's personal information to the Wanzhou live broadcast room. He quickly initiated emergency measures, covering Zhang Chen's face with a mask and blocking all personal information. However, Morgana and Kessa, who had sharp eyes, still saw that the figure behind them was the president of the SCP Foundation. Keisha, I didn't expect that the president of the SCP Foundation is actually an ordinary person in the Yanhuang world. Morgana, sister, don't be an idiot. Anyone who announces this news at this time is against the SCP Foundation. Do you think it is true? Bibi Dong, he's quite handsome. To be honest, if his face and information hadn't been completely erased, this Pope should be able to find him. At this time, Dr. Li Do appeared in the live broadcast room with a serious expression. Everyone, due to some virus invasion, there has been a major chaos within the SCP Foundation. All information is invalid. Please do not spread rumors. Naruto, is this really a rumor? Uncle, you're not trying to trick us into not investigating, are you? Dr. Li Do, anyone who questions the SCP Foundation's explanation can ask our president in person. But don't blame me for not saying it out loud. Once you get to the bottom of it, the fate of this universe is annihilation. Tsunade, I won't ask any more. Naruto is just an idiot with a mental problem. Please forgive me. Jiraiya, Naruto, go and sweep the floor and stop making trouble here. Bibi Dong, what a stupid teammate. He almost destroyed the world by himself. Empress, fortunately, Naruto is not from our world, otherwise we would be doomed. Luffy, I feel like there's a huge gap between me and Naruto, so I'd better not talk to idiots. Kaido, Luffy, I think you're so cute now. Compared to Naruto, you know how to protect the people around you better. At this time, Zhang Chen didn't know that there was trouble in the live broadcast room, and was spending a wonderful day with Kylan affectionately. When I woke up the next day, Kylan had left a note saying she would be home next week. Zhang Chen smiled helplessly and was about to go wash up when he saw the message from Dr. Li Do. Zhang Chen quickly connected with Dr. Li Do, and his face darkened instantly as he listened to his explanation. Have you found out who did this? Not yet, but I think even if they find out about this, they won't admit it. Dr. Li Do compared the time when Zhang Chen's personal information first appeared in the live broadcast room with the time when the frontal photo appeared. It can be said that anyone who is familiar with Zhang Chen can do this. However, the number of people who are eligible to enter the Wanzhou live broadcast room is actually very limited. Dr. Li Do, President, would you like to step aside? Zhang Chen, escape? Do you think you can avoid it at this time? If the other party is determined to mess with me, well, okay, then I have no other choice but to force him out. Zhang Chen glanced at the newly developed SCP-777 death scythe on the table, and the corners of his mouth curled up. They've had it easy for far too long. So, it's time for me to return the favor. Drop SCP-777 in every parallel world and inform everyone that if the culprit isn't handed over within 3 days, all parallel worlds will be destroyed. Dr. Li Do, will the people in the Wanzhou live broadcast room riot? Zhang Chen, it's okay. If you haven't done it, SCP-777 will leave on its own after an hour. Go tell those people, if they don't want to die, quickly hand over the culprit before SCP-777 fully activates. Dr. Li Do, okay. As the prototype photo of SCP-777's sickle was released to the live broadcast room, Kessa and Morgana felt a chill at the same time. Is a new round of massacre about to begin? Chapter 128. Zhang Chen, beforehand, it's not a massacre, it's about finding those who slandered us. SCP-777 will only target those who were involved in setting up this scheme. Those who didn't can live in peace. Naruto, my life is saved, thank God. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, you idiot. Although it seems to have solved the problem temporarily, this also means that if someone in our world makes a mistake, we will all die together. Bibi Dong, this is nothing. I'm just with my boyfriend, and the mainland is about to start a massacre again. It's really unbalanced just thinking about it. Qianrongxiu, brother president, will I die? I really don't want to accept this. I haven't even become a god yet. Zhang Chen, Schwerer, you haven't done anything to harm the Foundation, so you won't be killed. Relax, SCP-777 is different from any other containment object you've encountered before. In order to let the person who plotted against him know what was going on, Zhang Chen quickly spoke. There are only 30 minutes left until multiple copies of SCP-777 are released. During this time, I hope everyone in the parallel worlds can think things through carefully and not engage in reckless resistance. After cutting off the 450-line connection, Zhang Chen also spent 200,000 science points to create the next heavy-duty containment object. This time, we must give a bombshell to those guys who are trying to discredit our Foundation behind the scenes. Keisha, everyone, hurry up and pack up everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you trying to clear? They're already dead, what else can we do? How can we possibly capture them in 30 minutes? Morgana, giving up on oneself is not my style. I wonder if there is any other way to make the president of the SCP Foundation give up this decision. Empress, you're so shameless. We don't even know what kind of person the SCP Foundation's president is, and now you're talking about researching other methods? Morgana, you're really going to play tricks on me, aren't you? This queen may be down and out, but I'm not at the point where I can't fight back or respond to insults. Jiraiya, stop talking, 30 minutes will pass in a flash. If we continue to make trouble, no one will be able to escape with it. At this moment, Zhang Chen was thinking about the changes that happened when he met Yetiendi last time. Perhaps, from that time on, some things became different. Think about it, what Yetiendi said about the universe being infected by the virus is indeed true, but perhaps this memory has been tampered with by someone. Limited thinking is doomed to fail in uncovering the truth. This also fully proves one point: the unknown hand behind the scenes is now starting to stab himself, but he may have arranged his spies in all these worlds. SCP-777, the Death Scythe, inflicts greater punishment depending on the circumstances of the betrayer. If it is just a normal mistake, you will not die, but if you deceive from beginning to end, you will die without a complete body. I believe that no matter who you are, you will always leave something behind when you meet someone. Zai, what should I do now? Is it possible to just eat and wait for death? Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting to die is impossible. Didn't the president just say that it wasn't us who did it, so we won't kill them all with one blow? This means that this is another new method of cracking down on those who have disloyalty. After hearing these words, Zai couldn't help but feel emotional. Sometimes living is a complete torture. The two sisters, Kessa and Morgana, have now put aside their past grudges and want to carefully consider what to do next. After all, if you can't find a solution, your life will fall into the abyss. Angel Yan now has a new perspective. I think we should just wait and see what happens. Anyway, we are here. Before he finished speaking, the entire mellow heavenly palace sounded the alarm. At the same time, the same thing happened in other worlds. Keisha, everyone, I see that SCP-777 has arrived. Have you also encountered the same warning? Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course, here too. Bibi Dong, it's so noisy, how can I practice? Yu Xiaogang, calm down, now is not the time to practice, we are all at the critical moment of life and death. Bibi Dong, seriously, after you returned to normal, you became that worrywart Xiaogang again. If I had known this would happen, I would have been better off. Zhang Chen, ahem. Yu Xiaogang was a little confused, know what in advance? Donger, why do I feel like you have something very important that you haven't told me? Bibi Dong, you're overthinking it. Now, go back to sleep. Don't worry about anything else. Naruto, it's a bit inappropriate for you to let the master sleep in broad daylight. Bibi Dong, what does my man do? Why does a little brat like you need to interfere? Get out of the way. Dr. Li Do, I've already given you all various warnings, hoping you'll take emergency measures seriously, but it seems you haven't taken them seriously. Countdown, 10 seconds, starting now. Suzuki, I think this is simply an unfair clause. Jiraiya, Suzuki, hold your tongue. Now everyone can only wait for news. If you're not careful, you might die without knowing how. Dr. Li Do, the countdown is over. Now we announce that one of the first traitors who leaked the internal situation of the SCP Foundation found by SCP-777 is Usopp from the pirate world. Luffy, Nani. Impossible. How could our friends have done this? Did SCP-777 make a mistake in its search? Kaido, there must be something wrong with this matter. Usopp hardly appeared from beginning to end. Jiraiya, precisely because he rarely appears, he's the most likely to do something like this. It's just that we all underestimated Usopp. Dr. Lidu, the following are the crimes committed by Usopp. First, he agreed without hesitation when others incited him to do evil. Second, he prepared to leave the pirate world as soon as he realized something was wrong. Usopp, everyone, I'm sorry. Luffy, you're not sorry for us, you're sorry for yourself. Usopp, being a golden hunter isn't the way to go. Dr. Lee-Do, no need to elaborate, the trial will begin. The judge is SCP-777. As SCP-777's death scythe moved forward, Usopp's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the bloodthirsty aura could be felt across the entire live broadcast screen. Luffy, I never thought I'd end up in trouble. If I'd known Usopp was this kind of person, I shouldn't have given him a chance in the first place. Kaido, there is no point in talking about this now. I don't know if there are any traitors with such ruthless hearts in our pirate world. Dr. Lee-Do, yes, and a lot. Luffy, I think I'm in a fake pirate world now. Is there any tacit understanding between us? Chapter 129. Kisha, these days, what wouldn't you sell for profit? And what about tacit understanding? Morgana and I are sisters, so we can still have a fight. Luffy, it's different. In our pirate world, we experience that kind of pain with real swords and guns. Morgana, it's true that I was locked up in an SCP cell. I think you, the people in the One Piece world, should experience that, too. It's absolutely necessary. Morgana had experienced the SCP Foundation's confinement room and felt that it was the place she feared most in her life. Anyone who has been to that place would definitely not want to continue to fight against the SCP Foundation. After all, that would be courting death. Feeling that her sister was trembling, Kisha went over and put her hands on her shoulders. What happened? Morgana shook her head, but subconsciously grabbed her sister Kessa's hand. Sister. Please, don't joke with your life, okay? Kisha narrowed her eyes, with too many thoughts in her mind. Morgana has been in a very bad mood since she came out. It is obvious that she was scared. Kisha also knew that everything in the Foundation must be extraordinary, but that didn't mean she had to be as timid as Morgana. Sooner or later, the mystery of the SCP Foundation will be revealed by yourself. Elder sister. Morgana became anxious. I've already told you that the president of the Foundation can easily come to our side, not to mention whether your little tricks will be discovered. Aside from that, Kisha's expression was also a little deep. How could I not consider this? At times like this, many things are beyond my control. Dr. Lee-Do, just now, it was the traitor of the pirate world who was exposed. Next, it should be the others. Kisha, aren't there still traitors in the pirate world? Why are you suddenly ignoring it? Dr. Lee-Do, each world will first choose one, and then SCP-777 will engage in a second round of crazy fighting. Naruto, in other words, every world is actually involved in this matter, and there are a lot of people involved. Jiraiya, Naruto has finally made some progress. I used to think this kid would never understand those profound principles. Naruto, humph, are you surprised? I am the powerful character that you can't see through. Dr. Lidu, stop making noises. Now begins the second round of punishment. This time, SCP-777 has discovered the traitor in the Pokemon world. Zai, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a jerk and level 3 guy appear in our world? This is unbelievable. Dr. Lee-Do, facts have proven that such people have indeed appeared, so I hope you will accept this fact. Now, I will announce the results. Zioxia, I really didn't expect that no matter how I defend myself, I can't escape being schemed against by the people around me. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Zai, it's not just sad. I feel like this is an absolute betrayal. There was a long silence before Zai stopped talking. At this time, the most important thing is to let Dr. Lee-Do make the results public. Really? Dr. Lee-Do also spoke quickly. The one who betrayed the Pokemon world was Kojiro. As the result was announced, SCP-777 bit Kojiro into pieces in an instant, like chewing wax, in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. Naruto, oh my god, my stomach is about to burst. Sasuke, although it is disgusting, I have to admit that this method can effectively suppress those who betray me. Sakura, everything Sasuke said is right, so we should all follow Sasuke. Bibi Dong, I can't stand it anymore. How long will this trial last? I really don't know why it can't be resolved immediately. Qianrongxiu, Dongdian mom, calm down. I think the president must have a very clear plan, which is why he's like this. Zhang Chen looked at everything in the live broadcast room and immediately laughed. I didn't expect that this little girl Qianrongxiu would be so dependent on me. Holding his forehead with his hand, Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and soon came up with an idea. Since this is a trial, it should be fair. Zhang Chen calculated that so far, worlds like the Ninja World, Mellow Heaven, Doluo World, Female Emperor, Warring States, and Child Emperor have not yet extracted traitors, so the progress is a bit slow. Entering the live broadcast room again, Zhang Chen expressed a new opinion. How about you each choose the other's world to search for the betrayer? Request flowers. Qianrongxiu, although I like the president, this statement really makes me feel bad. Bibi Dong, my daughter is a love-brained person, but she can also stay sober at critical moments. Suddenly I think, not bad. Naruto, everyone please calm down, we love each other. Empress, who's in love with you? Naruto, I think you have the biggest problem. I wonder if it's because you always tip off the bad guys. Naruto, how could it be me? Child Emperor, it is very likely to be you. Zhanguo, I think it's Naruto too. Naruto's words are so shocking every time. Who can believe him if he says he has no bad intentions? 0. Speechless. Naruto was nearly in tears at this point. Why do I always get hurt? Even though some of the problems started because of him, Naruto would never betray anyone. Zai, I don't think it's Naruto. Everyone should remember that Naruto's IQ is so low. It's simply too difficult for him to come up with so many high-level methods to deal with others. Naruto, is this a compliment or an insult? Zai, why do I find that we can't communicate now? Tang-san, I now believe that we should all unite. Luffy, unity is bullshit. Now's the time to expose each other. There's only one truth, the next person to betray is definitely in Doluo. Bibi Dong, he says he's from Doluo. I'll tear his mouth apart. Don't you know we've already been destroyed? Doing something like this again is like throwing your life away. For a moment, in order to prevent their own universe from being involved, everyone began to shirk responsibility. In fact, Zhang Chen understood that many things had nothing to do with these people, but if he didn't find someone to come out, it would not have the effect of making a warning. If those who are easily influenced happen to follow the plans of others, they will become cannon fodder. As for whether Doluo will cause any more trouble and be destroyed, it depends on whether the places that have already regrouped can stabilize everything. Naruto is a traitor? Luffy is the one who came up with that. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. With Naruto's brain, he's probably not aware that his opponent is far behind him. Chapter 130. Empress, forget it, it's no use arguing like this. If we want to unite and cooperate, there must be some way. Zhanguo, what else can we do? It feels like there's no hope at this point. Naruto, then I still have to say that the person behind this is definitely not me. Xiao Wu, I believe in Naruto. Tang-san, Xiao Wu. My lovely Xiao Wu, you're here. Xiao Wu, third brother, you should be the most rational one. Why didn't you speak up for Naruto? I like to lurk in the group, but that doesn't mean I'm unjust. Naruto, wow, my sister is the most sensible person. Zhu Zuqing, I think that although Naruto cannot be the bad guy, there is no doubt that there are bad guys in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we didn't mention Doluo continent, but you guys kept staring at the ninja world. In the final analysis, Doluo Continent 450 shouldn't exist. Bibi Dong, are you tired of living, old man? Do you really think we're easy to bully? Dr. Li Do, the third trial will now begin. Naruto, I think I'd better leave. Xioxia, you're not a bad person, why are you leaving? Are you really going to become a coward just because someone says a few words to you? Tang-san, Naruto, face everything bravely. When Dr. Li Do opened the result panel, everyone was stunned. The name written above is Hyuga Niji. Hinata, impossible. Niji Nii is definitely not that kind of person. Hyuga Niji, surprised? Unexpected? Haha, I'm the one you hate to the core, but can't do anything about it. Naruto, damn you, why did you do this? Do you know that the saddest thing about this is? Hinata Niji, I hate your brilliance, Naruto, and I hate even more that young lady always thinks she can change her fate, so I did this. Dr. Lita didn't say anything else. Hyuga Niji was instantly sucked over by SCP-777's death scythe and chopped into countless pieces. Hinata, do you have to be so cruel? Hinata-san just did something wrong. Can't you show a little mercy? Zhang Chen, no. Every place has its own rules. What Hyuga Niji did was completely disregard what the SCP Foundation said. Kessa and Morgana completely gave up fighting the SCP Foundation. Are you kidding? With the abilities he possesses, he can crush them to death in minutes, let alone other people. Angel Yan, I really can't stand this damn selection method. Hyuga Niji doesn't usually show up much, so how did he provoke the SCP Foundation? Dr. Li Do, according to the data, this guy does not exist, but he always uses some tricks on Naruto to make everyone look down on Naruto. Angel Yan, even so, it has nothing to do with the traitor we are looking for this time. Dr. Raito, how is it not related? In order to have Naruto eliminated, Hyuga Niji made a crucial agreement with someone in an unknown realm. This kind of thing makes everyone shudder. People who look honest are actually not honest at all. Hinata took a deep breath and could no longer see the road ahead. Brother Niji who was beside him was eventually killed by his paranoia. Tien, Naruto, it's you who killed Niji. Hinata, no way. Why is everyone blaming Naruto? What did Naruto owe you that you guys must gang up on him? Zhang Chen, Naruto is simple-minded, but it is precisely because of this that he becomes the target of public criticism. After hearing this, everyone stopped talking. A person can be incompetent, but cannot be slandered like this. I think Naruto must be feeling very upset right now. With a sneer, Naruto's eyes grew a little colder. It seems I'm not worthy after all. Suddenly, SCP-777 stopped spinning violently, causing everyone to hold their breath. What's going on? Is this thing going to come over and take our heads too? Dr. Li Do found the reason for the changes in SCP-777 through data. Congratulations everyone on getting 3 days of rest. SCP-777 is currently in a short hibernation period, so you can relax and enjoy your life. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you, the SCP Foundation, plan to contain it? Dr. Li Do, I'm sorry, but if this guy doesn't have enough fun, he'll continue making trouble outside, and each time he makes more trouble than the last. Seeing that this matter could not end as planned, Zhang Chen also made some adjustments. We've all seen everyone's efforts, and the SCP Foundation will definitely take action this time. However, SCP-777 has its own way of thinking and actions, so it's impossible for it to change its course of action just because you're not happy about it. Such words made everyone in the parallel world panic. The SCP Foundation cannot control the contained objects. Doesn't this mean that if the rules are not followed properly, things will become chaotic and lose the original order? This horrific situation is a bit shocking to think about. Sasuke, our ninja world does have faults, but within 3 days, I will personally kill the other traitors. Zhang Chen, if that's the case, then you have given yourself and the people around you a very good opportunity. Bibi Dong, so, as long as I exposed everything, I would also have made a contribution? Zhang Chen, you could say that. Furthermore, the SCP Foundation will also grant one exemption, as long as the traitor you capture is genuine. Morgana grabbed her sister Kessa and said, "Did you hear that? As long as we find the traitor, we can be exempted from responsibility." Keisha was speechless. The problem is, there have never been any traitors among the angels. I know you want to find a chance to regain the trust of the SCP Foundation and no longer be blacklisted, but I can't help you now. My queen. Angel Yan and He-Xi were a little worried at this time. Although we are all united, as Queen Morgana said, what if one or two traitors appear? SCP-777's dormancy also means that we can find the traitors as quickly as possible to avoid casualties. These words gradually made Morgana regain her composure. I agree with what you said. In that case, you and Angel Yan will immediately start an investigation. Once you confirm that it's a traitor, upload the information immediately and let the SCP Foundation know. Yes. After arranging everything, Kessa also calmed Morgana's emotions. Don't worry, the president said he won't take you back, so he won't do that. I believe you will never be wiped out. Morgana didn't think so. After all, who could be sure whether a super monster like SCP-777 would take the previous events into account? Chapter 131. Panic is the situation in every parallel world today. Jiraiya, now I feel that we are even crazier than the Ninja World War. Naruto, if it were a Ninja World War, I could sacrifice myself, but in this situation, I can't survive even if I sacrifice myself. Feng Ying, everyone is in danger. I'm afraid that even if ordinary people are not killed by the SCP Foundation's containment, they will not be able to survive. Reikage, I'm so angry. If it weren't for someone like Hyaganiji showing up in your Hokage village and disrupting order, how would we have been dragged into this? Tang-san, so everyone in the ninja world is just like that, just shirking responsibility. Tsuchikage, boy, be careful with your words, or else, killing you would be the least of my worries. Blue Silver Emperor, Tang Hao, if you hurt our son, you'd better be prepared to die. Keisha, what are you arguing about? If you don't use all your energy and brains to focus on one thing at a time like this, what else can you do? Peerless Doluo Poseidon, I believe that the ninja world should take the lead in clearing its own ranks. Leave everything in our Doluo world to me. Tang-san, Senior has a far-sighted vision, and we should follow his lead. I never thought that Doluo continent would be the first world to have obedience. Zhang Chen smiled. As expected, in the face of life and death, dignity and pride can be abandoned, as long as one is alive. As for other worlds, Zhang Chen could not ensure that they would make such a choice, but what he could ensure was that at this time they were also afraid that the Foundation would wipe them out. With a light chuckle, Zhang Chen released the Foundation's announcement. SCP Foundation Disclaimer, Clause 1, anyone who voluntarily kills a traitor will have their SCP-777 clone recovered by the Foundation and given 3 days of protection. Clause 2, anyone who exposes a traitor in another world will also enjoy protection, but SCP-777 will not be recovered. The two announcements were similar, but they clearly made those who were waiting and wanting to take advantage of the people around them instantly understand the disadvantages of betraying others. Keisha, that's good. We'll each clean up our own mess. I believe we can drive away all the SCP-777 in no time. Morgana, if I find out that any guy has bad intentions, I will skin him alive. Angel Yan, it would not be too much to be cut into pieces. In fact, it is normal to feel such excitement. After all, SCP-777's movement speed is faster than described. Even if the opponent you want to eliminate is hiding farther away, once he is locked onto, he can be caught and killed instantly. With such terrifying destructive power, it is impossible for anyone not to be afraid. The reason why Poseidon would consider catching people himself is because Doluo continent cannot withstand a second destruction. I finally got the chance to rekindle my relationship with Tang Chen, and I can't let it go to waste now. The 5 black and 4 red soul rings lit up, and Poseidon had already traveled to various parts of the Doluo continent to search for suspicious people. Tang Chen naturally did not want to be outdone, so he followed his beloved to solve the problem. Naruto and Sasuke's fighting power is also the strongest in the ninja world, so they naturally went out. Naruto summoned Kurama. After all, the tailed beast has the strongest power and reaction ability, and using it to find the traitor is also the wisest choice. At this time, Sasuke summoned the summoning beast Green Snake. He thought he was no worse than Naruto, but because Naruto had a poor sense of direction, Sasuke did not cooperate with Naruto. The Pokemon world is even more anxious. Their fighting power all depends on the Pokeball. If this is wiped out, there is no way they can become one of the many powerful worlds. Ash and Misty also embarked on a search, and at the same time contacted many powerful people to help each other. Dr. Li Do, President, according to our plan, we will definitely see significant results within 3 days. However, some worlds did not participate in the rebellion. Zhang Chen, regardless of whether they are there or not, they will all be restrained after the search. At this time, being lenient with others will only cause great losses. Dr. Li Do, okay, I understand. As Dr. Li Do went to arrange things, Zhang Chen continued to devote himself to his research. When the next containment object is opened, I believe it will also be the opening of another distorted space-time. By then, it was getting more and more interesting. Before that, getting rid of the troublesome traitors will definitely be beneficial for cleaning up other parallel universes in the future. After Doluo, Zhang Chen felt that the Dupa world where Emperor Yan Xiaoyan was would also be full of difficulties. After all, Xiaoyan pays more attention to cultivation than Tang San, and he relies on his own efforts to move forward step by step. Speaking of admiration, Zhang Chen admires Xiaoyan even more. Merlit Heaven. Morgana and Kessa watched the angels walk by with cold eyes. Although this group of people may seem harmless, it is useless if you cannot see through their thoughts. Once SCP-777 identifies someone as a traitor, eradication is no joke. The people who were wiped out this time will probably never be able to be restored. Keisha slowly walked down from the throne and slowly opened her lips. You guys are truly despicable to me. At a time like this, are you still trying to justify your mistakes? Queen, we really did nothing wrong. The angels quickly knelt down, each of them in fear and trepidation. We all know the seriousness of the matter and certainly wouldn't dare to do anything rash. So, please don't doubt us, queens. What they said was true, but Morgana and Kessa both had doubts in their hearts and did not fully believe that these angels could really have a clear conscience. Privately, the two sisters were still prepared. Zhang Chen knew in his heart that SCP-777's dormancy was an opportunity to numb the keen insights of these people so that they could carry out a massacre. This containment is more brutal than the previous ones and will not show any intermittent mercy. Of course, hibernation is just a form of evolution. Naruto, look everyone, this thing has changed its form. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned when they heard Naruto's words. When I went to see it again, the contents looked even stranger. SCP-777 has 3,000 eyes. These eyes are particularly charming in the darkness. At the same time, as these eyes opened, SCP-777's observation of all worlds became clearer. Empress, I don't know if I'm the only one who feels uncomfortable, but I feel that the appearance of this containment object will bring about something devastating. Child Emperor, I feel bad too. People with obsessive-compulsive phobias are definitely prone to terrorism. But that's not the point. The most important thing is that we quickly catch the traitor to our own world. Yu Xiaogang, based on the probability problem, I think it is not easy to catch someone within 3 days, except for those who are very afraid of death and come out on their own initiative. Bibi Dong, my boyfriend is right, but I can handle those opponents even faster. So, sometimes theory is not as good as action. Chapter 132. Just as everyone was constantly expressing their thoughts, a shocking sound rang out. As SCP-777 made a shrill sound, the people who had been making a commotion in the live broadcast room just now fell silent. Because, from the moment SCP-777 starts to move, it means that the killing has started again. Keisha, if I remember correctly, SCP-777's dormancy time is only 2 days and 15 hours at this time. Morgana, my sister's calculations are always the best, and I'm far behind. But I really want to know, are all these calculations you've painstakingly done truly useful? Jiraiya, at least it can give each of us a lot of motivation. Demon Queen, you are honored to have such a clear-headed sister. Morgana didn't want to answer Jiraiya. She hated Keisha, but at the same time she also had mixed feelings towards her. Being sisters, the feeling of being closely related is something not everyone can understand. If one day she really has to make a choice, Morgana will not abandon her sister, but at the same time, she will never let her sister go. Sarutobi Hitachi, if it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Come on! SCP-777's Black Gear sickle swung directly towards the major worlds. Everyone thought that they would be completely wiped out this time, but they completely underestimated the risks of this matter. SCP-777's Black Gear scythe merely spun, harming no one else. Such initiative is really beyond the comprehension of even the smart Keisha. It's strange, what is this guy's purpose? Zhang Chen has noticed it. SCP-777 is not crazy, nor is there a problem with its overall structure. Instead, it is positioning itself at a fixed point to leave opportunities for those it wants to kill. If someone is willing to admit their mistake at this time, then SCP-777 may be able to let the people around it go, but if no one admits their mistake, innocent people around it will also be unjustly killed. Naruto, something must be wrong when things are abnormal. I think we should run away. Sakura, how can we escape? The situation has reached this point. Going anywhere will lead to death. Sasuke, standing still is waiting for death. Sasuke's words made Zhang Chen laugh. Among so many people, only this guy is on par with me and can think of such a thing. That's right, standing still and sticking to the old ways has been the rule for many years. It is really foolish to still do so now. Now, what Zhang Chen wants to develop is a genius like Sasuke, so that this genius can reverse the entire unfavorable battle situation. The next second, the sickle started to spin, and the harvest of death began in every world. Keisha, angels! Beware! Before she could finish her words, hundreds of angels fell in a pool of blood, and the number 5 was marked on SCP-777. The situation in the ninja world is even more serious. More than half of the people in each major village were killed or injured. Those with stronger abilities barely survived, but the situation is not optimistic. Such a situation made Morgana's eyes red. Morgana, can't you find a better way to solve the problem? Why do you have to end everything in such a brutal way? Dr. Li Do, have you ever used methods more gentle than ours on innocent people? Morgana was speechless. In fact, she would do anything to achieve her goal. The SCP Foundation's current decision is simply telling everyone that they dare to act and take responsibility. SCP-777 attacked again almost the next moment after Morgana spoke. The people included in the Wanzhou live broadcast room this time also suffered varying degrees of damage. Seeing SCP-777 flying towards the overturned Doluo continent, Zhang Chen felt a little uneasy. Could it be that there is something else going on in Doluo continent? Just when everything was about to settle, SCP-777 stopped. Luffy, what's going on? Could it be that SCP-777 will show mercy? Naruto, don't be silly, how could such a thing be so merciful? I think it must have discovered something important. Warring states, what could possibly stop all the killing weapons? I think this matter is not as simple as I thought. Although there are many different opinions, no one dares to make any bold speculations before a real entry point is found. At this time, Bibi Dong and other top Doluo had already gathered together, thinking that if they really could not avoid it, they would do their best to ensure that Doluo continent could survive even if they died. However, something unexpected happened. SCP-777 instantly hooked Jian Daolio with its mechanical arm, killed him instantly, and then left. Qian Rongxiu was shocked. Grandpa is a traitor? Although Zhang Chen was a little surprised at this time, he actually understood that this was within his expectations. Qian Rongxiu's grandfather supported the Angel clan, but he also killed many innocent people for the Angel clan. From this point of view, Qian Daoliu is a big sinner. If the criminals are to live, more innocent people will naturally be killed or injured. Therefore, we cannot be soft-hearted at this time. What SCP-777 did was to fundamentally eliminate the culprits that were troubling the powerful people in Doluo continent. Of course, Qian Rongxiu might go to extremes, but Zhang Chen thought that with Bibi Dong around, nothing should go wrong. Luffy, finally, problems have arisen even in Doluo continent. I thought Doluo continent could solve all problems. Bibi Dong, what's there to nag about? It's a good thing the rest of us are alright at this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the universe that isn't the culprit is fortunate. I believe that at times like this, as long as there's evidence of improvement, everyone can rally against the enemy. Zioxia, the key point is that we still don't quite understand whether they have bribed the people in our world. Keisha, it must be the three brothers of death. Morgana, I also think that the three brothers of death must have made some decision that they could not resist, otherwise, it would definitely not be like this. Zhang Chen chuckled when he saw that someone had finally touched upon the key point. Well, finally someone sees the key point. The idea of the three brothers of death is to destroy all the parallel worlds under the universe of shrouding the sky. If they succeed, all the people will be beheaded. By then, the damage caused by more than just SCP-777 will be much greater. For this reason, Zhang Chen must completely eradicate the virus in every parallel world, and if necessary, he must make enemies with everyone to do so. Tang San, I've roughly figured out the truth of the matter. I'm afraid all of us are pawns in the hands of the three dead brothers, completely fooled. Tang Hao, at least protecting Doluo continent is the only thing I can do. I can't care about anything else. Qian Rongxiu, President, do you need my help? Chapter 133. Qian Rongxiu's proactive proposal made Zhang Chen feel okay. After all, Qian Rongxiu now possessed the ability of a quasi-angel god. Zhang Chen, you can come to the SCP Foundation to assist in the investigation. At the same time, the Foundation will give Doluo continent absolute protection. Luffy, then can we join in too? Dr. Li Do, unless it is a parallel world where your innocence has been completely proven, no matter how well you behave in normal times, we cannot take the risk of accepting such a thing. Seeing how complicated this matter was, the people from other worlds finally fell silent. Bibi Dong, why don't you let me come to the SCP Foundation instead of Schwer? Schwer is young, so it's inevitable that she might not be thoughtful enough. Qian Rongxiu, you cunning Dongdian mother. You're just trying to show off your presence. But, I have to tell you, for the president, I'll do anything. Luffy, tisk tisk, I seem to smell something, could it be that Qian Rongxiu has fallen in love with the president of the foundation? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's hard to guess what the girl is thinking, but if she likes him, there's nothing much to say. After all, everyone knows that the president of the foundation is very powerful. Zhang Chen held his forehead helplessly. What these people were thinking was quite bizarre. Qian Rongxiu likes me? Haha, they're just trying to get information. Even though Qian Rongxiu did take the initiative to express her affection at the beginning, after a series of events happened, Qian Rongxiu had a new perspective. Zhang Chen wanted to accept her help, not because he trusted this little girl, but because he needed a trustworthy person at this time. In order to prevent Doluo continent from being destroyed again, I believe this girl will do anything. Qian Rongxiu, stop talking nonsense. I only treat the guild master as a brother. Only by becoming close to the guild master can we protect our Doluo continent. What a smart little girl. Zhang Chen hadn't even thought about this yet, but this girl had already taken the initiative. To be honest, it would be a bit embarrassing if I refused, and people would inevitably think that I was being too harsh. Keisha didn't believe Zhang Chen would let Qian Rongxiu become the closest person to the Foundation. After all, the Foundation's people had to go through layers of screening before. Zhang Chen, I allow you to become a partner of the external Foundation, but it is limited to the external contacts of the Foundation. Don't try to inquire about internal matters. Qian Rongxiu's success in integrating with the Foundation also made many people in parallel worlds envious and jealous. Now that the Doluo continent has the protection of the Foundation, it can be said that everything will go smoothly. Actually not. Morgana had been imprisoned before, so she naturally knew the Foundation's style of doing things. Even if you succeed in infiltrating, something bad will happen if you make any inappropriate moves. Besides, Qian Rongxiu has a quick temper. Morgana absolutely doesn't believe that she can control everything like Bibi Dong. Therefore, at this moment, joining the Foundation's external staff is actually not a good thing. However, the people in Doluo continent were excited about it. Tang San, Qian Rongxiu, congratulations. Tang Hao, as expected, the second-generation young master of the Spirit Hall really lives up to his reputation. Qian Rongxiu, of course, I won't deviate from my principles when doing things. As for you, you better not hold me back. I don't want any of this to cause any controversy. The words were spoken very decisively, and this was also the main reason why Qian Rongxiu didn't want this group of people to ruin her plans. She knew in her heart that if she allowed Tang Hao and others to maliciously flatter her, her chances of infiltrating the Foundation might disappear. No, the future of Doluo continent and Spirit Hall is on my own shoulders, I can't let them be destroyed like this. Zhang Chen, however, was very clear about Qian Rongxiu's little plan. If you want to plot against me, it's too early. Zhang Chen did what he had just promised because he was cautious in his heart. Otherwise, he would have ignored Qian Rongxiu's suggestion. It is much safer when it is under your own supervision than when it is plotted behind your back. Dr. Li Do, President, what are your plans after Qian Rongxiu joins the external organization? Zhang Chen, I can assign her tasks, big or small. Remember, she doesn't have any special opportunities with me, so don't say you're giving her any special treatment because of me. Dr. Li Do, okay. After arranging all this, Zhang Chen fell into deep thought. According to SCP-777's original course of action, it would definitely go to the mellow heaven to clear all obstacles, including those unwilling people like Kessa and Morgana. However, the reality is completely different. Not only has SCP-777's primary route changed, but it is also clearly more targeted at Doluo continent. In fact, at the beginning Zhang Chen had not imagined that Doluo continent would be put in the center of the storm again. When the incident happened, he even wanted to intervene in the matter. It now appears that SCP-777's program was altered by someone, and that the person who altered it wanted to test his own attitude. What an unknown hand! Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly darkened, and he became even more annoyed with the mysterious guy. Not only did he cause so many things behind the scenes, he even reversed the programming of SCP-777. Zhang Chen doesn't want to accept anything that is imperfect. To this end, Zhang Chen refined the Shura demon sword and integrated it into his next object. Qian Rongxiu, why is the president so silent? Do you think I'm annoying? Dr. Li Do, not everyone understands the hard work of the president. So, Qian Rongxiu, don't worry. If anything important happens, the president will definitely be there. Although she said so, Qian Rongxiu still had some doubts. The president's thoughts are unpredictable. What if he has other plans for Doluo continent? This dilemma also made Qian Rongxiu pray to her mother Bibi Dong. After Bibi Dong knew Qian Rongxiu's thoughts, she chuckled. Do you understand the dilemma now? Shuer, you're still a little too superficial. Don't you understand the meaning of playing hard to get? Qian Rongxiu felt a little depressed. Why make this so complicated? If you have any ideas, why not just state them directly? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu, who looked like she knew nothing, and rolled her eyes at her again. You're my daughter, but how can you have such low emotional intelligence? Since she hasn't expressed her opinion, it means there's nothing we need to do right now. Can't you just cultivate on your own? Luffy, I seem to see a rebellious girl and her mother cheering madly. Bibi Dong, there will be a price to pay for talking nonsense. Are you planning to give it a try? Naruto, I think Luffy just can't control his mouth and is talking nonsense. Don't be angry, Dong Dian, otherwise, I will help him scold him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, stop messing around. Chapter 134. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room signal was cut off. Then, when the entire live broadcast started again, the screen kept flashing with dazzling colorful stripes. Three Brothers of Death, hey everyone, do you think this game is fun? Let me tell you, our plan is to destroy the universe. Without the shrouding universe, there will be no viruses. But, I wonder if there are any superheroes among you. As the picture returned to normal, the live broadcast room also became crazy. Qian Rongxiu, destroy the entire universe? The ambitions of these three dead brothers are truly too great. Bibi Dong, I'm afraid they've been planning to take down everything for a long time. Honestly, we were all careless. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't worry, the SCP Foundation will not stand idly by. Child Emperor, I also think that the President and other leaders of the Foundation will not turn a blind eye to this matter. Tisk tisk. Zhang Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw these people's reactions. To be honest, the timid look of that group of people before is still in front of my eyes. Now they are willing to do anything to survive. Dr. Li Do, President, what should we do now? Everyone is putting pressure on us, should we take action? Zhang Chen, a new containment device is currently under development. Until it's completed, I'm not going to respond to anything in the live stream. For now, I'll just hold my ground. Merlit Heaven. Keisha is asking Hexy and Angel Yan to clean up the casualties among the angels. Judging from the current data, all 3,000 high-level members of the angel group have died. In other words, SCP-777's massacre was not without purpose, but rather it killed all members who had a chance to turn things around. Morgana, are you going to remain silent like this? Keisha, what else? Who else do you think I can kill? Aside from Hexy, Yan, and the others, the most powerful team is gone. The rest have no hope but to be slaughtered. Morgana was speechless for a moment. In this situation, there is really no way to make any further decision. But the strangest thing is that until now, the SCP Foundation has not given any answer. Could it be that they are going to give up helping everyone? Ninja World. Naruto is being beaten up by Jiraiya and others. Jiraiya, do you know that if we start a war, we will be wiped out? Now is not the time to act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, you have to be responsible for what you say in the 10,000 Races live broadcast room. A casual word from you can cause everyone to be beheaded. Naruto knew this, but he couldn't help it. Even though he knew that people from other worlds were also eyeing him covetously, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Sasuke found it funny to see Naruto like this. You obviously can't stand being abused like this, but you don't just confront them, Naruto. No wonder you're the last one in the group. At this time, Naruto also unleashed the power of the nine-tailed fox, and for a moment, the ninja world began to fall into chaos. As for the other worlds, they also have various problems and are all caught up in trouble. Zhang Chen studied the ambitions of the three dead brothers and gradually understood their intentions. To destroy the universe, we must start with the world. Although Zhang Chen also wanted to restore order and suppress all hostility, he did not agree with this attitude of killing with one blow. Therefore, he contacted Keisha first. When Keisha saw the connection from the SCP Foundation, she was very excited and answered it immediately. Keisha, President of the Foundation, thank you very much for contacting me at this time. I wonder if there is anything you want to tell us? Zhang Chen, now is not the time to show loyalty. The three dead brothers are deliberately standing out to provoke in order to destroy the parallel world. Keisha, in other words, by announcing the destruction of the universe, you intend to defeat it one by one in the parallel worlds? He is indeed a smart person and understands things immediately. Zhang Chen, therefore, the only option is to let every parallel world calm down and wait for the new containment to destroy SCP-777. Afterwards, Zhang Chen cut off the communication. Keisha is in a state of confusion now. She heard some terrible news, SCP-777 was to be forcibly destroyed. Does this mean that the SCP Foundation has also discovered the problem? If that's the case, then there is no safe place. Go and discuss it with your partners right away. Keisha, everyone, please stop diving, it's an emergency. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I just dealt with the out-of-control Naruto, and I really embarrassed everyone. Tell me, what situation has put you in such a difficult situation? Keisha, the president just told me that the new containment will destroy SCP-777. Request flowers. Empress, are you kidding me? SCP-777 is such a powerful containment object, the SCP Foundation wouldn't want to keep it, but destroy it instead? Child Emperor, there must be no way to control it, so I chose to do this. Warring states, but the key question is there any other conspiracy behind the sudden destruction of this thing? Qianrongxiu, regardless, removing a major threat is good for us. You certainly don't want to be violently demolished by that thing, do you? After this discussion, those who were arguing with each other just now were suddenly speechless. An hour later, Dr. Li Do released a set of pictures. The photo shows the newest item in containment, SCP-919. 0. Dr. Li Do, SCP-919, while seemingly artificially intelligent, obeys all commands. However, after merging with the Shura sword, these commands become ineffective, transforming it into a violent killing machine. Keisha, isn't that indiscriminate killing? How can we be reassured if that's the case? I thought eliminating SCP-777 was a fresh start. Zhang Chen, it is a new beginning, but it is also the beginning of destruction. Naruto, is there any way to make us less passive? Zhang Chen, I've already said it, those who haven't done anything shameful don't have to worry. As for the rest, just leave it to fate. It's worth noting that SCP-919 has a poor sense of direction. You can work together to stop it. Kessa and Morgana seem to have found a way. If the sense of direction is not good, then the Mellow Heaven can set up a multi-directional system, and the angels can be scattered everywhere, so the chances of survival will be very high. Zai, my sense of direction is also very poor, so it would be difficult for me to find the opponent's weakness. Zioxia, with me leading the way, you won't have any problems. At this time, SCP-919 has been released into the shrouded universe. The initial state is still a sphere. Sasuke, this thing doesn't seem to have much killing power. Is it really fused with the Shura demon sword? Tang-san, it's true. I can feel the powerful Shura power expanding. However, I can't see what this thing is planning to do. After all, my vast sea spiritual realm can't penetrate this material. Chapter 135. Alert! 2 large containment objects are about to enter the second chaotic world, Fight's Break Sphere. Please be prepared to prevent the destruction of Fight's Break Sphere from impacting all major worlds. Keisha, here it comes, this kind of thing is finally beginning. I originally thought that the demon wouldn't enter another world at this time, but now I think about it, the Foundation should have been prepared from the moment it decided to destroy SCP-777. Zhang Chen, have you taken all the protective measures? Dr. Li Do, we have already done the whole process of tracking, so after the final showdown between the 2 containment objects is completed, we will contain SCP-919. SCP-777 was undoubtedly going to be destroyed, so Zhang Chen didn't bother to pay any more attention to it. However, it remains to be seen to what extent SCP-919 will be able to perform after possessing the power of the Shura demon sword. Fighting the world? Zhang Chen began to look forward to what 450 would become like there. As the space-time vortex opened, the 2 objects were teleported out. Empress, it's really like one crisis after another. We have just emerged from the danger of Doluo world, and new troubles have started here. Warring states, forget about it. We should be thankful that we are not destroyed by 2 contained monsters. At this moment, after the 2 objects fell into the Dupo world, they spontaneously stopped their movements. Zhang Chen, Dr. Li Do, can you check if there is any system problem with the 2 containment objects? Dr. Li Do quickly analyzed the data and finally found the cause. President, there's no system problem. It's the 2 containment objects that are absorbing the power of the Dupo world. Zhang Chen was a little stunned. Absorbing the power of Dupo world? Dupo world doesn't rely on cultivation. Could it be that something has changed here again? Wanzu Live Room. Child Emperor, why does this Dupo feel different? Where are the people? Where did the legendary Yan Emperor go? Qianrongxiu, could they have been dealt with as well? Since they were all infected by the virus from the Shrouding Heaven universe, the changes in the development of Dupo are understandable. Bibi Dong, I would like to see Queen Medusa and see how hypocritical she is. Yu Xiaogang, you're the same person who says one thing and means another. Donger, you're not honest about some things either. Bibi Dong, shut up. Thick magma spurted out from the ground. The center of the earth. The young man is absorbing the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. However, his body was tightly entangled by the Earth's core fire. Oops! Just when Xiao Yan felt something was wrong and wanted to escape, the Earth core fire had already penetrated his body. As the Earth's core fire burned, Xiao Yan's soul completely disappeared, replaced by the Earth's core fire itself. Naruto, holy shit, what the hell is this? This flame can actually kill people? No, it can destroy souls. Bibi Dong, it seems that the martial spirits in our Doluo world are much more merciful. Qianrongxiu, but, if this young man dies, there will be no Yan Emperor in Dupo, right? Zhang Chen was also a little confused at the moment. Is Xiao Yan really dead, or is he sealed by his soul? And at the moment Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the 2 SCP objects that had stopped moving began to tremble violently. Such a shock made everyone begin to understand that the reaction of the contained objects began according to the changes in this world. Therefore, Xiao Yan's accident triggered a showdown between the 2 detainees. SCP-919's appearance has changed. A scarlet mark appeared on the robot's android form. Tang-san, this is the power of the Shura demon sword. Bibi Dong, I know everything without you having to tell me. Right now, we really need to carefully consider our current situation. No one knows how devastating the Shura magic can be without trying. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems the trouble started with the mutation brought on by the virus. So, can I assume the original Dupo relationship has also changed? Qianrongxiu, needless to say, even Queen Medusa would probably be completely different. At this moment, everyone's eyes are filled with suspicion. Zhang Chen originally wanted to go over and take a look, but the Yanhuang world was not stable enough at that time. He was not sure whether more problems would arise after he left. Dr. Li Do, President, Xiaoyan has now been wiped out from the Dupo world, and what remains is the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Zhang Chen, will the plot continue? Dr. Li Do, probably. The goal of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is to wipe out all those who use strange fire, so people with Xiaoyan's physique will be targeted. That's it. Zhang Chen also reacted at this time. Because of the resistance of the strange fire, the entire Dupo world will be completely reversed. At this time, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire controlled Xiaoyan's body and walked out of the lava land. SCP-919 fixed its gaze on the man, ready to strike. SCP-777 also assumes an attacking stance. However, Xiaoyan had a faint smile on his face, and then he instantly turned into a raging fire and flew rapidly. Jiraiya, now I truly understand what it means to perfectly interpret a new realm of escape. Xiaoyan has become a completely different person after being engulfed by the flames. Zai, it's no longer Xiaoyan, okay? Now it's the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire itself. The power of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is incredibly powerful. Zioxia, the problem is, if we let this strange fire continue to rage like this, something big will happen sooner or later. Tsunade, something's happened. You haven't seen it yet, but if Xiaoyan goes looking for his friends, it's probably to devour their strange fire. At this time, Zhang Chen was also reminded of the key point by Tsunade. Perhaps, as Tsunade said, the strange fire is too important in the Dupo world, so it was subverted by the virus. From being exploited in the past to becoming the master now, it is really sad. Dr. Li Do, the two containment creatures are preparing to join forces to deal with Xiaoyan. Do you want to intervene? Zhang Chen, no need. Since this world has already been overturned, there's no point in me saving Xiaoyan. I'd rather let the inmates compare and see if an unconscious Xiaoyan is more difficult to deal with. SCP-777 rolled rapidly, striking the flames ahead. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire quickly controlled Xiaoyan to dodge and released the strange fire at the same time. SCP-777 took it all on its own and blocked Xiaoyan's way. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire made half of Xiaoyan's human identity emerge. Xiaoyan was also horrified when he saw everything in front of him. How could this happen? Is everything going to be destroyed by my strange fire? Luffy, since this person is not dead, it means there is still a chance to save him. Empress, it's easy to say, but if we want to eradicate these troubles, we have to find professionals. Otherwise, even if all of us come together, it will be useless. Dr. Li Do, the only people who can be saved are from the SCP Foundation. Don't worry, we'll take action once the situation becomes clear. Chapter 136. Luffy, since the Foundation has promised, we're relieved. However, this fireball seems to be quite human-minded, even knowing how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Zhangguo, that's true, but it might not be. Didn't you see that after Xiaoyan's true soul was released, the strange fire became even stronger? This proves that the strange fire cannot obliterate Xiaoyan. Zhang Chen agreed with Zhangguo and the others' judgment. As the person who achieved the power of the Flame Emperor, it is impossible for Xiaoyan to be completely wiped out. The control of mental power will only last for a short while. But if Xiaoyan couldn't strangle the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire before these creatures did, he would really be doomed. Zhang Chen, Qianrongxiu, come with me to Dupo. Bibi Dong, why not me? I have twin spirits. Zhang Chen, your spirit cannot handle the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. The Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire is pure and benevolent, and requires Qianrongxiu's power. Qianrongxiu, Dongdian, don't be unhappy. Let me solve everything now. You will be happy when I complete the 19th mission, right? Kaido, I can finally rest assured. The president of the Foundation can take action and deal with those abominable strange fires. Zhang Chen had no intention of extinguishing the strange fire. Just like he absorbed the power of Doluo Martial Soul and Doluo Continent before, at this time, as long as he could master the strange fire, he would be able to possess the same ability of multiple strange fires as Xiao Yan. In this way, even if one does not have the potential to practice, one can still extract these energy bodies and replicate them into one's own abilities. So, this is the reason why Zhang Chen wants to go out. Qianrongxiu didn't think about it too much, she just felt happy in her heart. I can finally get recognition from others more easily than my mother. Oh, when you think about it, it's really not easy. Zhang Chen, Qianrongxiu, stop being dazed and set off immediately. As the vortex of time and space opened, Qianrongxiu and the masked Zhang Chen entered the Dupa world at the same time. However, not long after they entered, Dr. Li Dou discovered that the data of this world had deviated greatly, and the danger level had reached 7S. In other words, if you don't control it well this time, you may die in there. Dr. Li Dou quickly sent a message, but unfortunately the communication between Dupo and the SCP Foundation was maliciously cut off. Dr. Li Dou, everyone, the SCP Foundation is facing a small problem right now. If anyone is willing to be the one to deliver the message, the Foundation will definitely thank you after you complete the task. Naruto, what's the problem? Can't the president solve it with his own abilities? Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't ask nonsense. Dr. Raito, we ninjas are willing to help. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Dr. Li Dou, Task 1, go tell the president that someone is maliciously obstructing the actions of the SCP Foundation. Task 2, the danger level has reached 7s, maybe the opponent is not just the strange fire. 7SS? Even kings like Kessa and Morgana wouldn't dare to say they could come out unscathed if they entered such a world. Because someone deliberately leaked the news before, everyone knows that the president is no different from ordinary people. For an ordinary person, survival seems to be extremely difficult in a world full of crises. For this reason, Kaisa also took the initiative to look at Morgana. Let's go together. Morgana hesitated a little. Sister. Do you know that if you do this, you'll most likely lose your head? If you die, everything we have will be gone. Keisha knocked Morgana on the head. Don't you feel guilty about saying this now? If an organization as powerful as the SCP Foundation disappears, what good will it do us to hold on to the throne? He Xi and Tian Shiyan volunteered at this time. Queen, let us go. No need. Keisha had her own plans at this time. I know the Foundation holds many secrets, but the president is too mysterious and doesn't believe in my surrender. Now, all I have to do is protect him at the cost of my own life. Morgana gasped. To be called cruel, she is indeed not qualified, because Morgana is already terrified of death, let alone doing anything else. Now at this time, Morgana also wanted to go to the Foundation with her sister, so she agreed. Sister, I'll go with you to help that person. Kessa, Morgana, we are willing to go. Naruto, Sasuke, we want to go too. Wow, this time the people from Mellow Heaven and the ninja world have once again reached a consensus on ideas, which inevitably makes other worlds sigh. Bibi Dong, anyway, we already have a representative in Doluo Continent. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. I'll just wait and see. Keisha, Dongdian, you are in charge of your own world. If we need anything, I hope you can help us. Bibi Dong, no problem, I will definitely do it. After the Morgana sisters, Naruto and Sasuke entered the Duppo world together, Dr. Lidu tried to connect with them, but the result was they have also lost contact. Sarutobi Hiruzen, does this mean that the strong people in our ninja world are also disappearing? Dr. Lido, no, although we cannot contact the inner world, at least we know that they will be able to reach our president smoothly. Although there is no basis for such speculation, we can only think positively now. At this time, Zhang Chen and Qian Rongxiu also successfully arrived at the lava area of Duppo. Before he could gain a foothold, Keisha and others caught up with him. At least I didn't go wrong. Keisha breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although she had never thought about what it would feel like to die, Keisha was also afraid because she felt nothing just now. Why are you here? Zhang Chen frowned, and at this time, Naruto, who was always impatient, told everything in one go. Knowing that the signal was cut off and that it was impossible to go back through normal procedures, Zhang Chen was not in a hurry. I know I have to break through to get out, so I'm not in a hurry. But you guys came here together, what if something happens outside? There are also Bibi Dong and others. Morgana and Kessa laughed. Let's put it this way. With Bibi Dong, a peak Doluo, here, I don't think any opponent would dare to act rashly. Besides, there's also Senior Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ninja world. I believe this won't be a big problem. Zhang Chen doesn't think so. Cutting off the signal has never happened before. If this was a deliberate scheme, it means that someone outside is planning to kill the SCP Foundation or other worlds. Qian Rongxiu patted Zhang Chen's shoulder and said, go find out about the rules of this world first. There's no point in worrying. Chapter 137. Rules and such are secondary. Zhang Chen now does not think that he should act according to the already overturned rules of the Duppo world. After all, it is still unknown what kind of losses the current Duppo will cause. I think we should go to where Xiaoyan is and take a look. Keisha also made some pertinent suggestions at this time. After all, Xiaoyan's situation is quite complicated. The direction he just headed should be the Alchemist Conference in the original novel. Zhang Chen smiled knowingly. You seem to know Duppo quite well. Yes, Xiaoyan should be heading to the Alchemist Conference. However, I don't think that's why we have to go. Oh. This made Keisha even more confused. If it's not because of this, then what is it because of? Zhang Chen did not answer. You'll know when you get there. Now, let's go. Walk. Morgana smiled awkwardly. Mr. President, shouldn't you have an emergency response team from the SCP Foundation? Can't you use a spaceship? Zhang Chen shook his head, and he really admired Morgana's intelligence. We don't have any communication with the outside world right now, so how can we use the spaceship? Besides, even if the spaceship can be used, if we mobilize such a large force, we will be killed by other Dozong or even Do-De level guys before we can destroy the Qinglian Earth Core fire. This kind of consideration is not impossible. Zhang Chen has also investigated everything about the Duppo 450 world. According to the current situation, if the person who is practicing is controlled by the strange fire, then the likes of Emperor Hun Tian should be similar and controlled by the same ability. In this case, there will be no suspense, and the killing will start as soon as we get there. Morgana also realized her stupidity at this time. How could she almost give away her life? Naruto and Sasuke's main mission this time was to provide assistance, so they stood in front of Zhang Chen with great fear and trepidation. Master President, if you need anything, just tell us. We will never hesitate. Looking at the nervous expressions of this group of people, Zhang Chen felt a little embarrassed. All right, stop calling me Guild Master. Now that we're in this world, I'll just be called by my first name for now. You can call me Zhang. Major discovery. Keisha's eyes lit up at this moment. The president's last name is Zhang? So, can we investigate all the Zhang clan members in the Yanhuang world? Noticing the change in Keisha's expression, Zhang Chen shook his head again. Angel Queen Keisha, you are even more difficult to control than Morgana. Do you still hope to go against me? No. Keisha immediately shook her head and spread her hands in embarrassment. Mr. Zhang, I'm just curious about your identity. I don't mean to offend you. Zhang Chen's eyes suddenly darkened. People who are curious about my identity won't live long. Do you wish you were that kind of person? Hehe, just pretend I didn't say anything. Keisha no longer expressed her opinion at this time. Along the way, the 5 people had their own thoughts. Zhang Chen was wondering whether Dr. Li Dou could deal with the person behind the plot this time. After all, no one knew exactly what that person's current situation was. At this time, they were already close to Canaan College. Zhang Chen also turned around and glanced at Keisha and the others. From this moment on, be careful about everything. It is good. Only after getting their assurance did Zhang Chen lead everyone in. However, as soon as he walked in, a burst of purple energy instantly hit him. Wood release. Zhang Chen quickly formed seals and released extremely hard wooden sticks to block the attack. At this moment, applause suddenly broke out. What a powerful fellow! It seems you could become a being that surpasses us monsters. After taking a closer look, Zhang Chen saw a playful little girl. The little girl was not tall, but her cultivation was within the range of a Duhuang powerhouse. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Warcraft Ziyan. Zhang Chen walked up with a chuckle and spoke. Miss Ziyan rushed up to fight so rashly, is it just to test my ability? How do you know who I am? At this moment, Ziyan, whose identity was revealed, was shocked. Zhang Chen confirmed her identity and naturally knew the rules of survival in this world. Not only do I know your identity, I'm also certain that Xiaoyan was controlled by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. It must be the work of you monsters. These words also shocked everyone. Naruto couldn't figure it out. How could this president make such a judgment on this matter when he only knew a few clues? Could it be that this person really has the ability to know everything and predict the future? Ziyan quickly gathered a strong fighting spirit, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Damn you, you actually know our secret. Zhang Chen shook his head. I was just trying to trick you, and you told me everything. It seems like your demon beast's characteristic is that you only have strength and no brains. Don't be presumptuous. At this time, a charming woman slowly descended from the sky. Looking carefully, who else could have that cold, aloof demeanor but Medusa, the queen of the snake people? Medusa sneered, her eyes sharp. Human, I have to admire your ability. However, anyone who knows my secret will die. You hope to destroy Xiaoyan and erase the things that you, Queen Medusa, don't want to face, right? Zhang Chen's pointed words instantly relieved Medusa of her burden. It seems that this person does not intend to help Xiaoyan. Since it was not an enemy, Medusa naturally would not take any action, but instead chuckled. Your Excellency seems quite capable. Why don't you go visit the snake people? No need. Zhang Chen was not stupid. He knew that if he went to the snake people, he might become a fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will, so he directly refused at this time. I just want to know the reason for the changes here. Queen Medusa chuckled at this. The reason is simple. This king suddenly learned about the future before something happened, so he made arrangements with Ziyan in advance. Spoiler? Needless to say, this must be the masterpiece of the 3 brothers of death. Want to reverse the Dupo world and then destroy Dupo? That also depends on whether I agree. Zhang Chen didn't care whether Xiaoyan lived or died, but Medusa couldn't die. As the ruler of Warcraft, Medusa can control the entire Dupo continent on her own. Therefore, if we consider it from this perspective, we can reduce the intensity of restarting Dupo. Just as Zhang Chen was lost in thought, the 2 large objects collided violently in the sky. Keisha, Oh my god, do these two have to engage in a decisive battle at this time? If this goes on, I'm afraid the Dupo world will be destroyed. Medusa, what the hell is this thing? Is it so scary? Naruto, the degree of its horror is beyond your imagination. And, once it starts, it won't stop. Chapter 138. At this moment, the signal from Wanzu's live broadcast room came. Dr. Li Do, Mr. President. Zhang Chen, we are finally able to communicate. What is the situation now? Dr. Li Do, currently, except for those so-called destined ones who have been changed, the Warcraft cultivation methods of Medusa and others are normal. In other words, the mission to be accomplished this time is to wipe out the other cultivators and realize the ideal of Warcraft unification in Dupo. Zhang Chen, in other words, you want all other beings in Dupo to disappear? Dr. Li Do, that's right. After all, in Dupo's parallel world, the Do Emperor has controlled the Dupo continent for tens of millions of years. Now, in this world, he's going to defy fate and change his destiny. Keisha, will this cause any trouble for our other parallel universes? Dr. Li Do, we can't be completely sure if there will be any trouble. However, judging by the current situation, even if there is trouble, it will be very minor and will not cause major changes. These words made Kessa and Morgana breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there are no major changes, we will be thankful. However, it is not an easy task to completely overthrow such a powerful person in the Dupo world. Keisha looked at Zhang Chen. Mr. Zhang, what do you think we should do now? Zhang Chen remained calm and turned around to give Medusa a look. I'm giving you a chance to become the mistress of Dupo. You can do whatever you want, but the prerequisite is that you have to pay a price. Are you willing? Medusa was stunned for a moment, but soon sneered. You want to order me to do something? This is not an easy thing to do. Tell me. If it makes sense, I might give you a chance. But if it doesn't make sense, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. I know. Zhang Chen snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the SCP Foundation warship arranged by Dr. Li Do arrived. Looking at something she had never seen before, Medusa was stunned and began to feel an inexplicable fear of Zhang Chen in front of her. What do you want? Zhang Chen still shook his head. I don't want anything, I just want you to lead all the monsters away from Dupo for a while. I want a massacre. Medusa gasped. Your Excellency's intention is to kill all cultivators except for the magical beasts. It depends on whether they listen or not. Zhang Chen waved his hand indifferently. It's not difficult for me to let them go, but the key is that we must abide by the survival rules of the SCP Foundation. Otherwise, every Dupo person will want to establish themselves as the king, and the Foundation will be responsible for encircling and suppressing them. It will be exhausting, not to mention other things that will help you become the king. Elder sister. Ziyan pulled Medusa's arm and curled her lips. I think what this person said makes some sense. Should we really do something? Medusa stared at Ziyan in surprise. Ziyan, you actually believe what he said? Ziyan nodded. Although I don't know why I trust this person, I always feel that he is a good person. Nice guy? Keisha almost laughed. Although the SCP Foundation has indeed helped many worlds solve many problems, it is a bit far-fetched to say that they are good people. Of course Zhang Chen noticed the change in Keisha's expression, but there was no ripple in his heart. Anyway, I am acting in order to become stronger and constantly create my own perfect world. Other people's ideas are invalid. Zhang Chen looked at Medusa again and reminded her. If you don't want to do it now, you won't have another chance later. I'm a very direct person. Either do it well or get out. There's no other way. That's quite domineering. Although Medusa usually orders her subordinates around, she completely loses her dignity in front of Zhang Chen. Biting her lips lightly, Medusa finally spoke. I promise you. The SCP Foundation's warship opened its hatch and let Medusa take all the snake people and depot the monsters under her jurisdiction aboard. Before leaving, Medusa reminded again. If you really want to let the monsters take charge, please go and recapture the other monsters. I don't want them to die in vain. Zhang Chen nodded. Don't worry about that. To ensure you can communicate with me in a timely manner, I will arrange for you to join the 10,000 Races live broadcast room. At the same time, the people from the research club will extract a small blood sample from you. This is normal procedure. I see. Medusa did not resist. After all, in front of the man in front of her, how could she have the right to consider anything else? Medusa, this is my first time visiting your place, I hope you all will support me. Request flowers. Ziyan, I like you guys. Saratobi Hiruzen, welcome Queen Medusa and little girl Xian. Empress, I love talking to smart people the most. Child Emperor, it feels really great to have new people joining. Tsunade, I think you feel that you have another layer of protection, so you are happy in your heart. Child Emperor, it doesn't matter what happens, at least everyone has a chance, right? On Zhang Chen's side, the two large objects also began to move towards the southeast. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the place where the Yunlin Sex Masters gather. At this time, after retrieving the data provided by Mellow Heaven, Keisha chuckled. The Yunlin sect is a great place, full of natural treasures. Master, don't you want to take some? 0. It doesn't matter. Zhang Chen didn't care about these things. His current task was to wipe out all life forms other than magical beasts. Only after completing this could he obtain more useful things. As for the rest, Zhang Chen would rather give them up. Morgana patted her sister's shoulder and couldn't help shaking her head. What are you talking about at this moment? The President's Foundation is so capable that it can crush all opponents without these things. Your proposal is terrible. You. Keisha was speechless. You're really annoying. Even after being released from the forbidden area, you're still constantly confronting me. No way. Morgana spread her hands and smiled teasingly. I've always had this temper, and you can't do anything to me. But there's one thing I must remind you of. What's up? Keisha muttered unhappily. Just say what you want to say, don't hesitate. Morgana's smile faded as she turned her gaze towards Zhang Chen. That Yunchen from the Yunlin sect is a man of evil magic. I don't know how many monsters have died at his hands. Then destroy him. Zhang Chen's eyes moved, and everyone arrived at Yunlin sect in an instant. Such a speed of teleportation made Keisha and others dumbfounded. What just happened? Zhang Chen chuckled. Sorry, our Foundation's space transfer just now was too fast, so I didn't say hello to you. Chapter 139. This really left Morgana and the others speechless. Could the SCP Foundation style be even crazier? I simply can't imagine what's going on. Zhang Chen didn't have time to explain further, because more important things were becoming clearer. When they arrived at Yunlin sect, SCP-777 was fiercely attacking Yunchen Old Dog. However, Yunchen Old Dog was also a formidable opponent. After all, he had the help of the Soul Palace. At this moment, he was attacking SCP-777 at full speed, punching him with many holes. SCP-919 just stood there motionless, not moving a muscle. No one knew what it was doing. There were also different opinions in the live broadcast room. Empress, oh my god, is this an internal conflict? SCP-919, this is really not normal for us. It feels like we've just seen a fake Foundation containment object. Tsunade, don't think like that. At this time, we should give this containment some time. Keisha felt that they were thinking too simply. The reason why the containment object did not move was probably because it was waiting for an opportunity to fight back. It seemed as if there was no change, but Keisha, who was observing closely, found that the energy in SCP-919 was gradually increasing. At this moment, Yunshan Old Dog was beaten beyond recognition by SCP-777. Countless cuts appeared on his arms, and blood kept flowing down. Jiang Chen could see that the power in Old Dog Yunshan's body was almost exhausted. If nothing unexpected happened, he would start devouring other people's souls to increase his own strength. Sure enough, he grabbed a disciple of his Yunlin sect and absorbed his power regardless of his wishes. Keisha shook her head. It's a waste for a person like him to be alive. I never thought he would sacrifice his own comrades. How unbearable! Comrade! Jiang Chen on the side shook his head slightly. He knew very well that everything in the Yunlin sect was arranged by Old Dog Yunshan to deceive others. Only he himself knew what his real purpose was. If he said it was for the good of others, Jiang Chen would not believe it. I want to become stronger. At this moment, Yunshan Old Dog's eyes began to show a hint of bright red because he was irritated by the opponents in front of him. This bright red color made Keisha feel that a strange power was erupting. Kaisa turned her gaze to Morgana. Does this feel like demonic power to you? Impossible, don't joke with me. Morgana shook her head. How could anyone possibly possess demonic power? Besides, even if someone did, it wouldn't be this pure. Although Morgana did not admit it, Kaisa could clearly see that there was indeed a demonic element in Yunshan, but this demonic element was not what they had imagined. This naturally did not escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen knew that the power of the Soul Palace itself possessed demonic abilities, so it was not surprising that Keisha could feel it. However, Jiang Chen found it strange that Morgana didn't want to admit it. Could it be that the power Morgana was entangled with him was the purest demonic power? After Yunshan absorbed the power of his disciples, his abilities were indeed improved, but it was obvious to everyone that his power had transformed into evil abilities, surpassing the strength of the Yunlin sect that he himself possessed. With a sneer, Yunshan's eyes turned sinister and vicious. No matter who you are, since you have appeared in the Yunlin sect, you must be used by me. Today I will crush you to death. SCP-777 stared at Yunshan, the leader of Yunlin Mountain, who was rushing towards him as if he were a fool, and instantly went behind him. What? Before Yunshan could react, his head was grabbed by SCP-777 and crushed in the next instant. Blood spurted out, and many people from the Yunlin sect were so frightened that they fainted. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was sighing. This is what they call everything goes to extremes and then reverses. He acted like he was a god, but in the end, he discovered that he was actually the clown. SCP-777 perfectly completed the task of eliminating the strong man, but at this moment SCP-919 still did not move, which made other people in the live broadcast room suddenly puzzled. They are both contained objects, so why is only SCP-777 taking action? Jiang Chen knew very well that SC-919 looked down on this old man from Yunshan and would naturally not attack such a small bastard. As for SC-777, he wants to tear any opponent to pieces when he sees him. Of course, the method doesn't matter. After all, for SC-777, the pleasure of killing is incomparable. At this moment, Morgana also shook her head slightly. Although I felt that the old dog Yunshan did have some evil power at that moment, he was no match for the power of our demon army, so I didn't say anything. As expected, old ginger is still spicy. Jiang Chen knew that Morgana would never remain silent. She was indeed waiting for the opportunity. Medusa, Xiao Yan should be the happiest person because old dog Yunshan is dead. Zia Yan, sister, don't you hate Xiao Yan? Medusa, but Xiao Yan shouldn't die either. Jiang Chen looked at Medusa's hypocritical words in the live broadcast room and chuckled. Fortunately, there is no need to eliminate Xiao Yan, otherwise, Medusa would be doomed if she couldn't explain herself. At this time, Kessa began to have some opinions about her sister Morgana. I had this idea a long time ago, why didn't you say anything? Why did you have to pretend at this time? It's really tiring. Morgana noticed her sister Kessa's reaction and felt embarrassed. Sister, I don't want to express my thoughts too early. After all, everyone needs privacy at this time. Kessa knew that Morgana was just giving her an excuse to keep her privacy. This little girl always has a lot of bad ideas. If you really follow her thoughts, you are simply an idiot. So, although Kessa didn't say it, she was on guard against Morgana in her heart. After all, at the critical moment, the only person you have to trust is yourself. Tsunade, SCP-777's obliteration ability is so terrifying that I almost vomited. Zioxia, you're lucky then. I've been vomiting so much that I can't stop. Zai, I took it all on and witnessed SCP-777's transformation again with my own eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, young man, you are indeed capable. Tell me quickly, what is this change? Zai, the change is that it kills people faster, and now there's a kind of enjoyable and immersive killing experience, so we'd better not say the wrong thing, otherwise, you won't know how you died. Chapter 140. Everyone in the Wanzu live broadcast room fell silent. Zai's discovery is a terrible result, indicating that even if they do nothing next, they will not be able to face the difficulties. Without Yunchen, Zhang Chen also felt that this was the end of the story. Should he also take Yun from the Yunlin sect with him so that he could use his strength when he re-entered the Dupo sect in the future? But at this moment an old man rushed out, and after seeing the man's appearance, Zhang Chen just found it funny. It turned out to be Yunling. Even Yunchen is no match for SCP-777, so what is this old thing doing here? At this time, Yunling's face was full of pain as he stared at SCP-777 in front of him. You damned monster, you actually killed my ancestor. This time I must sacrifice you. At this time, Yunling also rushed forward without any hesitation. In fact, what he was thinking about was not revenge for Yunchen, but waiting for Yunchen's death so that the Yunlin sect could become his own. But because Yun was ahead, he had to find something to serve as a stepping stone for himself, and this inexplicable thing that appeared in front of him should be the best opportunity. At this time, Yunling was also releasing the wind level, meteoric killing. Unfortunately, because of his evil intentions, he was able to release only a small portion of his power. SCP-777 quickly wrapped around his body, and at the moment Yunling released his defense, a sword pierced his heart, cutting him into millions of pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Kessa and Morgana shook their heads slightly. I've never seen such a loving guy, yet he's so stupid. At this moment, SCP-919, which had been in a dormant state, finally started to move and directly knocked SCP-777 out. SCP-777, which suffered a severe blow, rushed towards 919 like a madman, and the two forces formed a huge vortex. Careful! Zhang Chen immediately teleported and took everyone to a safe place. Through the live broadcast, we watched the huge battle between the two containment objects. SCP-919 has a super artificial intelligence brain, so when facing the attack of SCP-777, it can easily resolve it every time. On the contrary, although SCP-777 possesses extremely strong lethality, it has no intelligence, so he is unable to deal with SCP-919's sudden dodges and rapid attacks. Naruto and Sasuke looked at everything in front of them and were immediately moved. Fortunately, they did not stay in the live broadcast room this time, but chose to come here in person, so that they could learn some new skills from these guys. Otherwise, the ninja world would be doomed without some new tricks. When SCP-919 moved again, SCP-777 hit it violently in the form of a spherical ball, creating a dent in SCP-919's leg. Keisha was a little worried at this point. I think this containment object might not be able to defeat SCP-777. Don't judge by appearances. Zhang Cheng chuckled and shook his head, although it seems that the latter is not as powerful as SCP-777, you will know which one is better in a moment. Sure enough, not long after, the wounds on SCP-919's body healed quickly. At the same time, he easily grabbed SCP-777, pulled him into the air, spun him rapidly, and kicked SCP-777 so that he had no ability to resist. The speed of SCP-919 is so fast that it cannot be seen by ordinary people. It can only be sensed by the huge sound in the air. What is amazing? Everything we see now has changed everyone's three views. Yun Leng is dead, and the next person to take over is Yun Yun. Zhang Chen knew that Yun Yun in the original novel was dull and only cared about revenge for her master, so if she were to fight against the two inmates, she would definitely die. Zhang Chen turned around and glanced at the people following him. Wait here for me, I'm going to find someone. When he walked into the main hall, Zhang Chen also saw Yun Yun with a helpless look on her face. Yun Yun had thought about avenging her master, but after watching the battle with her own eyes, she knew that going out at this time would only cause the death of Nalan Yanran and others, so she had been hesitant in taking any action in the hall. This made Zhang Chen nod slightly. I didn't expect you to be able to keep your composure. Who? Yun Yun stood up instantly, a warning in her eyes. Who are you? Why did you come to me? And are these strange things brought by you? Zhang Chen waved his hand directly. You talk so much at once, how can I answer you? Seeing Zhang Chen like this, Yun Yun's expression was also filled with a hint of anger. I don't care if it was you who caused this, but someone has to take responsibility for this mess. Seeing Yun Yun gradually approaching, Zhang Chen also sneered. You think you can attack me with your strength? Foolish woman, let me tell you, if I wanted to kill you, it would only take a few minutes. He instantly moved behind Yun Yun, and Zhang Chen's knife was already against his neck. I advise you not to resist any further. If you surrender at this moment, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will surely die. Even though Yun Yun felt extremely ashamed of this, it had come to this point. If she didn't acknowledge the strength of the man in front of her, she would probably drag all the people in the Yunlin sect to their deaths. Yun Yun gritted her teeth and finally closed her eyes, unable to think of a solution. That's all. Since you're willing to forgive the others from the Yunlin sect, then I'll do whatever you want me to do. 450 can't listen to him. Nalan Yanran stood up, but was slapped by Zhang Chen the next second, and vomited blood. Zhang Chen looked at this person coldly. You're courting death. Don't you know that based on what your Yunlin sect has done over the years, I have every intention of destroying you. I just wanted to avoid harming innocent people. If you continue to resist, I will really. Wait a minute. Yun Yun's face was filled with sorrow at the moment. Please be merciful, sir. I am willing to listen to you. Yanran is young after all and doesn't know her limits. Zhang Chen snorted coldly and turned his back. You make your own choice. I don't like to force you. Keisha and others were watching from the side, and they really couldn't hold it in any longer. Although the SCP Foundation does not impose any mandatory requirements on others, what difference does it make? What's happening now is actually equivalent to not giving people a way to survive. According to normal thinking, of course you would choose to beg for mercy. Although Nalan Yanran was unwilling, she did not dare to say anything in front of the powerful Zhang Chen. At this time, Yun Yun made a choice. I know that our Yunlin sect owes everyone an explanation for some things. When I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Empress, this woman is really peculiar. She is not afraid of life or death. Child Emperor, because she has someone to protect. Chapter 141. Xiaomi, the key question is, how long will it take for us to wait for Naruto and the others to come back? Tsunade, who knows now? Although Naruto and the others have gone there, it is obvious that they were of no use. We are in a dilemma too. Jiraiya, why do you always say Naruto is bad? Actually, I think this kid is pretty cute. At this time, Naruto, who was outside the Yunlin sect, was also on high alert. Sasuke, do you think someone will suddenly rush out and kill us? Sasuke rolled his eyes when he heard what Naruto said. You're out of your mind, to say something so stupid. Naruto immediately spread his hands. I have no choice. After all, at this time, there are many people in the Yunlin sect who hate us. Although Sasuke felt that everything was fine, he was actually also considering the issues that Naruto mentioned. If you are a little careless at this time, you will be completely crushed. Moved. Naruto's eyes were filled with extreme fear at this time, and SCP-777 was instantly crushed by SCP-919. Judging from the situation, the latter will not give the former any chance to survive. It is actually quite terrifying that a shelter can perform destructive actions according to the wishes of its owner. Sasuke also set up a barrier around him at this time. According to Zhang Chen's idea, he hoped that the people here would not die. If they were not protected well, it would be his fault. Naruto also released the power of the Nine Tails Chakra at this time to deal with the impact. Morgana looked at her sister Kessa again. Sister, don't we have to do anything? In response to her sister's words, Keisha shook her head. Our strength is indeed great, but I'm afraid it's not appropriate to use it in this world. Morgana looked gloomy. It's you who came here, and it's you who's unwilling to pay. What can we do? Analyze the data and transmit it to Naruto and Sasuke. Keisha stated her decision expressionlessly. She had planned from the beginning to use precise data to calculate a method that could help Naruto and Sasuke. Only by making full use of everything can we improve combat efficiency. From her sister's reaction, Keisha now realized how terrible it was to have no chance of success. With a cough, Kessa stared at Morgana again. Your demonic power can disturb the mind, but have you ever thought about what if the other party is already distracted? Morgana was angry at first, but then she gradually came to her senses. If the situation is really what my sister said, others will probably take the opportunity to use their own abilities to return to normal. Child Emperor, Morgana, the Demon Queen, has such simple ideas. Empress, anyway, this person is just trying to make his presence felt, there's no need for us to think too much about it. Tsunade, or maybe she has her own ideas. Morgana looked at the various comments in the live broadcast room and was so angry that she wanted to go out and fight. However, now that he was controlled by his sister, he could not speak even if he was furious. At this time, Zhang Chen also had a problem that could not be resolved immediately. After all, although Yun agreed, her apprentice Nalan Yanran did look unhappy. Looking at the little girl's expression, Zhang Chen also had a cold look on his face. If you don't want to, you can stay here by yourself. Why do you want to involve your master? Does the Yunlin sect really make you so distracted, or are you coveting the position of sect master? You bullshit! Nalan Yanran's eyes widened immediately, but she never thought that the position of the leader of the Yunlin sect was anything great. After all, she could sit in that position whenever she wanted by practicing with her own strength, but as long as Yun was there, she would not have such thoughts. Yun was also helping Nalan Yanran explain at this moment. Master, please don't blame Yanran. Yanran is actually doing this for my own good. Zhang Chen felt that Yun was too pedantic. Part of it is for your own good, but more often than not, it can cause you a lot of trouble. You should know that at this point, you are already riding a tiger and it is difficult to get off. If you are not careful, everything will be lost. Yun never wanted to let those disciples of the sect die together. After all, in her opinion, although she was an incompetent master, she had never let those disciples around her suffer any grievances. Therefore, what we can do at this moment is to strive for the greatest benefit for them. Nalan Yanran felt unbalanced, but she didn't dare to act rashly in front of her master. Looking at the bright red outside the window, Zhang Chen knew that the two detained creatures should have been dueling again, so he slowly turned around and looked at the two of them with a sneer again. Looking at Zhang Chen's expression, Nalan Yanran also retreated a little, feeling very panicked. What are you going to do? Nothing to do. Zhang Cheng smiled calmly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. I just want you to know that some things are inevitable. Yun Yun naturally didn't allow her to resist anymore and grabbed Nalan Yanran's hand. At this moment, her eyes grew even darker. There's a bloodbath going on everywhere right now. If we don't join this young master, I'm afraid we'll all be beheaded. Do you wish for all your fellow disciples to be beheaded and left with no intact corpse? Zhang Chen knew that although Nalan Yanran was selfish, she would never do anything that would go against Yun Yun, so he smiled again at this moment. It won't be too embarrassing for you to become my subordinate. Medusa, this president is really powerful, he kills people and destroys their hearts. Bibi Dong, otherwise, why would my daughter like him so much? Speaking of which, where did Qian Rongxiu go to play? Qian Rongxiu, Dong Dian Mom, I went to clear the obstacles for President Zhang. Do you think I can run out and play? Tang San, I really envy you for being able to run around. Qian Rongxiu, do you think I value this opportunity to run around? Tang San, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll come back and destroy you. Qian Rongxiu, who was full of anger, naturally would not have any good attitude towards Tang San, a hypocritical person, and just looked towards the gate of Yunlin sect. It's been so long, why hasn't President Zhang come out yet? You miss me that much? At this time, Zhang Chen pushed the door open and looked at Qian Rongxiu gently. Similarly, Qian Rongxiu also turned her head away with a red face. I'm just worried you'll miss out on important things. Honestly, if they don't agree. Accepted. Zhang Chen smiled triumphantly again. Later, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran will go to the SCP Foundation's Research Institute. As for the other disciples, they will continue their cultivation in Dupa world. Keisha couldn't help but smile at this moment. I really didn't expect that someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves again. Chapter 142. Morgana now really admires her sister's thinking. How could she talk about self-sacrifice in front of the president of the SCP Foundation? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble? Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Keisha immediately wanted to explain something to Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen just waved his hand. That's fine, just say whatever you want to say. The SCP Foundation is magnanimous. I just want to give you a friendly reminder. If you have any complaints in your heart, it's better to speak directly. No complaints, either. Keisha explained directly. I just said that casually. President, don't be confused by my sister's nonsensical words. This is just his temper. Morgana also quickly identified it for Kai Sa. At this time, there was a strange power in the Yunlin sect. Zhang Chen looked at it carefully and found that it was someone from the Soul Palace. With a sneer, he immediately took action and used the Earth Escape technique to capture the Guardian Wu. Protector Wu looked at the strange people in front of him and gritted his teeth. You guys destroyed Yunshan and made me lose a furnace. Damn you guys, you really are. Zhang Chen slapped him directly with a slap, his eyes showing a hint of coldness. You treat me like a furnace, and you still have nonsense to say. Protector Wu had never suffered such an injustice before. He was thinking of bringing up his master when he heard the man in front of him snort. If you're thinking of asking Emperor Hun Tian to help you, then you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. These words immediately made Wu Yufa's heart tremble. What do you mean? Could it be that you have even? I didn't kill your master, but I just wanted to tell you that it's only a matter of time before he dies. Now it's you who's going to be in trouble, not him. Originally he just came out to check out some of the Yunlin sect's situations, but now Protector Wu really knows that he has gotten into big trouble. The person in front of him was no ordinary person. His ability was even greater than Yunshan's. The people and things brought by it are simply unimaginable. He has just seen the power of SCP-777 and SCP-919. Now the panic in his heart is no less than that of his master, Emperor Hun Tian, being by his side. Morgana snorted coldly at this moment. What are you still thinking about? Don't you want to explain everything clearly? If you are still hesitating, be careful that we will chop you into minced meat. Don't. At this moment, the arrogant Wu Guardian instantly raised his hands in surrender. Don't kill me, I am willing to confess everything. Jiang Chen did not completely trust this person. After all, how trustworthy could he be about a guy who could betray the people around him at any time? But at this moment, he really had to be the one to lead the way, so Jiang Chen frowned again and stared at him. Speak now, whether you believe it or not is up to us. After swallowing his saliva, this guy spoke again. We wanted to make the Yunlin sect a subsidiary sect of our Soul Emperor's Soul Palace, but Yunshan has always refused to agree. So I came here today to take away Yunshan's soul. He is truly the insatiable Soul Emperor. Jiang Chen had long known about their evil ambitions, but he never expected that they would take such a bold action. It seems that if they are not taught a lesson, these guys really think that the Soul Palace can do whatever it wants. With another cold glance, Jiang Chen released the power in his hand directly towards the Protector Wu. The Protector Wu felt suffocated instantly and knelt on the ground, begging constantly. Please spare me, I'm just a subordinate. You are indeed a subordinate, but your minions have harmed many people. After a sneer, Jiang Chen once again glared at him fiercely. I don't care whether you've truly changed your ways or not, but if you don't take responsibility for what you've done, won't there be endless numbers of people who will imitate your despicable actions in the future? Keisha and Morgana also felt that the people in the Foundation were not completely ruthless killers. They could at least give others a chance to repent. However, the Guardian Wu in front of them was indeed guilty of a death sentence. JD. Empress, this Guardian Wu is not very smart. He even speaks nonsense to the president of the Foundation. Isn't this courting death? Zhangguo, isn't it? This person is just looking for a job while riding a donkey. He wants to get an opportunity, but he has to put on airs. In the end, he lost both his life and the opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, from this we can see that in some matters, we really cannot decide everything based on our own willfulness. Child Emperor, hey, this Guardian Wu is also quite brainless. Bibi Dong, if I were the person in charge, I would have killed this guy long ago. Jiang Chen knew in his heart that a guy who existed as a soul and was the guardian of the law certainly couldn't have a big brain. Being able to show some amazing ideas at this time is the only meaning of Wu Hufa's existence. However, Jiang Chen did not give him a good look at this time, but just swept his cold eyes at this person again. Your Soul Emperor didn't just ask you to come here to absorb Yunshan's power, didn't you come here for Xiaoyan this time? These words immediately made Protector Wu tremble all over. He didn't expect that the person in front of him even knew this purpose. It seemed that he could no longer hide anything. Seeing that Protector Wu's expression was becoming more and more ugly, Jiang Cheng's eyes also revealed a hint of coldness. Let me tell you, nothing can be hidden from me, so if you're smart, tell me everything. Otherwise, this matter will definitely be a fatal blow to you. This matter could no longer be hidden. Protector Wu knew that if he did not speak out, he would be beheaded first, and that would be a disobedience to the order of Emperor Hun Tian. He finally couldn't help but tell the truth. We did come here for Xiaoyan, but for some reason, Xiaoyan didn't come to the Alchemist's Alchemy Conference. Even after we captured his family, there was no movement. So we were very puzzled, and that's why we came to Yunlin sect to take a look. It seems that Xiaoyan has really been completely controlled by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. Jiang Chen already had the answer in his mind, but he still didn't show any interest in the guy in front of him. From now on, your freedom is gone. The SCP Foundation will arrest you for intentionally disturbing public order. It's best not to think about escaping. It's useless. Afterwards, the SCP Foundation's armed forces androids instantly captured the man. Keisha was a little confused at this time. Is this enough? What if this guy? He can't make a fuss. Zhang Chen sneered. Even the containment objects were stronger than him, yet they couldn't escape again, let alone a soul. Chapter 143. At this moment, the sound of explosion in the sky sounded again, and everyone's eyes turned to the battle between SCP-777 and SCP-919. At this time, SCP-919 has fully unleashed the power of the Shura Demon Sword. SCP-777 was wrapped in blood red, smashed to the ground, and then thrown into the air. After several repeated operations, SC-77G's brain mechanism was completely unable to react and could not cope with the situation at all. And at this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned by all this. They never thought that a powerful containment object like SCP-777 would be so vulnerable in front of SCP-919. Morgana also turned her gaze to Zhang Chen at this moment. President, why is there such a huge difference between the two containment objects your Foundation is researching? Zhang Chen simply smiled. Not every containment object has the same essence as you think. So your initial question about which of these two things is better is completely meaningless. After all, to me, they are all the same, just with different characteristics. After a pause, Zhang Chen spoke meaningfully again. What you need to consider right now is not these useless things. You should think carefully about whether you want to become a partner of the SCP Foundation. After all, I know very well that some of you are still thinking about opposing us. Nothing. At this time, Keisha was completely willing to surrender. I know, I was just having some random thoughts. Please forgive me. Child Emperor, the SCP Foundation is invincible. Who can stand against it? If anyone in this world were to do something reckless, they would only bring shame upon themselves. Zhangguo, actually, everything this Foundation has done so far has not been to kill innocent people, so I think we should support them. Another loud noise once again interrupted everyone's thoughts. SCP-777 has evolved again. Originally, his skills had been almost destroyed, but just as Zhang Chen predicted, the system of becoming stronger when facing a stronger opponent was activated at this moment. SCP-777's revenge state rushed directly towards SCP-919, and the two entangled with each other, and the entire Dupo Tiankong made a huge noise. Yun Yun was also watching all this in the land of Yanhuang, and couldn't believe that the power generated by this fluctuation had exceeded the superpower that the Soul Emperor could produce. It was simply unbelievable that they would see something more powerful than those Dozong masters like them in their lifetime. Yun Yun, it seems that my ability is really too poor. I don't even know that there is such a thing in the world. Nalan Yanran, Master, don't overthink it. When have I ever seen something this magical? Honestly, this is truly shocking. Zai Zai, the truly magical things are not just these, you will find out slowly. Blue Silver Emperor, the president of the Foundation is definitely a good man. Our Doluo continent was saved because of him. Nice guy? Nalan Yanran was worried in her heart. A person with a vicious look in his eyes could actually do such a kind act. Could it be that he really didn't see the other person's good intentions? In fact, the current situation of the Yunlin sect does not allow others to be proud. After all, many dangers have arrived, and staying there is seeking death. It can be said that the arrangements made by Zhang Chen were also intended to completely eradicate the trouble. At this point, the battle between SCP-777 and SCP-919 is becoming increasingly intense. The evolved SCP-777 began to overtake SCP-919, attacking the containment's organs everywhere, hoping to kill it with one blow. Naruto and Sasuke looked at this scene with a bit of shock, remembering the scene when they had fought in the Ultimate Valley for the Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this scene really seems familiar. Naruto and Sasuke had such a fierce battle back then. Naruto, Grandpa, you're bringing this up again. Sasuke and I have already reconciled. Sasuke, who reconciled with you? I didn't want Sakura to be sad, so I didn't continue to argue with you. Besides, do you think you're qualified to say this to me? Sakura, stop arguing and focus on watching the live broadcast. The lightning-fast collision made the entire sky more colorful. If it hadn't really reached the point of no return, there should have been more arrangements for everything. Unfortunately, in the current situation, trouble will eventually require a decision. SCP-919 blocked the out-of-control SCP-777 with one hand. At the moment when everyone was watching the competition with their hearts tense, the mechanical arm instantly transformed into the form of a queen flower and swallowed SCP-777 in one gulp. Request flowers. Empress, I'm so scared, what a weird shape, it's almost shocking me to death. No, I need to drink some tea to calm down. Sakura, this is simply a forced fight. Sasuke, oh, it turns out that the latecomer wins. Now I know why Naruto won. Sasuke said this because he knew very well that Naruto had always been weaker than him, but he won at the critical moment by relying on the courage of a fool who would never admit defeat. Now, watching SCP-919's fighting style, the memories of those days are resurfacing. It turns out that everything was already destined. With a chuckle, Sasuke's eyes grew a little darker and he turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, you're really capable. You forced me to make the final concession. Zhang Chen saw through Sasuke's thoughts at this time. This guy who wanted to continue fighting with Naruto now saw through the ups and downs of life. Indeed, some things will not be troublesome if you think about them in a positive way. Bibi Dong, although SCP-777 is gone, it still brought us a wonderful game. I think this is its final display of attitude. Qianrongxiu, what are you all talking about? I have killed many rebels from the Yunlin sect and almost had my wings chopped off by them. Bibi Dong, I told you to be careful, and now you realize the danger? Schwetter, I'm not saying this to you, but you're just not taking it seriously. At this time, with the destruction of SCP-777, Zhang Chen also sent a message in the live broadcast room. In view of the successful destruction of SCP-777, Ninja World, Mellow Heaven, and Doluo Continent will each award the Foundation a medal. The medal can be exchanged for exemption from liability at a critical moment. This news made people from other worlds who did not participate in helping Zhang Chen complete the mission feel very upset. Zai, just a quick question, is it too late to help now? Zhang Chen, there will be no waiting after the deadline. Only 3 worlds will participate in this mission, so only 3 points of the reward are prepared. There will be no rewards for others. Bibi Dong, this is really a good start, Schwetter, you did a great job. Chapter 144. At this moment, a series of intermittent sounds continued to reach Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen frowned. That should be the fire emitted by Xiao Yan. It seems that this guy is quite tenacious and was not completely swallowed by the Qinglian Earth Core fire. Although it is not certain that we can completely save this person at this time, it would be a good thing if we can help him and change everything in the entire Dupa world. So at this moment Zhang Chen also looked at the people around him again. We're leaving. What are you going to do now? Keisha was very happy now because of the reward, and she obeyed Zhang Chen's orders. Zhang Chen knew what she was thinking and chuckled, what else can we do? Of course we should go and save people. Didn't you hear someone calling for help? 4, 6, 7. What? Why didn't I hear it? Keisha looked at Morgana again, and Morgana also shook her head. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, they had just been chatting, so asking for help was completely nonsensical to them. Zhang Chen frowned at this time, am I the only one who can hear it? At this time, the call for help sounded again, and at the same time, he was also informed of the location. This made Zhang Chen suspicious that the other party was intentionally trying to lure him over. He couldn't be completely sure whether it was a trap designed by the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire or Xiao Yan's true inner thoughts. Morgana and Keisha also made an analysis at this time. Master, I think it's better not to go. You are the only one who heard the sound. What if it is a trap? Then everyone will be in trouble. Of course, we are not afraid of death, but you are responsible for everything of the SCP Foundation. I am afraid that nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, all of our parallel worlds will be doomed. Zhang Chen chuckled when he heard this. Don't worry, even if something happens to me, it won't affect you. Besides, with that thing, it's still far from enough for you to attack me. These words immediately acted like a reassurance, making both Kessa and Morgana breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. As long as he has the promise, it means that there is still hope. However, this guy Xiao Yan was able to send out such a sharp cry for help at this time, and was able to make the Qinglian Earth Core Fire helpless against him. This shows that this ordinary human being still has something special. Medusa was also watching all this closely. She knew Xiao Yan's peculiarity, but she never expected that this guy could actually ask for help in such a state. It seems that if he can overcome this danger, he will become a great man in the future. With a faint smile on her lips, Medusa's eyes became firm. Xiao Yan, don't let me down. Zhang Chen also flew directly towards the location at this moment. After arriving at the location of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, everyone saw Xiao Yan being controlled. Xiao Yan looked a bit painful at the moment. Obviously he was dueling with the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. After noticing Zhang Chen's arrival, Xiao Yan's face showed a cold expression. Human, you are finally here. Hearing the sound of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Zhang Chen chuckled. I knew someone must have planned this, but I didn't expect that you couldn't completely control this kid. This also means that you have failed, doesn't it? Shut up. After having everything in its heart revealed to the Qinglian Earth Core Fire, it immediately gritted its teeth. You don't need to say these words anymore. I tell you that I don't want to listen to your nonsense at all at this time. Whether it's nonsense or what, you know it in your heart. Zhang Chen was dismissive. He thought that this ball of fire wanted to compete with him. He was really overestimating his own abilities. If it wasn't for the need to get Xiao Yan out of this ball of strange fire safely, he would never have been able to talk to this guy so calmly. So at this moment, Zhang Chen also spoke coldly. Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, I ask you again, will you let me go? Upon hearing the man's threat, Qinglian Dixon Huo sneered again, Xiao Yan is in my hands now. If I want him to, he can expose himself at any time. The problem is that I don't think you want this to happen, so do you want to agree to one condition of mine? Kessa and Morgana laughed out loud. Who the hell are you? How dare you threaten the president of the Foundation? At this time, half of Qinglian Earth Core Fire's body emerged from Xiao Yan's body, looking at Zhang Chen with a chuckle. I know you're very powerful, but Xiao Yan's death will inevitably lead to something you can't remedy. So I believe you won't let that happen. It's up to you to decide what to do next. It's unbelievable. Keisha really couldn't imagine what confidence such a ball of fire had to make such a decision. If Zhang Chen wanted to kill someone out of anger, it would only take a moment. How could he be given more chances? Nowadays, it is not easy to let things go so easily. After taking a deep breath, Keisha also looked at Zhang Chen at this time. After all, this matter concerned him. In fact, Zhang Chen's reaction was not as strong as Keisha and others. If a threat from the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire could make one angry, then one is too narrow-minded. Zhang Chen smiled coldly and slowly took a step forward. When the Green Lotus Earth Core Fire saw Zhang Chen like this, it immediately became afraid. If it was Zhang Chen at ordinary times, Qinglian Earth Heart Fire might still think of resisting, but now this Zhang Chen who was full of malice made Qinglian Earth Heart Fire lose its confidence. It was still unknown whether it could become this man's opponent. Why, didn't you swear that you could deal with us at any time? Then what does your attitude mean now? Hearing Zhang Chen 1.3's question, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was clearly a little annoyed. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just feel that I'm giving you some face. Don't forget to cherish it. Joke. Zhang Chen disagreed. Do I need you to save my face? Look around and ask how many people don't know my abilities. Now that you act like this in front of me, you're a huge joke in the eyes of others. Keisha and Morgana naturally chuckled. Master President, why are you nagging at this guy? Isn't he going to expose himself? Then let him do it. After all, if the world starts over again, Xiaoyan might be able to be resurrected. These words made Qinglian Earth Heart Fire hesitate. You actually have the ability to restart the world? What kind of existence is the SCP Foundation? Chapter 145. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Chen didn't take this thing that looked neither human nor ghost seriously at all. This kind of person is not even worthy of carrying my shoes, yet he still wants to know everything about the Foundation. It's really ridiculous. At this moment, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, which was scolded by Zhang Chen, instantly began to control Xiaoyan to release strange fire towards Zhang Chen. Court Death. Naruto and Sasuke released each other's special moves at the same time, blocking the first wave of the Earth Core Fire attack. Kessa and Morgana also launched a surprise attack from behind, greatly limiting the power of the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire. Zhang Chen didn't expect that they would take the initiative to attack. But this is also good, so I don't have to worry about other things. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen approached the restricted Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire step by step with a cold look in his eyes. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to let Xiaoyan go? The Green Lotus Earth Core Fire still refused to admit defeat, with a sneer on its lips. If you have the guts, take Xiaoyan back from me. Because it relied on controlling Xiaoyan's body, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire was so arrogant and domineering at this time. However, at this time Zhang 19chen had other plans. Seeing him putting on gloves and preparing to make a big move, Qinglian Earth Core Fire instantly became nervous. Could it be that this person really wants to start a killing spree? The next second, Zhang Chen used a special isolation glove to hit Xiaoyan's body hard, knocking out the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. This blow almost completely destroyed the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, but Zhang Chen did not destroy it, because it would be good to keep it for research. The SCP Foundation's containment bottle trapped the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire tightly, and no matter how hard it tried to escape, it was unable to do so. At this time, Xiaoyan was already very weak. The loss of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire also meant that his own strange fire swallowing had failed. Seeing him like this, Zhang Chen also sighed. Without the halo of the protagonist, it's really embarrassing. Fortunately, the power of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire has been stored, so it won't make any difference if I replicate it and give it to him when the time comes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Xiaoyan was about to fall, and Zhang Chen helped him up. The SCP Foundation can take good care of you. Would you like to join us? Xiaoyan has no other choice now. After all, apart from joining this young man's team, he has no help. Thank you. After Xiaoyan was taken away, Keisha and Morgana became less restrained and looked at Zhang Chen with a chuckle. The president is really gentle sometimes. Zhang Chen's old face flushed. You all dare to make fun of me, don't you? Dr. Li Do, not to mention you guys, I've never seen the president care about others so much. President, I give you a thumbs up. Zhang Chen was really speechless about this group of people. Why are they all starting to flatter each other? Bibi Dong, I had the foresight to let Jian Rongxiu stay with the president. Who knows, maybe one day my daughter will like him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's a pity that Naruto and Sasuke are not women. Naruto and Sasuke really wanted to go back and beat up this old man now. Why was he sent away just because they were women? Zhang Chen also interrupted the messy conversation of a group of people at this time. The most urgent task now is to find Emperor Hun Tian. This guy must be connected to the chaos in the Dupa world. But Xiao Yan has many friends in Canaan College. Shouldn't we go find them? I remember there's one called Sooner. Zhang Chen also remembered at this time that the little girl from the ancient clan also possessed a strange fire. Moreover, Sooner's flames were even more ferocious, and if not handled properly, backlash was very likely. Just go and take a look, okay? At this time, even Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but remind him. Zhang Chen was helpless. Do you still regard me as the president now? Qian Rongxiu smiled. Of course, you are our backbone, but that won't affect our exploration of the truth. Zhang Chen coughed and put on a stern face again. Stop talking nonsense. Right now, I want you to go find Gu sooner. Seriousness is indeed the style of the president of the SCP Foundation. Keisha and the others didn't dare to joke anymore and continued to move forward with Zhang Chen. However, not long after they walked, Naruto spoke hesitantly. By the way, isn't it a bit awkward for SCP-919 to be hanging around above us? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that idiot Naruto is going to start causing trouble again. Tsunade, I shouldn't have let Naruto go. By the time I thought about it, it was already too late. Empress, however, not letting Naruto go won't necessarily change the situation. Besides, you got the medal thanks to him. It is said that people in other worlds all have complaints about this. After all, if they had considered this benefit at the time, who could have just let it go? At this time, Zhang Chen and the others also saw a woman wearing a purple long dress standing in the wind. What do you guys want from me? After hearing this, Zhang Chen knew that this person was Gu Sooner, so he walked up to her. The girl uses strange fire, but now the strange fire in the Dupa world controls everything. It is not safe for you. So, I want you to join our foundation so that you can control the strange fire. This was true, however, when Gu Sooner turned around, the strange fire in her eyes made Zhang Chen secretly say that something was wrong. It seems that this woman has been controlled for a long time. With a light laugh, Gu Sooner, under the control of Yan Huo, spoke slowly. You are late after all. Gu Sooner's cultivation has reached the peak of Dozong, and after I took over her mind, my abilities are so powerful that you cannot understand. Jiraiya, this little girl actually spoke so impulsively. This is over. If I provoke the president, I'll be in big trouble. Dr. Li Do, correction, it's the strange fire who's speaking now, not me, so our president will definitely handle the situation appropriately. As for the others, we'll proceed according to normal procedures when the time comes. Zai, that's very well said. I was also thinking that although the president of the foundation is fierce, he would never kill innocent people. Warring states, therefore, everyone must believe that with the existence of the foundation, everyone's life safety can be guaranteed. At this time, the goals of all parallel worlds are the same. The SCP Foundation exists for peace, and it will be held accountable only when this peace is destroyed. Of course, some people are still curious about the true identity of this president, but this idea is rare after all. Yan Huo was also very angry at this time. So what if the SCP Foundation? We, the strange fire, are the strongest in this world. No one can stop us. Joke. Zhang Chen retorted disapprovingly. If I don't want you to exist, you can't exist. Chapter 146. Flames have always been unruly. At this moment, facing Zhang Chen's attitude, he suddenly became furious and continuously released powerful flames towards Zhang Chen. However, these flames could not touch Zhang Chen at all, because the sand waterfall directly blocked the flames. Yan Huo retreated instantly and began to feel that something was wrong in front of him. The opponent he met was no ordinary person. Of course Zhang Chen couldn't let this thing escape, so he jumped up instantly and put on the special gloves. Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward again with quick eyes and hands to help stop the actions of flame. Kaise and Morgana also blocked the possible escape directions of flame. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yan Huo started to play tricks again. How about you help me become the king, and I can give this girl to you as a servant? You should know that the little girl of the ancient clan has a very noble status. Roll. Zhang Chen scolded coldly, who would I want to have anything to do with a non-human like you? You're really overestimating yourself by trying to use me to do things for you. This made Yan Huo instantly nervous. Wow, the mood of this person in front of me is really scary. Kaise and Morgana stared at Yan Huo with gloating eyes. Not to mention that it is not a human being, but just a thing with a physical form. Even the highly intelligent angels in the mellow heaven would not dare to provoke the people from the foundation, let alone Yan Huo. The next moment, as Zhang Chen took action, Yan Huo was successfully contained. Gu Suner fell directly into Zhang Chen's arms. Qian Rongxue watched from the side and pouted. Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. Why are you so excited? If someone faints, how can you not support them? Otherwise, you can support them. At this time, Gu Suner just woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at all this, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry, it was my fault for disturbing you. It doesn't matter. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Your strange fire has devoured your sanity. I have no choice but to temporarily deprive you of this power. Suner sensed that the power was gone, but she felt a sense of relief. Sometimes, I always feel that this special fire has been entangled with me for too long and I can't breathe. Now, having it taken away like this, I actually feel a sense of relief. Empress, could it be that that girl has fallen in love with the president? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I see it this way. Tell me, this girl is really a person of temperament? Once she is released from the punishment for Xian, she will really get close to the president regardless of everything. Child Emperor, I timidly say that I have never met the president's girlfriend so far, maybe they can get along better. Zhang Chen looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and was speechless. Please, I already have a beautiful woman, how could I have anything to do with another woman? Although he thought so, it was not convenient to go directly to the live broadcast room to confront that group of people, so Zhang Chen gave up. At this time, Kessa and Morgana also chuckled. Gu Suner is such a beautiful woman, she's truly suitable for the president. You must cherish her. Cough cough. Zhang Chen gave them both a blank look. Don't talk nonsense, Gu Suner is already taken. Who said that? Gu Suner spoke directly with a red face. I don't have anyone I like. Mr. President, are you being so hesitant? Are you afraid that I will say that the person I like is you? Hey? Zhang Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. What's going on? Solving the problem requires solving a bunch of bad love affairs? That's absolutely not allowed. After calming down, Zhang Chen finally rejected Gu Suner. Sorry, I think I'd better keep my distance. My girlfriend will really mind. Naruto, oh my god, the president actually has a girlfriend. Sasuke, keep your voice down, it's not like I can't hear you. However, I'm also surprised. I've been following this guy for so long, and I haven't noticed who he likes. Empress, I'm heartbroken. I originally thought that the president could become my first boyfriend. Zhangguo, forget it, the president is so powerful, of course he has a peerless beauty. By the way, is the president's beauty also a member of the SCP Foundation? How could I possibly know such a thing? Dr. Li Do looked at the group of people in the live broadcast room talking so much and was worried that this would make his master feel uncomfortable. In fact, Zhang Chen didn't care. As long as they didn't hurt Kylan, whom he loved, it was okay with them doing whatever they wanted. The point is, now is not the time to discuss whether or not we like someone. The chaos of time and space has not been resolved, which is really a headache. What shall we do with her now? Caesar and Morgana also felt a little overwhelmed. After all, Gu Suner also had a certain status in the Gu clan. If she was sent to the Yanhuang land to recuperate like Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa before her, then their search work in this Dupa world would probably be delayed a lot of time. At this time, Gu Suner grabbed Zhang Chen's hand and said, "I want to go with you. After all, there are still many things in this world that need my help." "Handsome boy, you won't refuse me, right?" Zhang Chen felt awkward looking at her and slowly pulled Suner's hand away. "Sorry, I don't like being so close to others." Gu Suner was not angry, but instead found this person quite interesting. She used to think that Xiao Yan was the person she liked, but after seeing Zhang Chen, she did change her mind. Someone like Xiao Yan was not suitable for her. Zhang Chen, who possessed powerful strength, was the one she should pursue. Moreover, Gu Suner now has absolute leverage and will make Zhang Chen take her with him. "You should have let me go with you." Gu Suner smiled faintly at this time. "Only if you take me with you can I help you find the little medical fairy of heavenly poison. After all, the poison in little medical fairy's body may be something that your SCP Foundation needs to investigate." Yes. This incident also flashed through Zhang Chen's mind at this time, and he almost forgot about Xiao Yuxian. This woman's poison should not be underestimated. She also occupies a place in the Dupa world. If she is not dealt with at this time, there will probably be endless troubles. How about it? Gu Suner smiled again at this time. "I believe what I said shouldn't be difficult to accept." Zhang Chen also laughed at this time. "Welcome to the Wanzhou Live Room, and you will also enjoy the opportunity to cooperate with our SCP Foundation." Gu Suner was a little disappointed. "That's it? I thought you were going to let me be your assistant from now on. Think beautifully." Qianrongxiu bared her teeth and looked at the man with sharp eyes. "I tell you, the president is mine." Chapter 147. I said, "You two, stop messing around." Zhang Chen was also having a headache at this time. How come out of nowhere, this has turned into a scene of a massive fight between women? Although I don't have any other ideas, this can have a bad impact. Child Emperor, Mr. President is really amazing. He has attracted so many girls' love at once. Sometimes I think that we are really ashamed of ourselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop joking, how could we possibly be on the same level as the president? Empress, only men like you would have such messed up ideas. We women don't think so. At this moment, Zhang Chen only wanted to restore peace to the Dupa world as soon as possible, so he organized Qianrongxiu and Gu Suner with a cold face. "If you keep arguing, neither of you will stay here with me." Only then did Qianrongxiu and Gu Suner calm down. "Your mightiness." At this time, a deep voice was heard. Zhang Chen looked over and saw Hai Badong from the middle family appear. The arrival of the Duhuang powerhouse naturally made Zhang Chen see some different situations. Quickly passing by, 467 Zhang Chen took the initiative to speak. Senior Hai Badong's initiative to visit must be no small matter. "If you have anything to say, just tell me." Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Hai Badong couldn't help but laugh. As expected, discussing matters with the president of the SCP Foundation is the most comfortable thing. Your intelligence doesn't need me to say much. To be honest, I am here on behalf of the human emperor to propose conditions to you. I hope you can protect the Mitre family. The human emperor's request? Zhang Chen had some thoughts about this. Asking me to handle everything at this time, unless there is no emergency, according to the temper of the human emperor, he would definitely not make such a decision so easily. For this reason, Zhang Chen did not agree immediately, but spoke calmly. The Foundation also considers whether the various issues it faces when choosing partners align with the Foundation's mission. Does the trouble your middle family is facing require our intervention? The strange fire control family, I wonder if this reason is shocking enough. Hai Badong's words made Jiang Chen frown. As far as I know, you, the Mitre family, have never used any strange fire. Hai Badong sighed, indicating that there was no such thing before, but since Xiao Yan had been there, the residual energy of the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire on his body had killed them all. Now the head of the Mitre family strongly hopes to obtain the power of the SCP Foundation and recover the strange power of the fire. Naruto, I think it feels pretty good to be the master of this strange fire. At least it's a novel feeling. Tsunade, you are absolutely crazy. Bibi Dong, this emperor never takes Naruto's words into consideration, but the Mitre family being controlled by the strange fire is actually similar to what happened in Doluo continent. Xiao Yan, have you ever encountered such an incredible thing? Queen Medusa, Xiao Yan, where are you looking? You belong to me. Qian Rongxiu, Queen Medusa has the same temper as my mother. My mother is also very domineering. I think Yu Xiao Gang, the sucker, has been bullied a lot. Yu Xiao Gang, you can't say that about Donger, Donger is your mother. Bibi Dong, don't worry, boyfriend. My daughter has reached her rebellious stage. I should find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. Gu Sooner, it's really lively here. It seems that my choice was right. Following the president of the Foundation, there is definitely a chance to turn the situation around. While everyone was immersed in the heated debate, Jiang Chen stared at Hai Badong with a tense face. At this time, sweat broke out on Hai Badong's forehead, and for a moment he didn't know why the guy in front of him was looking at him like that. Do you have any concerns? There are concerns, but more of them are disdain. Jiang Chen walked forward slowly, his eyes sharp. Hai Badong. No, I should call you Ice Wings. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Rongxiu and others were stunned. What's going on? Is this Hai Badong fake? Although he still didn't know what was going on, Hai Badong, whose true identity was revealed, also turned into a huge pair of wings. I didn't expect you to see through it. Ever since the icy wings transformed from Hai Badong's fighting spirit deprived Hai Badong of his body's freedom, they have been occupying this person's form and wandering around the Dupo continent. I thought I could make a name for myself with the power of Do Huang, but I didn't expect to run into Jiang Chen today, and he revealed my secret. Qian Rongxiu and Gu Sooner were also shocked. How could such a change occur? If that's the case, then the middle family is now completely under control. At this moment, Han Bingshuangji's eyes were also extremely cold. What is the middle family? As long as you want it, you can get it with just a word. However, the most important thing at this time is to reach a consensus on the goal with the people in the Foundation. Ice Wings, if I say I want to join the Foundation, will you agree? As soon as these words came out, Kessa and Morgana sneered. A thing made of fighting spirit actually wants to do such a thing to threaten the people of the Foundation. It really doesn't know how to live or die. Jiang Chen did not say anything, because at the moment when Han Bingshuangyi made this request, the huge SCP-919 man-made man appeared behind it. Feeling something was wrong, Han Bingshuangwing turned around quickly, but was hit the next moment, and a bloody hole instantly appeared on his left shoulder. He took a deep breath, his eyes looking sharp as ice wings. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. He had never felt such a strong power before. Warring states, arrogance will lead to a quick death. The Ice Wings only relied on Hai Badong's fighting spirit to occupy the host's body. Even so, he still wants to control everything. He is really courting death. Bibi Dong, some people who don't know their own limitations will just do things this way, so I don't think there's anything to say. Tang San, in fact, the Ice Wings must be trying to erode the Foundation's internal strength, so they pretended to surrender. Naruto, Tang San is indeed a man with the aura of a protagonist. What he said does make sense. However, the president of our foundation is no ordinary person. There is no way he would let such a thing happen. Jiang Chen looked coldly at Hai Badong, who was possessed by the Ice Wings, and made a decision in his heart. Since the Ice Wings are so ambitious, there's no need to keep them. A useless thing like this will only cause trouble later. SCP-919 seemed to be able to obey Jiang Chen's orders and waved its fist again in an instant. Wait. Han Bing Shuangyi spoke anxiously at this time. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of Emperor Hun Tian?